Lingzhou, Dead Soul Mountain. Inside a cramped room, Lin Qin, who had just returned from mining, stared wide-eyed, convinced he must be experiencing auditory hallucinations. He poked his ear with his pinky finger and asked again, "Did you say you want to become a beast master?" Lin Binbin nodded earnestly. "And you want me to buy you a spirit beast egg?" Lin Binbin nodded vigorously, the light in his eyes brightening even more. 7 days ago, Lin Binbin had transmigrated into the body of a 7-year-old child, initially thinking he would be living a life of luxury, only to find himself surrounded by endless piles of spirit beast excrement. Indeed, he was a slave tasked with raising low-tier spirit beasts. All of this was thanks to his grandfather, whose misjudgment during a beast tide had led to the deaths of over 1,000 warriors, inciting the emperor's wrath and resulting in his execution. Their entire family had fallen from the heights of nobility to the depths of servitude, exiled to the desolate Dead Soul Mountain, where spiritual energy was scarce. Except for the child, everyone else had their spiritual roots severed, rendered powerless. The elders worked in the mines, while the young served the spirit beasts, tending to their needs day and night until death. Thus, Lin Binbin yearned for the day he could become a true beast master and escape the shackles of slavery. However, such opportunities were exceedingly rare. Not to mention that everyone sent here had undergone rigorous testing to confirm they lacked any innate beast master talents. The exorbitant price of a spirit beast egg was far beyond what laborers like them could afford. And great spirit beast egg alone could sustain their family for 3 years. Lin Qin glanced down at the patchwork clothing on their backs and then looked at his son, raising his hand as if to strike. "You little rascal, always daydreaming instead of working hard. Now you want a spirit beast egg? You look more like an egg yourself." Seeing the impending danger, Lin Binbin quickly dodged. "Father, let's talk this over. There are so many people watching. You can't keep hitting me. It's bad for our reputation." "What reputation? I'm disciplining my own son. Let's see who dares to speak up. Come here." Lin Binbin dashed behind the wooden table. "Father, consider this. What if I really am a genius in this regard? Our family wouldn't have to endure this labor anymore." He detested the filth. Even after a bath, the lingering odor clung to him, making his meals unappetizing. "Father, please think it over. Even a non-ranked spirit beast egg would suffice. Every entity possesses the potential for awakening once they gain awareness. They transcend their original limitations and awaken formidable abilities. Though a non-ranked spirit beast egg wouldn't immediately qualify him as a beast master and would be weaker, what if it eventually developed into something of rank? Such occurrences were not impossible. The father and son circled around the table, and the more Lin Qin pondered, the angrier he became. After a long day's work, he was too weary to argue with this impudent child, so he halted and beckoned. "Come here." "What now?" Lin Binbin asked, eyes narrowed in suspicion. "If you want me to buy you a spirit beast egg, you'll have to take a beating first. If it feels good, we'll find a way to get it for you tomorrow." Lin Binbin was at a loss for words, struggling internally for a long time before ultimately choosing to forego his dignity and bend over. It was just a beating after all. In an hour, he would emerge a new man. After dinner, it was time to work again, and Lin Binbin limped out of the small room, grinning through the pain. "Lin Binbin, come out. I brought you spirit beast meat." Before the figure appeared, the voice was already heard, and after a while, a chubby figure slowly approached from a distance. Standing at about 1.5 meters, he looked to be around the same age as Lin Binbin, donned in a clean short shirt. As he ran, the flesh on his face jiggled, revealing a pair of adorable tiger teeth when he spoke. When he reached Lin Binbin, he was panting heavily. This chubby boy was named Chung Mo, also a slave, though his father's crime was minor, somewhat related to the former chief punisher. He had been promoted to a supervisory role within just 2 months of arrival. Though a mere insignificant official, his life was certainly far better than Lin Binbin's. Seeing Chung Mo approach, Lin Binbin quickly concealed his disheveled appearance, gritting his teeth to stand tall, and asked earnestly, "What spirit beast meat? Where did you get it?" "I heard a high-ranking official arrived at Lingchuan and dealt with a spirit beast on his way, unable to take it with him, so he distributed it among us. I saved you a piece of the finest cut, take it." As he spoke, Chingemo stuffed the meat into Lin Binbin's arms, almost afraid he wouldn't accept it. "Thanks, brother." Lin Binbin clutched the meat and turned to run back, then recalled something and raised an eyebrow at Chungemo. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, the matter of the spirit beast is settled. Really? Your father actually agreed to buy it for you? Chung Mo asked, astonished. Of course, though it's of a lower grade. Upon hearing about the non-ranked spirit beast egg, Chung Mo reacted with indifference. What's the big deal? As long as Uncle Lin can buy it for you, that's good enough. Unlike my dad, if I mention a spirit beast egg, he'd probably beat me to death. Lin Binbin averted his gaze, feigning ignorance. After placing the meat back in the room, he hurried to work. Those beasts were not easy to serve. If the feeding schedule was even a fraction of a second late, their cries could tear down the roof, along with a deadly kick as a bonus. Upon entering the breeding facility, the overseer was already counting heads. You little rascal, the breeding facility is busy, yet you're still dawdling around. The overseer was an old friend of Lin Xin. After giving Lin Binbin a mock scolding, he added, if you're late again, they'll be sure to tell your father about your laziness. Hearing this, Lin Binbin quickly took out the fine meat he had hidden in his shirt and placed it on Zhang Yan's stool before swiftly slipping away. One shouldn't bite the hand that feeds. This matter could be considered settled. Uncle Zhang, this is a token of respect for you. Please reheat it before eating. The spirit beasts are starting to call. I need to go feed them. Zhang Yan was taken aback, glancing at the fine cut of meat and shaking his head. This little rascal. Today, Lin Binbin was full of energy, and his gaze toward the spirit beasts was more fervent than usual. I wonder what kind of spirit beast will hatch. Hopefully it's of the combat type, one that can breathe fire and fly. How impressive that would be. For now, he would set his sights on a fire-type spirit beast as his development goal. Everything would be revealed tomorrow. Before dawn the next day, Lin Xin was unexpectedly awakened by his son's call. In the dark room, the father and son stared at each other, glancing at the sky outside, then at Lin Binbin's smirking face, before Lin Xin slapped him, causing a scream to echo through the air. You brat, you must be tired of living well. Chapter 2. Exhausted, let it perish. In the pitch-black room, Lin Binbin and Appo's eyes glimmered with an unusual light as he abruptly threw off Lin Xin and Appo's blanket, exclaiming, Father, my spirit beast egg. At this, Lin Xin and Appo's anger surged uncontrollably. Normally, he would not rise until the work hour, yet here he was, yanked from his slumber while the moon still hung in the sky. On ordinary days, when urged to work harder, he could conjure countless excuses, yet now, the wretched egg had managed to rouse his son with remarkable urgency. Do you believe I want to just turn you into an egg right now? As dawn broke, anguished cries echoed throughout the air. After giving Lin Binbin a thorough reprimand, Lin Xin finally felt at ease as he shouldered his pickaxe and stepped outside. Lin Binbin, sulking, limped behind him. Lin Xin, out to work so early? Most of the market-goers recognized them and greeted the father-son duo. It's still early. I need to take this brat to buy some things. Fearing they might be late, Lin Binbin hurriedly tugged at his father towards the spirit beast area. Here, the spirit beast eggs were relatively cheaper than in the marketplace, though the variety was disappointingly limited, with not a single egg of rank F or higher in sight. One pet egg for 100,000 spirit stones guarantees an A-rank battle pet. Come, I'll let you have it for 20,000. Little brother, I see you possess extraordinary talent. Surely, you will achieve greatness one day. It's merely 20,000 spirit stones. How about giving it a try? This persuasive pitch indeed swayed Lin Binbin. Recalling his past life, he had been among the top 50 in the national server of the mech game Battle Rage. The only one who played without spending money, sacrificing his lifespan instead. Regardless of how difficult gear synthesis was or how slim the odds of obtaining rare items, he could always achieve remarkable results, often surpassing the original quality. Alright, that's the one. Lin Binbin pointed at the pet egg priced at 20,000 spirit stones. Growing increasingly pleased, the egg was entirely golden, with faint white patterns visible, suggesting it was anything but ordinary. Unfortunately, Lin Xin's hand had already chosen another direction. This one will do. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, then get lost. He tossed down 100 spirit stones and turned to leave. Perhaps the sorrows of humanity could not be shared. As Lin Binbin approached to register his meager egg, the laughter from onlookers grew louder. This egg looks more like a chicken egg, except a bit larger. Unranked, no attributes, hatching today, one day off. The staff spoke coldly, seemingly dismissive of Lin Binbin and Appo's prospects. Casting a sidelong glance before calling the next in line. With a calm expression, Lin Binbin turned away, but his feet felt as though they were flying with frustration. According to his previous life's memories, spirit beasts were classified into 10 ranks, from SSS, SS, down to F, with unranked being the lowest. Each rank was further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Judging by the countless rejections this egg had suffered, it was likely to be among the lowest tier of the unranked. Unranked, the lowest? Lin Binbin suddenly felt as if his life mirrored the darkness of their dwelling, utterly devoid of hope. The excitement he had just felt dissipated, leaving him to collapse onto the bed. Will I have to buy another one? The thought of Lin Qin and Appo's slap sent shivers down his spine. Oh, it seems finding a bargain is unlikely. I must consider other options. As Lin Binbin mumbled this to himself, lost in thought, a faint chirp caught his attention. He sprang upright, gazing at the spirit beast egg. To his astonishment, he discovered a tiny chick, no longer than his finger, lying amidst the cracked shell, appearing feeble and gasping for breath. It seemed its time was short. Is this a chick or a sickly one? Fury surged within Lin Binbin. Though he prided himself on his looks and deemed jealousy a natural response, that was 100 spirit stones, half a month's worth of food for his family. Just as he prepared to confront the merchant, a translucent screen appeared before him. The screen was transparent, allowing his hand to pass through it. Lin Binbin rubbed his eyes as the text grew increasingly clear. Congratulations, player. You have activated the battle rage system. Your attributes are as follows. Name: Lin Binbin. Age: 7. Profession: not chosen. Life profession: not unlocked. Physical strength: 2. Power: 1. Agility: 3. Mentality: 5. Charisma: -6. Skills: none. Items: none. Do not keep looking. A mere glance 1T change your weak status. The game panel of Battle Rage? Indeed. Although he had been repeatedly rejected by spirit beasts, living a pitiful life cleaning up after them, he steadfastly believed in his exceptional looks and character. After nearly 1,000 days and nights of research, he resolved to carve a path through this world of beast taming. If he could not tame beasts, he would turn to mech engineering. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Binbin succumbed to an uncontrollable joy. Without a second thought, he selected his previous life as profession, mechanic. Compared to other professions, mechanics were somewhat weaker in the early stages, yet they became incredibly powerful in the mid to late game. Most importantly, they could explore various paths later on, forming fleets focused on team combat or specializing in weaponry for devastating firepower, or even extending into mech modifications and assembly. Regardless of the path chosen, they were well equipped to traverse the world of beast taming. The only challenge now was the need for investment. Mechanics were notoriously one of the most funding-intensive professions in the game, requiring resources beyond imagination. However, Lin Binbin was different. He could invest his life force. His gaze swiftly scanned the introduction, confirming its consistency with the previous system interface. With his good character and looks, he made his first and only novice lottery selection. As the pointer began to spin, his heart raced. Then, ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the blueprint. Ancient robot, damaged. My goodness. This antique still exists in this world. It's older than your ancestors. Handle it with care, or you will be left with worthless scrap metal. Clang. Just as Lin Binbin wallowed in his misfortune, a torrent of dark light descended from above. Staring at the scattered blueprints on the ground, he stood frozen, unable to move for a long while. I, Lin Binbin, have lived a life of virtue and goodness, yet unexpectedly faced misfortune in this other world. I am weary. Let it all perish. Chapter 3. The Beast Tamer's World. Crafting robots in the initial stages, the blueprints are of paramount importance. They range from damaged to basic, intermediate, advanced, rare, and legendary, among others. At that moment, Lin Binbin found himself at a standstill just before an update, leaving the subsequent content a mystery. Such mecha blueprints were exceedingly scarce. A basic blueprint could keep him mining for an entire week. If he were to uncover an advanced mecha blueprint, he would gain a significant head start over everyone else. However, a damaged blueprint was utterly worthless. No one would want it. If luck were on his side, he might find one discarded in a trash bin at some street corner. After all, the materials required for crafting mechas were quite expensive. Who would waste time and money on a useless scrap? Lin Binbin felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Staring at the tattered blueprint, he took several deep breaths, trying to regain his composure. Calm down, he thought. I have already acquired both the chick and the damaged blueprint. Is there anything that can truly thwart me now? No. Lin Binbin firmly believed that when one's misfortune reaches its zenith, every subsequent encounter would be an ascent. After perusing the information on the blueprints and etching most of the details into his memory, he began to work on the crafting process. However, he soon stumbled upon another catastrophic issue, a dilemma that threatened to obliterate his last shred of sanity. To his dismay, the system had not provided him with any materials. This meant he was left with nothing but a blueprint and had to gather every part and material by himself, starting with a single blueprint. Was he expected to fabricate everything from scratch? He realized that the system had no intention of being generous. Lin Binbin glared at the system interface, feeling an overwhelming urge to smash his head against the wall and start anew. Yet, reason prevailed. After all, it was just crafting a robot. He resolved to tackle the challenge head-on. A true man must confront his fears without flinching. He retrieved a small, rusted iron box from beneath his bed, which emitted a crisp clattering sound as he pulled it out. Within lay all his possessions. Gazing at the few soul stones, each the size of a candy, Lin Binbin gritted his teeth and spilled them all out. One must be willing to sacrifice in order to gain. His immediate goal was to acquire a toolkit for crafting robots. Only with the right tools could he embark on a vocational journey. In the game Battle War, the main profession and crafting profession complemented each other. For instance, if one and Oppo's main profession were a healer, the crafting profession would typically involve gathering or alchemy to reduce costs. Moreover, crafting professions could also be leveled up to enhance a character's basic attributes. In his previous life, Lin Binbin had begun with mechanical maintenance. Now, it was imperative to learn part fabrication first. Once he acquired the tools, the system issued a prompt. Skill tree unlocked. Please select a suitable crafting profession. Each main profession can choose 3 crafting professions. Additional options require corresponding skill proof. Lin Binbin promptly selected part fabrication. Establishing a clear developmental path was of utmost importance. Congratulations on unlocking your crafting profession. Reward: 2 free attribute points. Lin Binbin carefully examined the options and allocated both points to basic parts, deciding to enhance his own attributes later, after completing the mecha. Upon selecting part fabrication, the interface displayed various component options along with the necessary materials. Now, he was merely lacking the materials, followed by smelting, molding, polishing, and assembly. What a hellish start. Rising from his seat, Lin Binbin resolved to stroll through the marketplace, hoping to encounter suitable materials. With this thought, he quickened his pace. It was already 2 in the afternoon, and most people were at work, rendering the marketplace unusually desolate. As he entered through the main gate, someone quickly recognized him. Threezy is taking a break today? Lin Binbin and Oppo's nickname was Threezy, as he had 2 older brothers, Lin Xiao, age 12, and Lin Binhong, age 10, both serving in the beast taming division. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Binbin turned to see a middle-aged man in a coarse linen garment standing behind him, a cloth spread before him, selling items related to spirit beasts. Noticing Lin Binbin and Oppo's puzzled gaze, the man chuckled amiably. You don't remember? I held you when you were just born. He pointed to himself. Li Kuei. I used to be your father and Oppo's subordinate and fought alongside him. Lin Binbin blinked. Though he had no particular connection to this man, it seemed he was indeed familiar. Oh, it's Uncle Li. Addressing him as uncle caused Li Kuei's smile to broaden, and his demeanor became even more enthusiastic. He scratched his head and nodded. What do you want to buy, Threezy? Just tell me, and if it's available in the market, I can get it for you. Lin Binbin's eyes brightened instantly, though he kept his excitement in check, subtly nodding. Thank you, Uncle Li. Actually, I do have a few things I'd like to ask you for. He listed the materials he needed and stepped aside to observe Li Kuei's reaction. Wow, these items are indeed rare. And what are these gears and bearings? Lin Binbin had approached this with a trial and error mindset. If he could procure these items, it would save him a step. If not, it would merely be a waste of time. Uncle Li, just focus on the top row, they and Oppo's, all raw materials. Li Kuei nodded. Minerals are easy to find. But what do you need these for? Also, iron items are prohibited here. Your father. I have no relation to my father, Lin Binbin interjected quickly, fearing he might face severe repercussions later. The spirit beast I bought this morning just hatched, and I was hoping to gather some materials to build it a small nest. Spirit beast? Li Kuei was taken aback, and his tone became significantly more cordial. Of course. Just wait a moment. I'll go inquire for you. As Li Kuei left, Lin Binbin idly began to examine the items for sale. Besides spirit beast feed, there were also some F-level spirit beast cores, weak and short-lived, unsuitable for installation within a mecha. Suddenly, his gaze halted at a black ore. Just as he reached for it, Li Kuei's voice came from nearby, his hand landing on a blood-stained F-level red-tailed fox core. I inquired, and the price is quite reasonable. It's from your father's former subordinates, and they mentioned they could deliver it for free. Seeing Lin Binbin's actions, Li Kuei chuckled. It's merely a low-level core. If you fancy it, take it as a meeting gift. May I take two? Lin Binbin pointed at the black ore he had just noticed, grinning widely, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Chapter 4. The Great Project. Li Kuei chuckled awkwardly, clearly taken aback by the seemingly harmless young man before him making such audacious demands. He could only respond, "We cannot offer more. After all, we have to make a living too." Sighing deeply, Lin Binbin continued, "Actually, my father held you in high regard back in the day, often speaking of how exceptional your martial skills are, calling you a capable individual. It's a pity he passed away, otherwise he would have surely achieved great things." Li Kuei was momentarily stunned. The notion that a mere foot soldier like himself could be admired by Lin Qin, and that it was shared with his children, stirred a wave of emotion within him. He decisively declared, "All right, take it." The seemingly worthless scrap he had casually acquired turned out to be a D-grade metallic core. Lin Binbin was overjoyed. The metallic cores naturally possessed a protective layer, and due to their dull coloration, they often resembled ordinary stones, making them difficult to identify. Many had mistakenly sold them as mere ore. However, Lin Jiang had a system at his disposal. Do not be puzzled. This is not ore. It is a hidden item that requires a discerning eye to uncover its beauty. I hope you possess such vision. Taking a gamble, Lin Binbin acquired the core energy of a mech. It was truly magnificent, and his charm was once again validated. What a thoughtful system. He hurried home, locking the treasure away in his room. That evening, Cheng Mo returned home, exhausted from work, pondering about the mysterious creature Lin Binbin had hatched from his spiritual beast egg. "Cheng Mo," a familiar voice called out. Cheng Mo looked up in surprise and saw Lin Binbin waving at him from a distance. Before he could react, Lin Binbin rushed over and grabbed him, urging him to run. "Slow down, I can't catch my breath." Cheng Mo gasped after a few hurried steps. Lin Binbin, unfazed, pushed him forward. "Hurry, I want to show you something interesting." He winked mischievously. Lin Binbin and Appo's mysterious demeanor made Cheng Mo nervous. He glanced outside and whispered, "What exactly did your spiritual beast egg hatch? Is it impressive?" "Impressive? I cannot say for certain, but my spiritual beast potential will undoubtedly surpass those of SSS grade." Lin Binbin beamed with pride, "And we can both become SSS grade beast tamers." "Really? Can I truly become a beast tamer as you say?" Cheng Mo's potential was dismally low. Lin Jiang had noted that nearly all his abilities were negative, save for an exceptionally high charm value. No wonder he could evade punishment when he slacked off. The answer lay here. Would I deceive you? Cheng Mo chuckled foolishly, his anticipation growing. His brother always kept his word, and he had already envisioned himself soaring atop a red dragon. If he became SSS grade, would he not be even more powerful than a red dragon? Once he became a beast tamer, he could simply wave his hand and have his spiritual beast do the chores for him, sparing him the arduous task of cleaning the courtyard. Yet, upon seeing the blueprints on the table, Cheng Mo awkwardly scratched his head. "Lin Binbin, what does this say? Is it telling us how to raise high-grade spiritual beasts? Do they eat raw or cooked meat? The feeding methods for high-grade spiritual beasts differ from those of lower grades. This heap of fodder cannot be used." Upon hearing he had a chance to become a beast tamer, Cheng Mo had already begun planning to buy food for his spiritual beast. Lin Binbin felt a pang of realization. He had forgotten that this fellow couldn't read. Cheng Mo had lived in the Dead Soul Mountain since birth, and his father had only one requirement, to live well. Lin Binbin sighed, saying, "Ahem. You only need to know that this will allow us to acquire SSS-grade spiritual beasts. I have named this spiritual beast mecha." "Mecha?" Cheng Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Did the old deity from my dreams tell you this?" Lin Binbin nodded, while internally calculating how to recruit Cheng Mo into his plans. Cheng Mo and Appo's father was a supervisor, and with the materials at hand, they needed to devise a way to approach the furnace room to smelt iron. "But first, you must help the old deity complete a task. Are you willing?" Cheng Mo felt a fire ignite within him and eagerly nodded. "Yes, I am willing." Lin Binbin smiled slightly. "Then let us wish for our swift descendants to becoming beast tamers." The next day, Lin Binbin and Cheng Mo transitioned their work from the breeding chamber to the furnace room. The furnace room was designated for smelting ores and crystals, typically off-limits to children. To accommodate his son's desires, Cheng Wang had chosen an abandoned fuel storage room, measuring only 5 square meters, which would suffice for their needs. A furnace stood directly opposite them, the searing heat distorting the air around it. The two, despite their heavy breathing, wore expressions of excitement rather than dread. "Brother, when shall we begin capturing spiritual beasts? Is it a fire type?" Cheng Mo assumed they were here to forge a connection with fire, facilitating the capture of fire-type spiritual beasts. Lin Jiang regarded him with an inscrutable expression, remaining silent before handing him a separate gear blueprint. Finally, he stated, "We shall not capture. We will create our own." Cheng Mo stared blankly at the diagram in his hands, utterly bewildered. As expected, he understood nothing. He looked at Lin Binbin with a face that was a mix of desperation and confusion. "Is there anything simpler?" Lin Binbin pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he recalled that there might indeed be something simpler. "Let me take a look," he replied, flipping through a stack of blueprints that was nearly the thickness of his palm. These blueprints had been hastily replicated by Lin Binbin overnight, with each component meticulously outlined. Particularly challenging sections were marked in red for clarity. "Well, it seems quite difficult," Lin Binbin considered, glancing at Cheng Mo's eager expression. "How about this? You assist me with smelting the iron water." "Sure, I can handle that." Cheng Mo nodded vigorously. "Then let us complete today and Appo's tasks, and gradually begin constructing the mecha. We will work a bit each day until we finish." Thus, the two embarked on the grand endeavor of crafting their mecha. As evening approached and the third shift began, the duo, engrossed in their revolutionary work, remained blissfully unaware of the world outside. "Sanzi, Sanzi," a voice suddenly called from outside. "Why is there such a pile of scrap metal at the entrance?" Lin Binbin's brother, Lin Linxiao, kicked the pile, and with a loud crash, the two inside were jolted awake, turning in unison. Chapter 5. A true brother shares the burdens together. "Brother, what brings you here?" Lin Binbin was taken aback. Hastily speaking to prevent the fragile creation he had painstakingly crafted from being damaged. "It's already quite late. You rascal, why haven't you returned home? Father is worried and sent me to check on you, bringing some food along." Lin Xiao stepped forward, lifting the half-formed iron ring and casting a look at his younger brother, his expression hard to interpret. "What on earth are you tinkering with? Is this something the overseer instructed you to do?" A few words could not elucidate the situation, and seeing this, Lin Binbin simply pulled his brother into the smelting room. Before they could settle down, Cheng Mo's chubby face squeezed in. "What delicious treats has Brother Lin brought? Wow, there's even meat. I've been so hungry that my stomach is practically touching my back, but Lin Binbin one tea let me leave. Brother Lin, you must speak on my behalf." After a day of smelting iron, Cheng Mo could barely lift his arms. He immediately grabbed chopsticks, one hand clutching a steamed bun and the other pinching the meat, devouring it as if he hadn't eaten in days. "Slow down, no one is competing with you for it," Lin Xiao admonished, shaking his head in disbelief at his brother's excess. Cheng Mo's family had been quite supportive of them lately, yet it seemed all the labor fell on them. Third son. Though Lin Xiao was not particularly old, his serious demeanor surpassed even Lin Qin's. Lin Binbin, accustomed to his elder brother's authority, instinctively swallowed hard upon hearing his voice. However, as he scanned Lin Xiao's attributes, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Name, Lin Xiao, stamina, 8, strength, 10, agility, 2, mentality, 2, charm, 2. The strength was indeed tenfold compared to his own. With such impressive stamina and power, Lin Binbin's mind began to race. Cheng Mo and he were still young, their speed and labor painfully slow, and at this pace, they would be hard-pressed to finish within 10 days or even a month. Thus, he urgently needed another helping hand. Having traversed to this world, must he truly toil alone? Being family, what harm was there in a little exploitation? Lin Binbin and Appo's smile grew increasingly radiant, the firelight illuminating his eyes, and after considerable thought, he decided to lay his cards on the table. "Brother, I am currently working on spirit beasts, specifically metallic ones. I refer to this creation as a mech." Lin Xiao, eyes unblinking, felt his younger brother was merely making excuses to shirk responsibility. "You little rascal, I'm discussing serious matters with you. If you keep babbling nonsense, I'll let father discipline you." "Brother, when have I ever deceived you? I speak the truth." Lin Binbin nudged Cheng Mo, who nodded vigorously. "Yes, brother Lin Xiao. Once this is completed, we can all feast. We can all become beast masters." Lin Xiao gazed at them both, amusement etched on his face. After a moment, He couldn't help but inquire, mech? What is that? Thus, Lin Binbin recounted his embellished tale to Lin Xiao, embellishing the story he had previously shared with Cheng Mo. He spoke of ancient sages and extraordinary battle armors, sounding mystical, yet what truly resonated with Lin Xiao was the promise that once completed, their family would no longer toil day and night in this hellish place. If fortune smiled upon them and they accomplished the tasks assigned by the court, they might even redeem themselves and escape. Brother, you previously asked what that iron ring was. It is the arm of the mech. Later, I will craft a head, attach 2 legs, and it will be nearly complete. Lin Xiao processed Lin Binbin's words, furrowing his brow. You just mentioned that even without talent, there is a chance to become a beastmaster. Is that true? Indeed. Lin Binbin shrugged. Once the first mech is completed, you'll see for yourself. Lin Xiao clenched his hands into fists at his sides, his youthful face displaying an unexpected maturity. His eyes filled with a suppressed fervor that ignited like the flames in the smelting room, gradually transforming from cold detachment to heated resolve. Who else have you confided this to? Only Cheng Mo and you, brother. He is not foolish. A cautious approach is the best strategy. Lin Xiao nodded, agreed. Until the endeavor bears fruit, keep your thoughts to yourself. We cannot afford for anyone to harbor ill intentions and sabotage our plans. Then, brother, I will seek out the overseer tonight to request a transfer. That is a great idea. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lin Binbin had no reason to object, nodding eagerly. I shall await your good news, brother. As night fell, after their meal, Lin Binbin meticulously copied the schematics for Lin Xiao. His brother displayed genuine interest, acknowledging it before taking the documents back to study. All sorted, Lin Binbin turned to return home, expecting to find the lifeless body of the chick he had nurtured. But to his surprise, the little creature's vitality proved tenacious. Hearing the commotion, it strained to lift its eyes and flapped its wings toward him. Little one, you should eat as well. Peep peep. Lin Binbin gently stroked its feathers and noticed its ankle had been carefully bandaged, skillfully avoiding the bones. Curious, he pondered. Could it have been father who tended to it? Weary from a long day of toil, Lin Binbin languidly reclined on his bed. As he stretched, his eyes slowly closed. Meanwhile, the chick, still struggling in its nest, let out a weak chirp, and remarkably, a tuft of crimson down sprouted from its wing. As its body trembled, the down was concealed beneath its other feathers, vanishing from sight. Daybreak arrived, while Lin Binbin slumbered. His dreams were filled with visions of him gallantly traversing another world within a mech. Time passed, and suddenly, he was lifted from his bed. Lin Binbin stood dazed, blinking groggily, only to be met by the fierce gaze of his elder brother. No wonder father always says you're lazy. The sun is shining on your backside. And you're still in bed. Hurry up and get to work. With that, Lin Xiao shoved clothes and today's toolbox into Lin Binbin's arms, dragging him out the door. Lin Binbin was utterly unaware of how he made his way to the smelting room. The hot wind struck his face, and as he gazed at the flames gradually intensifying in the furnace, chaos enveloped his mind. Weren't they supposed to sing songs of liberation? Why did it feel as though the roles had shifted once again? Third son, is this acceptable? Yes. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Binbin snapped back to reality, acknowledging it before turning to awaken Cheng Mo, ensuring he too was roused from his slumber. A true brother shares both joys and burdens. He could not allow Cheng Mo to luxuriate in sleep while he toiled alone. Chapter 6. The completion of the first mech. It is said that the Lin family's offspring possess rather mediocre talents, rendering them hopeless in their quest for redemption in this lifetime. Alas, what a pity. Currently, Lin Qian's 2 sons have succumbed to madness, reportedly locking themselves in the forge for 5 days. Particularly, Lin Binbin has been exhibiting an intense temper of late, so be sure to keep your distance when you encounter him. Indeed, one cannot help but reminisce about the days when the Lin family army was an indomitable force, a paragon of valor. How could they falter in such a trivial manner? Suddenly, another individual leaned in, lowering their voice. I have heard that the Lin family has offended someone important, which is why the exiles here have no recreational facilities. Their daily conversations revolve around mundane family affairs, especially those who once held high positions. Their tales have become the subjects of gossip. In just a few days, word had spread throughout the community that the brothers Lin Jiang had gone mad from the suffering they endured. However, Lin Binbin remained undeterred, as his first mech was beginning to take shape. No, brother, this section should be widened by 2 millimeters, and the air valve on the top is too large. It might fall off later. As Lin Xiao was making adjustments, Cheng Mo had mistakenly attached one arm incorrectly, one pointing down, the other up, leading one to think he was afflicted with some form of madness, ready to strike himself at any moment. Ching Imo chuckled foolishly. Don't be angry, don't be angry. How about we eat something first? Lin Binbin had entirely lost his patience and could only take the tools back to remove the arm once more. After 7 more days of torment, the arduous ordeal was finally nearing its end. After more than half a month of relentless effort, a mech approximately 1.4 meters tall stood before them. Its torso tapered from wide to narrow, with a rotund head nestled within. The mechanical eyes were dull, as if perpetually awaiting a mysterious summons. The arms, hanging at the sides of the torso, were intentionally made solid by Lin Binbin, and bearings were added to enhance flexibility. A punch from this mech could indeed challenge any spirit beast above the F rank. However, there was a drawback. Excessive material had been wasted on the torso and arms, leading to a rapid shortage of resources for the legs. After several days of contemplation, Lin Binbin resolved to forego the legs altogether, opting instead for 2 rollers. Thus, the mech, originally designed to be nearly 1.7 meters, was quickly reduced to 1.4 meters, transforming it from a robust figure to one that appeared rather comical. Yet, given the constraints, they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. All right, only the final procedure remains. Gazing at the metal construct, Lin Binbin rubbed his hands together in excitement, his face alight with joy. All components had been assembled, totaling over 3,000 parts. And now only the energy core was needed. He planned to utilize the metal crystal core he had procured from the marketplace. Let us begin the assembly. This time, Lin Binbin took the initiative. However, just as he was about to place the crystal core into the recessed slot in the chest, his movements faltered. Suddenly realizing something, he swiftly turned around and retrieved 3 incense sticks from the toolbox, much to the bewilderment of the others. Upon seeing the incense, Lin Xiao and Ching Imo understood immediately. They accepted the incense and joined in the ritual of offering. With hundreds of components involved, failure was not an option. They could not afford a second attempt. Their entire fortunes were staked on this endeavor, leaving them with but one chance. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Let us do this. The 3 of them bowed deeply to the metal construct before Lin Xiao, unable to contain his excitement, urged them on. To be frank, this creation was far inferior to the mechs he had crafted in his previous life. Not only were the blueprints flawed, but the precision of the parts was lacking, compounded by the use of crude iron. Even Lin Binbin himself lacked complete confidence in the outcome. Taking a deep breath, Lin Binbin lifted his hand. The instant the metal crystal core was integrated, the mech's previously dull eyes ignited with brilliance, slowly lifting its head. Buzz, as the energy activated. A pungent sulfurous scent filled the air, and in the next moment, the mech truly began to move. It stretched its body, raised its round head to gaze at the 3 individuals, and then, under their fervent stares, rolled toward Lin Binbin. Simultaneously, Lin Binbin's mind was flooded with the system's cold notification. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully created Ancient Mech, Damaged, acquired free attributes, 10 points. Name, Ancient Mech, Damaged. Type, Basic Mech. Quality, White. Base attributes, Defense 35, Power level 15. Energy value 350. Attribute penalty, Agility -10. Height, 1.4 meters. Weight, 89 pounds. Energy source, Crystal Core. Combat consumption, 5 energy per minute. Attached ability, Thick armor reduces physical damage by 10. Note, a disgrace to the realm of armor. Garbage. Lin Binbin could hardly bear to look. Yet, as it was his first handmade mech, he chose to disregard the final remark. Is it completed? Lin Xiao asked, astonished by the mech's appearance. Lin Binbin nodded. Yes, it's done. It really works. Ching Imo shouted in excitement, slapping his own cheeks to confirm the reality before him. They had truly created a spirit beast with their own hands, and one meant for battle at that. With its ironclad form, it would certainly exude an air of authority when taken out. Ching Imo silently resolved to craft a mech even taller than this one, envisioning it as a means of transportation to spare him the burden of walking. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao approached cautiously, gently touching the mech's head. Despite his usual serious demeanor, a slight smile crept onto his lips, clearly pleased with their creation. As the two reveled in their triumph, Lin Jiang had already allocated his attribute points. 3 points were assigned to his life skills, while the remaining 7 were added to his personal attributes. Strength 1, with the remaining 6 points all contributing to his charm. He was determined to leverage his remarkable looks and character to win over those endearing little creatures. Ding. All attributes are positive, rewarding a random item. Item extraction in progress. Please wait. Item locked. Beginner Spirit Beast Advancement Pill, Gold. Beginner Spirit Beast Advancement Pill. Spirit beasts below D rank may randomly improve in quality. With a maximum of D, failure results in the death of the spirit beast. Use with caution. Spirit beast meat is delectable, best enjoyed medium rare. A pinch of salt is recommended when consuming. Lin Binbin stared at the panel, pausing for approximately 3 seconds, his heart racing with excitement. Damn it, it seemed his luck had returned. Chapter 7 Another madman from this day forth. You shall be called the White Ape. Lin Binbin affectionately patted the round head of his mech, growing increasingly pleased. It was evident that the complex language eluded its understanding. It merely sensed its master's joy and waved its arm in response, creating a gust of warm air that left an indentation in the furnace used for smelting iron. A collective expression of pain crossed the faces of several onlookers as they beheld the damage. This was public property, and any harm incurred would necessitate compensation. By rough calculations, it could add at least a month to their sentence. The thought was distressing. Half an hour later, Lin Binbin finally led his spirit beast away from the workplace. Although the white ape waddled along in a somewhat erratic manner, Lin Binbin's spirit soared, his head held high, exuding an air of superiority. After all, he was now a beast master. Zizi, what is that following you? Many curious eyes followed him, and a familiar face directly inquired. This is my newly contracted spirit beast. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The individual who had previously locked himself in the smelting room, refusing to emerge, had now suddenly acquired a spirit beast? Surely, it was a ruse. Hadn't his family long since lost their beast mastery talent? Lin Binbin had been seen purchasing a spirit beast egg. Could this be the creature that hatched from it? In the realm of beast mastery, metal-type beasts were not particularly sought after due to their low emergence rates, small sizes, and unappealing appearances, coupled with an absence of remarkable abilities. However, Lin Binbin's metal-type spirit beast appeared to defy these norms, boasting a substantial size that shadowed him like a bodyguard, instilling a sense of security. With a grin, Lin Binbin declared, "My mech is incomparable to those mere metal-type spirit beasts." Next, he needed to register as a beast master. Only after registration could he undertake missions, and upon their completion, he would earn contribution points that could offset his transgressions. Given the Lin family's accumulated offenses, even a decade of atonement seemed insufficient. And it was impossible for Lin Binbin alone to achieve this in a short time frame, unless he accomplished an extraordinarily difficult task. At merely 7 years of age, it was unlikely that such formidable missions would be assigned to him. Thus, he resolved to pursue a second option, to form a mech legion. He envisioned a time when others would no longer dare to speak ill of the Lin family. With this thought, Lin Binbin quickened his pace. The registration office for beast masters was located near the marketplace, where he could discern a man clad in official garb sitting behind a desk, a water-type spirit beast of considerable height fanning him from behind. Upon Lin Binbin and Apos' approach, the official merely lifted his eyelids slightly, coldly inquiring, "Here to register?" "Yes, sir," Lin Binbin replied. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the nearby spirit beast. He recognized it from the illustrated compendium, a colorful butterfly transformed into a spirit beast, its translucent wings shimmering in the sunlight. While its direct attack power was not formidable, it could produce a hallucinogenic mist, ensnaring opponents in a dreamlike state, where life and death were at its whim. It was one of the most suitable spirit beasts for assassination. Judging by the colors on its wings, it was at least a B grade, indicating that the deadly mountain indeed concealed hidden talents. Upon hearing that Lin Binbin was there to register, the official leisurely stretched and sat up. Each month, there were thousands who came to register, yet only a scant few managed to pass the rigorous tests. This month, only one fire-type beast master had been recorded, and that individual had perished during a task less than 2 weeks in. Observing Lin Binbin's youth, the official shook his head, concluding that he was yet another reckless child seeking redemption. It was unfathomable how any parent would allow such a young child to embark on a perilous adventure. One misstep in the deadly mountain, and a single beast could easily snuff out his life. State the grade, type, name, and talent of your spirit beast, the official instructed. Pen poised with an air of seriousness. Grade F, metal type, named White Ape, talent. Lin Binbin pondered, his chin resting thoughtfully in his hand. Suddenly recalling a detail, defensive enhancement. The official's writing hand paused momentarily as he raised his gaze, his expression shifting to one of subtle intrigue. After all, the child was still just a child. What use was a defensive enhancement when faced with higher-tier spirit beasts? It would surely be pierced in a single blow. Moreover, this enhancement applied to the spirit beast, and once they entered the mountain, Lin Binbin might not even have the chance to issue a command before meeting his demise. Very well, proceed to the back to select a task. Proceed with caution, as this is a trial. Do not engage in high-level missions. Yes, Lin Binbin was accustomed to such peculiar looks. He chose to ignore them, bowing respectfully to the ledger official before hastily following the attendant to the task assignment area. Every aspiring beastmaster must first undergo a trial before being officially registered. The tasks primarily involved slaying ferocious beasts, with the minimum level set at F. Yet, in the deadly mountain, lower-tier beasts had long been devoured. Lin Binbin scanned the room, and under the impatient gaze of the staff, he pointed to the highest-ranking task. A D-grade spirit beast, the fire lizard. Are you certain? With a sly smile, Lin Binbin nodded. The ledger official noted that the young lad had chosen the D-grade fire lizard, a task that had not been taken in quite some time. The child was likely courting disaster. Though he refrained from voicing this concern, the official understood the implications. Alas, Linger, go follow him and report back on his situation. As the words left his lips, the spirit butterfly behind him transformed into a gust of wind, darting toward Lin Binbin's position. Let me see what you are hiding. In the mountainous expanse of the deadly mountain, Lin Binbin concealed himself behind a pile of rocks, revealing only half of his youthful face. At that moment, his gaze fixed upon a red that swiftly traversed a translucent panel before finally halting nearby. Lin Binbin moved stealthily, eventually crouching behind a thicket, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. After a moment, his eyes fell upon the lakeside. A slender, wholly crimson fire lizard lounged by the water's edge, an adult fire-type lizard that has lived for a century. Danger level, 3 stars. Capable of continuously emitting high-temperature flames, possesses rapid attack speed, especially with its tail, which can inflict instant harm upon spirit beasts of equal rank. It is advised to avoid confrontation or pray for divine intervention. The system, rarely earnest, seemed genuinely concerned about whether Lin Binbin's mech could withstand a strike from the fire lizard. Chapter 8. Slaying the aberrant fire lizard. Lin Binbin did not hasten to exit. Instead, he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings, yet failed to detect even a trace of spirit beasts. This scenario could arise from 2 possibilities: either the scarcity of spirit beasts in this vicinity or the formidable nature of the fire lizard, which made this place its lair, deterring lesser spirit beasts from daring to provoke its territory. Lin Binbin furrowed his brow, strongly suspecting the latter. White ape, prepare yourself. A profound stillness enveloped the area, and at the moment when the fire lizard closed its eyes to rest, Lin Binbin issued his command. Go forth, eliminate it. Upon hearing the command, the white ape lifted its head, its mechanical eyes emanating a sinister cold glow. Just as its iron arm descended heavily towards the fire lizard's head, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Bang! A crimson shadow crashed down like a miniature mountain. Had it not been for the white ape's robust armament, that strike would have surely reduced it to mere remnants. The advantage of a mech is the absence of concern for injury. If damaged, it can simply be repaired. White ape, do not withstand it head-on. Change your form. With a sharp command, the mech emitted a series of mechanical clicks as its initially cumbersome wheels retracted into one, doubling its speed while simultaneously manifesting a heavy hammer. The hammer alone must weigh over 30 pounds, and combined with the strength of the mech's arms, it could cleave through iron and stone alike. With the sound of wind slicing through the air, the white ape suddenly accelerated, unleashing unprecedented energy. It circled around the fire lizard, evading its attacks while raising the hammer high, striking down mercilessly. Roar! The fire lizard's hide was thicker than that of ordinary spirit beasts, yet it was still pounded into several deep craters, blood oozing from beneath its scales. Excellent. Just like that, maintain your momentum. Seemingly understanding Lin Binbin's praise, the white ape appeared invigorated, sprinting with renewed vigor and raising its hammer, emitting a series of howling roars. Observing the exuberant white ape, Lin Binbin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could the mech possess sentience? Such a phenomenon Lin Binbin had only witnessed in advanced mechs during his previous life. Was this perhaps an innate ability bestowed by the handcrafted mech? Intriguing. Encouraged, the white ape swung its hammer with increased velocity, relentlessly pursuing the fire lizard. Driven to fury by its passive state, the entire area ignited into a fiery inferno, warping the ground beneath. Fortunately, the white ape remained unscathed by the flames. Its eyes gleamed with excitement beneath the blaze, and its hammering did not wane. However, Lin Binbin was not so fortunate. He was drenched in sweat, his cheeks flushed, ultimately retreating 100 meters away to observe the battle. At that moment, the fire lizard ceased its movements. That should suffice. Lin Binbin's expression brightened. Just as he prepared to command a decisive blow from the white ape, the system provided an alert. An assemblage of scrap metal manages to drive a small fire dragon to aberration. I must concede that your smirk appears rather audacious. I hope you can maintain that expression. Aberration? This revelation astonished Lin Binbin, and he glanced toward the dissipating flames. Before him stood a deep brown lizard exceeding 3 meters in length. Its body doubled in size, with scales that had become remarkably resilient. A single blow merely sparked a shower of embers. The fire lizard lifted its head, revealing a menacing maw filled with sharp teeth, its eyes aflame with rage, exuding a savage intent to kill. Lin Binbin inhaled sharply. It had transformed into a D-grade. Bang! Bang! The white ape continued to swing its hammer, its previous fierce strikes now resembling mere tickles against the fire lizard. The creature unleashed a torrent of flames from its cavernous maw, its blood-red gaze fixated on the intruding metal form, its tail sweeping through, shattering several boulders. Gazing at the murderous fire lizard, Lin Binbin swallowed hard, thankful that he was not facing it with an ordinary spirit beast. This confrontation would undoubtedly be suicidal. The two parties became entrenched in a standoff, as the white ape relied on its dark iron armor to endure. Lin Binbin, stationed at a distance, meticulously observed the fire lizard, analyzing its vulnerabilities. The aberrant fire lizard exhibited an impenetrable hardness, and its flames burned with greater ferocity than before. Coupled with its tail's assaults, it seemed there was truly no breakthrough to be found. Was retreat the only option? Acknowledging that the Beastmaster's mission could not be altered, failure would necessitate a 2-month wait for recertification. Lin Binbin could not afford to wait. In the midst of contemplation, the white ape suddenly emitted a furious roar, snapping Lin Binbin back to reality. He witnessed the white ape sprinting around the arena, its arms heavy, the hammer tracing an arc through the air before striking upward. The fire lizard emitted a cry akin to a wail, distancing itself from the white ape. Concurrently, Lin Binbin noticed a faint wound appearing on its abdomen. He fixated on the injury, his eyes narrowing as an idea struck him. White ape, target the abdomen and lower region. The white ape, invigorated by the command, sprang into action. To the fire lizard, this was undeniably a provocation, and it charged forward with a fierce collision. Before the colossal tail, the surrounding air thickened. Lin Binbin called out, "Warhammer, activate." As his words fell, the hammer in the white ape's grasp gleamed with a white light. Harnessing the strength of its arm, it swung down vehemently towards the wound. The fire lizard was toppled, overwhelmed by an invisible weight that urged it to flee. In a sudden panic, the fire lizard's tail severed, its form twisting to evade the strike. Now, Lin Binbin commanded the white ape as the tail fell away. With a fierce roar, the white ape darted to confront the severed lizard, effortlessly dodging its attacks while aiming for the injury. The skin on its abdomen finally tore open, the wound grotesquely extending toward the severed tail. The immense pain drove the fire lizard into a frenzy, abandoning its instinct to flee and charging towards the white ape like a small mountain. White ape, flank it. The wheels of the mech sparked against the ground as it deftly appeared on the opposite side of the fire lizard. Chapter 9. The perilous race against death. A bizarre spectacle unfolded before my eyes. The irascible and nearly maddened fire lizard was being pounded relentlessly by a diminutive metal giant, merely 1.40 meters in height. As the hammer swung with increasing velocity, it soon became a mere flash of white light. With each strike, the wounds on the lizard's abdomen grew ever more grotesque, blood gushing forth and staining the nearby rocks and grass, creating a scene of dreadful horror. Seizing the moment of its weakness, the white ape relentlessly pursued its target. Lin Binbin's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This marked the white ape's inaugural battle, an opportunity for the spirit beasts to witness its true prowess. Submit, spirit beasts. After circling a few times, the white ape finally delivered the decisive blow. The fire lizard had nowhere to flee. With a thunderous crash, its furious roar gradually subsided, as it stared with its enormous crimson eyes, fully absorbing the impact of the strike. The fire lizard collapsed like a small mountain, crashing to the ground. In the instant the fire lizard fell, the white ape ceased its movements, straightened its posture, and gazed at Lin Binbin, resembling a proud warrior. Congratulations. Your mech and amp, Oppos, white ape and amp, Oppos, has achieved victory in battle. Reward, 10 free attribute points. Congratulations. You have unlocked the achievement and amp, Oppos, first battle success, and amp, Oppos, reward, 3 free attribute points. Congratulations on leveling up. Reward, 1 synthesis blueprint, can be drawn or purchased. Post-upgrade character attributes are as follows. Name, Lin Binbin. Age, 7. Occupation, mechanic. Living profession, component fabrication. Physical strength, 4. Power, 3. Agility, 5. Mental fortitude, 5. Charisma, 0. Skills, none. Items, none. Note. A D-class female fire lizard is searching for her mate. Located 1,000 meters away. Any significant movement within this range may attract her. Currently, she is inclined to serenade you with good luck comes. Lin Binbin inhaled sharply, initially buoyed by the stream of messages that followed, but soon confronted with dire news. A female fire lizard? Perhaps it would be wise to avoid further confrontation. Who knows what transformations this female lizard might undergo? It was prudent to prioritize securing the Beastmaster certification before pursuing other matters. Moreover, the white ape required repairs. The numerous dents and dings rendered the mech somewhat tragically beautiful at this moment. Come here, white ape. Upon receiving the command, the white ape retracted its hammer and transformed into a wheeled form, wobbling toward Lin Binbin with an odd gait. Long and short legs? Lin Binbin stroked his chin, realizing there remained ample room for improvement. Thus, the pressure mounted. Lin Binbin patted the white ape and amp, Oppos' rounded head, preparing to turn away, when suddenly he paused. As if struck by inspiration, his gaze falling upon the corpse of the fire lizard. The gaping wound on the lizard's abdomen had fully torn open, blood flowing like a river. I wonder if this creature and amp, Oppos' flesh could fetch a price? After muttering softly to himself, Lin Binbin turned and approached the carcass. Upon reaching the fire lizard, he swiftly severed its head. Lo and behold, a crystal core was revealed. As he sliced open the fire lizard and amp, Oppos' skull, a crimson crystal core emanating a searing heat appeared before his eyes. Delighted, he reached for the core, only to be met with a wave of warmth that compelled him to drop it hastily. Upon inspection, his palm was marked with a red hue, leaving behind a faint scar. This object is rather hot to the touch. Suddenly, the furious roar of the female fire lizard erupted in his ears. Lin Binbin disregarded everything else, quickly stowing the crystal core in his bosom, then patted the white ape's head and made a swift exit. The white ape grabbed Lin Binbin with one hand while hoisting the fire lizard's corpse with the other, racing through the forest. Yet, shortly after Lin Binbin vanished from sight, a furious beastly roar echoed from behind. Greed had overtaken him. Had he not carried the corpse, they might have escaped more swiftly. But relinquishing it was out of the question, for it represented a substantial sum of money. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and carry on. A massive shadow loomed, accompanied by an oppressive aura. Lin Binbin looked up to meet the fiery gaze of the lizard, his heart skipping a beat. The next moment, the fire lizard raised its head and opened its enormous jaws, unleashing a torrent of red flames aimed directly at Lin Binbin and Oppos' rear. Goodness! Feeling the heat of the flames, Lin Binbin hastily commanded evasive action, sparks flying from the wheels as he barely dodged. Turning to glance back, he discovered a hole burned through the back of his clothing, a refreshing breeze greeting him. Quickly, swiftly, white ape, let us take a detour. The white ape executed a sharp turn, darting into the adjacent thicket. Amidst the mountains, a beast and a boy raced against time. The relentless roars continued, and Lin Binbin's expression shifted slightly. He resolved to have the white ape channel all energy into its wheels, fleeing with increasing fervor. It was not until they had dashed several miles away that the beastly roars began to fade. Although their escape was exceedingly chaotic, they had managed to elude the female fire lizard. However, the white ape's energy diminished rapidly from 350 to a mere 50. Lin Binbin felt a wave of trepidation. He did not dare to halt, sprinting straight toward the town at the mountain's base. The fire lizard's corpse was far too conspicuous. He needed to dispose of it promptly. The Tongue family was the most powerful force in the deathly silent mountain. Even the distant imperial court in the capital showed deference to these noble families. The age-old adage holds true: a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. The largest auction house here belonged to the Tung family. Lin Binbin gazed up at the sign above, his eyes narrowing. The gilded characters spelling Tung Auction House shone brightly, while in the lower right corner of the plaque, the emblem of the Tung clan was engraved. On a black backdrop, a golden serpent coiled at the center, its forked tongue flicking menacingly, its cold gaze seeming to pierce through the facades of all present, instilling a palpable sense of dread. He recalled that the Lin family once bore a similar emblem. "Boy, what brings you here?" Several fully armed guards eyed Lin Binbin warily, their expression shifting to surprise as they noted the metallic giant and the fire lizard's corpse behind him. They scrutinized Lin Binbin from head to toe, their demeanor transforming into one of respect. "Esteemed beast master, please hold for a moment. We will summon someone to assess the value of the carcass." Lin Binbin nodded calmly, his youthful face betraying no emotion. After a brief interval, an elderly man with white whiskers emerged, glancing over Lin Binbin before finally resting his gaze upon the fire lizard's corpse. "Did you slay this?" Chapter 10 Life is a play. All dependent on acting. Lin Binbin raised an eyebrow, then flashed an innocuous smile. "Uncle, I found this corpse." "Found it?" "Indeed," Lin Binbin replied cheerfully. "I happened to venture into the mountains today, and to my surprise, I stumbled upon the corpse of a fire lizard lying there. My mother always said that anything unwanted is unclaimed property and can be picked up." The guards, who had previously looked upon him with reverence, immediately rolled their eyes and scoffed. "I thought he was a genius. Turns out he's just a fool." Upon reflection, it made sense. All potential beast tamers from the Dead Soul Mountain had either been taken by the authorities or absorbed into our family, the Tung family. It was unlikely that any remained unclaimed. They had been momentarily deceived by the boy's aura, and what was that clunky iron thing next to him? Hearing their remarks, Lin Binbin raised an eyebrow. "You weren't saying that when you saw the white ape. You were practically offering him tea and calling him big brother." The elder, upon hearing Lin Binbin's words, frowned slightly, a flicker of unnoticeable disdain passing through his lowered gaze. Although he disapproved of Lin Binbin's behavior, he knew the inspection had to be conducted. He approached the fire lizard's side, placing his hand upon its skin, his eyes narrowing, as spiritual energy flowed into him. His expression shifted from calm to grave. After a moment, he examined it once more, then stood and solemnly declared, "D-level mutated fire lizard. However, it is strange. It bears no trace of other spiritual beasts or beast tamers. Could the wound on its body and abdomen be a result of an accidental fall? That seemed highly unlikely. The only plausible explanation was that a sea-level or higher beast tamer had traversed the Dead Soul Mountain. Yes, my identification ability is D-level, and I cannot detect anything beyond that. Moreover, only those of sea-level or above would dismiss the corpse of a D-level beast. Otherwise, how could this little brat have picked it up so easily?" The elder contemplated this possibility more and more, feeling his breath grow heavier with anticipation. He hastily called over a nearby attendant. "Quickly, inform the Lord that a sea-level or higher beast tamer has passed through the Dead Soul Mountain. We must find this person before the authorities do." Observing all this, Lin Binbin understood the situation. He interjected with his youthful voice, "Uncle, you wouldn't want to shortchange me, would you? I worked hard to drag this corpse out of the forest. I've done my research along the way. A D-level beast corpse is worth at least 100 spirit stones, and you verified it's D. Asking for 200 is hardly unreasonable, is it?" The elder glanced at him, slightly furrowing his brow. "Did you understand what we just discussed?" Lin Binbin paused, contemplating his response. The elder's frown deepened, his gaze turning icy. At that moment, Lin Binbin finally spoke, deliberately elongating his words to feign ignorance. "Uncle, I don't understand what you're talking about. When will you give me the money? My mother is ill and needs the funds for treatment." His youth provided him with an innate advantage. Upon hearing this, the elder's cold demeanor softened. He looked at Lin Binbin and said, "It's best if you don't understand. From today onwards, you must act as though you have never seen this corpse, and you must not mention it to anyone else. Otherwise, you will surely invite calamity upon yourself. As for the money, bring it according to the boy's request." Lin Binbin let out a sigh of relief. As carrying too many spirit stones would be inconvenient, the elder had even kindly provided a storage bag, a gesture of extravagance that left Lin Binbin unable to suppress his smile. What a fool with too much money. I shall return to his home in the future. "Elder Tung, are you certain about this child?" A guard, observing Lin Binbin's cheerful departure, voiced his unease. Yes, I sense no aura of a beast tamer from him, and his accompanying beast holds no rank. He poses no threat. Turning away, Elder Tung cast a glance at the guard and added, "Our most pressing task now is to locate the beast tamer who killed the fire lizard. That is of utmost importance. Remember, if we cannot befriend them, we must find an opportunity to eliminate them, otherwise." Upon returning home, Lin Binbin found that it was still too early for the end of work. He quickly counted the spirit stones in his possession, confirming their accuracy before setting aside the Beast Tamer's badge. The badge featured a large beast head on the left, beneath which was inscribed Lin Binbin's name, and on the right was the level of the Beast Tamer. Currently, he was F level. The rank held no significance for him. A lower level was preferable, as it attracted less unwanted attention. He then summoned his status panel, remaining 13 points. A smile spread across Lin Binbin's face. Happiness seemed to have arrived rather swiftly. His primary focus was still on upgrading his mech. He intended to lay low at first since he was only 7 years old. Any significant disparity would easily raise suspicions. After some thought, Lin Binbin allocated all his freedom points to his vocational skills, rapidly leveling up. Would you like to spend 1 freedom attribute point to learn basic equipment maintenance for the component production branch? Would you like to spend 1 freedom attribute point to learn basic mechanical modification? Would you like to spend 1 freedom attribute point to learn basic mechanical drafting? Confirmed. A torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, causing Lin Binbin to feel an intense headache, as if his head might explode at any moment. The pain persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding. As the discomfort faded, a brand new understanding of mechanical systems emerged in his mind. Lin Binbin evenly distributed the remaining 9 points among these 3 categories, tossing 1 point into equipment maintenance. Basic mechanical modification, 4 points. Basic mechanical drafting, 4 points. Basic component production, 8 points. Basic equipment maintenance, 2 points. Very well, this should suffice. Just as he finished upgrading, sounds of conversation filtered in from outside. The voices were low, clearly attempting to avoid detection, but the small house made such efforts futile. Lin Binbin overheard everything distinctly. "Father, we are clearly too poor to make ends meet. The clothes my elder brother wears were discarded by you. We scavenge what's left. Our daily fare consists of coarse grains, with not a single decent dish in sight. In this situation, I do not understand why you still wish to buy a spirit beast egg for my younger brother." Chapter 11 The Old Immortal's Dream. It was 100 spirit stones, not merely 10. At times, I find myself questioning whether I am truly your biological son, brother. Lin Xin slammed the groceries he had purchased onto the ground with a resounding thud, glaring at Lin Binhong and exclaiming, "You little rascal, have you grown wings? How dare you speak ill of your father? I believe you are simply asking for a beating." Chaos erupted outside. After the birth of Lin Binhong, Lin Xin had taken his troops to the battlefield, departing for 3 long years. During that time, he had not seen even a portrait of his father, only hearing from his mother tales of his bravery, which filled him with longing. He secretly vowed that upon maturing, he would emulate his father, becoming an upright man, valiant and ready to protect his homeland. However, this aspiration was shattered once he began his studies. Peers mocked him as a fatherless orphan, insinuating that his father had abandoned him. Such thoughtless words pierced Lin Binhong's tender heart, prompting him to defend his father and the father-son bond he had never truly experienced. Yet, upon his father's return, he was met not with warmth but with reprimand and the birth of a younger brother. Watching his parents joyfully cradle Lin Binbin, Lin Binhong felt like an outsider in his own home. His feelings of injustice and frustration twisted his character, leading him to deliberately damage classmates' desks and push others into the water, committing all manner of mischief, hoping for a single word of concern from his father. Yet, what awaited him were only dark, oppressive rooms and the sting of a cane. A cold smile crept across Lin Binhong's lips. He had endured enough of this family. Enough of this pretense of concern. Be careful lest you take it to heart. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and Lin Xiao, who had been mediating, abruptly interjected. "Xiaohong, mind your words." But Lin Binhong refused to yield. "It's true. Father previously assured us that as long as we worked diligently, we would be rewarded with new clothes. Yet now, he uses this money to purchase a useless spirit beast egg for our third brother, fully aware that our family's spirit roots have been drained, and that none of us possess the talent to tame beasts." Slap. Lin Xin, consumed by rage, struck him across the face. Lin Binhong's expression darkened instantly, his gaze at his father icy and terrifying. "Xiaohong, Let us discuss this calmly. Your father is also, before Lin Xiao could finish, a loud bang echoed as someone stormed out. The living room fell into an eerie silence, akin to the depths of winter. Unable to contain himself, Lin Binbin pushed the door open and saw his elder brother Lin Xiao looking back at him. Worry etched across his face. Poverty had exacerbated the family's woes, every disturbance reverberating throughout their lives. Lin Binbin and Apos' eyes darted as he placed a bag of spirit stones on the table. Father, take this money and buy clothes for brother and the others. Lin Qin stared, momentarily taken aback, and upon opening the bag, he cast a suspicious glance at his younger son, his expression shifting from anger to a dark scowl. Where did this spirit stone come from? You little rascal, you haven't done anything reckless, have you? Lin Binbin protested vehemently. Oh, father, do you truly see me as so worthless? Lin Qin sealed the bag and tossed it back, sternly stating, return it. If I find this bag still in the house tomorrow, I will break your legs. Even Lin Xiao looked at Lin Binbin in shock. Third brother, this money couldn't possibly be from you. Enough. Where are your thoughts wandering? Lin Binbin quickly interrupted, pouring his father a cup of hot tea and placing it beside him before adding, Father, I passed the Beastmaster certification. Lin Qin looked at his youngest son with astonishment. Really? Yes, Lin Binbin nodded. This money was earned from selling the corpses of spirit beasts. It is clean money. Then, in the midst of his brother's astonished gazes, he began to elaborate on the experiences he had encountered in the Death Miasma Mountains. After finishing, he noticed Lin Xiao's eyes gleaming with curiosity. Is your mech truly that formidable? Lin Binbin affirmed, absolutely. The blueprints were gifted to me by the old immortal in a dream, and it requires no special talent, merely a power source to activate. Shouting into the house, he called, White Ape, come out. Soon, the white ape lumbered into the room, its heavy gait accompanied by dangling arms, marred by various dents yet unfazed, ready to showcase its capabilities. Metal-type spirit beast? Noticing the confusion on Lin Qin's face, Lin Binbin instructed the white ape to demonstrate. White ape, strike the ground. In an instant, the white ape's mechanical eyes sparkled, and it raised its arm, crashing it into the earth with tremendous force. Lin Qin, once a beast master himself, understood the characteristics of metal-type beasts. Though they appeared formidable, their actual combat power was often lacking. He anticipated minimal impact from this strike. To his astonishment, the ground was immediately shattered, creating a 3-meter-deep crater while cracks spread like a spider's web across the surrounding earth. A thunderous boom echoed, sending dust swirling into the air. When Lin Qin finally comprehended the situation, the white ape stood obediently beside Lin Binbin, motionless. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence as Lin Qin's mind went blank. After a long pause, he finally reacted, leaping to his feet in excitement. Excellent. Our Lin family has hope. As night fell, the Lin household remained brightly lit. Lin Qin sat on a stool, absorbing the mechanical knowledge imparted by his young son, becoming increasingly intrigued. This knowledge was beyond even that of seasoned blacksmiths with decades of experience, yet it flowed from the lips of a mere 7-year-old child. Is all this information from the old immortal's dream? Yes, Lin Binbin replied, his gaze unwavering. Moreover, the old immortal said that during his time in the mortal realm, he received kindness from our Lin family, and this dream was his way of repaying that debt. This narrative was the most convincing of all. It would be foolish to disclose that he had traversed realms, that the original youngest son had perished under the feet of a spirit beast. Lin Binbin glanced at his father, lost in thought, then at his elder brother, who was brimming with excitement. He hesitated before saying, Father, I intend for every Lin family member serving to possess a mech. If that happens, perhaps we can all escape this place. Yet, Lin Qin and Apos' face bore no trace of joy, and he sighed deeply. This may not be an easy task. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Lin family has long since disbanded. Chapter 12. The new blueprint in hand. Lin Binbin could hardly believe what his father had just said. Just as he was about to respond, his father tossed the bag of spirit stones back to him. You have a temperament quite like mine, my child. If your grandfather were to witness your thoughts from beyond, he would surely be pleased. Consider this a sponsorship from your father. As he gazed at the spirit stones that had returned to his possession, Lin Binbin felt a mix of emotions, a warm current flowing through his heart. Despite being a mech, the consumption of spirit stones was not insignificant, rivaling that of raising a spirit beast, particularly in the later stages of modification and maintenance. The expenses could be substantial. You've given me these, and I fear my second brother will use this as an excuse to stir up trouble again. I am the head of this family. That brat can only flap his lips, Lin Qin scoffed, decisively concluding the matter. Moreover, Xiao and Appos, since you have expressed interest, you should accompany your brother. Having 2 beast tamers in the Lin family is ample. As for the third son's proposition, Lin Qin paused, considering whether to gauge the opinions of others. If none were willing, then so be it. Such matters cannot be forced. After all, it was the Lin family's burden that had weighed down the entire Lin clan, and it was only natural to harbor resentment. Since their arrival at the Dead Soul Mountain, their relatives had never offered them a warm smile, some even secretly sabotaging them. These thoughts had never been shared with the children. Father, aren't you going to participate? I remember you were a beast tamer before. With this mech in your hands, you could surely unleash its full potential. Lin Qin waved his hand dismissively. I am busy. You children can figure it out yourselves. Dad, you're not still haunted by past shadows, are you? I heard Uncle Zhang say you once sneaked into the breeding facility at night to steal spirit beast cubs and almost got kicked out. Upon hearing this, Lin Qin's temples throbbed with anger. What nonsense has Zhang Yin been spouting? Do I still have any dignity left? You little rascal, it seems you've become quite audacious, daring to concoct tales about your father. Thus, the next day, Lin Binbin limped out the door, following his older brother. Cheng Yimo had long grown accustomed to this sight. After completing their assigned tasks, the 3 of them huddled once more by the furnace, discussing how to modify the white ape. I heard there's a type of armored beast in the mountains, its shell extraordinarily hard, rated F class, capable of withstanding even B-class spirit beast attacks. Perhaps its hide could serve as material. Lin Xiao tapped on the white ape's shell, suddenly struck by inspiration. He pulled out his pen and began sketching his ideas on paper. Brother, what are you doing? I'm drafting a blueprint, just as you taught me. Lin Xiao spoke without lifting his head, utterly immersed in his own world. Lin Binbin leaned in for a closer look, astonished to see a rudimentary design of a flying wing materializing on the pristine page, executed without any foundational knowledge. Could it be that his brother was a genius in drafting? Lin Binbin quickly checked Lin Xiao's attributes, and to his shock, he discovered that Lin Xiao had leveled up after days of tireless mech crafting. Name, Lin Xiao. Age, 12. Physical, 10. Strength, 12. Agility, 2. Mental, 2. Charisma, 5. Skills, Divine Assistance, Blueprint Success Rate 12. Herculean Strength, Mech Crafting Success Rate 3. Items, Mechanical Wing Blueprint, Prototype, Ancient Robot, Damaged, Modification Blueprint, Incomplete, High Energy Projectile Simple Blueprint. Lin Binbin's eyes sparkled. He recalled that in his previous life, there were similar blueprints that were quite popular. With his brother's talent, he would undoubtedly be a coveted asset in any guild. How long have you been working on this blueprint? Not long, just doodling out of boredom. Lin Xiao paused, a look of confusion crossing his face. Is something wrong? Did I draw something incorrectly? If I made a mistake, just tell me. This is my first time studying this. Dismayed, Lin Binbin realized he lacked the skill to provide guidance. To avoid appearing inept, he confidently picked up a pen. The more he drew, the more exhilarated he became, even believing his blueprint might yield something extraordinary. Yes, this is good. Lin Binbin nodded in satisfaction and prompted the system for evaluation. Let us go? It's time to witness a miracle. Ding, evaluation failed. Lin Binbin, what? Could it be my posture was incorrect? He rotated the blueprint, even clearing the surrounding clutter. Results. Ding, evaluation failed. Friendly reminder. Please do not submit scrap paper for evaluation. Lin Binbin felt a pang in his chest. Staring at the sketch he had labored over for 2 hours, he crumpled it in frustration and tossed it aside. Later, he tried using Lin Xiao's blueprint. Ding. Mechanical wing prototype blueprint detected. Would you like to proceed with the drafting? Ding. High energy projectile simple blueprint detected. Would you like to proceed with the drafting? Lin Binbin clicked and Appos. Confirm. And Appos wink with a frown. Congratulations. You have acquired the mechanical wing blueprint, beginner, and high energy projectile simple blueprint, beginner. Third brother, why is your face so flushed? Are you running a fever? Lin Xiao queried, puzzled. Just as he was about to suggest Lin Binbin rest, he was suddenly enveloped in a tight embrace. Lin Binbin shed tears of joy. Little did anyone know how difficult it was to obtain these beginner blueprints at the onset. Brother, I'll be relying on you from now on. Lin Xiao, is my third brother out of his mind? Ultimately, the design of the blueprints and the mech modification tasks rested entirely on Lin Xiao's shoulders. Brother, I want a 2-meter-tall battle armor. Oh, and please install a seat on it, preferably one that can also assist me with tasks. If it could cook, That would be splendid. Cheng Yimo chuckled, already envisioning the comfort of commanding the mech to perform chores. Lin Xiao nodded. Brother, I want to install that high-energy ammunition too. You can modify the core for acceleration or whatever else. Just install everything you deem worthy on the white ape. I want to complain. Lin Binbin said with a beaming smile, his fervent gaze making Lin Xiao feel somewhat uneasy. All right, I'll look into it. Lin Binbin's grin was ear to ear. Having an older brother was akin to possessing a treasure. The feeling of coasting through life was simply delightful. Chapter 13. Why do you fall asleep so young? The maintenance button of the device glowed faintly as Lin Jiang glanced at the stamina required and promptly pressed it. In the next instant, the previously damaged mech began to repair itself at a visibly rapid pace from bottom to top. The onlookers were taken aback. Could this be the allure bestowed by the mechanical blueprint? Beside him, Lin Zhao's expression was one of excitement, marveling at the formidable repair capabilities. Lin Binbin blinked, offering no further explanation. You have completed a mech maintenance, 30 stamina consumed. As an additional note, his stamina now stood at a mere 40. The moment the repairs concluded, Lin Binbin felt as if he had endured several sleepless nights, his eyes shadowed, his back aching, and his legs heavy as lead. After taking just 2 steps, he collapsed straight to the ground. Noticing the simultaneous gaze from the other two, Lin Binbin waved his hand with a smile, assuring them, "It's nothing, really, I just ZZ." With a sudden exclamation, he closed his eyes. Before the others could react, rhythmic snores filled the cramped space. Listening to the thunderous snoring, Cheng Mo's remaining concern rapidly dissipated. Indeed, he should not be here. The sky darkened. When Lin Binbin awoke once more, he found himself back home, momentarily dazed as he recalled fainting in the furnace room. Checking his status panel, he discovered that only 5 points of stamina had been restored. The recovery rate was painfully slow. If he had to repair twice more, would he end up dreaming of his great-grandfather? Lin Binbin felt a wave of despair wash over him. After dinner, he returned to bed, for without stamina, he could accomplish nothing. Instead, he decided to study the blueprints crafted by Lin Xiao. He vaguely remembered receiving a synthesis blueprint opportunity as a reward for defeating the fire lizard. In the game battlefield, betting on blueprints was another method to obtain new designs. The higher the invested blueprints, the greater the chance of acquiring high-quality ones. Of course, there were also those few unfortunate souls who ended up with a plethora of useless scraps. In his past life, Lin Binbin had been a figure of extraordinary luck. Particularly in the realm of betting, he had never lost. He had even once utilized 2 basic blueprints to yield a rare design, instantly elevating his reputation. Please, even a mid-level blueprint would suffice. Though he had faced failures since arriving here, surely it couldn't be that misfortune perpetually sought him out? You currently possess 2 blueprints. Would you like to proceed with fusion? Lin Binbin anxiously rubbed his hands together before clicking the fusion button. Tick-tock, tick-tock, time trickled by, his heart racing. The brief 5 minutes felt like an eternity, and just as Lin Binbin began to despair, the screen's light suddenly brightened. Congratulations, fusion complete. You have obtained the blueprint, Power Mechanical Arm, Advanced. Quality, Blue Basic Attributes, Attack Power 40. Attribute Bonus, Speed 3 Length 50, extendable to 75. It grants the mech new capabilities, but does your broken down junk of a mech truly deserve it? Confirming the details, Lin Binbin realized it was precisely what he desired. An advanced blue quality. Instantly, fatigue vanished, and he sprang up, the dim glow of the screen reflecting brightly in his eyes. Indeed, he was the most striking man in this world. Even the system could not resist his charm. The next day, Lin Binbin rose early, tending to the spirit beast Yao Ji, and surprisingly took the initiative to tidy his room. Satisfied, he clapped his hands. And upon opening the door, he collided with his brother, Lin Binong, who was just exiting his room. Their eyes met, and Lin Binbin cheerfully greeted, "Second brother. You're up early too. I heard Uncle Zhang Yan say you've been reassigned from the breeding facility." You before he could finish, Lin Binhong walked past him with a blank expression. Lin Binbin felt a bit awkward, brushing it off as mere sibling stubbornness, and proceeded to the kitchen. Having acquired the high-level blueprint, he was in good spirits and decided to prepare breakfast for the family. Except for Lin Binhong, the rest of the family gathered around the dining table. Lin Qin felt a sense of relief that his lazy son had taken the initiative to cook, though the appearance of the food left much to be desired. The porridge was topped with unidentifiable clumps and a faint sheen of oil, while the pickled bitter vegetables were oddly colored, resembling something fished from a stinking ditch. The only palatable item was the fried egg, albeit burnt around the edges. Lin Binbin, with disheveled hair, beamed as he served. "Father, please try my cooking." Lin Qi nodded, slowly lifting his chopsticks. Under the ardent gaze, he picked up a piece of bitter vegetable, hesitated, then closed his eyes and tossed it into his mouth. Before he could react, he immediately spat it out, flinging down the chopsticks and grabbing the water jug to rinse his mouth. "Kid, do you want to make me salty to death?" Noticing this, Lin Xiao gave up entirely and simply took a fried egg for himself. After a bite, a rare expression of difficulty crossed his face, and after swallowing the fried egg with great effort, he turned to Lin Binbin, speaking hoarsely. "Third brother, you know, I can handle this kind of task from now on. You're the youngest in the family. Some things don't need to be forced." At that moment, Lin Binhong walked in from outside, and upon seeing the fried egg, he exploded. "Lin Binbin, what have you done?" Lin Binbin turned, bewildered by his brother's reaction. Lin Binhong's face darkened. The eggs were meant for bribing the overseer to secure a new job, only to be used by Lin Binbin in such a haphazard manner. Without those eggs, he would be forced to return to the breeding facility, a place he desperately wished to avoid, especially not wanting to encounter those children from the Lin family's collateral branches. Once held in high esteem, he now found himself equally disgraced. The flattery and smiles of the past replaced with disdain and ridicule. They would relish every moment of humiliation inflicted upon Lin Binhong. He could endure Lin Xiao's actions, but he could not live with such humiliation. Sooner or later, he vowed to eliminate all those who mocked him. "How dare you arbitrarily use the eggs from the kitchen? Do you know how much effort I expended to procure them?" "Eggs?" Lin Binbin glanced at the fried egg on the table, suddenly realizing that it seemed they hadn't seen eggs in their home for nearly a month. Chapter 14. A rift emerges. Lin Binhong swiftly advanced, confronting Lin Binbin. Grabbing the collar of his shirt, his eyes reddened with fury as he shouted, "Lin Binbin, all of this is mine. What gives you the right to meddle with it?" The pressure on Lin Binbin's neck was excruciating, yet he cast a glance at his elder brother, his gaze chillingly indifferent. "Enough, Honger." Lin Qin's expression turned icy. "What are you doing? Release him." Upon hearing this, a cold smirk crept onto Lin Binhong's lips. It dawned on him that even his father deemed him in the wrong, not for any other reason than the fact that they had never regarded him as family. Lin Binbin was the one they considered their blood relative. That was why they had gifted him a pet egg, why they reprimanded him without hesitation, and disregarded the grievances he suffered in the breeding facility. Lin Binbin, however, remained composed. He slowly redirected his gaze back to Lin Binhong and calmly stated, "I can compensate you." Lin Binhong's fury abruptly subsided, leaving him with no outlet for his rage as he relinquished his grip. He then swept all the meager food from the table to the floor with a series of sharp clinks, the remnants of plates and bowls scattering everywhere. After this outburst, Lin Binhong shot him a fierce glare, warning, "Don't think that just because you have our father's favor, you can act with impunity. Remember, you will forever owe me." Lin Binbin found this amusing and replied half-jokingly, "When our elder brother was reassigned, Uncle Zhang asked if you wanted to go with him. You were the one who declined. Yet now, after being bullied, you take it out on me. Is this your version of the Lin family's spirit, dear brother?" Lin Binbin and Appo's casual remarks seemed to strike a chord with Lin Binhong, causing his temples to bulge with suppressed rage as he shouted, "You're talking nonsense. You have no idea what that crowd says about the Lin family behind our backs. They call us traitors, claiming we have brought ruin to the Lin clan. You don't understand. You are utterly clueless." With a sigh, Lin Binbin reflected on their shared experiences in the breeding facility. They were all too aware of each other and Appo's plights. However, compared to Lin Binhong, their elder brother Lin Xiao dismissed the gossip entirely, choosing to ignore it as if it were mere background noise. Lin Binbin, still young, only knew that the situation made him uncomfortable, and with the protection of his friend Cheng Yamo, he had never considered how to respond. Thus, it was only Lin Binhong who took the slurs to heart. "Is that the reason you associate with Teng Yin? Have you lost your senses, or have I?" Teng Yin, a traitor of the Teng clan, had stolen the family and Appo's only prized B-class spirit beast egg from an auction, only to be caught due to his lack of skill. The spirit beast, frightened, died shortly after birth, inciting the fury of the Teng patriarch, who sought to execute Teng Yin as retribution. His mother, Gao, and an elder from the Teng family clandestinely struck a deal to spare his life. Although both were offenders, Teng Yin was exempt from labor in the breeding facility, merely required to report daily. Without supervision, Teng Yin's behavior grew increasingly reckless over the years, escalating from reprimands to outright thievery and bullying. With reports of injuries surfacing in recent months, his notoriety spreading throughout the land of the deadening mountains. Despite this, Lin Binbin still sought his favor. Do you have any idea how wealthy Tingyan is? Setting aside the fact that the Tang family lacks nothing, once in the breeding facility, he even tried to extend his reach into the mining area. His living conditions surpass those of the regulators. He feasts on the finest spirit beast meat and wears garments tailored from exquisite silk. Do you truly believe he would value the few eggs you offer? Lin Binbin remained obstinate, retorting, he is my friend. He wouldn't mind my humble gift. Besides, he has promised to help me transfer to a regulatory assistant position. He wouldn't deceive me. A 10-year-old regulatory assistant? Lin Binbin was nearly moved to tears by his brother's ignorance. Adjusting his clothing, he decided not to argue further. Suit yourself. Father, elder brother, let us eat, Lin Binbin declared, retrieving a bowl of thin porridge and beginning to eat. For the first time, Lin Qin heard these things and was taken aback by the burdens his children had been forced to endure, burdens that the Lin family should never have imposed upon them. Sighing as he gazed at Lin Binbin's still youthful face, Lin Qin lamented, you need not concern yourselves with these matters. The Lin family will not rely on a mere child to uphold our reputation. Gently patting Lin Binbin's shoulder, he expressed his remorse. I have overlooked your circumstances these past years. I will arrange for Uncle Zhang to transfer you to the smelting room. You brothers will be together and united. None will dare to speak ill of you. As for the remaining issues, I shall address them. Yet Lin Binbin detected an undertone of helplessness in his father's voice. Recalling Lin Binbin's earlier words and noticing the mech stationed at the door, he felt his pride severely wounded. Father, I do not require anyone's assistance. I will prove to you all I will. Lin Qin's brow furrowed, realizing his son had always been stubborn, now even dismissing his counsel. You little rascal. Are you trying to provoke me into a fit of rage? Before he could finish, Lin Binbin angrily shrugged off his hand and stormed out, slamming the door with a resounding bang. You insolent child. I hadn't finished speaking. Lin Qin's voice thundered, stop right there. Lin Binbin, if you dare leave today, don't ever think of returning. His expression darkened, a surge of anger swelling within him, his hand trembling slightly as he swayed. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was nearby, quickly stepping in to steady him. This was the first time Lin Xiao witnessed their father's fury escalate to such a level. Father, the second brother merely needs time to think. I will talk to him again and have the third brother buy some eggs. This ungrateful brat only knows how to infuriate me. Bring him back. I must teach him a lesson to ease my vexation. He drives me to despair. Lin Binbin turned his gaze from the wooden door, silently shaking his head. It seemed inevitable that Lin Binbin would face a beating. He could not fathom why his brother chose to associate with Teng Yan, effectively courting trouble. Such behavior was simply unacceptable. Chapter 15. Transformation and upgrade. Lin Binbin specifically ventured down the mountain to procure a selection of machinery for manufacturing, acquiring an entire set of equipment identical to that found in blacksmith shops. Having ascended to the rank of Beastmaster, the local authorities dared not impose restrictions, and their demeanor towards Lin Xiao and Cheng Yamo had notably improved. Observing this, the group readily abandoned their primary tasks and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to the mechanization project. With the tools assembled, they commenced the modification of the white ape. The moment the fire lizard's core was integrated into the white ape structure, the once dilapidated mech was rejuvenated. Its previously cumbersome arms were replaced with powerful mechanical appendages, the metallic surface emanating a chilling white glow. A gentle squeeze could reduce an unrefined iron or to mere fragments. Centrally located on the mech's chest was a concealed high-energy projectile, poised to deliver a lethal strike to adversaries. To enhance the mech's combat speed, they even replaced the wheels with a new set, ensuring that it could traverse the rugged terrain with agility. It's nearly perfect, Lin Binbin remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, and patted the white ape's head. Name, Ancient Mech, Damaged, White Ape, Type, Basic Mech, Quality, White, Base Attributes, Defense 40, Attack 40, Power Level 17, Energy Value 1500, Attribute Bonus, Double Attack Damage in Berserk State, Height, 1. For meters, Weight, 55 pounds, Energy Source, Core, Combat Consumption, 20 energy per minute, Accompanying Ability, Thick Armor reduces 10 physical damage, Enhanced Attack Range. Capable of striking enemies up to 2 meters away. With the mechanical arms installed, the combat capabilities of the white ape had evidently doubled. Unfortunately, This increase in power was accompanied by a corresponding rise in energy consumption. It seemed imperative to devise a solution for the core issue. Lin Binbin sighed and resolved to undertake some missions in the mountains in search of fortune. After stretching his stiff neck and wrists, the system alert chimed in. Detected replacement of mech components, reassessing quality. Lin Binbin paused, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. Ding. Detection successful. Mech quality. White. Setting aside the mech for the moment, he mused about the prowess of his own machine. After a day of rest, Lin Binbin began training with the white ape. Today, we shall practice precision strikes, he declared, pointing to a target 200 meters away. We will cease once you hit the bullseye every time. He tossed a stone to the white ape. The white ape lifted its mechanical arm, scratching its head in confusion, its mechanical eyes blinking in bewilderment. With a creaking sound, it seemed to grasp its master's intent and delivered a powerful punch to the stone board, shattering it and cracking the ground beneath. Roar. The white ape exuberantly waved its fist, only to receive a sharp reprimand on its head the next moment. I didn't ask you to smash the ground. I meant to throw the stone, do you understand? Lin Binbin imagined that if the mech were capable of expressing emotions, it would currently wear a foolishly eager grin. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a stone, weighed it in his hand, and threw it toward the target. See, try it like this. The white ape blinked its mechanical eyes, contemplating the stone, before carefully pinching one between its fingers. Crack! Just as the stone was about to leave the ground, it dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The white ape glanced cautiously at its master, then quickly reached out again. Crack! Crack! 3 hours later, the mech could finally grasp a stone the size of an eye with ease. Roar! Roar! Just as it celebrated, the stone in its grasp shattered. Lin Binbin's expression darkened as he finally understood the madness that could drive parents assisting their children with homework. Let us try with larger stones instead, he decided. As night fell, the white ape's wheels screeched against the ground, unleashing a tremendous burst of energy as its arms swung high, hurling a boulder the size of a person with tremendous force. In a whoosh, the stone flew with such speed that it was barely perceptible. Lin Binbin barely registered the blur before the target, 100 meters away, was struck and shattered. Even without exerting full strength, the white ape's speed and power far surpassed that of other spirit beasts. Quite sufficient, Lin Binbin mused, a sly smile creeping across his face. Tonight, we shall seek some excitement. Earlier that day, Lin Binhong had inexplicably dared to argue publicly with Teng Yin, seemingly oblivious to the trouble he was courting. A few junior members of the Lin clan were wrapping up for the day, worried about Teng Yin blaming them for the fallout. Alternatively, they contemplated teaching that insolent lad a lesson, hoping to curry favor with Teng Yin in the process. Hearing their conversation, Lin Binbin furrowed his brow. Before they could exit the breeding pen, a loud crash echoed as a massive boulder plummeted from above. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of a nearby individual, a man's head would have surely been crushed beneath it. Who? In an instant, a shadow darted toward the man. With a slight twist of his arm, a fist connected forcefully with the man's jaw, sending him into a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground, with a splatter of blood. Before the man could fully comprehend the situation, his companions were already tumbling down upon him, stacking together like a precarious tower in the corner of the breeding pen. Trash should act like trash, Lin Binbin remarked coolly as he emerged from the shadows, regarding the boys whose faces had swelled grotesquely. He grinned broadly, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. Even if my Lin family has fallen on hard times, it does not permit you wretched curs to humiliate us. Remember, should I catch you tormenting my younger brother again, that boulder shall be your fate. With a thunderous crash, the boulder erupted into dust, sending a tremor of fear through all present. The events transpired so swiftly that the onlookers were left in shock, their astonishment quickly morphing into terror as they beheld Lin Binbin's formidable prowess. The breeding pen fell into an eerie silence, and only after he departed did their gazes darken with malice. Lin Binbin, is it? Very well, this matter is far from over. Chapter 16. He is still just a child. At this moment, within the Beastmaster's task hall. Please wait a moment, esteemed Beastmaster. Once I report to Lord Jiangsa, the tasks will be available for selection. Lin Binbin's lips curled slightly. His youthful visage was simply too endearing to evoke disdain. Then I shall trouble you, sister. The woman, upon hearing this, covered her mouth and chuckled. Before long, she approached with a hefty tome in hand. To her surprise, the esteemed lord had indeed been correct. Lord Jiangsa had already granted access. At this moment, you may freely choose from all tasks except for those of S rank. Furthermore, she paused, her alluring voice resuming. Lord Zhengsa has specifically reserved a nourishing pill for you, which is ideal for strengthening your physique at your current stage. With that, she placed an ornate box before Lin Binbin. As the box opened, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted forth. A second-tier spirit pill. Lin Binbin's breath caught in his throat. The calmness in his eyes disrupted like a tranquil pond disturbed by an unexpected stone. He had previously heard his father mention that while spiritual herbs were common in the Beastmaster realm, the ability to gather these herbs and refine them into pills, amplifying their medicinal properties, was exceedingly rare. Even the once glorious Lin family had never possessed a dedicated alchemist. Due to the scarcity of alchemists, spirit pills had become a coveted rarity. Although spirit beast eggs were scarce, at least they could be purchased. However, pills would only appear at auctions. The age-old truth remained: the highest bidder prevails. And yet, this second-tier pill had been casually tossed to him by Lord Xiao, and gazing at the pill, Lin Binbin suddenly felt a surge of excitement, his gaze subtly shifting towards the woman. She was said to be a subordinate of Lord Zhengsa, yet her beauty bore a resemblance to the ethereal Ling Dai, who had previously trailed Lord Xiao, particularly her eyes, which seemed to glimmer with unspoken words. Sister Qin Ruo, is this pill truly a gift from Lord Zhengsa? Rest assured, it is indeed so. Lord Xiao has stated this is his investment in you. Qin Ruo replied with a smile. It is rare to witness Lord Zhengsa display such care for anyone after all these years. Her gaze rested upon the young boy before her. She understood well that his rapid ascension to Beastmaster within a month indicated formidable capabilities. And it was precisely this that had caught Lord Xiao's attention. Her eyes swept over the mech standing silently behind the boy, its cold aura exuding a pressure stronger than that of any spirit beast. This mech is quite extraordinary, she remarked, her delicate fingers gliding over its surface. However, upon probing with her spiritual energy, she found no trace of spiritual fluctuations, nor could she discern the tier of this spirit beast. The smile on Qin Ruo's face faltered slightly, her pupils flickering as she quickly concealed her emotions. Just call me Sanzi, sister. I appreciate your efforts today. Upon my return from the task, should I obtain any splendid crystals, they shall be your first gift. Is that so? As Qin Ruo turned, a faint fragrance wafted over, accompanied by a soft, tingling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. The close proximity intensified the allure of her smiling countenance, her eyes brimming with temptation. Lin Binbin's gaze subtly drifted down to her slender neck, yet he dared not descend further. Cursing under his breath, he quickly lowered his head. Unexpectedly, Qin Ruo's fingers lifted, gently tilting Lin Binbin's chin. In that instant, their eyes met, and the boy's youthful face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. He was merely 7 years old. What on earth was this woman doing? Seemingly amused, Qin Ruo covered her lips with her hand, letting out a soft laugh. Then consider it settled, dear brother. I hope you will remember today's promise to me. Embarrassed, Lin Binbin nodded, and she finally released him. Lord Zhengsa requests your presence shortly. Remember not to be late, dear brother. Once she departed, Lin Binbin exhaled a sigh of relief. After steadying his thoughts, his gaze fell upon the spirit pill. Nourishing pill. Quality, second tier. Effect, slightly enhances physique, no side effects. A mere useless trinket, destined for the trash bin. Lin Binbin raised an eyebrow. Do you have a superior pill to offer? System. The system chose this moment to go silent. It appeared that this pill had received the system's endorsement, suggesting that it would not be a mistake. Lin Binbin spoke leisurely, then picked up the pill and, without a second thought, tossed it into his mouth. Aside from a bitter taste, he felt nothing else. After a moment's pause, he accessed his status panel, only to discover that the physical attribute, previously at 4, had inexplicably risen to 5. So effortlessly had he enhanced his attributes. He stood momentarily stunned, increasingly convinced of the pill's potency. If the mech could be upgraded through modifications and blueprints, then his abilities could be bolstered through pills at the outset. In both life and gaming, one must swiftly ascertain one's strengths. Very well, he would develop along this path for the time being detected. Lord Xiao inquired casually within the task hall. No, that child's spirit beast is peculiar. I sense no spiritual energy, as if it were an inanimate object, responding only to Lin Binbin's commands. Qin Ruo replied after a moment of contemplation. Her alluring essence was particularly lethal to spirit beasts, often causing those with weak wills to rebel against their masters. Yet this mech showed no reaction. It was either of a higher tier than her own or bound by a death contract. She leaned towards the latter. A death contract is irreversible. They live and die together. Should the host perish, the spirit beast shall fall alongside. Interesting. Lord Shaoan's gaze flickered over the Lin family token on the table, a smile playing on his lips. Initially, he had harbored reservations regarding Lin Qin's schemes, but now it seemed there was a glimmer of hope for success. Let us see if the Lin family can truly stir this deep pool of water. Do you intend to assist them? Lord Shaoan smiled in a calculated manner. I only aid the victorious side. Qin Ruo wished to speak further, but Lord Shaoan raised a hand to silence her, his demeanor suddenly chilling. After a moment, a desperate cry echoed from outside. Lord Zhangsa, please intercede on our behalf. Moments later, 5 or 6 youths, bloodied and battered, stumbled into the courtyard, supporting one another. Chapter 17. Astonishment. He actually wants to reclaim his surname. What is going on? This is outrageous. The sudden reprimand interrupted the collective wails of the crowd and drew the attention of all those outside who had gathered to witness the spectacle. With a cold glance, Shaoan surveyed the scene, furrowing his brow as he coldly declared, "This is the registry office, not a place for your nonsense." Even those who typically behaved foolishly understood the gravity of the moment. Several youths exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and awkwardly crawled before Shaoan. In the next instant, they prostrated themselves, their heads bowing to the ground. "Please, great sir, intercede on our behalf." Shaoan frowned and kicked one of them aside, saying, "How many times must I tell you to keep your distance? You lot haven't bathed. Do you wish to suffocate me with your stench?" The youths shrank back, exchanging looks, momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Shaoan broke the silence, asking, "Speak. What do you wish me to adjudicate?" The most severely beaten among them, Lin Yun, spoke first, his voice muffled as he struggled to articulate his grievance. "Reporting to you, my lord, that Lin Binbin is excessively oppressive. He took advantage of our unguarded moment after work to launch a surprise attack. The wounds on our bodies were inflicted by that vile boy. My lord, it is expressly forbidden to engage in violence here, yet Lin Binbin dares to do so, clearly challenging your authority. If this continues, it will embolden certain individuals to further disregard your standing." Upon hearing this, Shaoan cast a scornful glance at the kneeling youths, as if he had heard a ridiculous joke. "So, you are holding me accountable for lax oversight?" "My lord, we would not dare," they stammered, fear evident in their expressions. They merely hoped that the esteemed official would discern the truth and deliver just punishment to that Lin scoundrel. Shaoan's fingers rhythmically tapped on the back of his chair, each sound resonating like a heartbeat in the silence, until he abruptly halted. "If I recall correctly, you are of the Lin family's collateral branch, are you not?" "Yes, my lord," they replied. Shaoan chuckled coldly. "If memory serves, you lot are all over 20 and should have been assigned to the adult work teams in the mines. It was only because Lin Qin took pity on your family situation, being the sole heir, that he petitioned on your behalf. Thus, I made an exception and allowed you to enter the breeding facility. Now, out of spite, you bring the son of your benefactor before the registry office." His voice grew icier, dragging out each word. "Is this truly the manner in which the collateral branch of the Lin family repays kindness?" Silence enveloped the room, followed by a murmur from outside. "Did I hear correctly? Lin Binbin is merely a 7-year-old child, is he not? I recall him looking like a porcelain doll, remarkably handsome. How could he have beaten several young men in their 20s so severely? Clearly, he did not hold back. Indeed, it serves them right. My son was previously bullied by them in the breeding facility," someone chimed in. "If it weren't for Lord Lin Qin's past kindness, would they have the audacity to flaunt their power here? If they have the wherewithal, why not take their grievances directly to the emperor?" However, considering the stark size difference between Lin Binbin and the others, many found the situation somewhat surreal. The youths' faces flushed with embarrassment as they realized they had never been openly insulted before. Yet, recalling Lin Binbin's earlier threats, they could not swallow their indignation. After a moment's hesitation, one of the youths spoke up. "My lord, let us separate personal grievances from justice. It was the Lin family that caused our suffering here. They should have been responsible for our care. How can we speak of gratitude? In my view, this debt is one they will never be able to repay." Upon hearing this, Shaoan furrowed his brow. As kin, fortune and misfortune are surely intertwined. To desire only prosperity while avoiding hardship, where in the world does such a privilege exist? "But you are also Lin, are you not?" Suddenly, a youthful voice interjected. The youths turned in unison, unprepared to meet the piercing gaze of Lin Binbin, who stood directly behind them. If you wish to sever ties, so be it. Henceforth, we shall reclaim the Lin surname. From now on, you shall be known as Jin Yuan, and you shall be Wang Yun, thus sparing us the shame of your despicable actions under our family name. After speaking, Lin Binbin properly saluted Xiao and, "Greetings, my lord." "My lord, observe this boy's demeanor. He struck us first, and now, emboldened by his status, he dares to demand the forfeiture of our surname. We are all criminals now. No one's status is superior. What right does this child have to?" Lin Binbin gazed at their faces, his tone languid as he stated, "Simply because you are collateral, having relied on the wealth of our Lin family for generations. Does this explanation suffice?" The youths instinctively raised their chins, wishing to deny it. But Lin Binbin's words resonated with undeniable truth, deepening their resentment. "My lord, this is mere sophistry." Before they could finish, Lin Binbin once again clasped his hands and declared, "My lord, since this matter involves surnames, it is a family affair. I request permission to handle it personally." Despite being merely 7 years old, his words conveyed an unsettling maturity born from experience. Xiaoan lifted his gaze, studying the boy's cherubic features, which were undeniably charming. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he replied solemnly, "Granted." "My lord." The youths were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. They had come to lodge a complaint, yet somehow it had transformed into a domestic dispute. As they looked back at Lin Binbin, their frustration mounted. "You little rascal. This is deliberate." Lin Binbin met their gazes unflinchingly, a subtle smile appearing on his lips. Indeed, the atmosphere shifted, and the eldest of the youths, Lin Yun, noticing the absence of Lin Binbin's spirit beast, stood up first. "Very well, a family matter is it? Allow me, as your elder brother, to enlighten you on the rules. In the future, when you encounter us, remember to steer clear." Or else the man's gaze bore a sinister undertone that made Lin Binbin feel repulsed. Such ingrate, scheming individuals were a source of contamination. Even a glance was distasteful. Why bother with detours? Chapter 18. "You call this a spirit beast?" Lin Binbin coldly spoke as his mechanical iron arms swiftly extended, aiming for the man's knees. "Wouldn't it be more convenient to cripple your legs?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a piercing scream erupted from Lin Yun, echoing through the heavens. Those who had previously been unaware of the commotion were now drawn to the scene. Lin Yun's legs twisted grotesquely, dangling limply as blood streamed from his knees. Coupled with his anguished cries, the sight sent chills down the spines of onlookers. "Lin Binbin, you scoundrel! I will not let you off." Lin Yun trembled as he raised his hands, attempting to touch his legs, but hesitating, his mouth filled with curses directed at Lin Binbin. Meanwhile, the youth standing beside him remained utterly unfazed, as if he were not the one being vilified. "Enough noise, white ape, silence him," Lin Binbin commanded impatiently. Digging into his ears, the white ape launched another assault, its mechanical fists clenched, rising menacingly before swinging down toward Lin Yun. In the next moment, a blood-red mantis appeared before the crowd, towering over 2 meters. The mantis attacked with lightning speed, reaching the mech in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, its massive pincers intercepted the white ape's strike. The two spirit beasts collided, momentarily freezing in place. The atmosphere grew tense, as those aware of the mantis's origins silently prayed for Lin Binbin. "Oh, what a lively scene! I did not expect to witness such a spectacle today, truly. It is fate." A chilling laugh echoed from the crowd, parting as a youth clad in luxurious attire stepped forth. Appearing around 20, with a pallid complexion and eyes glinting with undisguised malice, he fixated on the 7-year-old child in the courtyard. This was Lu Weigong, a subordinate of Tung Yen, an E-rank beastmaster. Seeing a potential savior, the other boys alongside Lin Yun rushed towards him. "Beastmaster, help us. This lunatic is trying to kill us. Save us." "Patience," Lu Weigong replied with a smile, bowing courteously to Xiaoan. "May I trouble you to allow me to handle this boy?" Xiaoan's brow furrowed slightly at the words. The Tung clan held great influence in the Dead Soul Mountain. Unless under exceptional circumstances, he would prefer not to provoke them. "Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. This child is ruthless. I will merely discipline him on your behalf, with no intent to kill, just enough to leave him gasping." Lu Weigong felt confident in dealing with a newly promoted F-rank beastmaster. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. If Lin Binbin were to fall into Lu Weigong's hands, it would likely seal his fate. "Master, since he wishes to engage, I shall not mind striking another blow. Shawn finally nodded in agreement. Lin Binbin glanced at Lu Weigong for a few seconds, leisurely standing opposite him with a slight smirk. Let us be quick, otherwise, shall we all go at once? It's nearly noon, and I must return for a meal. If I'm late again, my father will surely punish me. To be honest, my father hits quite hard at his words. Lu Weigong was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sinister grin. Very well, if you seek death, then do not blame me. Lu Weigong's eyes narrowed, recalling Ting Yan's orders to eliminate the Lin family's youngest son, who had recently awakened his talents as a beast master. The elders had instructed that the Lin family must not rise again. With Ting Yan's voice echoing in his mind, Lu Weigong's grin broadened, his gaze cold as he fixated on Lin Binbin, envisioning his impending demise. The Lin family's side branches were merely insignificant. They were not worth his effort. But fulfilling Ting Yan's directive held a different significance. Third son, why not submit? You cannot defeat him. Yes, third son, let it go. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood in the future. Do not act recklessly at this moment. The onlookers believed Lin Binbin had no chance of victory. Even if his talents were formidable, he could not transcend the barriers of rank. The blood-red mantis was an E-rank spirit beast, while the mech yet, against the overwhelming power, Lin Binbin merely smiled. Too slow. The mantis's speed was disappointingly sluggish. White ape, since they wish to witness our prowess, we shall not hold back. Let us fight. Upon receiving the command, the white ape stepped back, effortlessly evading the strike, then mysteriously reappeared behind the blood-red mantis, leaping up to deliver a powerful punch to its chest. The blow sent the mantis hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, the mantis had collapsed entirely, and the crowd stared in shock at the wound, unable to comprehend the terrifying strength of Lin Binbin's spirit beast. One strike to vanquish the foe, the blood-red mantis had no chance to retaliate against the mech. Is this some sort of metallic spirit? Am I seeing things? The spectators gaped, unable to believe their eyes. Lu Weigong's complexion drained of color, his spine stiffening. Get up. Fight again. The blood-red mantis, responding to its master's call, pushed itself up with its massive pincers, charging toward the mech's chest. But in the next second, it froze in place, lowering its head to discover a minute crack at the pincer's joint. The mantis's expression turned to one of terror. Pain. It shrieked, retreating frantically before turning to flee. The crowd was left bewildered. An E-rank spirit beast was being chased by a lower-ranked creature. Who could explain this bizarre situation? Foolish creature. Return here at once. Lu Weigong's commands fell on deaf ears as the blood-red mantis fled like a mouse from a cat. With a thunderous crash, the white ape's fist slammed into the ground, causing a tremor that left massive fist imprints in the stone, the surface cracking all around. The fissures crept towards Lu Weigong's feet. His fingers trembled uncontrollably, the fear and rage indistinguishable. What on earth is this monster? Chapter 19. The white ape, ruin them. The ground beneath them cracked increasingly, and the white ape's strikes became more fluid, letting out roars of excitement that astonished everyone present. What extraordinary combat prowess is this? It is utterly insane. I have never witnessed such chaotic techniques, though it must indeed be a form of technique. Lin Binbin exhaled softly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Alas, the blood-red mantis was evading with remarkable speed, likely possessing some sort of dodging skill. Otherwise, this battle would have concluded long ago. Gazing at the increasingly frenzied mech, which showed no signs of slowing down, Lu Weigong and Appo's expression turned cold, tinged with a hint of fear. He swallowed hard and said urgently, I concede. Lin Binbin's expression remained unchanged, as though he had not heard the words. Observing the youthful visage before him, Lu Weigong's grip tightened. Enough. I said I concede. Upon hearing this, Lin Binbin turned his head and suddenly smiled. But the words that emerged from his pristine white teeth sent a chill down Lu Weigong's spine. He finally comprehended that beneath the facade of the docile lamb, this youth harbored a heart far more ruthless than his own. What to do now? My spirit beast is beyond my control. With a gentle smile, a surge of murderous intent flashed in Lin Binbin's dark eyes. In the next moment, the mech's speed surged dramatically, descending upon the blood-red mantis just as it readied to unleash its skill. Bang! The punch landed squarely on its head, an unavoidable strike. The blood-red mantis froze in place before collapsing in Lu Weigong's horrified gaze. For a moment, silence reigned. Lu Weigong stood frozen, finally regaining his senses after a long pause. You little brat, You're seeking death. Lin Binbin's actions had clearly provoked him. Without a second thought, he lunged at Lin Binbin with crimson eyes. Enough. The iron rod in his hand was enveloped in a swirl of pink mist, and in the next instant, it shattered effortlessly into several pieces, clattering to the ground. Lu Weigong's heart sank. With Ling Dai intervening, he had virtually no chance of victory. Qin Ruo cast a languid glance at Lin Binbin's face before lowering her eyes and silently retreating. Observing the scene, the crowd erupted in whispers. Lu Weigong's face grew increasingly pale with rage as he hissed, "Master Zhang, he killed my spirit beast. Are you really going to protect this wretched brat? What? Are you suggesting I condone the killing of a defenseless child?" Shaoan sneered, slightly lifting his eyelids. "Do not forget, it was you who sought this battle. Since you have lost, you must accept the consequences of your defeat, no?" Upon hearing this, Lu Weigong's composure faltered. After a brief silence, he suddenly stammered an explanation. "My lord, I merely—" "Enough, I am weary. Everyone disperse." After taking a few steps, Shaoan turned abruptly, fixing Lu Weigong with a cold gaze. "Since your spirit beast is dead, the title of Beastmaster is hereby revoked. When you capture another spirit beast, you may revalidate your status. From this day forth, you will work in the mines alongside them." As people departed, the atmosphere became so tense it felt as if it had frozen, leaving no room for breath. Yet, this heaviness lasted but a few seconds before Lu Weigong suddenly reached toward Lin Binbin and Appo's position. Without the Master's presence, who could protect him now? In a swift motion, Lin Binbin bit down hard on Lu Weigong and Appo's hand. Lu Weigong, caught off guard, loosened his grip. Upon inspection, he discovered a clear bite mark on his palm, blood beginning to ooze from it. "You dare bite me?" Lin Binbin chuckled inappropriately. "You are correct about one thing. I am a man who repays grievances. And I do so promptly." Lu Weigong glared at the mech that had positioned itself beside Lin Binbin, his face darkening with rage. "What do you intend to do?" "I sincerely informed you." Lin Binbin lowered his voice, ensuring only the two of them could hear. "Uncle, do not provoke the Lin family. You cannot bear the consequences." With that, Lin Binbin rose slowly, leisurely walking past Lu Weigong while issuing a new command. "White ape, ruin them." The white ape moved swiftly, and the sound of mechanical whirs filled the air, obscuring the view entirely. Lin Binbin closed the door behind him and flashed a genuine, radiant smile at the onlookers. "My dear uncles and aunts, my spirit beast has gone out of control. To avoid harming everyone, it is best to close the doors. Indeed, we must not allow it to escape. Sanzi, you did well. Uncles and aunts, the matter here is resolved. I am grateful for your support. Do visit us for dinner in the future. Oh, look at Sanzi, growing up and learning to be courteous." Lin Binbin's words successfully evoked affection from the aunts, some even pinching his tender cheeks. The outside atmosphere seemed warm and harmonious. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, "What are you going to do?" Several youths retreated in fear, their tones trembling. Before they could finish speaking, a shadow approached, and in the next moment, one of their jaws was forcefully dislocated with a crack. Then came the wrists, followed by the legs. The sounds of bones breaking accompanied the piercing screams, until it was Lu Weigong's turn. A punch landed squarely on his chest, and he felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, unable to suppress the eruption of crimson. The once boisterous courtyard fell into a sudden hush. An hour later, news reached Tung Yan's team, who arrived to find a body embedded in the wall, breathless and lifeless. "Are you saying a 7-year-old child defeated Lu Weigong?" A cold voice interjected. Was it still the metallic spirit? At this, the man trembled. That child's spirit beast is formidable. Even the blood mantis could not inflict any harm. My subordinates suspect the child has concealed his true strength. Several meters away, a slender figure emerged from the shadows, its face obscured and expression ambiguous. Tung Yan chuckled, casting a glance at the kneeling individuals. "No matter. I never expected that fool Lu Weigong to accomplish the task." "Ah, Lin Binbin, is it? We shall see if your beloved brother will protect the Lin family as you do." Chapter 20. The establishment of the guild. Tung Yan emerged from the shadows, his eyes shimmering with excitement despite his pallid complexion. His lips moved slightly as he instructed, "Send someone to notify Lin Binhong that I have agreed to his request. But before that, he needs to assist me with a task." The battle yesterday had garnered some attention. Lin Binbin, along with Chung Mo and Lin Xiao, decided to seize the momentum and establish a guild. Although they claimed it was an organization for members, the primary responsibility during its inception would be to forge weapons. "What shall we name it?" Chung Mo pondered, taking a hearty bite from the chicken leg in his hand. Let us call it Fragrant Mansion. It is the most renowned and upscale restaurant in the Dead Soul Mountain, famed for its beggar's chicken. The aroma wafts in from hundreds of meters away. He spoke, mouth-watering. You might as well call it the amp. Amp. Oppos, beggar and amp. Amp. Oppos, Chicken Guild, and amp. Amp. Oppos, suggested Lin Xiao casually, while engrossed in his blueprints. Cheng Yamo took a moment to consider this with a serious expression before nodding. I think that and amp. Oppos, feasible. At that moment, Lin Binbin, who had been deep in thought, decided to stick with the previous guild name, Killing Blade. With everything prepared, Lin Binbin hoisted a large sign and set it up at the entrance of the smelting room. The supervisor, upon seeing Lin Binbin, chose to ignore him and walked past. As noon approached, and with the smelting room situated in the back, most workers would pass by here on their way back. Lin Binbin moved a rickety wooden stool beside him, reclined, and fanned himself while waiting for the crowd to arrive. As he noticed figures approaching, Lin Binbin stood up, cleared his throat, and shouted, "The Killing Blade Guild is recruiting. Dawn and Amp, Oppos, team is this opportunity. Do you aspire to become a beast master? Do you desire your own formidable spirit beast? Join my guild for free, and you could possess the spirit beast that countless people yearn for. This opportunity is fleeting. What are you waiting for?" His booming voice drew the attention of many, yet upon realizing it was merely a young boy, they chose to disregard him and resumed their conversations. Most individuals in this vicinity had their spirits dulled by relentless labor, and rather than dreaming of becoming beast masters, they were more concerned with what they would eat today and whether there was enough food. ISN and Amp, Oppos, that Lin and Amp, Oppos, third son? What is he doing? Has he taken up fortune-telling? Who knows? He probably has nothing better to do. Occasionally, a few passers-by recognized Lin Binbin, but they were equally perplexed. Glancing at the sign where the dense text was overwhelming, and none could decipher the large characters. As lunchtime passed, Lin Binbin still had not encountered anyone of interest. What's wrong? Why is the allure of becoming a beast master so diminished? He mused, stroking his chin, when Cheng Mo and Amp, Oppos' excited voice broke through from behind him. "Third son, come quickly. Lin Xiao has crafted a new mech, and it looks amazing. A new mech." Lin Binbin's heart soared with joy, and he spun around to dash back. After a few paces, he smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the crucial matter at hand. He turned back, draping the recruitment sign around the neck of the white ape. Adjusting the sign, he patted the creature's shoulder, earnestly declaring, "The future of our guild now rests in your hands. Keep a vigilant watch, and if anyone approaches, shout out." The white ape tilted its head, its mechanical eyes flickering with confusion. Before it could respond, Lin Binbin had vanished, leaving behind the mech and the sign standing alone in the open space. What did the master say? The white ape scratched its head, recalling the instruction to remain in place, or so it believed. Before long, a robust figure appeared not far from their stall. Gung Lu had seen Lin Binbin a few times, but was not well acquainted with him, despite being of similar age. His physique resembled that of an adult, with a square face and wild eyebrows, which made other children reluctant to play with him. May I ask?" Gung Lu approached cautiously, unsure of where to place his nervous hands. The tale of Lin Binbin's battle with the blood mantis had spread among the children that morning. Initially skeptical, Gung Lu and Amp, Oppos' heart ignited with fervor upon witnessing the armored spirit beast. If what Lin Binbin claimed were true, he would gladly call him brother, or even father if he could acquire a spirit beast just like the one before him. However, as he began to speak, a metallic clattering interrupted him. With a jarring sound, the mech and Oppos' head twisted 180 degrees, its glowing eyes locking onto Gung Lu. "Ah!" Gung Lu yelped, collapsing in shock and unable to close his mouth for a moment. Only when the spirit beast and Oppos' head unexpectedly detached and rolled to his feet did he snap back to reality, screaming and scrambling away in terror. "Ghost! It's a ghost!" Meanwhile, Lin Binbin, oblivious to the commotion, was eager to see the new mech. "Brother, where is this new mech? Hurry and show me." He scanned the smelting room, but saw not a single metal piece, let alone a mech. "You'll see," Lin Xiao replied proudly, attempting to maintain an air of mystery, though his youthful excitement was evident. "Brother, I've already seen it. Just take it out," Lin Binbin insisted, his gaze fixated on the wooden box on the table, nearly certain of its contents. Lin Xiao, feeling a mix of annoyance and determination, approached the box. "I merely wanted to test it out. I didn't expect it to work, but unfortunately, I lack extra crystal cores to verify if the mech is truly functional. The three of them huddled together, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as the lid was lifted, revealing a mechanical bee no larger than a fingernail. Chapter 21. Prototype of the Bumblebee Mech. Due to limitations in tools and technology, the Bumblebee was crafted rather crudely. It perhaps could not be strictly termed a bumblebee, but resembled more of a hard-shelled insect. The creature was entirely black, with 8 mechanical legs curled beneath its body, and a designated space for a crystal located at its abdomen. Lin Binbin recalled that there was still a bit of energy left in the crystal previously used by the white ape, so he smashed it with a hammer, preparing to place it inside the insect and Apos' body for a trial. Quickly, let us put it in and see. With an urgent call, the 3 boys and Apos' eyes gleamed with anticipation. Crack! The crystal was inserted into the body. The 3 boys watched eagerly. After nearly 5 minutes, however, the mechanical bumblebee showed no signs of response, and Lin Binbin and Apos' pupils began to reflect a hint of doubt. Strange, could it be that the energy is insufficient? He then adjusted the panel. Beep. No finished mech detected. Please rescan. There's nothing to say, merely a pile of scattered scrap metal. Although one can sense the creator and Apos' effort, it is evident this task was not suited for him. After a thorough inspection, Lin Binbin came to a conclusion. Although Lin Zhao's blueprint was usable, the task of crafting it was one Lin Binbin could not delegate to others. Brother, could you show me the blueprint for the mech bumblebee? Right here. Lin Zhao swiftly spread out the blueprint. Once confirmed, Lin Binbin's gaze fell upon it. Beep, congratulations. You have acquired the blueprint. Mechanical mutant bumblebee, rare, quality, blue, basic skill, long-range tracking up to 10 kilometers, attribute bonus, speed 20, length 6 millimeters, rare blueprint reward. Random mech skill extraction once. Please wait. Skill locked. Precise penetration, attack power 5, allows a close-range attack with the stinger once, accompanied by venom. I turned the pages of history, each one inscribed with the words moral decay. Oh, wrong script. This is actually a rare blueprint. I wonder what sort of luck you stumbled upon. May it not backfire. What? A rare blueprint. He had actually uncovered a rare blueprint. Lin Binbin inhaled deeply, his gaze towards Lin Zhao sparkling with excitement. That look was so fervent it seemed to pierce through Lin Zhao. Observing this, Lin Zhao instinctively shoved the blueprint into Lin Binbin's arms and stepped back a few paces. Calm down, Freezy. Let us discuss this rationally. I'm older now. Excessive displays of enthusiasm are not suitable for us, especially since we are both men. Embracing is rather inappropriate. It was apparent that the previous display of excitement had left a significant mark on Lin Zhao's sensitive psyche. Lin Binbin awkwardly touched his nose. Brother, I merely wished to inquire if you had any spare materials. I want to try again. Lin Zhao let out a huge sigh of relief. Wait here. I will fetch them for you. Knowing he would be crafting a new mech today, Lin Binbin intended to summon the white ape from the recruitment area. However, as soon as he exited the smelting room, he spotted the white ape's head spinning wildly on the ground. Due to its rapid speed, it had even stirred up a few fallen leaves, creating a small whirlwind. Goodness, has its head fallen off? White ape, stop! Upon hearing the command, the white ape finally came to a halt. Lin Binbin hurried over to pick up the head and reattach it to the body. Before he could react, a crackling sound of electric current pierced his ears. Immediately, the mechanical eyes of the white ape flickered and went dark. Lin Binbin inhaled sharply. This was the first occurrence of such a situation. He patted the white ape's head and checked the connection point, finding no issues. Insufficient stamina. I will repair you after I finish crafting your mech, brother. Lin Binbin called over Chang Mo, intending to move the iron mass back together. The two of them, drenched in sweat, turned to look at their progress. They had only managed to move it 3 meters. I can't go on. Freezy, let me catch my breath. Chang Mo's sweat poured down like a waterfall as he lay down on the ground, motionless. Lin Binbin was similarly exhausted, watching the dormant white ape as he gasped for air. Had I known, I wouldn't have exercised this morning. Now I lack the stamina to repair anything. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten the storage bag? As long as he removed the white ape's arms and wheels, they could fit inside it and reassemble them in the smelting room. Thus, Lin Binbin quickly stood up and unfastened the storage bag from his belt. The storage bag provided by the Tung family was basic, yet capable of holding 10 cubic meters of material. Cheng Mo looked on with confusion. Freezy, what is up? Aren't we moving it anymore? No, I just thought of a more convenient method. Chung Mo's confusion deepened as he watched Lin Binbin smile mysteriously before swiftly disassembling the mech. Once all parts were detached, he gently brushed his hand, causing the severed limbs to vanish in an instant. Chung Mo's eyes widened, and he jumped up. What is this? The storage bag. I obtained it from the Ting family when I sold spirit beast meat last time. Chang Mo's expression transformed into one of longing. Having heard tales of storage bags, but never having seen one. Seeing his reaction, Lin Binbin chuckled. Don't worry, once we finish the new mech, I'll take you to register as a beast master. We will descend the mountain and retrieve 10 or 8 storage bags. And we can also visit that restaurant you've been dreaming of. Upon hearing about the restaurant, Cheng Mo instantly perked up, grinning widely. Freezy, I'll do whatever you ask. It's a simple matter. I'll follow your lead. For the next 3 days, Lin Binbin remained in the furnace room, while Lin Xiao and Cheng Mo handled the smelting. Lin Binbin focused on cutting and assembling. After enduring 130 failed attempts, they finally completed their creation. Type, Flying Mech. Quality, Blue. Base attributes, Basic Attack 5, Speed 20, Attribute Bonus, Agility 6, Toxicity 3, 30 Success Rate. Length, 6 mm, Weight, 0.01 pounds. Energy Source, Crystal Core. Combat Consumption, 1 energy per minute. Attached abilities, Long-range tracking, up to 10 kilometers, Precise penetration. Gazing at his masterpiece, Lin Binbin nodded with satisfaction. Upon inserting the shattered crystal, a flash of silver light appeared before him, and the mechanical bumblebee precisely landed on Lin Binbin's arm. Oh, the speed is sufficient. From now on, you shall be called Bumblebee. Chapter 22. Doubts poke the nest of children. The adage practice yields truth rings undeniably true. Bumblebee, go check on what father is doing. With a swift command, Bumblebee vanished from sight in an instant. The view shifted to Lin Binbin's panel, revealing his humble, dilapidated abode, its walls a deep black, with corners succumbing to decay. Yet, in this land of exile, such conditions were considered relatively favorable. As Bumblebee advanced, the perspective transitioned to the mining area. In the mine, the able-bodied workers toiled bare-chested, the sun scorching their arms to a vivid red. Yet, the true suffering was endured by those deep within the caverns. Lin Binbin's sole impression of this place was one of oppressive gloom. The dark, cramped quarters seemed devoid of color. The inhabitants exchanged no words. The only sound was the clanging of pickaxes striking stone. Under the flickering mine lamps, the faces of the workers appeared grim. Just a fleeting glance was enough for Lin Binbin to entertain thoughts of fleeing this dismal locale. In stark contrast, the breeding chamber felt almost paradisiacal. After some time, he finally discerned his father among the sea of identical figures. Observing the stooped figure vigorously wielding a pick, Lin Binbin felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Father, he instinctively murmured, though the distance should have rendered his voice inaudible. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Qin's gaze swiftly locked onto Bumblebee's view. Lin Qin's expression turned cold, an aura of menace enveloping the space. He halted his work and approached slowly, his towering form blocking the scant light. The overwhelming pressure caused Lin Binbin's heart to race. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly commanded Bumblebee to return. What was happening? How could father sense his presence? Furrowing his brow, he pondered endlessly without resolution, suppressing his frustration while hastily gathering his belongings and racing home. Upon arriving home, the sky was still bright. After feeding the young chicks, Lin Binbin took Cheng Mo to the ledger to register. Upon learning they were there to register as beast masters, Xiaowen's frown deepened upon glancing at Cheng Mo's age. What was happening in this era, with so many prodigious youths suddenly emerging in the land of exile? Xiaowen suspected he had stumbled upon a nest of children. He recalled needing to undertake a task, after which they could officially become beast masters. Lin Binbin, familiar with the process, selected the simplest F-grade task and cheerfully bid farewell to Cheng Mo. On the way home, Lin Xiao had already returned and was preparing dinner. Shortly after, Lin Qin came back, freshened up, and sat down at the table. Lin Binbin eagerly poured Lin Qin a cup of hot tea, his small, contrasting eyes darting about. Before he could speak, Lin Qin slammed the teacup down, glaring at him. You little brat, why aren't you helping your brother? What are you staring at? Speak up. Don't give me that foolish look. It's irritating. Lin Binbin straightened up, tentatively asking, Father, did anything unusual happen in the mine this afternoon? What unusual thing? What scheme are you up to now? Noticing his father and Appo's unwelcoming demeanor, Lin Binbin quickly retreated, inquiring if he had seen or heard anything strange. Oh, father, just tell me if something happened. Lin Qin scanned his son suspiciously, his eyes narrowing, but after a pause, he shook his head. Nothing happened. Now why are you asking about the mine? Go help your brother. Lin Binbin exhaled in relief, responding promptly. It was good that nothing had occurred. Perhaps he was merely overthinking. Halfway through the meal, Lin Binhong returned home. Upon noticing the family's surprised gazes upon his arrival, his expression became somewhat awkward. I'm back. Sit down and eat. Lin Qin spoke first, his demeanor seemingly unchanged from usual. Lin Xiao surveyed the room and stood up, intending to save a portion for him. Since you're back, sit down and eat with us. I'll bring out the other dishes. Although the offerings consisted mostly of vegetables, it was evident that Lin Binhong had been given the best portions, including his favorite dish, which Lin Qin had not allowed anyone else to touch. Once the dishes were arranged, Lin Xiao placed the platter of Lin Binhong and Appo's favorite dish in front of him. Where have you been these past few days? Lin Qin inquired casually, though his gaze lingered on Lin Binhong. The second son was the one he worried about most. Despite the mischief of the younger one, a friend fell ill, so I went to help. Lin Binhong then muttered under his breath. I thought you guys wouldn't save me any food. It was unclear if anyone caught the latter part of his statement, as an awkward silence enveloped the room. Lin Xiao discreetly nudged Lin Binbin under the table, signaling him to speak. Lin Binbin's smile turned somewhat forced as he reluctantly ate, then turned to Lin Binhong. Aren't you going to eat? It'll be cold soon. This was specially saved for you by father. Lin Binhong remained indifferent, merely asking, did you provoke them? As Lin Binbin paused mid-bite, his hand, which had been inching toward Lin Binhong's plate, withdrew. Lin Qin and Lin Xiao both turned their full attention to Lin Binhong. The tension in the air palpable as every gaze sharpened in anticipation. Why would you do that? Lin Binhong's suspicions deepened. He had sensed something amiss during his work these past few days, with others looking at him strangely, even deliberately distancing themselves. The bullies who had once tormented him had mysteriously vanished. Upon inquiry, he discovered that their legs had been broken, and even more astonishingly, Lu Weigong, who had once defended them, was dead. That was a subordinate of Tung Yen, someone they could not afford to offend. Lin Binbin smiled nonchalantly, reasoning that the bullies had tormented many, and it was only natural for resentment to brew. Lin Binhong, however, furrowed his brow, skepticism etched on his youthful face. Seizing the opportunity, he retorted, nonsense. I heard you were the one who provoked them first. Chapter 23. Unexpected circumstances. Do you have any idea whose people those Lubai Palace are? Your actions will bring tremendous trouble to our Lin family. Lin Binbin. When will you ever stop causing trouble for the family? Haven't we suffered enough already? Lin Binbin blinked, and the cold glare emanating from his eyes made Lin Binhong's heart feel uneasy. Nevertheless, Lin Binhong straightened his chest, unwilling to yield. If their father refused to speak, then, as an elder brother, he must make the stakes clear to him today. However, before he could say anything further, Lin Binbin swiftly stood up, scooped a small portion of the dishes into his bowl, and then turned to enter the room, closing the door behind him. His punch felt akin to striking cotton, leaving Lin Binhong in a state of suspended breath, unable to move forward or retreat. Shortly thereafter, he heard Lin Father's mildly reproachful voice. Hunger, you have gone too far. Binner is merely helping you vent. Why must you escalate matters to this extent? Go in and apologize to him. This will be forgotten. Lin Binhong, who had originally worn a sullen expression, suddenly ignited like a powder keg upon hearing those words. No, I want tea. I am not in the wrong. He is. Father, it is he who has plunged us into this predicament. What if the Tung family retaliates? Enough. The Tung family is beyond the influence of you children. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. With these words, the atmosphere in the dining room grew increasingly frigid. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to persuade. Indeed, second brother, listen to father. Apologize to Sanzi. After all, he only injured those people to stand up for you. His intentions were good. As for Tung Yen, if he dared to act against us, he would have done so long ago. No, I absolutely refuse to bow to him. Lin Binhong remained defiant. Even now, you all still side with him. You have never regarded me favorably, even when I genuinely wish to assist the family. All that I receive in return is a light remark from Lin Binbin. A self-mocking smile appeared on Lin Binhong and Appo's youthful face. Well, if trouble arises in the future, do not blame me for not having warned you. As Lin Father inquired where he was heading so late, Lin Binhong stormed out without turning back, slamming the door with a resounding thud. This wretched boy, incorrigible as ever. After a prolonged silence, Lin Qin sighed softly, pondering whose temperament this child had inherited. Lin Xiao, feeling utterly disheartened, lamented, "What a pleasant meal, and it ends in discord." "Father, will second brother return?" Lin Qin said nothing, merely sighed again. In the place of exile, men and women were imprisoned separately. The other female members of the Lin family had entered the official residence in Qinglin County at the foot of the Deathly Mists Mountain to serve. Lin Binhong had always listened to his mother, and now that his wife was not by his side, Lin Qin found himself at a loss on how to manage. Rubbing his temples, the haze in Lin Qin's eyes thickened. It seemed time was of the essence. Remaining any longer would be fruitless, and they must leave this place swiftly. He recalled clearly the day Lin Zhao, Lin Binbin, and Apos, S. grandfather, had mentioned the great likelihood of a beast tide approaching from the east, with numbers exceeding 100,000. Yet, at the inspection department, it had been reported as coming from the southeast, and the numbers had dwindled to a mere 5,000. The disparity was staggering, almost unbelievable. He suspected foul play was at work behind the scenes. Before he could report the detailed situation, the beast tide arrived ahead of schedule. Had it not been for the timely inspection by a military officer, the casualties would have extended beyond the soldiers to encompass the entire city's populace. A cold glint flashed in Lin Qin and Apos' eyes as he cast a discerning glance toward Lin Binbin and Apos' room. Previously, he had deployed numerous spies in the imperial city, consequently neglecting the various noble families' territories. The investigation had stalled for some time, and it was only thanks to Lin Binbin's actions that he had noticed Ting Yin. Following this lead, he indeed uncovered some troubling signs. A year prior, the Teng family, which had long proclaimed discord with the imperial family, had secretly met with a minister from the court. Since that day, the Teng family had allied with 18 other noble families to lodge accusations against the Lin clan, even exaggerating incidents from decades past involving the old patriarch into tales of bullying through power. Had there not been some elders in the court who stood with the Lin family, the rest of the Lin clan would likely have faced dire consequences. The minister in question was one Lin Qin knew well, a colleague with whom he had maintained a cordial relationship, Luo Chuan. They had even jested about becoming in-laws. Looking back now, it was indeed laughable. "Luo, why must it be you?" The following morning, Cheng Mo arrived early, carrying a bundle and waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Qin emerge, he inquired, "Uncle, has Sanzi risen?" "He has." "Wait a moment, I will go fetch him," Lin Qin replied with a grim demeanor, turning away. Before long, a piercing scream echoed from within the house, and soon after, Lin Binbin rushed out, pants in hand, teeth bared in indignation. "What is going on? That old man is furious first thing in the morning. I haven't tea even provoked him. Sanzi, hurry up, we must set off. You promised to take me to the tavern." Lin Binbin suddenly recalled their plan to venture into the mountains and eagerly nodded. "All right, let us depart at once." He cast a few furtive glances into the room, confirming that no one was present, before swiftly waving his hand. In the next moment, the repaired white ape tumbled out, its eyes sparkling as it hoisted Lin Binbin onto its shoulder. "How about me, Sanzi?" Cheng Mo pointed to himself, his eyes bright, a sheepish smile on his face. "Of course, you shall not be forgotten." Upon giving the command, the white ape lifted Cheng Mo as well. This was Cheng Mo and Apos' first experience aboard a mechanized creature, and he was ecstatic, flailing his arms and chattering incessantly, while Lin Binbin, beside him, stifled yawns, nearly dozing off. Lin Qin emerged from the house, lifting the curtain to observe the scene with a knowing look, his expression darkening. This wretched boy knows how to enjoy himself, perhaps due to the recent upgrades. The white ape carried its passengers with greater steadiness than before. After an hour, the two arrived at the mountainside of the Deathly Mists Mountain. The mountain was divided into two zones, with the midpoint serving as a boundary. Below were mostly low-tier or F and E-grade spirit beasts, while above the midpoint resided spirit beasts of E-grade and higher. Legends spoke of A-grade beasts, but none had ever been seen firsthand. Their task today was not only to assist Cheng Mo in completing his Beastmaster assessment, but also to hunt for a C-grade spirit beast, the Hunyuan pig. Renowned for its exquisite meat, it was a highly sought-after culinary ingredient, yet notoriously difficult to locate, keeping prices at a premium. Lin Binbin had long yearned to taste it, especially with Cheng Mo constantly enticing him, leading them to join forces and try their luck. "Beedrill, go," Lin Binbin commanded. And the mechanical bee perched on Cheng Mo's shoulder flapped its wings. A soft buzzing filled the air, revealing a breathtaking display on the panel. "Cheng Mo, Unable to see the image, assumed Lin Binbin was merely nervous, meditating to alleviate his anxiety. Sanzi, if we cannot find it, let us forget it. I feel this place is quite eerie. We should swiftly slay the demon wolf and return to complete our task. As he spoke, Chung Mo's eyes darted nervously, fearful that a ferocious spirit beast might suddenly emerge from any corner. He assured himself that he would undoubtedly be terrified to the point of losing control. Do not be anxious. We have the white ape with us. Having known Chung Mo for quite some time, Lin Binbin was witnessing the expression of terror on his face for the first time. Strictly speaking, this was Chung Mo's inaugural venture beyond the place of exile. Yet it was not meant to intimidate him. Rest assured, spirit beasts below D rank rarely initiate attacks on humans. They are not foolish. For encountering a beast master would spell disaster for them. Is that truly the case? Phew, that is relieving. Upon seeing Lin Binbin nod in agreement, Chung Mo felt a sense of calm wash over him. However, before he could fully exhale in relief, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. A rumbling sound echoed as stones tumbled through the forest, reminiscent of an earthquake. Lin Binbin promptly commanded the white ape to seek a stable location and directed the hornet to scout ahead. To their surprise, they discovered another group of individuals. In addition to themselves, most striking of all were the formidable creatures that trailed behind them, nearly 40 adult demon wolves. Chapter 24. Repelling the pack of demonic wolves. Brother Zhang, should we continue our search for the Wolf King? Perhaps there is no Wolf King within the deadly Abyss Mountains at all. A young girl stepped hesitantly before the leader, Zhang Heng, summoning her courage to speak. They had been traversing the deadly Abyss Mountains for over a month, yet they had not even glimpsed a shadow of the demonic wolves, let alone the crystalline core of the ice-type Wolf King. The crystalline core was exceedingly valuable, and for the sake of profit, many factions dedicated to hunting spirit beasts had emerged. However, few beast tamers were willing to engage in such pursuits, as it contradicted their true intentions. Consequently, it became increasingly challenging to recruit beast tamers, and the cost of obtaining the crystalline cores escalated dramatically. About a month prior, their faction received a specific order for the crystalline core of the ice-type Wolf King, offering a price tenfold the usual rate. Most enticingly, the employer did not stipulate a specific rank, meaning even an F-rank core would suffice. Zhang Heng sighed as he surveyed the significantly reduced team, his resolve wavering. Yet, the prospect of 100,000 spirit stones was enough to sustain their faction through difficult times. Thus, retreat was not an option. Let us rest, and then continue our journey. Upon hearing this, the weariness etched upon every face turned into bitter discontent, murmurs of grievances rising. The girl was about to voice her concerns when Zhang Heng silenced her with a glance. Pouting, she returned to the ranks. The 20-some members of the team cautiously navigated the treacherous terrain of the deadly Abyss Mountains, fully armed yet moving with utmost care, fearful that any noise might attract packs of high-level spirit beasts. As they advanced, the only sounds that accompanied them were the heavy breaths punctuating the silence. No one dared to speak. Captain, trouble ahead. A large number of spirit beasts are charging towards us. The scout returned, breathless, as the ground trembled beneath their feet. Looking up, they saw their comrades falling prey to the jaws of the demonic wolves. There were too many. All around them, the sight was filled with demonic wolves, and the weakest among them were E-rank. Even the most seasoned warriors felt their composure begin to falter. Run. They are a pack of E-rank spirit beasts. Everyone flee. The demonic wolves howled, and in an instant, darkness enveloped them as they were overwhelmed. Cries of despair echoed. If this continued, their entire faction would surely be annihilated. But escape was their only option. You all go ahead. The last member of their faction stood firm, already catching the foul stench of the demonic wolves. He turned, lifting his spear to thrust at the neck of a wolf. In the next moment, the silver spear shattered as if it were mere paper. Uncle Qin, no? You cannot defeat the demonic wolves alone. Hurry and join us. Xiaoru cried out in anguish, instinctively wanting to rush to his aid, only to be held back by Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng glanced at the demonic wolf, resolutely pulling the girl away. We must go. No, I want. Uncle Qin. Before she could finish, a deluge of blood erupted as the girl's Uncle Qin was torn asunder by two demonic wolves. Meanwhile, Lin Binbin, witnessing the scene, felt his heart sink and immediately commanded the white ape to charge into the fray. White ape, leave none alive. Slay this pack of beasts. The mech descended like a celestial warrior, its cold gaze fixed, mechanical arms raised to strike. There was no finesse, only brute force. Under the overwhelming might, the demonic wolves felt a tinge of dread. With a thunderous roar, the fist, wrapped in a gale, struck the nearest demonic wolf. Its tough hide yielding easily to the blow. The recently attacked wolf, with blood-red eyes, struggled to rise but found itself immobilized. In that moment, the white ape had already targeted another foe. These events were relayed to Lin Binbin through the small drone, allowing him to exercise remote control over the battlefield. White ape. First, rescue those under attack. With a triumphant roar, the white ape surged forth, delivering a punch that sent blood spraying as it struck the wolf's head. The girl, freed from danger, paused for a moment, and upon seeing the mech, her face lit up with joy. It hasn't attacked me. It's the beast tamer. The beast tamer has come to save us. Oh my, it truly is the beast tamer. Only a beast tamer and Appo's spirit beast would be so valiant. The crowd erupted in cheers. Seizing the moment, Zhang Heng swiftly rallied everyone to form a defensive formation against the demonic wolves. Everyone, remain calm. Maintain formation. We cannot burden the beast tamer. Zhang Heng spoke firmly. Understood. The white ape moved with incredible speed, as if driven by a primal instinct, its punches growing increasingly ferocious, ultimately taking down one demonic wolf after another. While it merely restrained their movements rather than killing them, the sheer terror it instilled in the pack was palpable. The remaining 20-some demonic wolves hesitated, opting not to charge recklessly but instead circling around, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment. Perhaps biding time for the white ape to exhaust its energy. Strange, where's the wolf king? With such a large pack, it is impossible for there to be no leader, Lin Binbin murmured in confusion. His words caught the attention of the already tense Cheng Mo, whose voice trembled uncontrollably. Wolf? What wolf? The demonic wolves. There are 4 or 5 dozen of them fighting ahead. The noise you heard was caused by them. Lin Binbin smirked. You're quite lucky. My friend, you might just exceed your mission and impress the Lord of the Records, possibly even earning a promotion to C-rank beast tamer. If you rise to C-rank, you must take care of me. Cheng Mo turned pale, particularly upon hearing of the 4 or 5 dozen demonic wolves. Terror overtaking him as Lin Binbin's subsequent words faded into incomprehensibility. The thought of those wolves haunted him, and his eyes widened in sheer fright. Before Lin Binbin could turn back, Cheng Mo fainted, collapsing to the ground. Unperturbed, Lin Binbin continued speaking, but upon hearing a thud, he turned back to find Cheng Mo unconscious. A sigh of despair escaped him. Forget it, you rest here for a while. I must first locate the Wolf King, otherwise my heart will remain restless. Yellow Bee searched the vicinity, particularly near the crowd. With a buzzing sound, the mechanical bee flitted its wings, swiftly altering its course to explore the area where the demonic wolves had appeared. However, after 2 circles, it failed to uncover the Wolf King's whereabouts. Some of the demonic wolves even began to retreat. Could they truly be giving up? Lin Binbin mused, unconvinced that these creatures would yield so easily. From his observations in the animal kingdom, he recalled that wolves typically employed direct aggression against the weak, while opting for luring or confusing stronger prey. Once the quarry was ensnared within their circle, the alpha would lead the pack into the attack, demonstrating exquisite coordination, especially against larger prey. Something feels off. White ape, do not stray too far from the group. In the forest, the group of people appeared oblivious to the imminent danger approaching stealthily. They were only aware that the Beast Master had always been their protector, having already driven away the pack of demonic wolves with his spirit beast. The Beast Master is formidable. Long live the Master. They cheered in unison, their eyes fixed on the receding horde of wolves. Among them, some audacious individuals curiously gathered around the white ape. They had heard that spirit beasts of rank D and above could awaken their intelligence, and they wondered if this one could comprehend their words. Is it a metallic spirit? Such a peculiar appearance for a metallic spirit. Do not speak nonsense. The appearance of the spirit beast is beyond your judgment. It exudes majesty and power. Do you not understand? Indeed, indeed. Oh, spirit beast, may I touch you? The white ape blinked, somewhat perplexed by the intentions of the crowd. Yet, without a command from its master, it dared not move. Soon, it found itself surrounded, gazing at the unfamiliar faces with a sense of helplessness. Master, save me. At that moment, Lin Binbin sneezed violently. Really, who is behind me spreading malicious gossip? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Oh no! Lin Binbin quickly checked the screen, only to see chaos unfolding. The crowd was in a frenzy, scattering in all directions, with demonic wolves visible everywhere. They had returned. At the center of the pack, a silver-white alpha wolf was ominously fixated on the white ape, its deep crimson eyes blazing with fury. In the blink of an eye, it darted forward, a flash of silver light arriving before the mech. Chapter 25. A suggestion to submit. Take Xia away first. If I do not return. Zhang Heng clenched his teeth. Then she shall be your leader from now on. Brother Zhang, no? I want to leave. Xia vehemently shook her head, her reddened eyes brimming with tears. If disaster were to strike, she would rather perish alongside her comrades. In the midst of their chaotic breaths, Captain Zhang Heng swiftly reorganized the scattered team, intending to help disperse the pack of demonic wolves. Yet, in the next moment, a furious roar erupted, followed by a massive claw descending upon them, instantly tearing apart the outermost defenders. Indeed, it is an A-rank wolf king. We are doomed. Suddenly, a shadow flickered, and a mech appeared just in time to intercept the claw's assault. The sharp talons scraped against the mech and Appos' exterior, creating blinding sparks and leaving 3 deep gashes. Any ordinary spirit beast would have been utterly incapacitated by such a blow. Lin Binbin gazed at the wounds in astonishment, never having witnessed such ferocious power before. White ape, shift forms and summon your warhammer. With a resounding strike, the hammer came crashing down, yet only a trickle of blood seeped through the Wolf King and Appos' pristine white fur. The Wolf King roared impatiently, and a surge of brilliant white light erupted from within, causing beams of piercing white energy to shoot forth like swords, rapidly lowering the surrounding temperature. The vegetation was instantly frozen, and several nearby individuals, caught off guard, were turned into ice sculptures, reduced to a cloud of dust with a thunderous roar. Goodness, it even has skills, Lin Binbin thought, glancing at the system and Appos' notes on the Wolf King. A shiver coursing through him. Danger level, 5 stars. Common trait, sharp claws, capable of effortlessly ravaging all that exists. Aberrant trait, divine barrier, within its domain. It reigns as the sovereign of the world. Perfect trait, frozen expanse, capable of instantly freezing everything within 1,000 miles, a lethal move. Congratulations on encountering a perfectly aberrant spirit beast. Luck minus 500. I cannot adequately convey the concept of a perfect aberration, especially since your mech is now ensnared within its attack range. However, I can offer 3 pieces of advice. Submit, submit, submit. Is it truly impossible to defeat it? The mech remained trapped. If he were to retreat now, he would be filled with regret. The little darling before you is a severely specialized contender. Do not harbor illusions of overcoming it. If there were a weakness, it has just given birth. The dialogue box on the screen slowly faded, and Lin Binbin's previously furrowed brow tightened further. White ape, run in the opposite direction. Although the white ape was confused, it complied with the command. Just as they were about to escape the battle zone, a powerful force slammed the mech back into the fray. The white ape and Appos' eyes were filled with bewilderment as it attempted to flee multiple times, all in vain. Although nothing was visible, it could not comprehend why this was happening. This must be the Wolf King and Appos' barrier, Lin Binbin mused, realizing why the previous pack of wolves had fled without looking back. They had never escaped the Wolf King and Appos' control. This was indeed a predicament. The screams echoed clearly through the screen, and if this stalemate continued, not only would they be unable to rescue anyone, but their own mech would also be at risk. His gaze fell upon the Wolf King, and he suddenly recalled the system and Appos' hint about its weakness. It had just given birth. If it was this formidable after giving birth, it would surely be even stronger under normal circumstances. Thus, the system's indicated weakness likely referred not to the Wolf King itself, but to its offspring. Indeed, the cubs must be nearby. Bumblebee, search the surroundings. If you come across any special caves or shelters, mark them. Time trickled by, each second feeling like a year. Just as the white ape began to falter, Bumblebee finally located the target. Buzzing sounds filled the air, and several fuzzy little heads appeared on the screen, eagerly stretching forward. Mouths agape, yearning to reach Bumblebee. They had been hiding behind a boulder, which explained their elusiveness. The good news was that he had identified the Wolf King's weakness. The bad news was that he had no idea how to exploit it. While he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of a different color of wolf not far from the boulder. Its fur was sparse, a grayish-black hue, but its musculature was exceptionally developed. It seemed to have caught a whiff of something, its emerald eyes glinting with cunning. Lin Binbin immediately considered a possibility and lowered his voice. White ape, cease the attack and follow Bumblebee. 2 wolves of different clans would surely injure one another, allowing him to reap the benefits. However, the ice-type Wolf King showed no signs of allowing the white ape to escape. Though it clearly feared the war hammer, its agility and swiftness were overwhelming. Its claws danced relentlessly, making it impossible for the mech to divert its attention. It appeared there was no choice but to proceed. Lin Binbin steadied his nerves and issued a new command: prepare the high-energy projectile. There was only one shot. Timing was critical, and it had to be precise. The white ape evaded the attacks as the surrounding forest transformed into a natural ice domain, sunlight reflecting off the icy sculptures and casting blinding rays. In the moment the Wolf King's claws descended once more, the white ape suddenly sprang into action, its mechanical fists surging with overwhelming force towards the Wolf King's head. Just as the Wolf King believed it had evaded the blow, its pupils dilated, and a wave of heat surged towards it. Now, fire! With a thunderous boom, the ice shattered, and everything dissolved like a mirage. Due to the proximity, the Wolf King could not dodge in time, and the projectile struck its abdomen, sending it rolling several meters before dissipating the force. A bloody hole was left in its belly, staining its pure white fur crimson. Yet in the next instant, to Lin Binbin's astonishment, the Wolf King staggered back to its feet. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, its rapid recovery was shocking. White ape, retreat. Witnessing the wounded enemy attempting to flee ignited the Wolf King's fury. Its eyes turned a deeper crimson, as if blood would drip from them, utterly terrifying. In the following moment, a fierce chase ensued, the Wolf King darting away like a cannonball, its roars echoing throughout the deathly silent mountains. Chapter 26. Merely familiarity. What has transpired? How has the spirit beast of the Beast Master vanished? What shall we do now? The remaining magic wolves glared hungrily, their eyes fixed on the pool of blood surrounding them. Zhang Heng sighed inwardly. The Dead Soul Mountain range is indeed perilous. Who could have foreseen such danger? It appears we shall not emerge from this alive today. Ultimately, despair lingered as the only sentiment. A mournful howl erupted, and the entire pack of magic wolves seemed to respond to an unseen call, racing away towards the direction where the Magic Wolf King had vanished, not even glancing back. The onlookers were left in a state of bewildered shock. They simply left? After a considerable pause, confirming that the pack had truly departed, Xieru finally exhaled in relief, shaking her somewhat numb arms, and softly inquired, "Brother Zhang, why did the magic wolves suddenly flee?" Logically, they possessed no capacity for resistance. Having been cornered like fish in a barrel, these cunning wolves would surely not abandon their pursuit at such a critical moment. Zhang Heng lifted his gaze toward the distance, forcing a bitter smile. Perhaps the Beastmaster has not forsaken us. You mean? Xieru's lips parted slightly as she recalled the formidable metallic spirit beast, stirring within her an inexplicable sentiment. Just as she was lost in thought, a piercing scream rent the air from the nearby woods, sending a chill through the hearts of those who heard it. At that moment, Lin Binbin had already retreated, hiding behind a massive rock 100 meters away, accompanied by her mech, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Let the battle commence. The perfect viewing spot. If only I had a bag of seeds and a cold beer to accompany the spectacle. As the adversary threatened her young, the Ice Magic Wolf King could no longer contain its fury and launched an assault against the pack of black-backed fox wolves. The two sides clashed violently, the sheer force distorting the air around them. Having previously sustained injuries, it was not long before the Magic Wolf King found itself at a disadvantage. Seizing the opportunity, a young black-backed fox wolf struck, a paw descending upon the wounded area, leaving behind grievous, bloodied marks. Alas, how dishonorable of this gray wolf to target the injured. I must devise a means to assist the Magic Wolf King, Lin Binbin mused. The black-backed fox wolf was also of a rank. Should it emerge victorious too easily? Lin Binbin feared the repercussions. After much contemplation, she resolved to lend a subtle hand to the Magic Wolf King. Big Bumblebee, do you see the leading gray wolf? Aim for its eye. Buzzing with purpose, the mechanical bee swiftly took flight, stealthily navigating around the black-backed fox wolf before striking at the opportune moment. Lin Binbin was wagering on a 30% probability of poisoning the foe. Magic Wolf King, this is all I can do for you. The rest is up to fate. With a howl, the black-backed fox wolf lost one eye, blood streaming down its face in a grotesque display. Lin Binbin observed intently, noting that the crimson hue shifted to a dark shade within moments. A successful strike. After landing the blow, Lin Binbin withdrew into the shadows, while the big bumblebee soared high, dutifully documenting the battle below. The Magic Wolf King roared defiantly, then suddenly crouched low, launching itself forward once more. In the ensuing chaos, a blinding flash erupted, crashing down to the earth, followed by a resounding explosion that enveloped the area in smoke. As the fog dissipated, a figure, though battered and bloodied, emerged in Lin Binbin's line of sight. The magic wolf king was a sight to behold, bloodied with a fractured foreleg dangling limply, its abdomen a gruesome spectacle of gaping wounds. With excruciating effort, it dragged its heavy body closer to its young, each step amplifying its agony, eyes filled with sorrowful longing. It then turned its gaze toward the rock where Lin Binbin had concealed herself, letting out a heart-wrenching wail of despair. What does this mean? Surely it hasn't detected my presence. Lin Binbin patted her white ape, preparing for an immediate retreat. Indeed, while she relished the spectacle, it was unwise to linger too closely lest she become collateral damage. Before she could act, the magic wolf king summoned its remaining strength, emitting a radiant aura. The heavens seemed to respond, warping momentarily before settling into stillness. The air was thick with the scent of blood, crimson staining the frost-laden flora. Ultimately, the once mighty monarch lay still upon the ground, devoid of life. As the battle quieted and both packs lay vanquished, Lin Binbin cautiously emerged from her hiding place. Gazing down at the magic wolf king's lifeless body and the young that had succumbed to the black-backed fox wolf's attack, lost in contemplation. Alas, what a tragedy! With that, Lin Binbin drew her dagger, swiftly commencing the harvest of crystal cores. These treasures should not be squandered on others. Better they enrich her own resources, particularly the Wolf King's core, an A-rank gem. It could significantly enhance her mech's capabilities. In stark contrast to the fiery lizard's core, the Ice Magic Wolf King's crystal was a pristine white. The moment she grasped it, an involuntary shiver coursed through her. Her brows and hair were soon encased in a layer of frost. What on earth? This is far too cold. Her teeth chattered uncontrollably. And even after stowing the core away, the chill lingered. Desperate to counteract the cold, Lin Binbin climbed atop the rock to bask in the sun, leaving the task of harvesting the cores to the white ape. The creature was heavy-handed, inadvertently shattering several, causing Lin Binbin to wince in distress. Today had indeed been a bountiful harvest. The total number of cores amassed exceeded 50, and with the recent slayings, she had no less than 70 or 80 in total. The issue of energy for her mech was thus resolved. Shivering, Lin Binbin carefully stored all the cores in her pouch, her smile stretching from ear to ear. She pondered whether the others had departed. How troublesome. Just as she was about to turn back, her movements abruptly halted. As if in slow motion, she pivoted, surveying her surroundings until her gaze fell upon the nest of the young wolves. A faint whimper echoed, and this time she recognized the source. The sound emanated from the nest. But had not all the young perished? Recalling the helpless look in the Snow Wolf King's eyes before its demise, Lin Binbin felt a realization dawn upon her and hurried to the nest. She carefully shifted the bodies of the deceased pups and, at long last, discovered a pure white cub nestled beneath them. The cub appeared feeble, its eyes tightly shut, its small body trembling slightly, as though still terrified, instinctively seeking refuge beneath the remains of its siblings. Chapter 27. Polar Reversal. A shock to all the young creature, Lin Binbin gently stroked the soft fur atop the little demon wolf cub's head and softly spoke. It seems you have no choice in the matter. How about you come home with me? The mountains were teeming with spirit beasts, and a mere cub that had yet to be weaned was unlikely to survive the summer. After a moment's thought, he opened his clothing and cradled the little wolf cub in his arms. Sensing no malice from Lin Binbin, the pitifully whimpering cub ceased its struggle, letting out a few soft whines before settling quietly against him. White ape, let us see if that group has departed. The sound of machinery whirring to life echoed nearby, and a figure shot forth, leaving the blood-stained earth behind. Leader, we should retreat quickly. The scent of blood will soon attract a horde of spirit beasts, and we may find ourselves trapped. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. After slaying an E-rank three-headed serpent with his comrades, his strength was rapidly waning. Several team members, caught off guard, were even struck to the ground, bleeding. The team, which had only just begun to coalesce, was now nearly on the brink of collapse. Leader, please do not hesitate any longer. We must withdraw. Indeed, the Beastmaster may have already departed. Zhang Heng had initially intended to express his gratitude in person, hoping to forge an alliance with such a formidable Beastmaster, believing that even a failed recruitment would benefit their legion. Yet at this moment, as he hesitated, a larger three-headed serpent stealthily approached the remaining 7 or 8 figures. Its ghostly green pupils narrowed into slits, and its tail suddenly lashed upward, sweeping violently toward the group. With a thud, several figures were sent flying, and Zhang Heng reacted swiftly, drawing his sword. The blade grazed the serpent's skin, leaving a shallow wound, and the blood that oozed from it ignited the serpent's fury. Its crimson tongues flickered, and all three massive heads rose high, suddenly lunging toward Zhang Heng. "Leader!" The group cried in alarm. Xie Ru, fearing the gruesome scene, had already covered her eyes, yet no screams followed. Instead, they heard a heavy thud as their leader's voice rang out, tinged with surprise. "Thank you, esteemed Beastmaster, for your timely assistance. If it is convenient, I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to express my gratitude in person." Upon witnessing Zhang Heng's actions, the surrounding members displayed expressions of astonishment, their gazes drawn to the direction he faced. Behind the three colossal heads of the serpent, a figure clad in obsidian armor slowly emerged into view. "The Beastmaster has returned. We are saved." Upon seeing the mech, Xie Ru and the others erupted in joyous exclamations, particularly Xie Ru, whose youthful excitement was palpable as her bright eyes eagerly fixed upon the mech, yearning to see the Beastmaster at the earliest moment. Meanwhile, Lin Binbin, hidden behind a nearby tree, felt a throbbing headache. He pondered the recklessness of these individuals. With danger looming, why did they not flee? Now, it seemed they might indeed have to confront the situation. He had no desire to attract trouble from these unknown figures. As time passed, the surroundings remained eerily quiet, save for the unmoving mech. What is happening? Why hasn't the Beastmaster emerged? Could it be that our leader's words went unheard? Impossible. Perhaps the Beastmaster simply looks down upon us and refuses to show himself. I have heard that some Beastmasters possess rather peculiar temperaments. Hearing these murmurs, Xie Ru, incensed by the disparagement of Lin Binbin, retorted angrily, "What do you know? How dare you speak ill of the esteemed Beastmaster? You will soon realize how foolish you truly are. Xie Ru, are you turning against us? Are you infatuated with someone so powerful? What nonsense are you babbling?" Just as she was about to continue, the mech suddenly stirred, dragging the serpent's tail across the ground. It seemed to be engaged in some peculiar task. As the group exchanged bewildered glances, Zhang Heng suddenly recognized the words inscribed on the mech. "Get lost." His body trembled violently, a wave of fear washing over him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Thud! The serpent's tail was forcefully slammed to the ground, and the mech's cold, emotionless gaze fell upon the group, prompting them all to swallow nervously. "Is this creature mad? Leader, do you think it could possibly kill us?" Observing the mech's strange behavior, the group's unease grew. Zhang Heng's face turned pale. Before he could make a decision, the mech had already launched a punch, its mechanical arm slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, landing a devastating blow upon the serpent's head. The three-headed serpent's skull was instantly caved in, revealing its inner core. In full view of the group, the mech extracted the core, and with another resounding thud, it perforated the other head. The dull sound reverberated through the silent forest. The mech and Amp, Oppo's arm embedded deep within the serpent and Amp, Oppo's cranium, blood dripping rhythmically down its iron exterior, creating an eerie resonance. Once the three-headed serpent was dealt with, the mech and Amp, Oppo's gaze returned to the group, its bloodied arm raised high, as if poised to strike them next. Zhang Heng, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine, the color draining from his face. "Retreat! Quickly!" At the command, everyone scrambled to escape, fearing that a moment and Amp, Oppo's delay might lead to a fate akin to that of the three-headed serpent. In the midst of their frantic flight, Zhang Heng and Amp, Oppo's peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, a frail child, barely reaching his waist. What is happening? Could this spirit beast belong to him? Yet this notion was swiftly dismissed. Firstly, the Dead Soul Mountain lacked sufficient spirit energy, and the number of individuals awakening as beast masters was exceedingly rare. Secondly, he had never heard of a child so young awakening such talents. In this realm, those who awakened their beast master abilities at 15 or 16 were considered prodigies, fervently sought after by every family, treated like precious treasures. Such an extraordinary being would not be wandering alone in the Dead Soul Mountains. Clearly, he was overthinking things. With no time to ponder further, Zhang Heng hurried to catch up with the main group. As their footsteps faded into the distance, the forest returned to silence. After a while, Lin Binbin, leaning against the tree trunk, finally spat out the grass root he had been chewing. They and Oppo's finally left, lazily lifting his head. He glanced around and spoke in a low voice. "White Ape, Let us get to work. We must complete this before nightfall. Chapter 28. Are you kidding? Can he lose? Young man, you have one last chance to speak. How did you acquire this corpse of the demon wolf? Upon receiving a fifth demon wolf corpse, the adept from the Tung family, Gu, could no longer contain his frustration. Found it, uncle. You and Appos, VE asked several times already. Lin Binbin replied nonchalantly. My mother always says that a child who lies is not a good child. I am a well-behaved child and would never do such a thing. Besides, you mentioned that you would accept any kind of spirit beast meat. I trust you are not having second thoughts now. That question should be directed at you, dear uncle. You mustn't and Appos, deceive me, Lin Binbin continued. After selling the first demon wolf corpse, he had purchased 4 high-grade storage bags using spirit stones, each boasting a minimum capacity of 50 cubic meters, now filled to the brim with demon wolf corpses. Among them was an A-grade demon wolf king. Had they known, it would surely have sent them into a frenzy. The atmosphere thickened as a glint of icy hostility flickered in Gu and Appos' eyes. Lin Binbin commanded his mech to discard the demon wolf corpses and suddenly burst into laughter. Uncle, do you want more? There are plenty in the forest. Otherwise, I could gather them all at once to save the trouble of running back and forth. Gu and Appos' expression shifted dramatically. He initially thought the child was merely jesting, yet half an hour later, Lin Binbin indeed returned with 5 identical demon wolf corpses in tow. With a thud, the 5 corpses landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Gu crouched down to examine them. All were E-grade spirit beasts, bearing bite marks and indentations indicating 2 distinct types of wounds. Most importantly, he detected no trace of a beast tamer and Appos' aura on the corpses. Could it be that same beast tamer from before? Gu squinted, turning to the child before him, whose foolish grin now filled him with a peculiar unease. Where exactly did you find these demon wolf corpses? Just halfway up the hill. Lin Binbin replied with a polite smile. But they're all gone now, as I've brought them back. Gu and Appos' lips twitched, inwardly thinking, how convenient that you claim they are gone just after I ask. He had barely uttered a sound when he leaned forward, grasping Lin Binbin and Appos' shoulder and squeezing it tightly. With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Binbin winced in pain, his face contorting. Uncle, what are you doing? I came to sell spirit beasts, not to be pinched. If you continue this way, I shall cry out, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Lin Binbin cleared his throat and shouted, Everyone, come quickly. The Tung family is bullying a 7-year-old child. Woe is me, for I lost my father at a young age. And now my mother is gravely ill. His youthful voice quickly attracted a crowd. Upon realizing it was the Tung family, whispers of discontent surged like a flood, drowning out any attempts at defense. How can they even pick on a child? Over the years, the Tung family and Appos' subordinates had become increasingly brazen. Rumor had it that just days prior, someone had their leg broken in a similar encounter on the eastern street. Gasps of outrage filled the air, and the crowd and Appos' gaze toward Gu grew increasingly furious. The fiery stares aimed at him seemed to threaten to ignite him. Gu gritted his teeth, enduring the mounting pressure from public opinion until he finally released Lin Binbin. In a low, seething voice, he warned, Young man, do not let me catch you lying again, or you will regret it. Lin Binbin flashed a grin, and in Gu and Appos' astonished gaze, he suddenly retreated at great speed before exclaiming, Oh no, and collapsing to the ground. Ouch! Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, please do not blame him. I simply tripped and fell. Curling up and cradling his arm, Lin Binbin put on a painful yet restrained expression, instantly igniting the crowd and Appos' protective instincts. The outcry grew louder, forcing the Tung family to double the originally agreed price and compensate for emotional distress before the matter could be resolved. With the money in hand, Lin Binbin sprang to his feet, dusting off his clothes, grinning widely as he bounced away. Would he, Lin Binbin, ever concede defeat on his own battlefield? Not a chance. Gu, look at this. Investigate. Even if we have to turn this county upside down, we must uncover the identity of this child. Gu's eyes darkened ominously as he watched the fading figure. Also, send someone to the halfway up the hill. If this child speaks the truth, that beast tamer may not have gone far. Yes, indeed, the so-called beast tamer was not far away, indulging in exquisite cuisine at the fragrant pavilion. This is delicious. Sanzi, this chicken truly lives up to its reputation. The beggar's chicken, treated with a special technique, gleamed golden and exuded an enticing aroma. As it was served, Chung Imo succumbed to temptation, tearing off a piece and tossing it into his mouth. The next moment, he jumped back in shock from the heat, yet couldn't bring himself to spit it out. Struggling for a moment, he swallowed hard, tears brimming in his eyes. Is this better than spirit beast meat? 100 times better, Chung Imo mumbled with a mouthful of meat. Although his father worked in oversight and occasionally procured spirit beast meat, the quality was notoriously poor, bland, and tasteless. He would have long since spat it out if not for the sake of appearances. But this beggar's chicken was different. It melted in the mouth, saturated with juicy flavor, truly a culinary masterpiece. Seeing Chung Mo's delight, Lin Binbin also tore off a piece to savor. And the moment it touched his palate, it was as if his taste buds had been awakened anew. His eyes brightened, and he rushed over to seize more chicken. The two of them, taking turns, finished an entire beggar's chicken in mere minutes. Chung Mo, wiping his mouth sheepishly, said to Lin Binbin, "To be honest, I ate so quickly just now that I hardly tasted anything. Otherwise, shall we order another?" "Sure, let us get another one." Lin Binbin, still half hungry, nodded eagerly. This time, they ate with far more decorum, at least aware enough to take their time. However, Chung Mo and Appo's speed only increased as they continued. When the last chicken bone was discarded, both collapsed on their chairs, sighing in contentment. "That was fantastic. I wish I could eat such delicious food every day." Chung Mo mused, longing to live in such a place. Why not? Once the mission regarding the demon wolf pack is submitted, you should at least be able to clear your name, Lin Binbin suggested, reaching for a storage bag from his belt and placing it on the table. "Here. This is for you." Chapter 29. Surrounded by enemies, Chung Mo was well aware of the intricacies of the storage bag, having seen Lin Binbin utilize it. Observing his movements, Chung Mo swallowed hard, as if regaining his voice after a long pause. "Sanzi, you truly gifted this to me?" "Of course. Now that we have money, each member of our guild should naturally have one," Lin Binbin replied. Upon hearing this, Chung Mo leaped up with excitement. "Sanzi, you are now my deity." His exuberant shout drew the attention of patrons in the tavern, who instinctively frowned upon realizing the commotion was caused by two children. The raucous cry startled a few disheveled figures on the street, causing one team member to inhale deeply, savoring the aroma of food. He looked towards the source of the sound, his stomach grumbling audibly. "Captain, shall we grab a bite first? The mission is already a bust, and there's little difference between leaving early or late." Xiaoru chimed in. "Indeed, everyone is famished. Zhang Heng, why don't we?" Zhang Heng stood a few meters away, his gaze fixed on the second floor of the fragrant pavilion, his expression dark and foreboding. Following his line of sight, Xiaoru noticed the formidable black iron mecha. "Hey, Zhang Heng, look! It's that Beastmaster's spirit beast." To their astonishment, they encountered it once more. However, unlike the mixed emotions of the others, Zhang Heng distinctly recognized the person guarding the mecha, a child, recalling how he had been toyed with by this very child. Zhang Heng and Appo's countenance darkened significantly. He bit his lip in frustration, and upon meeting Xiaoru and Appo's adoring gaze, an inexplicable rage surged within him. He abruptly yanked her back. "Why are you so excited? Do you wish to ingratiate yourself with them?" "Ah, that hurts. I think my arm is going to break." "Zhang Heng, have you lost your mind?" Xiaoru exclaimed, wincing in pain. With a cold sneer, Zhang Heng finally loosened his grip. "I remember seeing the bounty notice stating that the Tung family is seeking the one who killed the wolf pack, correct?" At his words, everyone inhaled sharply. "Captain, we agreed to pretend we know nothing. Besides, it was the Beastmaster who saved us. Reporting him would be." The team members exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Xiaoru rubbed her arm, her face flushed with anger. "Zhang Heng, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. If you dare claim that bounty today, I will go upstairs and inform the Beastmaster, and let him come." Before she could finish, Zhang Heng swiftly struck the side of her neck, rendering her unconscious. He cast a cold glance at the remaining team members and said, 100,000 spirit stones, enough to sustain our regiment through tough times. Besides, he was the one lacking virtue. "Of course, I won and oppose. Force anyone. If you are unwilling to step forward, you may exit the regiment now. I will not impede your choice." Instantly, all faces paled, their calm demeanor shattered. This implied they had but one option. "Very well, we shall follow the captain." Zhang Heng then erupted into laughter. "Now this is brotherhood. Rest assured, once we claim the bounty, there will be ample rewards for my brothers." Lin Binbin felt an intense, searing gaze upon him, so potent it seemed capable of penetrating his very being. Yet, Upon turning to investigate, he found nothing. Strange. Am I hallucinating again? It seems one truly cannot overexert oneself. Reflecting on his recent exhausting endeavors, Lin Binbin rose. Boss, I'll settle the bill. He grandly placed the spirit stones on the table and, before leaving, ordered 2 portions of beggar's chicken, one for his elderly father at home and another for Chung Yamo. Just as he awaited the takeout, the boss was suddenly called away. Upon seeing the newcomer, his expression shifted dramatically. Have you seen this person? The wanted poster prominently displayed Lin Binbin's likeness. Isn't that the young master who ordered the beggar's chicken? The notice did not specify the reason. But offending the Tung family could only lead to dire consequences. The boss nervously scanned the outside for soldiers, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In the next moment, a sword was drawn and pressed against his throat. Do not move. I will ask you questions, and you shall answer truthfully. If I discover you have lied, the entire tavern will pay the price. The boss straightened, his body trembling with anxiety. Sir, I assure you, I conduct only honest business. I would never deceive you. The man's gaze turned icy. When did this child arrive? Did he have anyone with him? What did they do or say during their time here? Speak plainly. The blade pressed closer, nearly causing the boss to collapse in fear. Hurry, do not waste time. 2 children arrived an hour ago, dressed in rags, resembling little beggars. Yet they were quite generous, tossing down a substantial amount of spirit stones. The boss rambled on, suddenly recalling. They must have stolen your goods. I knew that little beggar couldn't have amassed such wealth. I will send someone to detain those 2, saving you trouble. He sensed that the moment he finished speaking, the pressure from the blade eased slightly. What did they say just now? Silence enveloped the room, the man behind him growing impatient. He softly threatened. Think carefully before deciding. Harboring criminals is a serious offense. The boss and Appo's eyes darted around, realizing he had barely grasped the situation. Seeing the murderous intent in his adversary and Appo's demeanor, he forced himself to fabricate a response. Sir, I heard that boy mention something about killing someone, then blood and corpses, and stealing something. Oh, right. He also said that the Tung family must never find out. The information pieced together in the man's ears aligned closely with the task at hand, including the metallic spirit beast mentioned by the informant. Excellent. You have performed admirably. The boss smiled ingratiatingly, but before he could utter further flattery, the blade pierced his throat. Fear washed over the boss and Appo's face. The man merely scoffed, withdrew the sword after the life faded, wiped the blood from the blade, and turned towards Lin Binbin's location. He was eager to witness the prowess of the one rumored to have single-handedly confronted the wolf pack. Chapter 30. I suggest you title this book The Last 10 Minutes of My Life upon the arrival of the Fuji clan. The surrounding crowd dispersed as if fleeing from a plague. What was happening? Why was Fuji-chan here? Hadn't he been meditating in the deadly mountain all this time? Who knew? Perhaps someone else was about to suffer. Lin Binbin, hearing the commotion, looked up and suddenly found himself staring into a pair of eyes brimming with murderous intent, causing his heart to skip a beat. Hastily, he entrusted the wolf cub, which was straining to escape his arms, into Chung Mo's embrace, speaking in a low voice. If anything goes awry, take it and leave first. The exile zone is a forbidden area. As long as we return, we will be safe. The Fuji clan would not dare to confront the court openly. Chung Mo was taken aback. What about you? I have my own means of escape. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fuji Qian stood before him, eyes narrowed with a smile, his voice tinged with excitement. So you are the beast master who annihilated an entire pack of demon wolves? This statement detonated like a bomb, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. To take on a pack of demon wolves alone? That was suicidal. Not even an A-grade beast master would dare to challenge them. Had Fuji Qian made a mistake? Could this child truly possess such formidable prowess? Why had no one mentioned the emergence of such a youthful genius in our midst? The whispers grew louder. Yet Fuji Qian dared not underestimate the boy before him. He understood that appearances could be deceiving. My dear brother, you must be mistaken. Demon wolves? I find myself rather puzzled. Lin Binbin blinked innocently, his youthful face betraying no trepidation. Do not worry. I have my ways of enlightening you. Fuji Qian, unhurried in his retort, gestured to his subordinates behind him. A guard clad in the Fuji clan's attire emerged, dragging someone along. Lin Binbin's expression suddenly turned cold. It was Zhang Hong, his face marred with bruises, as if he had endured a severe beating. My lord, had it not been for your timely assistance that day, we would have long since met our demise. We shall never forget your great kindness. Zhang Heng recounted how they had encountered the demon wolves, how Lin Binbin's mech had aided their escape, and how they had ultimately traversed the mountains, detailing every aspect with precision. That is the truth, if anyone doubts it. They may inquire with the other members. Casting a wary glance at Fuji Qian, Zhang Heng felt a surge of fear, uncertain of the latter's intentions. Compared to Lin Binbin, who appeared harmless, he was far more intimidated by Fuji Qian, who was rumored to have ascended to B-grade Beast Master a year prior and was a key figure in the clan's training program. Notably, he had never been known to suffer a defeat. Lin Binbin and Appo's face briefly flickered with disdain, a fleeting expression swiftly caught by Fuji Qian. Very well, you are quite perceptive. Fuji Qian smirked coldly, then, without warning, patted Zhang Heng and Appo's shoulder. Just as Zhang Heng believed he could depart, he felt a chilling breeze graze his cheek. Raising his hand slightly, he discovered a trace of blood. Lord Fuji, this. In the next moment, a transparent thread silently fell upon his throat. A faint sound accompanying it, as a slender line of blood appeared on Zhang Heng and Appo's neck. Stunned, he looked up, blood gushing forth as his body swayed before collapsing to the ground. And thus, the man perished. A chorus of screams erupted from the crowd, chaos ensued. Run! Lin Binbin shoved Ching Imo, urging the large wasp to shield him, as he dashed into the fray. Fuji Qian made no effort to obstruct them. His only target was Lin Binbin. Ah, little Ro, you are truly violent. Look, you and Appo's frightened our young friend, he chuckled, and with each step he took, countless threads descended from the ceiling. These threads floated in the air, as if possessing a life of their own, playfully brushing against Fuji Qian and Appo's garments. Gazing at the lifeless body, Lin Binbin and Appo's pupils constricted. As the mech shielded him, he discerned the entities clinging to the ceiling. It resembled a grotesque spirit butterfly, its size 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary spirit butterfly, completely obscuring the ceiling. Most astonishingly, this spirit creature was transparent, its wings faintly visible with each breath. Allow me to warn you, my little Ro has a voracious appetite. Should she not be satisfied, you may very well become her next meal, he remarked. And as his words fell, the scenery on the second floor of the tavern distorted abruptly. Lin Binbin turned to look, and his vision was overtaken by the wings of the spirit butterflies. What on earth was this? White ape, break through. The mech received the command, delivering a punch to the butterfly's wings. The wings rippled like waves, and to Lin Binbin's astonishment, the force rebounded back. The mech, caught off guard, staggered back 3 or 4 steps from the backlash. Oh, your spirit beast combat prowess is indeed remarkable. Fuji Qian raised an eyebrow, his gaze already shrouded in coldness. My little Ro claims she has been hurt. Thus, she shall impose a punishment. As his words echoed, the second floor became inundated with the presence of spirit butterflies, swarming towards Lin Binbin and Appo's position, even causing a flicker of uncertainty in the mech and Appo's eyes. Damn it, what is this spirit butterfly and Appo's ability? Why can't I access the system panel? In this dire moment, the system had seemingly gone offline. Lin Binbin had no choice but to set the mech to protective mode. The hammer in his hand was poised to strike, sparks igniting at the brink of crisis. When the long-awaited system finally responded, "Oh, my dear companion, how shall I describe your exhilarating day? I suggest you publish a book entitled The Last 10 Minutes of My Life. This is the stomach space of the spirit butterfly. In 10 minutes, all creatures within this space will be corroded by its gastric juices. And you may have noticed, your mech's attacks are ineffective against her. Now, your only hope is to pray for a complete corpse." Tearing sounds ensued. Just as if to affirm the system's words, the ceiling began to drip a mysterious liquid. The viscous substance fell upon the mech, emitting a cloud of green smoke, as it revealed a shallow pit burned into its surface. This. Within the belly of the spirit beast, it would be tolerable, but to be completely corroded within 10 minutes, leaving no trace behind? How unfortunate. Lin Binbin swiftly rolled under the table, keenly observing the sudden emergence of the swarm of spirit butterflies around him. As a manifestation of the soul-devouring butterfly, their attack power is bound to be limited. They have coexisted for nearly a century. Even without rank, they possess certain traits of the soul-devouring butterfly. Chapter 31. The empowerment of firearms. The corrosive gastric fluid cascaded down like rain, leaving the ground riddled with pockmarks. The moment Lin Binbin crouched, he felt something was past his head, sending a chill down his spine. A transparent thread grazed his scalp, embedding itself deeply into the already damaged leg of a table. Alarmed, Lin Binbin quickly rose and hoisted the tabletop, retreating beside the white ape. The corrosive gastric fluid was fast and relentless, affording him no time to ponder. Within a mere half-minute, Lin Binbin's heart sank like the twilight sky at 8 or 9 o'clock, as he truly experienced the grim reality of a countdown to death. He recalled the system's final hint, realizing he possessed certain traits of the soul-devouring butterfly. So it was. It seemed he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. The more dire the situation, the quicker humanity and Apos' response. With no avenue for evasion, Lin Binbin ceased all movement, allowing the gastric fluid to corrode the wooden plank above him while he concentrated entirely on upgrading. He had yet to utilize the freedom points acquired from vanquishing the demon wolf pack, totaling 56 points. Of these, 35 were allocated to enhancing his mech and Apos' defense, while the remainder was spent on activating skills. Would you like to expend 1 freedom point to learn the basic weaponry? Confirmed. Lin Binbin observed the remaining 20 points on the panel and decided to invest them in extracting weapon schematics. The system and Apos' novice reward consisted of 5 opportunities, each extraction costing 10 points, thus he had 2 chances left. The sizzling sound of the mech being scorched grew increasingly pronounced. Despite raising his defenses to 75 points, he still could not halt the corrosion of the gastric fluid. Within seconds, the wooden plank above him was reduced to a state of utter disrepair, and the white ape lay across him, shielding him with its body. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Damn it, I can and Apos' be this unlucky forever. Lin Binbin silently prayed, promptly pressing the extraction button. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained the schematic, Phantom Blade, damaged, a fine blade indeed, but alas, it is beyond repair. Congratulations. You have acquired a heap of scrap metal. Lin Binbin and Apos' expression darkened. His luck remained as dismal as ever. Yet, he had no time for self-pity. He pressed on, extracting. Ding. Lin Binbin and Apos' eyes reddened, his breathing becoming labored. If he were to draw yet another useless item, his life would be forfeit. Oh heavens! I would trade 3 years of my father and Apos' lifespan for a firearm. If not, then 5. Perhaps his filial devotion had finally paid off, as the system responded. Here it comes. Congratulations. You have obtained the schematic. Thunderfire Spear, beginner. Thunderfire Spear can expend energy to unleash Thunderfire, possessing immense power. Quality: purple. Basic attributes: attack power 70, plus 35 burn bonus. Curse it, you little rascal. A purple quality weapon. This was a significant windfall. After a moment of elation, Lin Binbin quickly regained his composure. Glancing at the previously acquired cores from the Blackback and Demon Wolf King, he decisively chose the latter. Let us gamble. Energy embedding successful. High-level energy detected. Weapon upgrading. Please wait. Upgrade successful. Weapon obtained. Ice element Coldfire Spear. Intermediate. Attack power 10. Speed 5. Energy limit 2000. Quality: purple. The flames have evolved, releasing a cold fire that could only be encountered in the most frigid and shadowy realms, with an exceedingly high danger factor. Mere contact would turn anything to ash. It was worth it. Lin Binbin felt a surge of excitement as he swiftly raised the spear. Boom! Flames erupted from the spear and Apos' tip. The moment the cold fire touched the spirit butterfly, it was reduced to a mere wisp, its contorted visage gradually vanishing amidst the flames, emitting a tormented wail. The icy white flames roared within the confined space, and Lin Binbin noticed, to his astonishment, that the air around him grew increasingly frigid. Thump! Thump! After an indeterminate interval, the number of spirit butterflies began to dwindle rapidly. Just as the final one vanished, a heartbeat echoed throughout the space, resonating ominously in his ears. The onlookers below gazed intently at the billowing white flames, murmuring in disbelief. This hideous creature still had the audacity to remain still despite its dire condition. I'm curious to see which is sturdier, your wings or my firearm. White ape, aim for its head. Although the white ape was already battered and bruised, its movements grew increasingly swift. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped in blinding white flames. The head of the once mighty soul-devouring butterfly retreated, clearly intimidated. Well done, white ape. Now, let us conduct the final experiment. Lin Binbin, advancing through the flames, relied on his memory to reach a position near the window on the 2nd floor. He dipped his dagger into the flames and plunged it forcefully into the wing of the spirit butterfly. What was once impervious now yielded, creating a gaping hole from which green blood seeped forth. Success. A surge of joy filled Lin Binbin's heart, but before he could react, a tempest bore down upon his position. In the nick of time, the white ape returned, shielding him with its body. Yet even so, the fierce wind stung his face painfully. At that moment, Lin Binbin felt a flicker of relief. The weapon had acknowledged him, and the cold fire could not inflict real harm. What was happening? Did the soul-devouring butterfly possess hidden abilities? Nearby, the furniture corroded by the acidic liquid was swept up by the gale, swirling chaotically. In the blink of an eye, the debris and dust spiraled rapidly, forming a funnel-shaped wind column that thickened and expanded within the confined space. Oh no, a tornado! Lin Binbin and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 32. Boom! Explosion. As the sun descended in the west, a golden hue enveloped the Xiangman building. The third young master inquired if the beast master had been successfully recruited. Recruited? Tung Qin scoffed, lifting his teacup and savoring a sip before contentedly stating, it and Appo's acceptable, as long as he can defeat my Ro and Appo's. Only then will I acknowledge his prowess. Otherwise, there is no discussion. The messenger frowned. Tung Qin and Appo's Ro and Appo's was a presence even the grand elder feared. How could a mere child possibly endure? Third young master, such actions may provoke the elders and Appo's ire. Tung Qin remained indifferent. And if they're displeased? Let those old fogies confine me. It happens that my lightning has not feasted for several days. Lightning was a three-eyed D-grade thunder leopard, entirely black, with a tuft of white fur on its brow, a creature of ill omen. Upon seeing its master's outstretched hand, it raised its head and affectionately nuzzled against him, emitting a low, rumbling purr. There had only been one beast master in the Tung family to command dual spirit beasts. Remember, they're one and Appo's, Tibia next time. The man sensed a hint of mockery and warning in that voice, causing him to involuntarily shudder, his head bowed in submission, too afraid to speak further. Suddenly, Tung Qin's movements halted. He raised his gaze to the second floor, narrowing his eyes. An eerie, ghostly light pervaded the entire level. It was Appo's, the soul-devouring butterfly's skill. Just as he found it peculiar and prepared to take action, an explosion erupted from above. Boom! A terrifying force capable of obliterating the entire tavern surged forth. The white flames, like the gaping maw of an abyss, consumed everything in their path. In the moment of death and Appo's arrival, a shadow flickered, and all light was devoured by the black leopard, which let out a satisfied burp as the heat dissipated, restoring normalcy to the surroundings. Lightning's cold gaze swept the area. Once assured of the absence of threats, it reclined lazily, stretching and shutting its eyes. Tung Qin raced upstairs to investigate, and upon seeing the scene on the second floor, a chill enveloped him. The spirit butterflies released by the soul-devouring butterfly lay lifeless, their bodies charred and decayed. Due to their overwhelming corrosiveness, in such extreme conditions, tiny black, soft larvae emerged, writhing in masses toward the flame-free areas, a truly revolting sight. The flesh of the soul-devouring butterfly was riddled with burns, the view filled with green blood and ichor. As Tung Qin wiped the blood from the butterfly's wings, the flame seemed to come alive, suddenly crawling up his arm. The veins on his arm bulged as he forcefully brushed aside the flames, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. It appears I have underestimated you. Go, pursue. After a moment of contemplation, Tung Qin suddenly smiled at the sight of the soul-devouring butterfly's remains. This little one's life I shall claim. With 3 minutes left on the countdown, Lin Binbin finally devised a solution to harness the hurricane, forming a cold fire energy orb. White ape, shoot at the tornado. Acting faster than thought, Lin Binbin shouted and sprinted toward the spot just pierced by his dagger. Boom! A beam of cold fire descended vertically. The sharp wind howled throughout the space. The hurricane dragged the flames, incinerating everything caught in its grasp. Lin Binbin pressed his lips tightly together, cold sweat beading on his brow. Yet he dared not halt his actions. Only by creating an opening could he hope for escape. Otherwise, he would meet his end alongside the soul-devouring butterfly. Damn it! Faster! Lin Binbin felt a fierce whistling in his ears, akin to immense gears grinding nearby, resonating painfully. This situation lasted only a few seconds, yet for him, those moments stretched agonizingly. His heart raced as he awaited the flames behind him to form a staggering scale. Now, White Ape, unleash the war hammer. Almost simultaneously, the White Ape swung its hammer skyward. Drop. In an instant, the heat surrounding Lin Binbin converged, surging again under the hammer and Appo's influence. Whipping up the wind and crashing down with a thunderous roar, eclipsing the sun. Two forces clashed, momentarily locked in a stalemate. Just then, as Lin Binbin broke through an opening, his dagger shattered into two pieces. Run! Upon glimpsing the scene outside, Lin Binbin let out a low roar, disregarding any guards ahead as he turned and bolted toward the land of exile. The moment he broke through the encirclement, he signaled the white ape to fire another shot, which directly altered the situation. Boom! The energy orb of cold fire detonated instantaneously, flames shooting up like pillars, thick smoke billowing. Even from 100 miles away in the land of exile, the noise was heard, and upon glancing toward the source of the heat, their pupils constricted. Ling and Appos, go assess the situation. Remember, do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Understood. Shawan silently observed the direction of the explosion, his brows furrowed, and after a long pause, he sighed. It seems the Dead Spirit Mountains are about to undergo a transformation. He shook his head and turned to the figure seated behind the chessboard, feeling increasingly contemplative. He remarked, "Brother Lin, you remain remarkably composed. I recall your son has yet to return. With the chaos outside, are you truly unconcerned? At such a moment, one would still ponder over a chess game." Such a carefree attitude seemed almost reckless. Lin Qin lifted a nearby wine jug, taking a sip. Yet his first words left Shawan stunned. "That lad, as long as he doesn't cause me trouble, I consider it fortunate. For all these years, he has only bullied others." Lin Qin chuckled, raising his wine cup. "Today, I must extend my gratitude to Brother Xiao for facilitating my endeavors. Regardless of whether I uncover evidence of the Ting family colluding with outsiders, I, Lin, regard you as a dear friend. Please." Shawan gazed at the wine cup, a tumult of emotion swirling within. After a moment, he finally sat opposite Lin Qin. "Very well. Today, I shall accept you as a friend. Regardless of the outcome, I will assist you in managing the aftermath. As for those children, you need not worry. I will find a way to protect them. Thank you." After a toast, Shawan was the first to place a black piece on the board. Lin Qin withdrew his gaze. Enduring hardships for years was all for this day. Should he fail, the Tung clan would trace the matter back to him, leaving the Lin family with no chance of redemption. In his life, there were few he could trust. One was in the court, another betrayed him, while the last sat before him. Chapter 33, A Blatant Provocation. Brother Xiao, do not rush. The Tung clan has held dominion here for many years. It is not something we can easily shake. At present, we are merely gambling, wagering whether the current emperor can truly tolerate the presence of traitors within his realm. Observing the concern etched on Shawan and Appos' face, Lin Qin chuckled. "Let them stir up their chaos. We shall proceed with our game. After playing for nearly half a year, I have faced more defeats than victories. This time, I shall give it my all." As he spoke, a white piece was deftly placed in a critical position on the board, both sides having completed their formations. Awaiting the final clash, Shawan raised an eyebrow, increasingly impressed by Lin and Appos' intellect. "Very well, let me witness Brother Lin and Appos' prowess." In the meantime, outside the place of exile, at the entrance of the Tung clan and Appos' ancestral hall, numerous clan members were bustling about, making their way to the marketplace. An elder proclaimed, "Whoever slays that wretched boy shall be rewarded with 100 spirit stones and granted an opportunity to contract a high-grade spirit beast. Kill." Outside, torches flickered brightly. Lin Binbin tilted his head, withdrawing his gaze to look at the newcomer. "How is it? I did not deceive you, did I? This is the safest place, the Tung clan's ancestral hall. Those fools from the Tung family would never suspect you are hidden right beneath their noses." The man, clad in a pristine long robe, spoke with a gentle tone. As he finished, he unfurled a folding fan in his hand, waving it before him. Lin Binbin noticed the aura emanating from the fan and raised an eyebrow in surprise, realizing that this unassuming accessory was, in fact, a magical artifact. A-grade magical artifact. The Breaking Cloud fan is said to be forged from the wings of a phoenix reborn from its ashes, though it is actually crafted from the essence of 10 different A-grade spirit beast cores. The whirlwind it generates can sweep away foes within 100 meters, boasting formidable attack power. "You." The man smiled, seemingly anticipating Lin Binbin's inquiry. However, before he could utter a single word, Lin Binbin caught a whiff of a plot brewing and swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, "Have you also been cast out by your family?" The smile on Bai Ziruan's face immediately froze. Stifled, he inhaled deeply, struggling to compose himself. "No, little brother, are you not curious about who I am? Do you not wonder why I would assist you? Lin Binbin looked up, his eyes gleaming brightly. Oh, I have no interest in knowing, and besides, I am broke. You. Bai Ziruan was exasperated. Though his intentions were far from pure, being so bluntly rebuffed by the young lad left Bai Ziruan somewhat flustered. That damned gaze of his evoked an inexplicable guilt within him, akin to that of a child trafficker. In an instant, he responded, "Who needs your money? Upholding justice and doing good deeds anonymously is my principle." Lin Binbin regarded him with a glimmer in his eyes, then languidly uttered a few words. "Then I shall take my leave." "Wait." Bai Ziruan faltered, observing Lin Binbin and Appo's naive expression, as if he were utterly oblivious to his actions. With a resigned sigh, he finally confessed, "All right, I have been following you since you exited the Dead Soul Mountain range. But rest assured, I bear no ill will, otherwise I would not have saved you. I simply find your spirit beast intriguing and wonder if I could purchase it at a high price. Feel free to offer any price. Even if it requires a magical artifact, as long as you speak, little brother, I shall fulfill your request within my means." Lin Binbin was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at him. Under that gaze, Bai Ziruan mustered another phrase, "You may simply call me brother. There is no need to address me as uncle. I am only 15, not much older than you." "Ah, so he is a young master with excess funds and a keen appreciation for my mech." Lin Binbin's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Very well, brother Bai. As long as you join our guild, you may use the mech freely in the future. However, the current one is bound to me." Lin Binbin's rapid change of demeanor left Bai Ziruan feeling rather duped. "Excuse me, but what exactly is this guild? And what is a mech?" Lin Binbin grinned widely, exuberantly promoting his guild and the mech before stating, "However, our guild has just been established. And crafting mechs requires a significant amount of materials. The road ahead is arduous." He sighed dramatically. The implication clear. The construction of the guild and the crafting of mechs both necessitate funds. Upon hearing this, Bai Ziruan fell silent for a long moment, as if entranced. Cautiously, he inquired, "Are you suggesting that I can personally craft a mech? And without signing a contract?" Lin Binbin nodded affirmatively. Of course. Bai Ziruan's heart ignited with fervor. After traversing mountains and rivers for many years, he had encountered many wonders, yet this was the first he had heard of such an extraordinary prospect. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded decisively. "Very well, I shall join." With that, Bai Ziruan produced a storage bag from his robe and placed it into Lin Binbin's hands. "I understand your intentions. Here are 5,000 spirit stones. Consider it a token of my goodwill. I hope the guild master will take care of me in the future." "Certainly, we are all family." Lin Binbin suddenly smiled, a sly glint in his eyes that made Bai Ziruan's heart skip a beat. Just as Bai Ziruan was about to speak, Lin Binbin leisurely tucked away the storage bag. "In that case, I shall not accept your money for nothing. As the guild master, I have nothing to offer, so allow me to demonstrate the power of the mech." "How will you demonstrate?" Bai Ziruan had barely raised his head when Lin Binbin pushed open the door. "Wait, it is dangerous outside." Before he could voice his concern, Lin Binbin had already stepped forward, striding out amidst the astonished gazes of the Tung clan's youth. Noticing their reactions, Lin Binbin shrugged. "Surprised? Are you?" "I am quite astonished myself. It is remarkable that you have not found me sooner. Truly pathetic. A blatant provocation. Having only spoken halfway, someone finally reacted. It's that beast tamer. Everyone, seize him, capture him, and the elder will reward handsomely." Suddenly, the spirit beasts nearby surged forth, their horns gleaming coldly in the night. They charged towards Lin Binbin, but the mech beside him sprang to life. Chapter 34, The Wind Howls. The mechanical arms surged forth like a beast awakened, striking the rhinoceros creature with astonishing speed. A resounding thud echoed, and after a brief moment of suspended confrontation in midair, the rhinoceros erupted in a torrent of blood, its body tracing a parabolic arc. Bai Ziruan gazed at the twitching F-grade rhinoceros, clicked his tongue, and elegantly retracted his folding fan. "It appears I underestimated this fellow," he mused. "Very well, let us observe the spectacle." As Bai Ziruan and Appo's figure melded into the shadows, Lin Binbin found himself encircled by members of the Tung clan. The individual at the center of the circle displayed an unsettling calmness, as if he were entirely unconcerned by their presence. "Kill him," commanded the owner of the rhinoceros, his voice a scream of desperation. Yet, before his words could fully escape, he was horrified to find another figure had materialized before him. The mech appeared like a phantom, engaging one of the nearby assailants while simultaneously delivering a crushing elbow strike to the man before him. The sharp crack of breaking bones reverberated through the vast hall, and the man crumpled to the ground, a cloud of dust rising in his wake. The demise of the rhinoceros and its master transpired in mere seconds. And as another Tung clan member regained his senses from the shock, he realized his companion had also succumbed to death. It was all too swift. This metallic spirit beast was evidently far beyond the D-grade classification they had been led to believe. They had been deceived. He lifted his gaze, terror-stricken as he beheld the bloodied corpse of his comrade nearby, stammering as he fled. "Quick, run. This boy is a threat." A dazzling assault surged forward, striking the mech with a series of metallic clangs, each blow diminishing its durability. The sheer number of minions was overwhelming, swarming from all directions. Lin Binbin creased his brow, resolving in that moment that he had no intention of playing around any longer. "White Ape, let us conclude this swiftly. Open fire." A torrent of blinding white flames erupted, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of fire. The temperature was surprisingly mild. Upon contact, there was no immediate sensation of pain. As the onlookers pondered this anomaly, a piercing scream shattered the air. They turned to see the arm of the shrieking individual spontaneously ignite, flames engulfing him uncontrollably, until he was reduced to a charred husk before their eyes. The white flames spread rapidly through the crowd, and terror painted the faces of all present. What manner of monster is this? Everyone, beware of the flames. With the newfound capability for ranged assault, the mech reacted with remarkable speed, delivering precise headshots, swiftly adjusting its aim for the next strike. The intervals between shots were no more than 0.1 seconds, each shot finding its mark with unerring accuracy. Even the evasive maneuvers flowed seamlessly. After a brief pause, Lin Binbin broke free from the encirclement. The wind howled ominously. Where he passed, the ground was littered with corpses. And under the cold white light, the blood was stark against the pale backdrop. The first to return was Tungu, his heart gripped by horror at the sight. He could scarcely believe that a mere child of 7 or 8 years could so effortlessly slay so many of his kin. "Where is he?" "Elder, that boy ran east." Tungu's gaze swept over the fallen bodies, his expression hardening with resolve. "Once I capture him, he shall pay in blood for his transgressions. Pursue him. We must either see him alive or his corpse." Just as he spoke, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A dozen A-grade high-level spirit beasts descended from the sky, charging directly into the Tung clan's ancestral hall. Their assault was like a tempest, pouring in from the flanks. Their attacks were relentless and merciless, akin to a harvest of souls. Cries of despair echoing throughout. "Damn it, where did this pack of beast tamers spring from?" Tungu was left aghast, initially suspecting that Lin Binbin had summoned reinforcements. However, upon spotting the royal insignia, his already pale complexion turned ashen. "Quickly, notify the clan head. Inform him of the grave situation at hand." Tungu recalled Lin Binbin's prior actions, his brow knitting in worry. Could it be that this boy had ties to the imperial court? Who exactly was he? The sounds of spirit beasts engaging in combat filled the air. Lin Binbin, concealed behind cover, perked up at the commotion. The Tung clan had ceased their pursuit, now fully engrossed in the new conflict. Observing the flickering flames, he assessed the situation. 7 high-level beast tamers, 13 mid-level, and the remainder were low-level. Who was orchestrating such a grand scheme? It was evident that the aim was to eradicate the Tung clan entirely. Grateful that he had not lingered in battle, Lin Binbin felt a surge of relief as he prepared to depart. But just then, a chilling voice pierced through the air from behind him. Upon hearing the mention of the Lin family, his heart plummeted. The previously bright glimmer in his eyes was suddenly shrouded in darkness. "Did you ever envision this scene when you conspired against the Lin family to acquire that object?" A figure clad in black armor stepped forward, blocking the path of the Tung clan. "Tung Lao, it seems you have been ensconced in this wretched place for too long." Your mind dulled. Though the Lin family is not a prominent power, their ancestors fought tooth and nail to rise from obscurity. Their resolve is formidable. As long as they draw breath, your position as clan head shall never be secure. Humph, you speak of the Lin family after murdering my kin? Do you truly believe your empty words can absolve your actions? You are sorely mistaken, boy. None of you shall escape today. The gaze of the Tung clan leader was icy, filled with seething rage. For years, the Tung family had strived to maintain a delicate balance with the royal family, even offering tributes of rare and exotic beasts annually. Yet, the reckoning they faced was the emperor's ruthless onslaught. The leader, by lie, looked up towards Tung Lao's companion, Tung Qian, and smirked. "I have long heard of your young master's remarkable talent in beast taming. I shall gladly learn from him today. However, before that, We kindly request the surrender of the ninth prince. Otherwise, we shall not hesitate to bring bloodshed upon the Tung family. After a brief moment of shock, Tung Lao's expression darkened. What prince? Surely, this is merely an excuse. It was at this moment he realized he had been outmaneuvered. He should never have entertained that man named Luo, involving himself in this treacherous affair. Seeing that Tung Lao was unwilling to cooperate, Bai Lai remained unfazed. Patience is on my side. Chapter 35, The Ruthless Flame-Throwing Machine. The streets were in chaos, even in the secluded alleys far from the battlefield. The stench of blood was undeniable. Lin Binbin concealed himself in the shadows, his gaze falling upon a group of 3 or 4 individuals adorned with the Feng clan and Amp, Apos, S emblem, desperately fleeing while clutching their bundles. Spotting their figures, Lin Binbin raised an eyebrow, his attention fixating on one face that seemed eerily familiar. It was the apprentice who had trailed behind Feng Gu on that fateful day. We should escape the city first, one of them urged, glancing anxiously at the flames behind them. If we delay, we might not even make it out through the city gates. The apprentice and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened as he cursed, damn it. What terrible timing. That brat just left, and now the officials have arrived. The Feng family is in disarray, leaving us without support. I believe we should have decisively eliminated him the moment we sensed something was amiss. Now we find ourselves in this predicament, forced to flee. His companion nodded in agreement. Equally aggrieved. What a pity, that boy and Amp, Apos, S life is worth a fortune. Enough of this pointless chatter, we must prioritize our escape. However, just as they turned to flee, their expressions shifted dramatically. A fierce wind swept past them, and a tremendous force struck their heads with blinding speed. The sudden assault left them in shock. Instinctively, they wanted to run, but the sheer power was beyond their comprehension. In the next instant, one of them was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. With a thud, the others looked up amidst the turmoil and beheld a shadow from the enveloping darkness. A crimson light abruptly flickered to life. It was the eyes of a mech. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? The apprentice stammered, swallowing hard as he spoke. The mechanical whirring echoed ominously as Lin Binbin stepped forth, accompanied by a first-generation mech, revealing a youthful face adorned with a disarming smile. It's you. The apprentice and Apos, S pupils dilated as he recognized Lin Binbin and immediately turned to flee. It was absurd. His spirit beast was capable of obliterating an F-grade spirit beast with a single punch. Even if he had 100 lives, he would still be no match. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the mech blocked his path once more. Move again, and I shall crush your skull, came the warning from behind. Confronted by those icy eyes, the apprentice felt as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss, his feet rooted to the ground. Little ancestor, no, grandfather. Can I call you grandfather? Please, have mercy and spare me. I bear no ill will towards you. It was the orders of the Feng clan elders that compelled us to kill you. We are merely following orders. Indeed, it was the Feng clan's doing. We are but pawns in their game. The group knelt, trembling as they pleaded for mercy, attempting to distance themselves from the Feng clan. Lin Binbin smirked derisively, saying, I might consider sparing you, but first, you must answer a few questions. What exactly was the Feng clan searching for? And why have the officials suddenly appeared here? Upon hearing this, the apprentice turned pale, his hands trembling uncontrollably. Such matters were far beyond their purview. If the Feng clan discovered they had been gossiping, they would be hunted down and punished severely. We're merely apprentices. How could we possibly know about such affairs? You've questioned the wrong individuals. Yet, the fleeting panic in their eyes betrayed them. If they truly knew nothing, they wouldn't be so frightened. With a smile that masked his intent, Lin Binbin advanced, leveling a gun at the apprentice's head. The voice that followed was as chilling as that of a demon whispering in the man's ear. Do you believe I would pull the trigger right now? Your head would explode like a watermelon, and your body would ignite, leaving nothing behind. I ask you again, do you truly know nothing? The apprentice was taken aback by the boy's malevolence despite his tender age. Gazing at the gun so close it made him nearly wet himself, he swallowed hard before finally stammering, I don't know the specifics. But I've heard it might be a treasure map or something. As for why the officials suddenly arrived at the Feng family, we genuinely have no idea. However, it's peculiar. It seems there have been many unfamiliar faces among the Feng clan this past week. As he spoke, another chimed in, yes. Our shop has seen a surge of strange faces claiming to be new apprentices, but their skills and appraisal seem more refined than the elders. Clearly, they are seasoned professionals. Observing their desperate attempts to exonerate themselves, Lin Binbin furrowed his brow, musing internally, a treasure map? Why Haven Tea, I heard my father mention that. One final question. How did the Feng clan learn of the Lin family and Apos' treasure map? The group exchanged glances, speechless for a lengthy moment. The Dead Soul Mountains lay thousands of miles from the Imperial City, making communication exceedingly difficult. Moreover, the Feng clan was notoriously insular. It was said that even the Lin clan had no close ties with their neighboring territories. Suddenly, as Lin Binbin pondered how to press further, a sharp, piercing cry echoed through the air. A half-inch long ice blade had precisely penetrated the apprentice and amp, Apos' nape. With a soft thud, as the others processed the scene, the ice blade melted away, leaving the man devoid of breath. Simultaneously, Lin Binbin had swiftly retreated, dodging several times until he found refuge behind cover. Family cleansing traitors and remnants, outsiders, retreat at once. A troop of figures burst forth from the left alley, and in an instant, a fierce beast with the head of an eagle and the body of a tiger lunged toward the group. A deluge of ice blades rained down. Death descended, and the expressions of all present froze in that moment. Watching the lifeless form, even Lin Binbin couldn't and Apos' help but click his tongue, recognizing that the head of the Feng clan was indeed a formidable character. Amidst such chaos, he still managed to muster the energy to pursue those attempting to flee. Who goes there? Oh no, Lin Binbin silently cursed, taking the initiative to strike first. A wave of white flames swiftly spread in all directions, transforming the surroundings into a sea of fire. On the other side of the fiery barrier, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, a headless mech, clutching a smoking gun, staggered away with its master in tow. It was hard to fathom that such a clumsy and endearing figure could be associated with the merciless machine that had just unleashed death. Chapter 36, A Gentle Reminder. Strike not the face from a distance. The aristocratic families were already aware of the coveted treasure map, and the contents therein must be extraordinary. Lin Binbin reflected on the day and Apos' events, increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Could it be that his grandfather and Apos' demise was somehow linked to this matter? He mused quietly, casting a glance at the flickering flames behind him, then shook his head in resignation. The circumstances surrounding his family and Apos' exile appeared to be far more complex than they initially seemed. To think they would dare to seize what belonged to his family, such audacity was rather delusional. Lin Binbin resolved to return home first and seek an opportunity to probe for information later. As night fell, the distant flames illuminated half the sky. It was a night destined for wakefulness. Watching the slender figure hurriedly returning, Qin Ruo and Apos' interest peaked as she withdrew her gaze, fixating instead on the man before her. With a light chuckle, she inquired, "My lord, the person has returned. However, there is no sign of Ling and Apos. Could it be that she has gone astray?" All were aware that Shaoan and Apos' spirit beast was a spirit butterfly, yet it was, in truth, a pair of twin illusion butterflies. The elder sister, Qin Ruo, possessed the ability to manifest emotions from the moment of her birth and could transform into any human form at will, whereas her younger sister struggled with transformation and lacked the same offensive prowess. The half-formed visage the younger sister had cultivated after years of training bore little resemblance to her sister, save for a hint of familiarity in her eyes. More often than not, it was the younger sister Ling and Apos, who accompanied Shaoan, devoid of sentiment and thought, serving as the sharpest weapon in battle, while the elder sister remained in the back courtyard managing tedious paperwork. Having been confined indoors for too long, Qin Ruo found herself drawn to the only painting hanging in Shaoan and Apos' study. It was undeniable that the woman depicted in the artwork was breathtakingly beautiful, captivating even to another woman. The woman's expression was gentle, her gaze reminiscent of moonlight, with her hair simply styled and adorned with a jade hairpin. Devoid of any other ornamentation, her skin shone like pure cream, and even her profile was strikingly exquisite, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by earthly affairs. Initially, Qin Ruo thought little of it, but upon witnessing the infatuated and tender gaze Shaoan cast upon the painting, an unsettling feeling stirred within her. From that moment on, she began to present herself with the features of the woman in the painting, and though she bore only a resemblance of 70 to 80%, it occasionally rendered Shaoan momentarily entranced. Bathed in moonlight, Qin Ruo's face radiated an ethereal beauty unmarred by dust. Yet it possessed an alluring charm that was unmistakably identifiable. Shaoan spoke in a calm tone. "I have other tasks entrusted to her." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Ruo and Apos' eyes sparkled playfully, her long lashes casting a languid shadow over her features as she glanced at the man beside her. With a slight lift of her rosy lips, she let out a soft, enchanting laugh. For some reason, I have great confidence in your endeavor, my lord. I believe this time, you shall successfully seize control of the exiled territory. I, Qin Ruo, shall remain by your side until you no longer require my presence. Xiaoan paused, seemingly taken aback by her sudden declaration. He chuckled and shook his head. Ruo, you worry too much. Both you and Ling and Appos are my right and left arms. There is no distinction between us. It is simply that this particular mission is more suited for her. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruo smiled gracefully, leaning down to pour a cup of tea for Xiaoan, presenting it to him with a charming smile. My lord, it seems you are in high spirits tonight. Your lips have not ceased to smile. Perhaps you could share your joy with me? Xiaoan took a sip of tea, his hand gently clasping hers, as he gazed at her close, crimson lips with narrowed eyes. Tonight, I have won this game. Qin Ruo and Appos' gaze casually swept over the now empty chessboard in the courtyard before she lowered her eyes, concealing the turbulent undercurrents that lay beneath her calm demeanor. In this match, the white pieces triumphed. Lin Binbin stealthily slipped into the courtyard, pressing his head against the door to listen for a moment. Then peering through the window to confirm that the interior was shrouded in darkness, with everyone fast asleep before he gently pushed the door open. Creak, as the door closed. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the lights in the room suddenly flickered to life. Lin Binbin felt a chill run down his spine, freezing him in place. He knew that, given his father's temperament, it was unlikely he would let him off so easily. Father, strike not the face. I still intend to rely on my looks to make a living. Lin Binbin chuckled awkwardly, adopting a pitiful demeanor, then squeezed his eyes shut, resignedly raising his rear end towards his father. Lin Qin and Appos' expression darkened considerably, especially as he glanced at the offending posterior. He slammed his cup onto the table, his eyes blazing with fury. You little rascal, come over here. Lin Binbin's heart skipped a beat, rooted to the spot. If he approached, he was certain his rear would indeed blossom into a myriad of colors. I refuse. This spot is quite comfortable. Really? Is it such a crime to return a bit late? Must you make it seem like I'm a monster waiting to devour you? How barbaric. 3, 2. Father, why are you counting? It's rather unnerving at this hour. Just as Lin Binbin finished speaking, he moved to sit on the opposite end, deliberately choosing a spot further away, allowing him an escape route should his father decide to strike. The room fell silent once more. The candlelight flickered across Lin Qin's face, casting shadows that obscured his features. Lin Binbin's heart raced with anxiety as he cautiously stole a glance at his father's expression. Upon meeting his gaze, he immediately donned a professional smile. Father, I was engaged in serious business today. Serious business? Lin Qin huffed. Have you heard about the chaos in the Tang family? Look at yourself. If you were truly trapped in the Tang family, what would you do? Do you think wielding that outdated mech makes you invincible? Once captured, I wonder where you would go to weep. His tone suggested a lack of genuine anger. Lin Binbin, emboldened by this, retorted, Oh, come now. My father was once a certified S-rank beastmaster. Surely, his son cannot be lacking in skill. Besides, I'm too clever to allow myself to fall into such a simple trap. As the mention of the past drew Lin Qin's attention, he took a deep pull from his pipe, the smoke swirling around him. I heard you killed the spirit beast of the Ting family? Who asked the dimwit that spilled the beans? Lin Binbin was momentarily stunned, processing the information before he hastily flattered, as expected of my father. Nothing escapes your notice. Lin Qin shot him a glare. Enough of the flattery. Let us discuss serious matters. When did you break through? Chapter 37. Repair and upgrade at present. Ting Qin is a B-level beastmaster, and if his own son could defeat him, it could only mean that he too possesses at least a B-level prowess. Yet, this insufferable brat had only recently registered as an F-level beastmaster, and now he had inexplicably jumped 3 levels. In all these years, he had never heard of such a peculiar occurrence. Seeing Lin Binbin and Appos' hesitant and unfortunate expression, Lin Qin and Appos' face darkened further. In truth, Lin Binbin had already cast a sidelong glance at the other's arms, which were thicker than his own calves, and instinctively shrank back. Dad, I really don't understand either. After completing the test task, I just left, and the manual didn't mention anything about it. Lin Binbin scratched his head, realizing that he was indeed supposed to undergo a level assessment. How troublesome. He had never possessed any level. His Spirit Master's energy tests consistently yielded 0. and even his spirit beast's bonding level was inferior to Chung Mo's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to piloting a mecha in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Lin Qin's eyes twitched, a mix of astonishment and incredulity washing over him. This wretched child was merely putting on an act. Fine. Asking you is tantamount to asking the wind. You may leave now. Lin Binbin, elated, took a few steps back and turned to flee. Wait. Gazing at the small figure whose complexion had turned stiff, Lin Qin added, for the next few days, keep a low profile. Don't run about recklessly. If I catch you sneaking out, I'll skin you alive. Do you understand? What? Lin Binbin pouted nonchalantly. He then witnessed his father extinguishing his cigarette, rising from the chair, and turning to search for his second brother, who had inexplicably vanished without a trace. Noticing Lin Binbin's expression of discontent, Lin Qin's temper flared. What are you staring at? Do you think my words hold no weight? His grip on the smoking pipe tightened, and his piercing gaze made Lin Binbin nearly believe that a slap was imminent. Understood, I'll go. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time to dart into the room, shutting the door behind him. Lin Binbin exhaled a long breath of relief. Is he going through a midlife crisis? His temper is explosive today, he muttered softly. Just as he finished speaking, a resounding burst of laughter erupted from the other side of the door. The air suddenly felt eerie. He has lost it, completely mad. Tomorrow I must keep my distance from him. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Binbin. Early the next morning, while the sky had yet to brighten, he rose and hurried to the furnace room, accompanied by the battered white ape. After a series of knocks and adjustments, his brow furrowed deeper, his small face contorted in concentration as if grappling with a monumental challenge. Ugh, even with maximum defense, this mecha cannot withstand high damage. An upgrade was imperative. In his previous life, there were two methods to upgrade a mecha: modification and fusion. However, regardless of the chosen route, blueprints were essential. With the shop function currently unavailable, blueprints could only be crafted manually or extracted using attribute points. The latter was excruciatingly laborious. Those points were already scarce and used to enhance skills. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he would have squandered his attribute points on weapon blueprints. Weapon blueprints? Wait, what if I attempted fusion? Lin Binbin's eyes sparkled with excitement. The fatigue from repairing the mecha vanished, and with renewed vigor, he eagerly began working on fusing the cold fire gun with the mecha. After 5 consecutive days of relentless effort, he finally neared completion. Please, let this succeed. As he tightened the last screw, Lin Binbin clasped his hands together, his heart silently praying. The once dilapidated scrap had been discarded, and now the white ape gleamed in silvery iron, reflecting a futuristic aura as the flames danced upon its surface. The probability of successfully fusing the mecha and weapon was notoriously low, generally ranging from 20 to 40%. As a competent mechanic, Lin Binbin had long grown accustomed to such failures. To enhance the odds of success, he even enlisted Ching Mo's assistance in procuring additional materials. With a crisp click, the core was installed. Lin Binbin's gaze fixated on the mecha. A low humming noise signaled the activation of the machinery, and suddenly, the white ape's once dull eyes blazed with light. Detecting mecha configuration update. Re-evaluating quality, please wait. Lin Binbin held his breath. A minute later, the panel displayed a new notification. Evaluation complete. Congratulations on the successful upgrade. Current quality: blue. Name: Ancient Mecha, Beginner. White Ape. Type: Combat Mecha. Quality: blue. Base attributes: Defense 85, Attack 140, Power level 56. Energy value 2500, Attribute bonus 10 double damage. Height 1. 4 meters. Weight 65 pounds. Energy source: core. Combat consumption 60 energy per minute. Special abilities: Heavy armor reduces physical damage by 10, enlarged attack range, and in transformation state. Inflicts an additional 30 burn damage. Configuration: Ice type cold fire gun, purple. Kinetic mechanical arm, blue. Congratulations, you have discerned the patterns in crafting mechas. As an unfeeling mechanic, a broad path lies ahead. Shall we proceed to construct the next mecha together? Lin Binbin chose to disregard the system's playful jibe. White ape, transform. In an instant, the mechanical arm retracted, and after 0.1 seconds, it morphed into 2 cold fire guns, seamlessly integrating with the mecha, exuding an overwhelming aura from a distance. The speed and power were visibly enhanced. Now, the white ape could likely contend with Ting Qin's soul-eating butterfly. Lin Binbin had calculated that, in terms of combat prowess, his mecha should comfortably overpower sea-level spirit beasts. The only remaining challenge was to improve combat skills, which could only be achieved through practical experience. He stroked his chin, satisfied with the transformation of the white ape. Considering this, I should now be able to qualify as a B-level beast master. Restore. With this command, the white ape reverted to its normal state. At first glance, one might think the mecha merely donned a brighter metallic skin, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that the white ape had become significantly sturdier, radiating a more formidable presence. The overall attributes were impressively enhanced. He felt a surge of anticipation, wondering how Ting Qin would react to the transformation of his mecha. Chapter 38. Commencing training. Having accepted his father's task, Lin Binbin sought information regarding Lin Binhong's whereabouts. According to rumors, it seemed he had gone to work with the Tung family, which was currently in disarray, failing to stir up any significant trouble. Hence, Lin Binbin paid it little heed. In the following days, Lin Binbin dedicated time to impart mechanical knowledge to Lin Xiao and Cheng Mo, intending to seize this opportunity for a comprehensive transformation. With knowledge acquired, any endeavor would become considerably easier. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on our studies. I have procured a plethora of books from the marketplace, and I will provide a thorough introduction to them. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Having cherished reading from a young age, he felt unperturbed. However, Cheng Mo was quite different. Ever since childhood, the sight of words had induced excruciating headaches and discomfort, rendering him incapable of absorbing any learning. Otherwise, he would not remain illiterate to this day. Upon witnessing Cheng Mo's pained expression, Lin Binbin smirked slightly and said, "Ahem, today marks the inception of our learning journey. To enhance everyone's enthusiasm, we shall feast upon meat for lunch. I have specifically purchased some exquisite mixed-origin pork chops. Cheng Mo, would you like to sample my culinary skills?" "Absolutely, but only those who are committed to learning will partake." Cheng Mo and Appo's bright eyes dimmed instantly, as if shrouded in a veil of despair, and he looked at Lin Binbin with a pitiful gaze. However, he was met with an unyielding refusal. Don't even think about it. For the sake of satisfying his hunger, a little hardship was deemed necessary. After a brief inner struggle, Cheng Mo gritted his teeth and firmly nodded. "Fine, I shall learn." Lin Binbin's culinary skills were rather average, yet his prowess in barbecuing was exceptional. As he returned with half a mixed-origin suckling pig, Lin Xiao had already prepared the dough for pancakes. "Do you need help?" he inquired. Shaking his head, Lin Binbin replied, "No need, brother. You focus on your task, Cheng Mo, and I can manage this meat." With deft hands, Lin Binbin efficiently processed the pork, and in no time, half the pig was transformed into small, grill-ready pieces, leaving Lin Xiao astounded. "This is called barbecuing. I learned it from a book," Lin Binbin explained before embarking on the marination of the meat, concurrently crafting over 50 iron skewers. Once the marinated meat was skewered and placed on the rack, Lin Binbin waited until it was nearly cooked, brushing it with sauce and sprinkling salt and other seasonings. Merely imagining the feast made his mouth water in anticipation. As the fragrant smoke wafted through the air, just as Lin Binbin placed the finished skewers on a plate, he noticed Cheng Mo's eager face beside him, eyes wide, drooling as he fixated on the meat, seemingly ready to devour the skewer whole. "Get to work. Come help me skewer the meat." Lin Binbin maintained his composure, swallowing hard while urging Cheng Mo to assist. Cheng Mo, undeterred, chuckled and promptly set to work. After a vigorous 20 minutes, the pancakes were finally ready. The three of them squatted beside the grill, holding their pancakes while munching on the skewers. The air filled with the sounds of chewing and swallowing. Just as they were relishing their meal, a faint voice called from the entrance. "Excuse me, are you still hiring?" Lin Binbin turned around, and upon seeing the newcomer, he excitedly approached. "Yes, indeed. We are hiring." He shook the visitor's hand, his palm slick with oil. "May I know your name?" "Gung Lu," replied the newcomer, taken aback by Lin Binbin's enthusiasm. Having struggled for days, Gung Lu still felt a wave of apprehension whenever he recalled the previous events. Nightmares of losing his head haunted him, and it took him countless days of tossing and turning before, with his parents' encouragement, he mustered the courage to return. He had anticipated facing rejection, but Lin Binbin's warm welcome caught him off guard. Lin Xiao, recognizing Gung Lu, paused for a moment before cautiously asking, "Did your family agree?" After all, their current actions might appear reckless to outsiders, who would allow their child to engage in such folly. "Yes. My mother said that living a life as a slave is fruitless, urging me to come and try my luck. Even if I don't succeed, at least I can assist and learn some beast-taming knowledge," Gung Lu replied, scratching his head, his nearly 6-foot stature contrasting with his bashful demeanor. Lin Xiao chose not to press further, sensing that over-questioning might only make Gang Lu more uncomfortable. Lin Binbin, upon hearing, waved his hand dismissively. No need for such talk. If my father hears you, I might end up in trouble. Come, now that you are in the guild, we are family. Join us for a meal. Is that appropriate? Gang Lu hesitated, yet the tantalizing aroma made it difficult for him to resist. Don't be polite. Here? Lin Binbin handed him a generous portion of skewers. Are you available this afternoon? We will be discussing some fundamental mechanical knowledge. It will be a team-building experience. Gang Lu was unfamiliar with mechanical concepts, but understood that being accepted and taught was a stroke of good fortune, even if it meant facing some reprimands. He was determined to join. All right, I will request a half-day leave from the supervisor. That won't be necessary. Just speak to Uncle Zhang Yan. And we can arrange for you to join us, Lin Binbin assured him. With Gang Li's addition, their guild now boasted 5 members. A step closer to becoming a renowned establishment. Lin Binbin felt a renewed sense of optimism for the days ahead. After lunch, Lin Binbin sprawled on the ground, lost in thought, while Lin Xiao and Gang Lu tidied up. In contrast to Lin Zhao's fastidiousness, Gang Lu was brimming with enthusiasm, diligently wiping down the table. Gang Lu, perhaps you should take a break, Lin Binbin suggested with a frown. No need, I'm not tired. If there is anything else, I can handle it. I have plenty of energy. Lin Binbin glanced at Gang Li's muscular physique and then at his own, opting to remain silent. When would he also attain such strength? Sighing, Lin Binbin felt that the joy of expanding their guild was somewhat overshadowed. He had gathered an assortment of books on foundational mechanical knowledge, drafting, and component fabrication. As he laid out the materials in front of them, Lin Xiao perused them briefly and became engrossed. Give me 3 days, and I should be able to finish them all. Pleased, Lin Binbin's gaze shifted to the other 2. Compared to Cheng Mo's evident struggle, Gang Lu appeared more bewildered, seemingly illiterate. As Lin Binbin met their eyes, an overwhelming sense of urgency washed over him. Chapter 39. Surely, he is jealous of his handsome appearance. Good morning, President. Lin Binbin, still half asleep after being dragged over by his brother, was taken aback to see Gang Lu already standing in the room, a cloth in hand. Sporting a radiant smile, the surroundings were extraordinarily clean and tidy. The cobwebs that once adorned the walls had vanished, and even the remnants from yesterday's smelting had been neatly bagged. The floor gleamed as if polished. The group stared in disbelief, struggling to reconcile this pristine environment with the furnace room they had previously known. Did I walk into the wrong place? Cheng Mo blinked, retreating a few steps, only to finally believe his eyes upon spotting the number plate 3145 on the wall. Lin Binbin straightened up, embodying the president's demeanor perfectly. Did you do all of this? Gang Lu sheepishly scratched his head. I'm not very clever, so I can only assist with menial tasks. Yesterday, Lin Binbin had briefed him on the current state of the guild. Lin Xiao was adept at cartography, Cheng Mo was a friend of the president, and there was a wealthy benefactor involved. Among the team, he felt utterly insignificant, fearing that if he did not step up his efforts, he might be sent back. President, my mother said I should be more diligent, or I might end up cooking for you. My culinary skills are decent, or if you have other tasks, I'm happy to take them on. I quite enjoy working. At that moment, Lin Binbin was examining Gang Lu's profile. Name, Gang Lu. Age, 8. Physical ability, 10. Strength, 5. Agility, 2. Mentality, 2. Charm, 1. Do not bully the honest. His physical ability was commendable, yet the rest of his attributes appeared rather mediocre. Lin Binbin rubbed his nose and replied, to be frank, I have a more pressing task than cooking to assign you. Gang Li's spirits lifted. Please, President, give me your orders. In truth, our guild is currently in need of someone to manage affairs. The responsibilities are simple, primarily logistical tasks, such as record keeping, organizing internal matters, and, oh yes, procurement. Later, I will provide you with the contact details and funds, and you can coordinate with Uncle Li. This way, he could fully delegate the tasks at hand. Lin Xiao would handle mapping, Gang Lu would manage logistics, Ziren would oversee funding, and as for Cheng Mo, well, he could serve as the mascot. After all, this fellow had an uncanny knack for stumbling upon magical wolf packs during casual outings, which inadvertently benefited Lin Binbin. To Gang Li's dismay, the notion of being entrusted with such responsibilities filled him with anxiety, and he struggled to find his voice. He hadn't anticipated drawing the president's attention on his very first day. I can't do this. Lin Binbin raised an eyebrow and sauntered over. You see, I can't possibly manage all these trivial matters myself, and you could always delegate to Cheng Mo. Gung Lu's gaze drifted to the figure playfully engaging with the small wolf nearby, and he chose silence. After sipping some cool water, Lin Binbin felt fully awake. Stepping closer to Gung Lu and patting his shoulder. By entrusting this to you, I am affirming your capability. If you lack faith in yourself, at least have faith in me. With those words, Gung Lu finally understood his position. Rest assured, President, I will complete the task. Why are you shouting? Lin Binbin exclaimed. Feeling as if his ears might burst, the boy's volume rivaled that of Cheng Mo. Very well, let us proceed. Today, I will explain mechanical knowledge to you, and Cheng Mo. Gung Lu swiftly fetched a small stool, his eagerness evident despite his perceived dullness. Unlike Cheng Mo, who, since adopting the wolf cub, had neglected his studies. I'll take that little creature away tomorrow. As if sensing something amiss, the small wolf perked up its ears and cautiously glanced over. Upon locking eyes with Lin Binbin's mischievous gaze, it emitted a low growl, clearly warning him against any rash movements. Try barking again, and I might just stew you for dinner, Lin Binbin teased, brandishing a severed phantom blade as he approached. The wolf cub, startled, instinctively retreated a step, barking louder. However, once it saw Lin Binbin's imposing figure blocking its escape, its bravado dwindled, and it quickly sought refuge under the stool. A creature with a mouthful of sharp white teeth was terrifying enough, especially one 10 times its size. Now realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Binbin grinned and seized the cub by the scruff of its neck. The little wolf trembled, its tail tucked tightly, its dark eyes darting anxiously as it let out a soft whimper. Freezy, put it down. Look how frightened it is, Cheng Mo chimed in, peering out from behind a pile of books. Seeing the wolf's pleading eyes softened his heart. Lin Binbin had no intention of truly harming it. All right, I was merely teasing you. Look at your fright, you're nothing like your mother. After petting the wolf's soft fur, he finally released it. The moment its paws hit the ground, the little wolf dashed to Cheng Mo's feet, tugging at his pant leg as if pleading, "There's a bad guy. Run." Both men were momentarily taken aback. Then Cheng Mo erupted with laughter. Freezy, look at your reputation. Even the wolf is wary of you. Ha ha ha, you're beyond saving. You ungrateful creature. I saved you once. Now you repay my kindness with disdain. Lin Binbin retorted, only to observe the wolf cub emit a few soft hums before turning away and lying down with its back to him. Damn it, that little rascal must be jealous of my handsome looks. Fine, when the milk runs out, don't come begging me. Milk was a rare commodity in the exiled lands, with 1 pound equivalent to 10 spirit stones. This meant that the little wolf cub was akin to a gold-guzzling beast, consuming a month's worth of their wages in a single meal. Were it not for by Xiren's financial backing, Lin Binbin would hardly dare spend so extravagantly. Yet, this little brat seemed oblivious to gratitude, casting disdain in his direction. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Lin Binbin muttered a few words before resigning himself to the situation. Damn it, I must promptly raise my charm level. As of now, his charm as guild president was at the bottom of the ranks. Was there truly no justice in this world? Chapter 40. Welcome to the Devil's Training Camp. The little wolf cub continued to ignore him, only behaving during bath and meal times, but once the meal was over, its demeanor changed, baring its teeth in a provocative manner, occasionally nudging Lin Binbin and Appos' thigh as if to challenge him. Observing the clean and adorably soft little demon wolf, Lin Binbin felt a surge of frustration. In response, he confiscated the remaining rations, declaring that if it did not want to eat, he would simply discard them. Cheng Mo cast a disdainful glance at him before shoving a pile of spirit beast rations he had previously stockpiled into a corner. After 5 arduous days, Lin Xiao finally consumed all the theoretical knowledge, and the task of imparting lessons fell honorably upon him. The good news was that Lin Binbin was finally liberated. The bad news was that his father had learned of their endeavors and intended to intervene. I heard you have been studying recently. Tell me, what have you learned? Nothing much, just what the old immortal told me before, Lin Binbin replied innocently, attempting to flee. The next moment, he was pulled back by Lin Qin. Where do you think you and Appos running off to? Lin Qin eyed his son and Appos' expression and continued, merely reading from books is insufficient. As a competent beast tamer, one must cultivate both mind and body. Coincidentally, your uncle Zhang Yin has been less occupied with his duties in the military. So I suggest he take you and your friends for some rigorous training. Lin Binbin and Appos' brows furrowed deeply. Father, this is completely unrelated. I have my own plans. Nonsense. What I say goes. It and Appos, S settled. Lin Binbin was momentarily speechless, then swiftly broke free from Lin Qin and Appos, S grasp and dashed towards the door, exclaiming, "No. Uncle Zhang's methods are as harsh as yours. If I fall into his hands, will I have any chance of survival?" He vaguely recalled a visit to the training ground in his childhood, where the punishment system left a lasting impression on him. The last few in training would face penalties, receiving strikes from a long wooden plank on their backs, and anyone who uttered a sound would receive an additional 5 strikes. He remembered seeing soldiers with bare backs, bloodied and battered, sweat cascading down their foreheads, faces pale but gritting their teeth in silence, while the enforcer was none other than Zhang Yan. From that moment onward, Lin Binbin harbored a profound fear of him, avoiding him whenever possible and resorting to flattery or bringing gifts to appease him when evasion proved impossible. "You little rascal. How dare you defy me? Do you think I could harm you?" With that, 2 large hands landed sharply on Lin Binbin and Appos' backside, sending him scurrying around the room in pain. This old man was truly relentless. He felt as if his backside were on fire, and after much rubbing, he still felt numb. "Father, let us talk this over. I'm still young. Constantly spanking me won't help me grow." Upon hearing this, Lin Qin's hands trembled with rage. "With your bad habits, if you spent less time with your smart mouth, you would have begun training long ago. Get over here." Lin Uncle was in a rage again, and within the room, Lin Binbin's agonized screams echoed, causing Qing Yimo, who had come to accompany him to the smelting room, to turn pale. "Brother, take care. I'll be waiting for you in the smelting room." He silently prayed for Lin Binbin before hastily exiting the courtyard. How terrifying. Reflecting on it, Lin Binbin felt his father was far too lenient. He survived the beating, yet his backside was swollen beyond recognition, leaving him with no desire to deal with spirit beasts or lessons, sighing despondently. Gung Le found it odd and was about to inquire when he noticed the previous supervisor, Zhang Yan, standing at the entrance of the smelting room, a smile flickering in his eyes. "Children, let us begin the drills." The training ground was set in the open area between the smelting room and the animal pens, and mindful of the children's ages, Zhang Yan had deliberately lowered the training intensity. Daily, they were to run 30 kilometers with weights, complete 100 sit-ups and push-ups, and perform 300 jumping jacks. In the evenings, they would practice archery and stances. Just hearing the extent of the training left Lin Binbin feeling as if his life was nearing its end. Before the morning session was even halfway through, Lin Binbin felt drenched and dizzy, swaying before collapsing onto the ground, motionless. "You little rascal, are you slacking off?" Zhang Yan shot a cold glance at the fallen boy, pouring a bucket of cold water over him. "The last one will face punishment. So if you don't want your backside to blossom, get up." The cold water jolted Lin Binbin awake, and as his senses returned, he noticed Lin Xiao, who had already completed 5 laps, struggling to rise. "Damn it, it's just running. In my past life, I was among the top 3 in the Ivy League elementary 5th grade group." In the next moment, Lin Binbin felt as if he was on the verge of death. His legs felt like lead, his knees and elbows raw and bleeding. He had no recollection of how he was carried back, only that he was force-fed a few bites of food before drifting into an exhausted slumber. When he finally awoke, his wounds had been treated and bandaged. A few children sat on benches, exchanging glances filled with bitterness. After just one day, they looked visibly worn. Cheng Mo couldn't hold back his tears. 3Z. "Perhaps you should speak to Uncle Lin. If we keep running like this for a few more days, I fear I won't be able to catch my breath and will simply perish." 3Z, sob sob sob, "I don't want to die. I haven't even tasted the braised pork knuckle, red braised meat, or sweet and sour ribs you mentioned." Lin Binbin dreamed of escaping, knowing that Zhang Yan and Appos' current level of ruthlessness was utterly appalling. Even the mecha and the newborn wolf cub were forced into the training regimen. "All right, from today onward, we must rise against this. Who dares to resist?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a chilling voice rang out from outside. The group looked up in astonishment, and upon recognizing the figure, they all wore expressions of horror, instinctively raising their hands to point at Lin Binbin. His face darkened instantly, and he cursed the disloyalty of his companions in his heart. Zhang Yan cast a glance at the instigator, his gaze turning icy. "Ah, so you know how to resist. It seems the training intensity has not been sufficient. From today onward, each of you will run an additional 5 laps. "Oh, no. Supervisor, we were wrong. We weren't awake, our minds were dizzy. We never thought of such a thing." A chorus of pained wails erupted within the room. "Don't give me any nonsense. Time us up. All of you get out and train." Zhang Yan's eyes were sharp, his voice laced with warning. Seeing they could not escape, the boys trudged forward, supporting each other as they stepped outside. Chapter 41. Have you been exiled too? I had thought that these youngsters would give up the next day, yet to my surprise, they persevered. Indeed, if my child were to endure such torment, their mother would surely weep inconsolably. As people passed by the training grounds after work, they beheld the frail figures, visibly fatigued yet resolutely pushing onward. Their initial mockery transformed into genuine admiration. Such high-intensity training is a challenge even for adults, and these children have truly suffered. Lin Binbin, however, seemed oblivious to the murmurs around him. He gasped for breath, sweat trickling down his eyelashes and stinging his eyes, causing his vision to blur. On the 10th day of training, he had managed to run 5 kilometers with a weighted pack, a commendable start, and his physical attributes had indeed seen significant enhancement. Name: Lin Binbin. Age: 7. Stamina: 7. Strength: 5. Agility: 7. Mentality: 7. Charisma: 0, except for his charisma. Each attribute had increased by 2 points, reflecting a balanced improvement. Gazing at the points that had risen without the aid of drugs, Lin Binbin broke into a wide grin. But before he could fully savor his joy, a sharp slap landed on his head. Ouch! Uncle Jean, what was that for? You lazy boy. You still have 3 kilometers left. Hurry up and run. Zhang Yan, seeing Lin Binbin's pitiful state, showed no mercy and added, those who fail to meet the mark today will have to run an extra kilometer. Lin Binbin felt a surge of frustration. Beside him, Lin Xiao cast a sympathetic glance at his younger brother before effortlessly surpassing him. Lin Binbin stiffened, adjusting his backpack. I know, Uncle Jean. I'll run. But please stop hitting my head. It's easy to get dazed. Only the sound of the wind from another slap answered him. Lin Binbin ducked and dodged, his sharp tongue already propelling him forward in pursuit of the figures ahead. Zhang Yan paused momentarily, the chill in his gaze dissipating as he shook his head in resignation. This little rascal was indeed crafty, just as Lin Gu had predicted, seizing every opportunity to slack off. In the final kilometer, it was no surprise that Lin Binbin was dragged across the finish line by Lin Xiao, while Geng Lu staggered behind, carrying Cheng Yimou. The boys collapsed onto the ground, soaked in sweat, too exhausted to speak, only the sound of heavy breathing filling the air. It's time to eat, Zhang Yan called out to the training grounds, and the children sprang up, discarding their packs and scrambling toward the dining table. Eat with some decorum, there's no one competing with you. You all look like starving wolves. What, have I starved you? Zhang Yan mused as he observed the boys devouring their meals with reckless abandon. After a few moments of reflection and seeing no reaction, he quietly served them some bowls of soup. The boys, too weary to even lift their heads, ignored the state of their hands, simply shoveling food into their mouths, prioritizing the filling of their stomachs above all else. As they fought over their meals, a group of armored guards clad in black entered the exile grounds, and at the center of this entourage, a strikingly handsome young man clad in a golden-crowned purple robe, holding a folding fan, leisurely approached on horseback. It appears you were not difficult to find. With a snap, the fan opened, and Ziren's gaze fell upon the nearby area. Is this where Lin Binbin and the others work? Accompanying him, Xiaoan slightly bowed, his demeanor exceedingly humble. Yes, technically, children are not permitted in the furnace room, but their situation is somewhat special. 2 of the children have already been certified as beast tamers, and since they complete their daily tasks punctually, everyone has turned a blind eye. Oh, Ziren's interest was piqued as he dismounted, intending to take a look inside. Your Highness, that is inadvisable. The temperature inside is extremely high, and it is filled with criminals. It may disturb the prince, Xiaoan hastily interjected. Ziren was the most favored grandson of the Supreme Emperor, cherished since childhood, and had spent his early years accompanying the emperor at the Jinhua Temple for prayers and blessings. He had only returned to the capital in recent years, and after sustaining minor injuries on his descent, the emperor had been furious, ordering a bloodbath that same night. This incident had become fodder for gossip, and everyone was aware that even offending the other princes in the capital was preferable to crossing paths with the 9th prince. Angering him could lead to dire consequences. Such a presence must not encounter any mishaps in the exile grounds. However, Ziren waved his hand dismissively. It's of no concern. I am merely curious to take a look. You need not trouble yourselves with my affairs. As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Xiaoan, exhibiting an inexplicable excitement. Xiaoan was about to offer his accompaniment when Bai Lai abruptly blocked his path. Do you not understand the princess words, Sir Xiao? These individuals are all formidable warriors, with the lowest ranking being at the 3rd tier, capable of leading any military camp as vanguards, especially by Lai, who has reached the 5th tier. Such a presence is here to guard a child. It reflects the level of importance placed on this matter. Shaoan halted, smiled faintly. Yet the mirth did not reach his eyes. His pupils were as dark as ink, unfathomable. The 9th prince had come directly for Lin Binbin. Something was amiss. However, logically, they should not have any intersection. Shaoan calmly averted his gaze, turning to Ling Er beside him, instructing, "Go. Inform Lin Qin that the situation here may be changing." Barely had Ling Dai vanished when a voice erupted from within the furnace room. "What the hell? How did you find this place? You've been exiled too? What crime did you commit?" Ziren lightly rapped the table with his fan. "I have come to join the organization. Are you not going to introduce me?" His gaze swept the room, and he frowned in confusion. Apart from Lin Xiao, who was of a similar age, the rest were merely children of 7 or 8 years, with talents that were far from exceptional. Looking at the innocent faces, Ziren began to regret his impulsiveness. "Oh, is that so? You startled me. I thought you were here to beg for money." Lin Binbin sighed in relief. Ziren's expression stiffened slightly as he heard Lin Binbin continue. "Allow me to introduce everyone. This is one of our new members, Ziren. He is the wealthy individual I mentioned before. If anyone is in need of money in the future, just approach him. He is famously known as the generous benefactor." Lin Binbin winked at the others, lowering his voice. But in such a confined space, his words were unmistakably heard by a particular someone. Chapter 42. The emergence of dual professions. The youth's ability to roam freely in the land of exile and effortlessly find his way here suggests that his background is anything but ordinary. He remains reticent, and Lin Binbin, respecting his silence, chooses not to pry. As long as he stays, wealth will follow, even if he is truly a nefarious villain. It is a burden they can bear. Nearby, several individuals overhear this exchange, their eyes widening in disbelief. What a transgression. Is it truly wise to speak so openly in front of him? The atmosphere becomes palpably awkward. Silence reigns, heavy and deafening. Lin Binbin glances from one person to another. Puzzled. What's wrong? Why the long faces? Lin Xiao clears his throat and gestures apologetically to the newcomer. "I sincerely apologize. My brother can be quite unruly. Please do not take offense." Ziren takes a deep breath, suppressing his irritation. "It's nothing. Shall we discuss mechas instead?" "Certainly. Allow me to introduce you to our situation here," Lin Xiao replies, rising with a feigned steadiness. His trembling legs barely holding him up as he begins to provide Ziren with a detailed overview. Lin Binbin gazes at the two in dismay before turning to Cheng Yemo, confused. "What does this mean? Did I say something wrong?" Cheng Yemo steps forward, patting his shoulder. "Brother, I can only suggest that we keep a low profile next time. Zhang Yin consistently offers incisive training strategies, and under such intense regimen. Even the white ape has developed 2 skills. Active skill powerful throw, can accurately strike enemies within 100 meters, dealing 10 damage. Passive skill vanguard, activates in dangerous situations, increasing speed by 5 and defense by 3. This implies that with proper training in the future, even mechas could experience a qualitative leap." Gazing at the pristine mecha before him, Ziren is utterly astonished, especially after witnessing the white ape's demonstration of strength and speed. He remains in a state of shock for an extended period. The triad has recently upgraded the mecha, and Lin Xiao earnestly comments. "This mecha should now be at the B rank." Ziren pauses, his handsome features twitching in disbelief. "Last time I saw it, it was F rank. In just a month, it has ascended to B rank?" Achieving a 3-tier breakthrough in a month is something even the most formidable beast masters in the capital cannot accomplish. Yet here stands a condemned sinner from the land of exile who has done so. What a jest! For a long while, Ziren's mind is a blank slate. The impact of this revelation is profound. He glances at the hand-drawn blueprints and then at Lin Xiao, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. It seems he spoke too soon. The members of this guild are indeed quite extraordinary. While he struggles to comprehend how they came together, his expression relaxes considerably. "How did you achieve this?" "Achieve what?" Lin Binbin asks, bewildered. "From F to B." "Oh, that? It's probably because of my exceptional talent and striking looks. The heavens have favored me with sustenance." What can I say? Upon hearing Lin Binbin's words, Cheng Mo almost laughs but restrains himself, sensing Ziren's displeasure. He also showcases his mechanical B. Observing the tiny creature, only a few millimeters in size, Ziren nods in approval, while its attack power may be somewhat lacking. It serves as an excellent tool for reconnaissance. But how will it relay information back? Lin Binbin scratches his nose. If all goes well, only I will be able to view the images it transmits. Truly the chosen one. Lin Binbin decides not to provoke the new member further, providing a brief introduction before assigning him financial responsibilities. Ziren, unperturbed, finds that the materials and daily expenses barely amount to his monthly allowance. Perhaps after a series of shocks, his mindset gradually calms. When can we begin researching new mechas? No rush. We are currently in training. Since you are a guild member, why not join us? Lin Binbin squints at him. A good brother should share in the blessings. Ziren gives him a knowing look, his eyes darkening. And after a moment, he nods. Very well. However, once they reach the training ground, Lin Binbin realizes the light-hearted smile on his face signifies something far more serious. This man is extraordinary. Completing a 10-kilometer run without breaking a sweat, one would hardly suspect he had just exercised if not for the slight disarray of his hair. After the run, Ziren performs over 100 push-ups, yet he still manages to smile. He takes up a bow, positions himself, and focuses all his strength into one point before aiming for the bullseye. With a swift whoosh, the arrow pierces the red target center. Ziren flexes his wrist, reflecting, I've grown rusty. It seems I need to practice more diligently. Turning around, he notices the somber expressions on the faces of his companions, particularly Lin Binbin, who appears on the verge of a breakdown. Ziren seems pleased with their reactions, casually remarking, so this is what you mean by sharing the blessings. However, it seems I want need to join you after all. Lin Binbin is left speechless and, after a moment, struggles to rise, shakily picking up the bow and attempting to shoot, and misses. Another attempt, another miss. Ultimately, he gives up, collapsing onto the ground. Let whoever wants to roll. I'm done. Character detection failed. Name, Ziren. Age, 15. Profession, Beastmaster, Warrior. Physical fitness. Strength, agility, mentality, charm. What are you looking at? Hurry home for dinner. If you can glean anything from this, that would truly be remarkable. Fortunately, he has already endured a round of shock. Otherwise, thoughts of despair might have plagued him. Yet, what does this dual profession entail? Could it be that Ziren is indeed a Beastmaster? However, since their acquaintance began, he has never seen Ziren with a spirit beast. And as for being a warrior, dual professions imply that his abilities far exceed theirs. Even Zhang Yin has not exhibited so many question marks. Are you also a Beastmaster? Ziren nods, not denying it. Just as Lin Binbin is about to delve deeper into inquiries, an urgent cry pierces the air. Sanzi, Lin Xiao, trouble. It is a companion from the breeding facility, panting as he rushes over. Upon confirming their identities, he grabs Lin Binbin and Lin Xiao's arms, pulling them along. Quick, there has been a murder. Tung Yin is out to kill Lin Binhong. Chapter 43. A family of resilience. By the hearth, Lin Binhong was bound to a pillar. His garments had been torn and bloodied from the lashes of a whip, exposing his raw flesh. Drops of blood fell to the ground, staining it a vivid red. Tung Yin wielded a sharp dagger, carelessly tracing the edges of Lin Binhong's wounds. TSK. If you had only acquiesced to my demands back then, you wouldn't be enduring such torment now, he taunted. Lin Binhong and Appo's body trembled violently, his eyes burning with rage and sorrow as he glared at Tung Yin. Bah! Even if I perish here, I will never assist you in stealing the spirit beast from Sanzi. Though he despised Lin Binbin, he would never stoop to the dishonorable act of betraying his family. Suddenly, the once handsome Lin Binhong transformed into a fierce figure, straining forward as if he wished to tear Tung Yan's flesh from his bones. Tung Yan, however, remained unperturbed, his gaze dripping with mockery. Oh really? You've been away from home for a month. Have you seen any of the Lin family come looking for you? Is this how you define family? You lie. Lin Binhong shook his head, despair flickering in his eyes. They will surely come for me. Your father is indifferent to your plight. Your elder brother is preoccupied with Sanzi. And as for Lin Binbin, she likely doesn't even consider you her second brother. It's a wonder you can still endure in such a family. If I were in your position, I would have ended it all long ago to avoid the headache. Seeing Lin Binhong's face grow pale, Tung Yin laughed even more derisively. Huh, but don't say I haven't given you a chance. I just dispatched someone to notify them. Should they dare to come, your family may continue to exist. But Tung Yin's gaze shifted to the beast tamers of the family nearby, his expression darkening ominously. If that brat dares to approach, he will certainly not return. Lin Binhong's heart felt as if it were being scorched in flames, torn between the hope that they would come and the dread that they might truly arrive. Each of Tung Yan's words stoked the flames of his torment further. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him, and he smiled in despair. So this is your plan. You intend to use me as bait to ensnare the Lin family. I was foolish to ever believe you would assist me. The mocking voices around him grew louder, their gazes fixed on Lin Binhong like that of spectators observing a lamb destined for slaughter, utterly devoid of compassion. It seems this boy is not as dim-witted as we presumed. Indeed, I thought he would remain oblivious for a lifetime. Tung Yin chuckled, glancing at those beside him. What now? He has seen through our scheme. Oh, how terrifying. Look at the way he glares at me. Tung Yin sneered, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. It appears he wishes to end my life. Lin Binhong lifted his head and, gritting his teeth, shouted at him. Tung Yin, I will never allow you to succeed. He refused to become a burden to the Lin family. I, Lin Binhong, will never be a liability. With a furious cry, Lin Binhong and Apos' eyes glinted with hatred as he bit down hard on his tongue. Tung Yin had initially dismissed his words, but when he sensed the gravity of the situation, he acted swiftly. With a resounding slap, Tung Yin struck Lin Binhong and Apos' face, leaving his head ringing. In the next moment, blood trickled from his ear, mingling with the blood already staining his mouth. Tung Yin, you may hinder me today, but can you do so for a lifetime? Your plans will inevitably fail. Tung Yin and Apos' eyes glinted with murderous intent as he raised the dagger, pressing it against Lin Binhong and Apos' throat. You brat, dare to repeat that. The icy blade pressed against his skin sent a chill coursing through Lin Binhong. Do you dare to kill me? You lack the courage to defy the Tung family. And you certainly would not dare confront the Lin clan directly. You are afraid, Tung Yin. You are nothing more than a dog of the Tung family. Lin Binhong continued to provoke him. Tung Yan's expression twisted in fury, a dark glint flashing in his eyes. The beast tamers behind him frowned, their voices low as they spoke. Tung Yin, the elder has decreed that as long as Lin Binbin is dead, the others are not part of the plan. The Tung family is beset by internal and external strife and seeks to avoid further conflict. Yet, Tung Yin was clearly deaf to their warnings. He chuckled ominously, finally stating, You should not have provoked me. As his words fell, the dagger in his hand plunged down mercilessly. A sickening sound echoed as the blade pierced flesh, blood gushing forth. Lin Binhong and Apos' eyes widened. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. A sharp pain radiated from his neck, engulfing his entire being. But in the next instant, he smiled. Tung Yin, you have lost. The Lin family will never be defeated, never. Everyone was rendered speechless by the surreal scene before them. This boy was merely 10 years old. Not only them, but Tung Yin too was taken aback, his expression darkening. Damn it, the Lin brat is just as irritating. Go to hell. Before he could finish his curse, Tung Yin and Apos' hand shot downwards, but before he could act, a shadow surged in from outside the door. Instinctively, Tung Yin raised his hand to shield himself, retreating several steps before realizing that the assailant was a corpse. It was the Lin brothers. They had arrived. A flash of silvery light appeared, and in the next moment, Tung Yin and Apos' subordinate found his voice caught in his throat. After swiftly dispatching one opponent, Lin Binbin paused momentarily before rushing forward to cover Lin Binhong and Apos' neck. Second brother, hold on. Lin Xiao soon joined them. And upon seeing his younger brother in such a wretched state, he clenched his fists, his eyes turning crimson. Eldest brother, you tend to the wound. Do not move. I will deal with these scoundrels first. With that, Lin Binbin stood, his bloodthirsty gaze sweeping coldly over the enemies. White ape, take them down. Eliminate everyone in this room. The sounds of mechanical movements filled the air, and screams erupted within the room. At that moment, Lin Xiao successfully rescued Lin Binhong, cradling him in his arms. Second brother, do not fear, brother is here. But before he could finish, Lin Binhong coughed up black blood, finally recognizing the figures before him. A spark of joy ignited in his eyes. Eldest brother, forgive me, and hurry, we must go. Do not speak, please. Just hold on, Lin Xiao pleaded, pressing down on the wound that flowed freely with blood, his voice hoarse. Lin Binhong, look at me. Sanzi has become formidable. We will definitely return. We will. Chapter 44. It might be too late to run now. Lin Binhong gazed at the figure of his younger brother. A serene smile gradually emerging on his face, accompanied by a tear that slipped from the corner of his eye. Truly, it is. In the next moment, The light in Lin Binhong and Appo's eyes dimmed completely. No. Lin Xiao felt his breath halt for a fleeting moment, his trembling hand rising. Yet he lacked the courage to check for his second brother and Appo's breath. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Xiao finally mustered the strength to rise. His gaze sharp and cold, his expression a mask of fury. Third brother, eliminate them. I demand you to eliminate them. Lin Binbin had not anticipated that Lin Binhong would succumb. Upon hearing the voice, he turned, his demeanor momentarily stunned. System, is there any way to save him? System. As the panel focused on Lin Binhong, a line of small text appeared. A thought can lead to paradise or hell, if his health is at 100%. He currently possesses only half of 1%. No, it and Appo's now down to 4%. There is still a breath left. Lin Binbin raised his head, his gaze dark and foreboding, towards the figure hiding behind the Beast Master. Boy, do not rush. Soon enough, your family will be reunited. Damn it. The typically composed Lin Binbin suddenly erupted like a madman, disregarding the onlookers as he stood his ground and began to manually assemble a mech. With insufficient materials for a large mech in his storage bag, he opted to replicate a smaller one. Lin Binbin abruptly closed his eyes, and mere moments later, a shadow the size of a fingernail emerged from his shoulder. Ding, congratulations on synthesizing a flight-type mech. Awarded 10 free attribute points. Congratulations on synthesizing. System notifications echoed around him, yet Lin Binbin remained oblivious, lost in his world. Observing the boy who had suddenly calmed, Tung Yin furrowed his brow, falling silent for a moment before sneering. Huh, what a charade. I leave the rest to you. The Beast Master nodded, stepping forward as a spirit beast over a meter tall was summoned. Its icy blue scales covered its entire body, and its long tail trailed behind. Raising its conical head, it regarded Lin Binbin with an intense gaze. Iron-armored beast B class, quality, blue. Skills, harden, fatal strike, combo, ice blade. Nothing to say, it's just a thick-shelled fool. As the information about the iron-armored beast flashed in his mind, Lin Binbin steeled himself. It was merely a thick shell. He thrived on taking down such creatures. White ape, be cautious of its tail. Suddenly, the iron-armored beast launched an attack, curling into a metallic sphere and charging toward the white ape, leaving a layer of white ice crystals in its wake. Utilizing its exceptional evasion capabilities, the white ape swiftly dodged and cautiously retaliated, its mechanical arm clenched into a fist, which struck the iron-armored beast shell. Harden. The Beast Master smirked confidently. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as the crisp sound of metal colliding with stone echoed. The hardened iron-armored beast was now impervious, expanding its body under its master and Appo's command and preparing to counterattack. In a flash, its hardened tail swept toward the mech while employing the ice blade, the tail's surface coated in a layer of frost, exuding a chilling aura. Then, as the mech drew near, a cracking sound rang out, and the outer layer of ice on the iron-armored beast shattered like spring water. B-class spirit beast? The Beast Master's expression tightened, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he commanded the iron-armored beast to confront the mech head-on. Boom. The two forces collided violently, both parties staggering back a few steps. However, before the Beast Master could display his astonishment, the white ape roared and charged forward once more, seeking death. The Beast Master's surprise morphed instantaneously into fury. No one could harm his spirit beast. Under such defense, it was nearly invincible. Even if the opponent's spirit beast were stronger, it was merely a waste of time. Boy, I shall first cripple your spirit beast, and then kill you. The Beast Master wore a sinister expression, urging the iron-armored beast to charge at the mech again. He harbored no fears of defeat, believing that the iron-armored beast had yet to exert even 1/3 of its strength. In his eyes, Lin Binbin was already a doomed man. But in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. White flames engulfed the surroundings, and a heavy hammer descended upon the iron-armored beast and Appo's head, shattering it under immense force. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the once invulnerable iron-armored beast was sent flying, tumbling several meters before coming to a halt. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of all present skipped a beat. This defies logic. This was an impeccable B-class iron-armored beast. How could it lose so easily? How is it possible? My spirit beast cannot lose. The Beast Master was aghast, struggling to comprehend the shocking turn of events. Observing the Beast Master and Appo's expression, Tung Yin sensed something amiss and cautiously retreated, contemplating a hasty escape. Meanwhile, Lin Binbin was now surrounded by over 50 mechanical bees. Phew, it seems I have succeeded. Lin Binbin exhaled in relief. Wait, something is off. This boy may be more than just bee class. He possesses two types of spirit beasts. The Beastmaster and Apo's voice alerted the crowd. Just as they were engulfed in panic, ready to flee, Lin Binbin and Apo's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. Now running may be too late. Lin Binbin uttered two chilling words, and in the next moment, the mechanical bees above surged towards the crowd, as if summoned by some invisible force. Countless visible bees descended upon the crowd, frantically burrowing into their necks. As Lin Binbin and Apo's voice echoed, those who had previously struggled to resist now felt their strength wane, their bodies stiffening before they collapsed onto the ground. In their line of sight, a cacophony of wails erupted, and beneath the buzzing of the mechanical swarm, no one managed to escape. A fleeting shock coursed through him, and the Beastmaster barely had time to ponder why Lin Binbin had suddenly grown so formidable. As a small bee hovered before him, with a swift burst, onlookers beheld the previously untouchable Beastmaster, now a figure in disarray, fleeing desperately. A mere 7-year-old child with an F-class strength had managed to slay the spirit beast of a B-class Beastmaster, leaving him in utter disarray. It was impossible not to gasp in astonishment. To achieve such rapid growth in power at such a tender age, he could rival the prodigy Teng Qian of the Teng family. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Chapter 45. Competing with the king of hell for life protected by those around him, Teng Yin gazed at the pale-faced youth, a frenzied malice evident on his countenance. Quick! Take advantage of the chaos and kill him. The tumultuous scene around them, with both types of mechas engaged in combat, presented an opportune moment for a deadly strike. Upon hearing Teng Yan's command, the surrounding guards hesitated momentarily, but eventually grasped their daggers tightly and cautiously approached Lin Binbin. Having exhausted nearly all his strength after constructing over 50 small flying mechas, Lin Binbin's complexion was as white as a sheet, sustained only by his formidable willpower. Just as everyone believed they were on the verge of success, Lin Binbin's dark eyes suddenly lifted, emanating an alarming chill. In an instant, the figure of the white ape materialized from several meters away and delivered a devastating punch. With a sickening crack, the overwhelming force rendered the weapons in the hands of the guards useless. A figure in midair let out a mournful scream, spewing blood before collapsing to the ground, their chest brutally punctured. This young Beastmaster's strength far exceeded expectations, completely contrary to the intelligence they had received. It was all a ruse. Realizing this, Teng Yan's resolve to continue the fight evaporated, and he sought only to escape. However, Lin Binbin would not grant him that opportunity. The white ape seized Teng Yan's body and hurled him away with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Teng Yan was embedded into the wall, struggling to rise. He coughed up blood, but his body had already succumbed to immobility, his pupils constricting in terror as he marveled at Lin Binbin's astonishing growth in just a few months. Suddenly, a small figure entered Teng Yan's line of sight. No, I am a descendant of the Teng family. If you kill me, the Teng family will not let you go. Lin Binbin, with a chilling smile, replied, then let your family accompany you to hell. His gaze towards Teng Yan was terrifyingly cold as he tightened his grip on the dagger and plunged it mercilessly into Teng Yan's flesh. Blood splattered onto Lin Binbin's face, which he wiped off with a mere flick of his garment before turning to leave. In a matter of minutes, the situation had become clear. The Beastmaster lay dead beside his spirit beast, and Teng Yan's men were nearly dealt with. The mechas dispatched the last remaining foe, plunging the previously chaotic scene into an eerie silence. Once quiet, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Teng Yan had reaped what he sowed and could hardly blame others. The most pressing matter now was how to contend with the king of hell for his life. Lin Binbin checked Lin Binhong's breath, which had weakened to barely a whisper. Everyone present understood the implication of this. I'll go find Lord Jiansa and summon a doctor. Lin Xiao immediately stood up. There's no need, Lin Binbin interjected. Allow me to go. I'll have a mecha carry me for speed. Brother, stay here and take care of our second brother. If anything happens, just have Bumblebee send me a message. With that, Lin Binbin turned to leave. In that moment, he encountered Bai Ziren leisurely entering from outside. His gaze first swept over the figure on the bed, then the bloodstains on the two brothers, raising an eyebrow. What is going on here? We have urgent matters to attend to. I'll explain when I return. The undeniable tone left Bai Ziren momentarily stunned. After scrutinizing Lin Binbin's pallid complexion, he hesitated before saying, I recall that near Qinglin County, there is a recluse physician renowned for his exceptional skills, capable of even bringing the dead back to life. However, This physician is associated with the Tung family, and with the current upheaval, it may not be easy to request his assistance. The mention of the Tung family darkened Lin Binbin's expression further. But the Tung family has already fallen, hasn't it? Bai Ziren sighed, clearly frustrated. It's not so simple. These clans have been entrenched in their territories for years. Even the court's control is merely temporary. If one truly wishes to why are you pulling me? Before he could finish, Lin Binbin seized Bai Ziren and dragged him outside. Life is at stake. Who has the luxury to discuss the intricacies between clans and the court? Take me to find the physician if they demand a life for this incident. Let it be mine. Lin Binbin's voice turned icy, his eyes glinting with resolve. Bai Ziren, initially inclined to jest or coax him, felt a chill run down his spine at Lin Binbin's words. He nodded and provided an address. Be cautious. Although most of the Tung family has been subdued, there are still many remnants at large. Bai Ziren glanced back at the room. As for your second brother, I have brought plenty of medicinal herbs this time, which should suffice to keep him alive for now. The rest will depend on your luck. He instinctively patted Lin Binbin's shoulder, nearly toppling him over with the force. Wait, I didn't mean to use that much strength. Bai Ziren was astonished, but even more so by Lin Binbin's ghastly pallor, which resembled a specter of midnight, sending a shiver down his spine. Lin Binbin, however, remained silent, gesturing to indicate he was fine. Once seated upon the shoulder of a mecha, he turned and gritted his teeth, weakly uttering two words, "Wait for me." In the blink of an eye, a whoosh echoed as both he and the mecha vanished from sight. As the sun sank in the west, a brilliant afterglow bathed the deserted streets in golden light. At the alley's entrance, a slender figure stood against the light, their features obscured, clad in a blood-stained short robe. Excuse me, is this the residence of the esteemed physician Qin? Lin Binbin came to a halt, knocking respectfully on the door. I apologize for the intrusion, but I have a patient in dire need of help. Time is of the essence. I implore you to come forth and save my kin. It was midsummer, and the courtyard was ablaze with vibrant herbs and flowers, a stark contrast to the chaos outside, resembling a serene and harmonious world. Creak, the door opened. A small girl, no older than 5, peeked out, her curious eyes scanning him. Is someone in your family ill? She inquired, her red ribbon fluttering gently as she looked him up and down. But Grandpa said he isn't seeing visitors right now. You might try other houses. The Wang family's pharmacy in the north of the city also has good medicine. Chapter 46. An old bone cannot endure such turmoil. Hey, I'm speaking to you. Did you hear me? The little girl, hands on her hips, glared at him with a fierce expression, ready to chase him away. Lin Binbin looked up, his gaze faint yet marked by a flicker of stubbornness. No, I refuse. The girl was taken aback. No one had ever rejected her so bluntly before. Whatever. Go or don't go. She said this as she moved to shut the door, but just as she was about to close it, a hand suddenly reached in. Hey, what is wrong with you? I told you my grandfather doesn't see guests. A cold gust swept across her cheek, and before she could react, the shadow at the door had already stepped into the courtyard. When she turned back, the person had entered. The girl's chubby little face instantly scrunched up, and she wilted, thinking, it's over. Grandpa will definitely scold me this time. Imagining her grandfather's stern face made her feel as though the sky was about to fall. What should I do? As her gaze fell upon the front door, her eyes suddenly lit up. She silently began plotting her 348th escape from home. This is all your fault for forcing me. You can't blame me. The courtyard was not large. Aside from the front hall, there was only a back villa. After entering, Lin Binbin headed straight for the villa. Upon pushing open the door, he saw an elderly man sitting in a rocking chair, playfully teasing a cat with a fan. The old man had graying hair but a youthful face, appearing to be around 50 years old. Yet, his muscular physique was even more robust than that of a young man. Upon seeing Lin Binbin burst in, he remained unfazed, gently stroking the kitten's fur and smiling as he spoke. Little one, are you here to buy medicine or for a consultation? If it's for medicine, my granddaughter Jenner can help you. If it's for a consultation, then please leave. Consultation. Observing Lin Binbin's demeanor, the old man replied directly, nothing serious, just fatigue. Rest for a couple of days, and you'll be fine. It's not me, my family's life is in danger. I implore you. Lin Binbin clasped his hands together, his tone exceedingly humble. However, before he could finish, the old man interrupted him again. Do you know my identity? I do not. Seeing his response, Qing Chuqing shook his head in exasperation. Young lad, you come here knowing nothing. You should return. Without the T-ing family's decree, I cannot leave this courtyard. Then are you content to be coerced by them for a lifetime? Upon hearing this, Qing Chuqing's eyes narrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, he leisurely replied, I am old, just an old bone. I cannot be bothered to argue with them. I merely wish to live peacefully for a few years. Let them be. Lin Binbin stood silently, revealing no reaction. Just as Qing Chuqing began to grow impatient, the little figure opposite him suddenly looked up and smiled slightly. Grandpa, the medicine box for your consultations is right behind your chair, I assenti it? And if it is? Qing Chuqing responded, his face betraying no emotion, merely gazing at Lin Binbin with a cryptic expression. The next moment, a figure clad in iron armor strode into the courtyard. He raised his brows sharply. Ah, I see. This little one is indeed a beastmaster. The mech halted behind Lin Binbin, and judging by its movements and their earlier conversation, it was clear what this child intended to do. You are quite stubborn, aren't and amp, oppose, to you? But this trait aligns well with my preferences, far superior to the insincere Tiang family. Qing Chuqing mumbled a few words, but before he could agree, the mech was already before them. Wait, the old man called out urgently. In the next instant, the mech suddenly reached out, one hand seizing the medicine box while the other grabbed the old man, hoisting him onto its shoulder. Divine Doctor Grandpa, do hold on tight. My mech can be a bit fast. Before he could finish speaking, a silver-white streak shot forth. Qing Chuqing had no time to resist. By the time he regained his senses, they had already left the bounds of Qinglin County. He clutched the mech's arm tightly, feeling its cold texture. His heart filled with astonishment. His gaze towards Lin Binbin was one of sheer shock. Having lived for so many years, he had never encountered a spiritual beast that resembled one devoid of a physical form. But in the next moment, Qing Chuqing had no time to ponder further. The scenery on either side flew past in a blur. The wind howled in his ears, stinging his cheeks painfully. Kid, put me down. I'm already 180 years old. I can't endure this kind of tossing. Hey, did you hear what I said? Lin Binbin acted as if he hadn't heard, commanding the white ape to charge forward. Fortunately, the white ape ran smoothly. Despite the rapid pace, there was little jostling. What would typically take a day's journey had been compressed to a mere 5 minutes. When they set the old man down, his complexion was even more dreadful than Lin Binbin's. Grandpa, we've arrived. Qing Chuqing patted his thinning hair, the wispy strands fluttering in the wind. With this breeze, I might lose quite a few strands. He shot a fierce glare at the impudent child. Just as he took a step, a wave of nausea surged within him, and he could not help but vomit. Ugh! Lin Binbin, chuckling, approached to pat his back, addressing him affectionately as Grandpa. Look at your new look. It and amp, oppos, that's quite dashing. When we return, all the grandmas within a 10-mile radius will surely swoon over your handsome appearance. Grandpa, would you like some water? Let me get you some. Enough. Qing Chuqing glared at Lin Binbin and Appo's cheeky expression and said sternly, you must have held in quite a bit of nonsense with that remark. Enough of this. Since you are in such a hurry, let us see the patient. Very well, please. Lin Binbin quickly replied, leading the way ahead. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was not faring much better. He was restless, alternating between checking Lin Bihong and Appo's breath and examining his wounds, unable to sit still or stand comfortably. As time passed, his heart raced with increasing urgency. Amidst his impatience, a voice suddenly rang out from outside. Big brother, I've brought back the divine doctor. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he truly saw the wound, Qing Chuqing's expression turned grim. Goodness, this lad has quite the tenacity. He hasn't succumbed even in such a state. Grandpa, please say something. Can my second brother be treated? Seeing Lin Binbin and Appo's anxious demeanor, Qing Chuqing lifted the curtain with a slight smile. Of course, he can be treated, but it will require assistance. Kid, since you are so bold, do you dare to personally pull the blade out? Me? Lin Binbin was taken aback, quickly realizing that the old man was seeking revenge for the earlier incident. Nevertheless, for the sake of his second brother's life, he acquiesced. He beamed brightly, saying, I shall do as you command, Grandpa. Chapter 47. The Red Emergence. The concepts of taking a life and saving one are fundamentally distinct, particularly when confronted with a loved one. Lin Binbin's hand trembled as he drew his blade, having adjusted his breathing more than a dozen times before fixing his gaze and firmly grasping the dagger. Extracting it with resolve, a sudden spray of crimson erupted, splattering Lin Binbin's face. Staring into the seemingly endless torrent of blood, despite his staunch resolve, he quaked violently. His vision was engulfed in red as he gazed down, finding Lin Binbin's face resembling a lifeless porcelain mask. His lips now white as if he might shatter at any moment. Beep, beep, life countdown. 3, 2. The blood seeped into Lin Binbin's pupils, creating a haunting spectacle. Grandfather, he. His hands shook as he attempted to cover the wound, only to be restrained by another force. It's all right. Leave the rest to me. In that moment, Qing Chuchao recalled that the other party was merely a 7-year-old child. Observing the pallid face, he felt a flicker of conscience. The other children can rest for now. I'll call upon you if needed. A hint of tenderness flashed in his eyes, contemplating how remarkable it was for a 7-year-old to achieve such composure. Had it been himself at that age, he might have been reduced to tears. No sooner had Qing Chuchao spoken than Lin Binbin's youthful voice piped up. It's okay, I can hold on. I want to see my second brother. In truth, Lin Binbin was still uneasy, for the system's blood indicator had already plummeted to 0.1. Though perplexed, Qing Chuchao did not refuse. His actions were far more decisive than anticipated. Over 100 silver needles pierced Lin Binbin's body simultaneously, stabilizing his heart pulse before he began to tend to the wound. From his medical kit, he retrieved a small wooden box, its edges frosted over. As he opened it, the temperature in the room plummeted by several degrees. Breath crystallized in the air as Qing Chuchao steadied himself, using tweezers to extract a creature enveloped in the ice. It resembled a centipede, finger-sized, its body crafted from ice-like segments, writhing restlessly as he manipulated it. Upon closer inspection, one could see it was covered in silvery tentacles that swayed with its movements. These needle-like appendages turned crimson upon contact with blood, rapidly spreading as if invigorated. The creature's upper body lifted, quivering slightly. What is this? Lin Binbin inquired. The blood smeared across his cheeks, casting a ghastly shadow on his youthful visage. This is the ice-breaking cocoon worm. Its appearance may be unpalatable, but in the realm of healing, it is unparalleled, a true treasure. After extracting 2 of the worms, Qing Chuchao paused, his gaze fixated on their movements as if studying their transformation. These creatures thrive in the liminal space between yin and yang, possessing an icy attribute, yet capable of releasing yang energy, with the condition of blood consumption. Qing Chuchao slowly raised his gaze to Lin Binbin. Kid, these worms do not come cheap. When Old Tung approached me for them, I hesitated to part with them. Who would have thought I'd waste 2 on you today? Quite the loss for me. He mused to himself that had he accepted Tung and Appo's offer back then, perhaps he would have secured a position of elder and not remained trapped in that small courtyard for so many years. Yet, he found himself increasingly irked by Tung and Appo's demeanor. Had he truly given him the worms, he would have preferred to crush them underfoot instead. Ice-breaking cocoon worm, quality, red, basic attributes, divine blessing, can increase patient survival rates by 30. Guardian, exchanges blood for life force at a 5-to-1 ratio. With a historical exchange value of 0-100, special attribute. Upon death, can release spiritual energy with a 0-1 probability of being absorbed by the host. I must admit, I find myself tempted. Imagine roasting one of these. Remarkable. This was his first encounter with a red quality S-level spirit beast, and its abilities were extraordinarily enticing, directly converting life force and, crucially, enhancing survival rates. As for the last special attribute, given its minuscule probability, it seemed unlikely to occur. The old fellow nonchalantly produced 2 worms, a clear indication he had more in stock. Lin Binbin smiled, a hint of cunning in his expression. Grandfather, you speak wisely. I understand. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to call upon me, and I shall harbor no grievances. Qing Chuchao was taken aback, a curious thought crossing his mind. Perhaps his actions today were indeed justified. Well, I never intended to ask for payment. Just look at that forlorn expression of yours. Qing Chuchao waved his hand dismissively. It's late, and you're still troubling this old body of mine. But since I'm already here and Haven Tea even had a sip of water, oh, how the times have changed. As he spoke, Qing Chuchao cast a surreptitious glance at the young lad beside him, noticing that his brother's condition had stabilized, and his complexion had brightened considerably. All right, I shall brew you some tea now. Lin Binbin responded with a sweet smile. Moments later, tea was served, accompanied by a chair. Qing Chuchao surveyed the well-worn chair without disdain and sat down. Lin Binbin busied himself, kneading shoulders and massaging legs, attending to him for nearly half an hour. when suddenly the worm exhibited an abnormal reaction. With a pained shriek, the creature's once transparent body filled with blood, writhing a few times before falling away from the wound. It's done. Lin Binbin rushed forward to inspect, witnessing the wound that had nearly pierced the neck now adorned with a rare thin scab. The scab must indicate healing. Yet why had he not awakened? As Qing Chuqiao removed the silver needles, he confirmed the state of the wound and the body, responding only after a thorough examination. Healing from such an injury takes time. It won't be easy to wake him just yet. Allow him to recuperate. If he doesn't develop a fever tonight, he will have weathered this ordeal. Once assured of the patient's safety, Qing Chuqiao pondered a pressing question. Where are your guardians? In such a dire situation, why are only you children present? We are sinners. We cannot leave until work hours are over. Lin Binbin gazed up at him with innocent eyes. Grandfather, your medical skills are so impressive. Could you take me on as your apprentice? Chapter 48. The unashamed discourse. Qing Chuqiao cast a quiet glance at Lin Binbin, his heart filled with suspicion regarding the sudden mention of apprenticeship by the young lad. Do you have an affinity for medicine? He inquired. Indeed, Lin Binbin softly replied. A hint of shyness mingled with his smile. Witnessing his grandfather and Appo's skill in rescuing his second brother, he felt an innate admiration for him. The mere thought of being accepted as a disciple under his esteemed tutelage filled him with joy, as if waking from a delightful dream. Lin Binbin, ignoring Qing Chuqiao and Appo's scrutinizing gaze, contemplated how to win the elder and Appo's trust. If he could successfully secure an apprenticeship, the treasures possessed by this old fellow would eventually belong to him. Grandfather, please consider my earnest request to become your disciple. I fear not the hardships, and, after a brief pause, he added, I could take care of you in your old age. Uft. The tea he had just sipped erupted from Qing Chuqiao and Appo's mouth. He gazed incredulously at the boy and Appo's eager face. Are you serious? Of course. Lin Binbin scooted closer to Qing Chuqiao. Grandfather, please take me in. I assure you, I will study diligently. Whatever you command, I shall follow without question. During their time together, Qing Chuqiao found himself inexplicably fond of this young lad, so loyal, eager to learn, and possessing a sweet tongue that delighted the elder. Most importantly, Lin Binbin exhibited intelligence and decisiveness that belied his tender age of 7. Qing Chuqiao brushed back his hair, puffing with a hint of pride. You, young rascal, may seem a bit naive, but your insight is commendable. My skills are unparalleled in this world. Over the decades, countless have sought my mentorship, including a royal prince from the capital not long ago. Alas, that child lacked the requisite talent. A royal prince seeking a mentor? What manner of man is Qing Chuqiao, entwined with both the royal family and the... Lin Binbin suddenly realized he might be clinging to a formidable ally. He beamed at Qing Chuqiao, giving an enthusiastic thumbs up. No wonder you are my master. Impressive. Qing Chuqiao huffed softly. You certainly know how to exploit opportunities. However, once your family and Appo's transgressions are resolved, come find me. I shall assess your talent, and if it proves inadequate, even if the heavens were to tear asunder, I would have no choice but to decline. Lin Binbin's face fell at the mention of waiting until the family's sins were absolved. That could take an eternity. His eyes darted, and he tentatively asked, Grandfather, could we? Unthinkable. A disciple of Qing Chuqiao must never be the offspring of a condemned traitor. Qing Chuqiao shot him a frosty glance. In this life, one lives for their convictions. Young one, I have a premonition that our paths shall cross again soon. Such a person is destined not to remain in exile forever. In the clan, the elder spoke with renewed vigor. Congratulations, clan leader. With our new route established, even the court cannot restrain us. Once our allies arrive in 7 days, White Lie shall find it difficult to contain us. Despite the being seemingly confined, no substantial damage had been inflicted upon their interests. Crystals and spirit beasts continued to be auctioned, with the only change being a slight increase in travel inconvenience. After discussions among several elders, they decided to abandon the old path, opting for secret routes that surprisingly yielded even greater profits. Upon hearing this, the elder and Appo's face brightened, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Did they truly believe they would cower? The court has long since lost its significance. United, we noble families shall see those in power fall from grace. At that time, before he could finish, a figure rushed in, cutting through the cold wind. Clan leader, urgent news. Impatiently, the elder unfurled a scroll, and after a swift glance at its contents, an expletive escaped his lips. That old bastard Zhu dares to renege at such a time, clearly attempting to extort us. He demands 60% of the profits. If not for our proximity, I would never have sought his counsel. Shall we send to pay him a visit? The elder waved his hand, ready to command the gathering, when another urgent cry rang out from outside. Clan leader, trouble. Our secret lines have been compromised, and the perpetrators demand to see you. Who are they? The messenger shook his head, presenting a letter with both hands. The individual stated that upon reading the letter, you would surely come. The elder took the letter and quickly scanned it, his eyes narrowing with malice. It's him. The surrounding elders leaned in, and as they read the letter's signature, shock spread across their faces. Lin Qin? Wasn't he serving his sentence in exile? How could he? Silence enveloped the room. The third elder suggested, Clan leader, we cannot afford to halt our enterprises. This delay will incur significant losses. Perhaps we should hear what this Lin has to say. With a twitch of his temple and a glint of menace in his eyes, the elder finally stood, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. Very well. Let us see what this man, once beneath our heel, can stir up in the tempest. The designated meeting place was none other than the ancestral hall. As the elder and his entourage arrived, they beheld a man seated upon a finely carved sandalwood chair, appearing to be in his 40s. His skin had paled from years underground, yet his presence remained commanding. With a brief glance, he exuded an air of authority. The elder frowned, silently observing the man. Before Lin's family had fallen, he recalled seeing Lin Qin's portrait, where ambition had shone in his eyes. Now, there was naught but emptiness. Please, take a seat. Lin Qin offered, his voice steady. The elder remained standing, expressionless. What do you wish to discuss? Lin Qin smiled, retrieving a smoking pipe from his pocket. Lighting it, he exhaled a ring of smoke before speaking. I shall not beat around the bush. I seek the truth of the events from years past. I ask you to recount them in full, and then sign your name. The elder glanced at the scribe awaiting instructions, a derisive laugh escaping him. You think I came here out of fear? You? Lin Qin detected the mockery in his tone, yet being a seasoned veteran, he was not easily ruffled. So, the lowly are destined to be framed by the powerful, are they? The retort caused the elder's expression to darken. Chapter 49. The Ancient Beast. Xiangxiao Lin Qin appeared oblivious, casually crossing his legs, flicking ash from his cigarette, and casting a pointed glance around the ancestral hall. Alas, it was the Tang family that now found itself in a position of weakness. The court's sudden investigation had severed the Tang family's clandestine connections. Did Elder Tang not ponder the reasons behind this? A chilling dread coursed down Elder Tang's spine. In the next moment, he noticed someone emerging from the crowd behind him, halting just behind Lin Qin. Third elder, it is you. You have betrayed the Tang family. The third elder chuckled, evading a direct response. Elder Tang, can you now answer my question? Elder Tang's expression darkened further. I do not comprehend your meaning. Our Tang family has no entanglement with the Lin family. The humiliation we endure today shall surely be avenged with interest in the future. Lin Qin seemed to have anticipated this retort. Why the haste? Speak calmly. Learn from me. Harmony is paramount. He extinguished his cigarette and rose from his seat. What is Elder Ting searching for? Could it be Ting Qin? No need to search. He is here with me. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and with the opening of the hall's grand doors, a pungent odor of blood filled the air. Inside lay a figure, bloodied and mutilated, limbs severed, and the face unrecognizable. Had it not been for the attire of a high-ranking beastmaster of the Tang family, it would have been difficult for those present to associate him with Ting Qin. Help me. Upon seeing the figure, Ting Qin's face lit up with joy. But before he could utter another word, a nearby figure struck him with a wrought-tan whip. The hall echoed with cries of agony and pleas for mercy, reverberating throughout the Tang ancestral hall. Elder Tang, do you appreciate my generous gift? Lin Qin's tone was warm, yet the smile on his face deepened Elder Tang's scowl. He cast a glance at the hall, a glint of icy malice flickering in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, he not only refrained from anger, but instead laughed coldly. The Tang family thrives, and Ting Qin is merely a failed descendant. If he dies, so be it. But you, Lin Qin, have only 3 children. Should you lose 1 or 2? Lin Qin's expression instantly hardened, especially upon hearing the third elder's whispered report. His fists clenched involuntarily. If anything happens to my son, I shall bathe your Tang family in blood. At that moment, the Tang family's beast masters had gathered in the hall. The air thickened, and the hissing of serpents echoed from all directions, sending chills down one's spine. The Tang family's most formidable asset was indeed their mastery over serpents. Ha ha ha. Lin Xin, do not boast. Do you truly believe you can escape? Your entire family will perish on the Dead Soul Mountain. Elder Ting's laughter resounded. Once, while I could not handle my serpents, neither can you. I spared your lives once. But you did not cherish it, so now you shall perish. A glint of ferocity flashed in Elder Ting's eyes, and in the next instant, all the spirit serpents raised their heads, rushing madly towards Lin Qin's position. The atmosphere grew tense, suffocating as if in purgatory. These serpents were nurtured on human blood, highly venomous. The third elder turned pale at the sight, while Lin Qin furrowed his brow, the scent of blood assaulting him, causing his garments to flutter. Facing the gaping maw of the abyss, Lin Qin stood resolute, not flinching, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Regrettably, you did not anticipate that when you slandered the Lin family, our family emblem bears the likeness of a serpent as well. However, unlike your spirit serpents, we of the Lin family are represented by the celestial python. As the words fell, a rift tore open in the space behind Lin Qin, manifesting a colossal python several dozen feet long. Its immense head emerged from the fissure, the terrifying girth of its body extending infinitely, making the spacious hall appear cramped in an instant. The giant python flicked its tongue, its gaze sweeping over the crowd, freezing Elder Ting's south mocking smile in place. The nearby spirit serpents abruptly halted their assault, their crimson eyes reflecting a primal terror as if they had encountered a natural enemy. The spirit serpents hissed in desperation, a cacophony that unnerved those who listened. Your spiritual root has not been eradicated. How can this be? Elder Tung was left aghast. Having heard tales of a prodigious beast master from the Lin family, and now witnessing the truth of those claims, Lin Xin surveyed Elder Ting's increasingly grim demeanor and chuckled. Elder Tung, I welcome your guidance. The colossal python seemed to sense Lin Qin's repressed fury. As his words echoed, its massive form lifted, sprouting an additional head, followed by another, until there were 9 in total. Upon witnessing this transformation, the nearby spirit serpents recoiled, retreating despite their master's orders, turning tail and fleeing in an instant. 9 heads, this is Xiangxiao? Elder Tung was speechless, his complexion ashen, struggling to regain his voice. The ancient beast thought to be extinct for millennia. How can it appear here? Early in the morning, voices of conversation drifted outside as Lin Xiao began preparing breakfast. Taking a moment to check on Lin Binbin, he noted there was no fever before calling for Lin Binbin to rise. Third son, get up for breakfast. We still have training later. Upon hearing the word training, Lin Binbin's tightly shut eyes flew open. As he blinked, he noticed an unfamiliar presence in the room. Bai Ziren, what are you doing in my room? Bai Ziren awkwardly cleared his throat. Shoo, keep it down. I noticed you looked unwell when you left yesterday, so I thought I'd check on you. You are the president of our guild. You cannot afford to fall ill. The insincerity of the statement was palpable. Before Lin Binbin could voice his suspicions, a faint mechanical whirring sounded from beside him. Zzz, click. The wings of a mechanical bee snapped off, and as it fell, the mech crumbled into a heap of parts. Bai Ziren's expression shifted. I was just brushing up on my mech knowledge. Under the scrutiny of Lin Binbin's icy gaze, Bai Ziren sheepishly diverted his attention to the window. Lin Binbin frowned. How many did you destroy? Just one. Zzz, crack, 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 like triggering a mechanism. The nearby mechanical bees fell apart in rapid succession, and within moments, over 50 had met their demise. Maybe 5 or 6, a dozen, 20 or so. The room fell into a heavy silence, Lin Binbin feeling as though his mind had exploded. Bai Ziren, if you have the audacity, don't run. I'll chop you to pieces. Chapter 50. The most miserable union president training proceeded as usual, and Zhang Yin did not show any leniency towards the children simply because there was an ailing member in their household. Seemingly satisfied that the children had adapted to the rigorous training, he decided to incorporate some martial arts into today's regimen. Stand up straight. What kind of posture is that? He barked. And you, raise your arms higher. The children were struggling with their techniques, particularly Chung Mo and Lin Binbin, who were called out for their poor performance and subsequently punished by standing aside to observe the demonstrations. As Chung Mo gasped for breath, he murmured, strange. Why does Bai Ziren have bruises on his face? I don't remember seeing those yesterday. Serves him right, Lin Binbin replied through gritted teeth. If it weren't for the 2,000 spirit stones, this matter would not be over. It seemed Bai Ziren sensed the intense gaze directed at him. As his body stiffened momentarily before he quickly turned away, feigning ignorance while continuing to throw punches. Just then, someone hurriedly approached. Sanzi, Lin Xiao, you two should head back. Your father has returned. The brothers exchanged glances and swiftly ran home. After disappearing for an entire night, their father surely had an explanation to provide. Upon arrival, a stern gaze immediately fell upon Lin Binbin. Did you kill that brat from the Tang family? A deep voice inquired. Lin Binbin's mind buzzed, and he instinctively wanted to flee, only to be restrained by Lin Qin, who gripped his shoulder firmly. Where do you think you're running off to? Speak. Lin Qin commanded. Dad, Sanzi was just trying to. Lin Xiao interjected hastily to explain. I didn't ask you. Lin Qin snapped, rapping the table impatiently. You speak, Binbin. Under the weight of Lin Qin's piercing gaze, Lin Binbin stammered. Well, it wasn't exactly murder. We were just sparring normally. Who knew that guy was so weak? I barely touched him, and he just expired. Humph, your second brother was just stabbed in the neck. How could you possibly hold back? Lin Qin rebuked. Dad, how did you know? Lin Binbin's eyes widened in realization, and he quickly composed himself, lowering his gaze to admit his fault with utmost sincerity. I'm sorry. Dad, I've caused trouble for the family. If the Tang family really comes seeking retribution, you can just hand me over. My skin is thick. I can take a beating. After uttering those words, Lin Binbin discreetly glanced around. The tactic of invoking sympathy had worked before, surely. This old man wouldn't truly hand over his own son. At that moment, Lin Qin's expression softened, and he scrutinized Lin Binbin for a full 3 minutes before bursting into hearty laughter. What are you laughing at, Dad? Lin Binbin could no longer hold back his curiosity. Ha ha ha, good lad. Well done. I've long had my grievances against the Tang family, Lin Qin said, patting Lin Binbin's shoulder approvingly. You may be a bit reckless, but this time you've done a great service. I'll have your mother cook up more of your favorite sweet and sour pork. The exile zone was a place of toil and labor, where a few deaths were commonplace, and now, no one would pursue the matter any further. Lin Qin had gone from furious to jovial in an instant, leaving the two brothers utterly bewildered. But, Dad, does this mean we can see Mother? Lin Xiao asked, his voice trembling with hope. Just a few more days. Once your second brother feels better, I'll take you both out. But we still carry a stain on our names. Stain? What stain? The Lin family has always been innocent. If anyone dares to accuse us, let them come and say it to my face. It had been ages since they had seen their family, especially their mother. Even in the dead of night, when dreams of her haunted them, they had never dared to speak of it. Now, upon hearing those words, Lin Xiao felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. Dad, I'll inform my second brother right away. He talks about seeing Mother every day, and perhaps this news will help him wake up. Lin Qin nodded, feeling a sense of relief. With the old dog from the Tang family signing documents under duress, the prospect of clearing their names was finally on the horizon. However, as he turned around, he was met with a pair of skeptical eyes. Lin Binbin leaned in, mischievously asking, Dad, you didn't go to fight, did you? Why do you smell so strongly of blood? And where were you last night? Were you up to something unsavory with the Lord of the Ledger? Otherwise, how could our family's troubles have vanished so inexplicably? Just speak plainly, my son can handle it. I want to tell Mother if it's something serious. Lin Qin's expression darkened immediately, and he slammed his hand on the table in anger. You little rascal, I've been worried about finding an excuse to punish you, and now you've come knocking at my door. Unsavory dealings? Today, I'll teach you what it means to be ashamed. With that, he grabbed a stick and struck Lin Binbin on the backside. Ouch. Dad, no. I didn't mean it that way. Listen to my explanation. No, I'm trying to clarify. As Lin Binbin whimpered, feeling utterly aggrieved, he pondered who he could turn to for sympathy. After receiving a good 50 strikes, the lamentations finally ceased, and Lin Qin had learned to strike without leaving bruises or blood, just sheer pain. Despite the agony, it would not hinder their training the following day. On the morrow, Lin Binbin was sent out early, his rear end throbbing painfully. Upon arriving at the training grounds, he was infuriated to see the notice posted, no one is allowed to leave. The exile zone is closed for 5 days. During this period, there is no need to work. Families should remain at home unless there are urgent matters. At that moment, the training ground had already been usurped by someone. By Xiren. Sporting a bruised face, reclined on a soft couch, eyes closed in repose. 2 maidservants attended to him, one fanning him, while the other fed him grapes, one by one. The more Lin Binbin thought about it, the angrier he became. How is it fair that this union president lounges around with a bruised backside while I toil away? P.S. Enjoying life and eating grapes. Fine, enjoy yourself. Just know that you'll never get your hands on that mech. 5,000 spirit stones. Even if I offered him 100,000, I wouldn't serve him. Young master, Lin Binbin has arrived, one of the maidservants announced. Viziron finally opened his eyes, grinning as he beckoned Lin Binbin over. Come here, brother. Sample this delicious food with me. These grapes are large and juicy, specially fetched from the Cloud Sea region. Hey, brother, where are you going? Come eat with me. Chapter 51. The Crooked Neck Skill Tree, uncertain of the events unfolding outside. Even the title of Beast Tamer seemed to have lost its efficacy. As Lin Binbin sat atop the mech, preparing to make his escape, Zhang Se stood guard at the entrance, his dark eyes fixed upon him with an unsettling chill, harboring a murderous intent. Will you return on your own? Or shall I assist you? There and Amp. Oppos. No need for your concern. I and Amp. Oppos. Head home right away, Lin Binbin replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed 2 rows of pristine white teeth before hastily summoning the white ape and darting away. Since escape was not an option, Lin Binbin resolved to utilize this time to meticulously refine his skills. Regardless of the circumstances, allocating skill points remained a bittersweet endeavor. In his previous life, many had faltered due to poor point allocation, with numerous novices, in their quest for individuality, randomly distributing points based on instinct, ultimately transforming their skill trees into a grotesque spectacle. The only recourse left for them was to delete their accounts and start anew. Now, however, the possibility of starting over was a luxury Lin Binbin could not afford. Thus, he could only proceed with utmost caution. Let us see how my skill tree has developed, he mused, opening the interface to reveal all his skills. The first tier could be fully illuminated with just 20 points, while the second tier required double the points of the first, cascading upwards. Currently, 3 skills in the first tier were lit: basic mechanical production, basic drafting, and basic component manufacturing. Without hesitation, Lin Binbin allocated all his points to component manufacturing, deeming it indispensable. Upon completion, the icons for the second tier began to flicker, revealing 5 skills, all initially darkened: precision polishing, component mastery, refinement enhancement, and component repair. What a difficult choice, Lin Binbin murmured, his pupils gleaming in the glow of the screen. Precision polishing reduces the probability of errors in components and decreases production time. Component mastery enhances manufacturing speed and increases assembly success rate. Refinement enhancement increases the success rate of component production. Component repair allows for secondary processing and repair of damaged components, prolonging their lifespan. The unique aspect of this game lay in the irreversible nature of skill selection. A misstep could lead to insurmountable consequences, especially in the later stages when the consumption of required attribute points escalated dramatically. A single error could lead one to financial ruin. Lin Binbin glanced at his remaining points, having previously allocated 12 to component manufacturing, leaving him with a mere 70 points, an accurate reflection of his impoverished state. In his past life, he would never have fretted over such matters. Any competent mechanic with a modicum of resources would have long since purchased the necessary components for assembly, saving both time and effort. Now, however, in the entirety of the Deadly Mountain, his mech stood alone, akin to a rare gem in a field of rubble. Acquiring components was a strenuous endeavor, let alone gathering the raw materials. After much contemplation, Lin Binbin reached a decision. Would you like to expend 1 free attribute point to learn component mastery? Would you like to expend 1 free attribute point to learn refinement enhancement? Confirmed. Precision polishing and component mastery were comparably appealing. While the former could reduce production time, the latter directly enhanced the assembly success rate, making it the more advantageous choice. Component repair was swiftly dismissed. If a component was beyond use, it was best to replace it rather than waste time on repairs. As for mechanical drafting and mechanical production, both remained at the first tier, reserved for future point allocations when sufficient attributes had been amassed. After executing his plan, Lin Binbin noted that his attribute points had dwindled, having only managed to invest 10 points into the second tier. It appeared he would need to devise a strategy to accumulate more attribute points. With a sigh, Lin Binbin reflected on his previous experiences. There were 3 methods to acquire free attribute points: slaying spirit beasts, manufacturing mechs, or receiving rewards from the system upon obtaining titles. Now, in this isolated realm, accepting tasks to hunt spirit beasts was out of the question, leaving only the latter option. As for the mechs, the mere thought of them made Lin Binbin's temper flare. He had nearly lost his life creating a few mechanical bees, only to watch them be dismantled by that insufferable brat within minutes. No, he could not allow that boy to live too comfortably. With that resolve, he summoned Bumblebee to bring the person to him. Zyron, wielding a fan, opened it with a sharp snap, his imposing figure and handsome countenance exuding a certain charm. Lin, why did you run off yesterday? That grape truly is a rare delicacy. It would be a pity if you didn't get to savor it. Lin Binbin turned his head. Did you save some for me? Well, the quantity was limited, and I couldn't resist. I promise to reserve some for you next time. Zyron, what about your dignity? Lin Binbin shot him a glare, realizing that Zyron had been rather kind to him. Zyron waved dismissively. We are all family here. No need for pleasantries. Those words left Lin Binbin speechless. When it came to shamelessness, this fellow ranked at the top. By the way, why did you summon me today? Lin Binbin finally asked. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wanted to inquire if you still wish to learn how to construct mechs. Zyron furrowed his brow slightly, leaning in curiously as his gaze fell upon the blueprints in Lin Binbin and Apos' hands, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is that the design for the mech? His eyes sparkled with excitement, and the more he examined it, the more intricate it appeared. No wonder he had faced repeated failures. The design was truly remarkable. Zyron gazed intently at Lin Binbin and Apos' blueprints, his breathing growing heavier, his eyes nearly glued to the details. Even the most skilled artisans in the palace could not replicate such meticulous craftsmanship, especially one capable of assembling a finely tuned, combat-ready mech in the end. This is no mere genius. It is as if the star of literature has descended. Noticing Zyron's animated expression, Lin Binbin couldn't and Apos' help but smirked slyly. Would you like it? I could share it with you. Zyron leaped to his feet, grasping Lin Binbin and Apos' hand tightly. Lin, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as my little brother. Should anyone dare to bully you, they would be crossing me. Even if it were the king of heaven, I would find a way to retaliate. Really? Absolutely. Lin Binbin squinted his eyes, offering a sweet smile. Then I would like to acquire several properties in Qinlin County. Our Lin family is quite affluent. Perhaps around 30 or so would suffice. Not a problem. And I notice some fertile land on the outskirts. A few thousand acres should be feasible, right? Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, Zyron nodded, certainly. With his objectives accomplished, Lin Binbin retracted his gaze, the smile fading from his face as he spoke coolly. Very well, then. You shall also pay me an additional 10,000 spirit stones for rent, due in 5 days. Remember to return the blueprints on time. Chapter 52, Return Home Rent. Zyron finally grasped the situation, his eyes widening in shock. Indeed, the blueprint is patented. I cannot simply give it away. Lin Binbin curled his lip, stating that it was only because I was a member of their union that he was even considering renting it out. For an ordinary person, it would be a different story entirely. Noticing Zyron and Apos' hesitation, Lin Binbin placed his hand firmly on the blueprint, lamenting, what a pity. It seems you are fated to be apart from this blueprint. Perhaps you might discover something on your own. With that, he feigned an intention to retract the blueprint. Wait. Zyron gritted his teeth, inhaling deeply. His voice was heavy as he deliberated before finally mustering the resolve to say, fine, but the price cannot be raised. This is already my limit. Of course, Lin Binbin acknowledged, understanding the importance of knowing when to withdraw. After all, as long as the mecha could not be synthesized, Zyron would inevitably return to seek his assistance. Lin Binbin released the blueprint, adopting a demeanor as if nothing had transpired, and gazed solemnly out the window. Poor Zyron remained blissfully unaware that other members had access to the blueprints for free. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had been duped by that fellow. Zyron shook his head, dismissing the errant thoughts. With only 5 days remaining, he needed to enlist more individuals to assist with the copies. By the 3rd day, news of the Lin family and Apos' pardon spread throughout the entire exile region. It was peculiar. Why had the Lin family's case suddenly been overturned? Rumor had it that the Tang family had fabricated accusations against the Lin family to seize resources, and the documents and evidence had been sent to the capital just days prior. It was a tragedy that old Master Lin, who had devoted himself to the court, ended up in such a predicament. Again, the Tang family. Why were they involved in every affair? This incident had escalated to the point of implicating high-ranking officials and falsely reporting military conditions, resulting in the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. In my opinion, the Tang family is finished. A relative who visited me recently mentioned that the Tang family's entire industrial chain had collapsed days ago, leading to internal strife and even violence within the family. As Lin Binbin listened to the gossip, he pieced together the entire event. No wonder his father had said there was no need to fear. He must have received news of the Tang family's impending downfall, though it remained unclear whether the entire clan would be exiled or face execution. He secretly hoped for the latter. Now that the Lin family was leaving, the union would also need to relocate. To ensure everyone could depart smoothly, Lin Binbin meticulously registered the remaining mechanical bees under the names of several other members. Lin Xiao and Gung Lu received one each, while Lin Binbin casually disposed of the unsold magic wolf corpses, successfully completing the Beastmaster task. Thus, everyone in their union became nominal Beastmasters. When Xiaoan registered them, his tone appeared nonchalant, yet his expression was grim. If I find out you're being dishonest, beware of your heads, you little brats. The youths looked at him in terror, as if they had seen a ghost, and hurriedly fled. In the remaining 2 days, smiles returned to the faces of the Lin family, who busily prepared their belongings. Though they could only carry a few patched garments and meager eating utensils, this was still enough to make those nearby envious. It was a rare sight to see people departing from the exile region, as it was usually only filled with newcomers. By the 5th day, the exile region returned to normalcy. Orders were issued. There was no need to follow in formation. Those holding the hand decree could leave freely. Lin Xin cast a glance at the crowd waiting at the gates, men, women, and children, and solemnly instructed, those wishing to return to the Lin family may do so together. Those who do not wish to follow may depart as they please, without needing to bid farewell. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Everyone turned to Lin Xin in surprise. It was unexpected for the new head of the Lin family to issue such a command. Were we truly free? It seemed so. Soon, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Just as uncertainty hung in the air, several distant branches of the family fixed their fierce gazes upon Lin Xin before turning to leave. Once one took the lead, the others quickly followed suit. Within minutes, a third of the people had departed. Father, why don't they wish to return with us? Lin Binbin questioned, perplexed. Logically, the Lin family was now unburdened and free from the stigma of being criminals. Even if they did not return to the capital, unity would surely allow them to carve out their own destiny. Lin Xin and Oppo's breath hitched slightly, his lips pressed into a thin line. Let them go. Everyone has their aspirations. Forcing them to stay would only sow discord. Lin Binbin, caught off guard by his father's sudden seriousness, had never seen such a sorrowful expression in his father's eyes before. Zhang Yin, noticing this, clapped Lin Binbin on the shoulder and whispered, Kid, your father is not without reason. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Now that the Lin family is in turmoil, some would prefer to distance themselves from potential troubles. If half of this group stays, it would be a success. Lin Binbin furrowed his brow in contemplation. But what about Uncle Zhang? Why isn't he leaving? Why would I leave? Zhang Yin replied proudly. I am your father's right hand. If I were to leave, your father would surely retreat to weep in secret. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a conspiratorial laugh. However, just then, Lin Xin unexpectedly turned back, and upon hearing their conversation, his face darkened, resembling a storm cloud. Zhang, is this how you teach my son? Lin Binbin swiftly dodged, moving faster than a monkey. Father, this isn't my fault. It was all Uncle Zhang's idea. You little rascal, you're suddenly so innocent now, Zhang Yin retorted, but as he met Lin Xin's piercing gaze, he stifled his laughter. The journey down the mountain spanned 30 miles. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, only 50 or so remained in the group, mostly the elderly who had fought alongside Lin Xin, along with a few distant branches of the Lin family who cautiously lingered at the back. Father, we're almost there, Lin Binbin called, confidently leading the way. His companions, Cheng Yamo and a few others, pressed forward eagerly. It was a temple fair. This was the first time Lin Binbin had ever witnessed such a lively event. Let us go. I'll take you to explore, he exclaimed, grabbing Gung Lu's hand and rushing ahead. In the next moment, Lin Binbin felt a sharp slap on his backside. Stay in line. If one of these little brats goes missing, I will make you regret it. Chapter 53. The Iron Man's Tenderness. Lin Binbin found himself encircled, predominantly by the women of the Lin family's auxiliary clan, who chattered incessantly, causing him great discomfort. However, he understood their motives. These individuals, having little connection to the Lin family, were merely seeking a semblance of kinship in their time of need. My aunt would never truly scold me, She only teases me, he mused, and his innocent remark instantly garnered the affection of several women, who gently patted his small hands and tousled his hair. This child is so understanding, unlike my own, who only knows how to vex me. Indeed, the head of the household was fortunate. Lin Qin shot him a disdainful glare, turning away without a backward glance. Meanwhile, Lin Binbin, blushing, thought to himself that with so many aunts and elder sisters protecting him, he wondered if that old curmudgeon of a Lin dared to strike him publicly again. The sun blazed high in the sky, making the midday heat nearly unbearable. A beautiful woman, despite the sweat beading on her forehead, anxiously gazed toward the northern street, recalling that the main force should be arriving from that direction. Madam, you have been busy all morning, and the sun is quite harsh today. Perhaps you should return indoors and wait for the master and young masters. I shall call for you when they arrive, suggested a young maid, holding an umbrella over the woman and amp, Apos' head. At the sound of the voice, the woman turned, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. Her brows were like willow leaves, her cheeks devoid of makeup yet as radiant as snow-laden plum blossoms. A wooden hairpin slanted through her flowing hair, with strands cascading down her back. Her inky black eyes, akin to pools of autumn water, were startlingly clear and captivating. Qin Riyu's gaze swept over the scene with an air of tranquility, her every expression drawing the eyes of those around her. I am not tired, Xiao Chuan, you do not understand. I have not seen them in a long time. I wish to wait here. Observing her weary yet hopeful countenance, Xiao Chuan moved her lips but refrained from further persuasion. After nearly an hour of waiting, a commotion was finally heard from a distance. Lin Xiao, having received his father's orders, arrived first. Spotting a figure, he excitedly waved his hands and shouted, "Mother, we are back." Qin Ryu embraced him tightly, unable to utter a word as tears welled in her eyes. It wasn't until she felt the warmth of tears against her cheek that Lin Xiao hesitantly inquired, "Mother, are you crying?" Quickly wiping away her tears, Qin Ryu pulled him back to examine him from head to toe. "You rascal, you have grown so much. Child, you have endured hardships during this time." Although Lin Xiao had repeatedly told himself not to cry in front of his mother, the moment he heard her words, his eyes reddened. "Mother, I have not suffered. Rather, it is you who has endured hardships, hasn't it?" "Not at all. We are all well," Qin Ryu replied just as the main force finally caught up. This was the first time Lin Binbin laid eyes upon his mother in this world. At the moment he saw Qin Ryu, disbelief washed over him. How could someone so stunning have been deceived by that old curmudgeon, Lin Qin? Yet, the more he observed, the more his brow furrowed. He sensed an uncanny resemblance between his mother and sister Qin Ruoyu, though something was amiss. An indescribable feeling stirred within him. Seeing Lin Binbin remain motionless, Lin Xiao thought him shy from the long separation and nudged his arm, softly urging, "Third brother, quickly greet mother." It was only then that Lin Binbin snapped back to reality. "Mother." His voice was sweet, and he nuzzled against Qin Ruoyu before finally raising his gaze. Captivated by her beauty, "Mother, you are truly beautiful." "Foolish child, still so mischievous," Qin Ruoyu said, playfully tapping his nose. Her gaze softened further. But the moment was not ripe for reminiscing. "It is good that you are back. Now, come along with your brother to see our new residence." Lin Binbin and Amp, Apos' attention finally drifted behind Qin Ryu. The residence was not large, yet it concealed boundless wonders. With 36 courtyards, it boasted a garden and a pavilion in the lake, its expanse dwarfing their previous home in the capital by countless measures. Originally intended for all clan members, it now felt overly spacious. After addressing the two younger boys, Qin Ryu turned her gaze to the individuals standing behind Lin Qin, smiling as she beckoned, "Everyone, please come in. We can discuss the rest at home." The family members bowed respectfully, their demeanor betraying a hint of awkwardness. From the moment Lin Qin laid eyes on Qin Ruoyu, he could see nothing else. He strode forward, disregarding the onlookers, and enveloped her waist, holding her tightly. "There are so many people watching. Please let go." Qin Ryu blushed, her ears turning a rosy hue. "I will not." Lin Qin tightened his embrace, declaring, "I am simply holding my wife. What is wrong with that?" "Lin Qin." On the count of 3, 1. Before she could finish, Lin Qin lifted his head with a smile. "My dear, you mustn't and Amp, Apos, say that. I feel as if it has been ages since I heard you count. It brings back fond memories." However, when he raised his head, he was met with the sight of tears streaming down his wife's cheeks. Startled, Lin Qin rushed to explain. I did not mean to. I just missed you so much." Please do not cry. It pains my heart. The more he attempted to clarify, the more tangled his words became as he anxiously wiped away her tears. Qin Ruyu, who had always been strong, never shedding a tear in front of others, now found her emotions overwhelming, as if a dam had burst. Lin Qin felt a genuine panic, far more intense than during past encounters with danger. Watching the tears fall onto his hand, he weakly pleaded, "My dear, I did not mean it. Please say something, or scold me if you must." "Bah, you did it on purpose," Qin Ruyu exclaimed, delivering a light punch to his chest, her voice husky with emotion. "We agreed not to act rashly. Why did you not listen? What if the Tang family has a backup plan? What shall we do then? What about the children?" So it was worry for him that lay beneath her scolding. Lin Qin, having faced the cold steel of battle, found his heart melted by the slightest gentleness. He grasped her fist tenderly, soothingly replying, "How could I bear to leave you? It is merely that the night is long and dreams many." Before he could finish his thought, laughter erupted from behind them. Lin Qin squinted slightly, quickly pinpointing the source of the sound. Chapter 54. The completion of the guild camp. A few young eavesdroppers looked up and met a pair of profound, chilling eyes, which startled them into hurriedly rising to flee. It must be that mischievous Lin Binbin leading the charge again. Today, I shall surely peel the skin off that wretched boy. Qin Ryu inexplicably flushed, quickly restraining him, saying, "Come now, what is the point of arguing with a child? We should first settle our family matters." In the blink of an eye, his fierce expression softened into a smile. Upon catching his wife and amp, Apos' gaze, the corners of his eyes curved gently. "All right, let and amp, Apos' heed my wife and amp, Apos' wishes." The female members of the Lin family were few, most having chosen to follow their husbands. Combined with Qin Ryu's people, the entire Lin family numbered only 70 souls. The first order of business upon returning to the Lin residence was to visit the ancestral hall. One by one, they stepped over the fire basin and paid their respects to the tablet of Lin Binbin and amp, Apos' grandfather, all kneeling in unison with a resounding thud of their foreheads against the ground. Today, by the grace of our ancestors, the Lin family has finally cleared its name. From this day forth, we shall start anew. I, Lin Qin, as the new clan leader, vow to stand with the Lin family through thick and thin, sharing both fortune and adversity. May our ancestors witness, and may the mountains and rivers bear witness. Should I fail in this vow, may I be struck down by heaven and meet an untimely demise. As the rice wine was consumed, all bowls shattered simultaneously on the ground, marking the oath and amp, Apos' activation. It was Lin Qin and amp, Apos' promise that rekindled the flickering hope in the eyes of the once downtrodden clan members. Moved by the resilience reflected in their eyes, Lin Binbin felt a newfound respect for Lin Qin. It must be said, the old man did appear rather dashing just then, though he still fell slightly short in comparison. Amidst the intermittent sounds reaching Lin Binbin and amp, Apos' ears, he prepared to make a discreet exit when several figures unexpectedly appeared and knelt before him. Alarmed, Lin Binbin quickly sidestepped. "Dear uncle and aunt, this one and amp, Apos, do. I and amp, Apos, am just a child. What does it mean for you to bow to me?" However, they paid no heed, proclaiming that without the protection of the Lin family, they would have perished long ago in exile. Unable to absorb their words or be persuaded, Lin Binbin retreated into a side room, finally catching his breath. This is too difficult. He shook his head vigorously when suddenly, a notification chimed in his mind. Upon opening the panel, a message appeared. "Congratulations, host, for meeting the construction requirements for the guild camp. Would you like to delineate the guild and amp, Apos' territory now?" The guild initially starts at a primary level, with an area not exceeding 100 square meters and a personnel limit of 10. Once the territory is designated, the initial structures will automatically be completed. To unlock additional buildings, please purchase blueprints. So, the guild camp has been activated. Lin Binbin had previously wondered why the system had not provided notifications after establishing the guild. Initially, he thought it was due to insufficient personnel, only to realize now that it pertained to the land issue. "Mother, I brought a few pals with me. We might be a bit rowdy at times. Could we apply for a separate courtyard?" The excitement was palpable. Once everything was settled, the sun had already set. The Lin family courtyard remained brightly lit, as today marked the first gathering of everyone. In the afternoon, Qin Ryu led the group to light the stove, and now every table overflowed with dishes, evoking tears of joy from all present. A separate courtyard? Qin Ruyu tilted her head, regarding Lin Binbin with confusion. Yes, Lin Binbin responded earnestly. Mother, there are many vacant courtyards now. Please allow us to reside in one of them. He pointed to Lin Xiao, who was assisting nearby. With my elder brother watching over us, we certainly won't Oppose to cause you any trouble. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao would also be moving in, Qin Ruyu and Oppose's brows finally relaxed. Discuss it with your father. If he agrees, then it and Oppose's settled. What? I have to ask father? Lin Binbin dreaded approaching Lin Qin. If he found out what it was for, he would surely face a beating. Fortunately, Lin Qin was in good spirits today and slightly intoxicated. Likely didn't he catch the essence of what Lin Binbin said. With a wave of his hand, he simply replied, "Stay out of my way. Choose what you want. But don't cause me any trouble." Lin Binbin quickly complied and went to the steward to request a courtyard, situated at the far west, away from the main residence. Beside a patch of uncultivated land, the eaves were likely adorned with spider webs, and the cold wind caused the doors to creak ominously, especially under the cover of night. Sending chills down one's spine, 3 young boys stood outside the courtyard, peering curiously inside. The once drowsy Cheng Mo was wide awake now. His concentration sharper than during the previous examinations, his gaze fixated on a shadow within the yard. Crack! Cheng Mo quickly ducked behind Lin Binbin, revealing only his round head. His pupils constricting. No way, we're going to live here from now on. This place, it won't be haunted, right? Perhaps we should just leave. The red glow in by Yuan and Oppo's eyes cast an eerie atmosphere over the courtyard, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified. Even Lin Binbin felt his heart race. Don't worry, with Bai Yuan here, even if there are ghosts, we can just drag them out and give them a good beating. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. The creaking of the doors sending shivers down their spines as they pondered the unknown terrors lurking in the darkness. The boys exchanged glances, swallowing hard, each clearly seeing the fear reflected in the other and Oppo's eyes. Lin Binbin and Oppo's cold sweat trickled down his cheeks as he hastily summoned the system panel and pressed confirm. Guild established. Detailed information as follows. Guild leader, Lin Binbin. Members, Chang Mo, Lin Xiao, Bai Siren. Gung Lu, guild area, 100 square meters. Initial structures, round table conference hall, warehouse, guild dormitory X10. Congratulations on activating the guild camp. Activation rewards, 1 building blueprint draw, 1 high-level attribute elixir, basic defensive array, requires spirit stones to activate, and 10 free attribute points. With a thunderous sound, the original structures within the courtyard suddenly sank into the ground, dust swirling. When the boys opened their eyes once more, their vision was abruptly illuminated. A 2-story wooden building had risen, well lit, with a cobblestone path leading straight to the gate. On either side, vibrant flowers and lush trees flourished, with exotic blooms in abundance. At the entrance of the courtyard stood 2 stone beasts, their mouths holding pearls, and upon raising their heads, one could see a plaque inscribed in bold, vigorous gold characters that read Guild. The boys were left agape, their mouths hanging open, utterly speechless for a long while. Chapter 55. Sometimes one can feel quite helpless in a different world. The construction of the guild building was finally completed. Lin Binbin, brimming with excitement, opened the panel to check the warehouse. Besides the recently distributed rewards, the guild and Oppo's funds were specifically noted, including the sum he had cleverly acquired from Bai Siren. The total now amounted to 30,000 spirit stones. Quite impressive. He mused that for the next few months, he needn't Oppo's worry about spirit stones. Lin Binbin suddenly felt that he might soon experience a wave of prosperity in his mech career. But discretion is key. Just as he was reflecting, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding, a time-limited guild task has been issued. Task 1. Please customize outfits for all members. Styles can be chosen freely. Task 2. Disperse salaries for all members. No less than 300 spirit stones per person monthly. Task 3. The president must lead all members to slay a B-grade spirit beast once. Teamwork is essential. Deadline, 7 days. Upon completion, the system will automatically issue rewards. An excellent guild requires unity. Please prioritize the development of your members. At last, the guild tasks had arrived. This marked the first time the system assigned him a task. Lin Binbin eagerly clicked to confirm, and the countdown commenced instantly. Once everything was settled, his gaze returned to the guild building. The exquisite structure stood majestically, dwarfing the lower eaves of nearby buildings. Its scale was truly astonishing for those who had never ventured beyond the confines of their exile. The crowd looked up at the imposing edifice, collectively gasping in awe. Wow. They then turned in unison to Lin Binbin. Sanzi, pinch me. This can and Appos, TB real. Chung Mo and Appos. S mind was still reeling. The desolate place that had once resembled a haunted house had transformed in the blink of an eye. What dream? This is our guild territory, Lin Binbin declared, waving his hand as he led them into the courtyard. Come, allow your president to give you a tour. Upon entering, they immediately noticed a prominently displayed plaque. I recognized the third character. Lin Xiao taught me the other day. It's the character for guild. Gung Lu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Before he could finish, Cheng Mo interjected. The latter part says and Appos, guild and Appos, too. I know that. Hearing this, Gung Lu displayed an expression of realization and gave Cheng Mo a thumbs up in admiration. Lin Binbin felt a pang of annoyance. It was merely two characters they recognized. Yet they were acting as if they had achieved something monumental. It seemed imperative to elevate the overall quality of his members swiftly. Otherwise, if questioned about their guild and Appos' name, these two might genuinely blunder and call it the Circle Guild, which would be utterly embarrassing. This is called guild, remember that, and when asked, relay it as such. Both nodded vigorously, quickly glancing at the characters on the plaque, eager to engrave them in their memories. The first floor housed the conference room, and as the grand door swung open, a bright sight greeted them. The furniture was newly installed alongside the building, including a long rectangular table capable of seating 10, with neatly stacked chairs in the corner, all crafted from exquisite rosewood. As they approached, a faint, refreshing aroma wafted from the wood, invigorating them. Yet alas, they lacked the appreciation to notice. After a cursory glance, the group followed Lin Binbin to the second floor. The second floor comprised the members and Appos dormitories, each room equipped with a private restroom and shower. At the end of the corridor lay a cafeteria stocked with an abundance of fresh ingredients. Brothers, come look. This is called a refrigerator. It can store food, and below is the freezing compartment for rapid freezing. Lin Binbin had barely finished his introduction when Chung Mo dashed over to inspect the freezer. Upon opening it, he gasped, eyes wide in delight. Incredible. It stores food and keeps it from spoiling. I adore this spirit beast. That's not a spirit beast. It's more akin to, well, how should I put it? It's essentially a piece of furniture, just with a different function. Lin Binbin's explanation went unnoticed as Chung Mo and Gung Lu were utterly captivated by this novel contraption. Watching as they opened and closed the refrigerator door repeatedly, Lin Binbin felt a mix of emotions. He had truly come to realize that he was establishing a guild renowned for mechs in a world dominated by beast taming. Despite the unreliability of the current members, he believed that one day, the name of their guild would resonate far and wide, even eclipsing those sects that thrived on beast mastery. However, the next moment, his lofty ambitions were abruptly shattered. Sanzi, wait a moment. Are you saying that this device in the restroom can flush automatically? Yes, just press the round button on top. As he spoke, Chung Mo leaned toward the toilet, acknowledging how convenient it was to have running water instead of fetching it from a well, which was indeed a hassle. To be honest, at times, Lin Binbin felt quite helpless in this alternate world. For instance, after an hour of patiently and thoroughly explaining, he finally managed to correct their misconception that the restroom was merely for fetching water. That night, Chung Mo and Gung Lu were too exhilarated to sleep, bombarding Lin Binbin with a barrage of questions. The next day, Lin Binbin arrived with dark circles under his eyes. Despite his fatigue, Chung Mo and Gung Lu recounted every detail of their experiences from the previous day as if they were devoid of common sense. Uncle Lin, I've never encountered such a marvelous thing. I've decided that when I have money, I must fill that refrigerator with mixed yuan pork. Cough, cough. Lin Binbin coughed vigorously, his eyes nearly rolling back, while Chung Mo ignored him completely. What a troublesome teammate. Exhausted, he felt utterly drained. Oh, an automatic flushing device and a refrigerator for preserving food. I truly must see this for myself. When he finally witnessed the transformation of the building, Lin Xinchao's usually calm demeanor was overtaken by a sudden surge of emotion. He extinguished his cigarette and approached Lin Binbin, snorting disdainfully. What with that expression? Are you trying to deny everything? Lin Binbin averted his gaze, fixating on the ceiling. Lin Xinchao felt an urge to reprimand him, not for any other reason than that this young man was simply asking for it. However, this time, Lin Xinchao remarkably refrained from acting on his impulse. Fine, I want to press you for further details. If you want to go about your way, that's acceptable, but your uncle Zhang Yin must join the guild. Lin Binbin's eyes widened, seemingly recalling the terrifying training scenarios from before, and he began to fidget anxiously. Dad, if not, you might as well give me a good beating. Chapter 56. There a serious guild. The light in Lin Binbin's eyes had faded, despite now being the president. He could not conceal the fact that he was merely 7 years old. Following Lin Qin's directives, the guild members increased from 5 to 6. Zhang Yan, occupation, warrior, stamina, 132, strength, 115, agility, 160, mentality, 89, charm, 33. The good news was that a notable figure had joined his guild, while the bad news was that he did not welcome this individual. It felt akin to having an informant embedded within his guild. Unfortunately, his resistance was destined to be futile. Well, if they were coming, then so be it. An additional pair of hands to wield an iron hammer would be beneficial. For now, it was imperative to complete the guild tasks swiftly. The first 2 tasks were the easiest to accomplish. While Cheng Yamo was excitedly introducing the guild's functions to Lin Xiao and Zhang Yan, Lin Binbin swiftly made his way to the tailor shop. The outside was still chaotic. Soldiers were systematically searching every household, making business difficult, especially for fabric merchants, who were seeing a decline in customers. Upon hearing Lin Binbin's request for 6 custom outfits, the previously listless shopkeeper's eyes lit up with excitement. Young master, please choose at your leisure. Our shop is the largest in Qinglin County, offering a wide variety of fabrics. If you order in bulk, we can even provide a discount. Lin Binbin scanned the shop and ultimately selected a white satin. The silky texture was perfect for crafting guild uniforms. A discerning eye, young master. This fabric is made from C-grade ice silkworm silk, known for its excellent flexibility and protective properties. The shopkeeper hesitated, cautiously adding, however, it is somewhat on the pricey side. Currently, Lin Binbin donned an old linen garment, faded and worn, which hardly suggested affluence. With a cold snort, he tossed a pouch of spirit stones onto the counter. 100 spirit stones, is that sufficient? The shopkeeper was taken aback, glancing down in astonishment. Yes, this amount is enough to custom-make outfits for hundreds of people. May I inquire which noble family you belong to? If you could provide an address, we would be happy to deliver the garments once completed. Lin Binbin hesitated, asking, how many days will it take? 2 days, came the prompt reply. 2 days later, Lin Binbin returned to collect the garments. Trying one on, he found the fit splendid. The white fabric subtly shimmered with flowing yellow undertones. The cuffs and hem were embroidered with auspicious clouds, and a dark patterned belt accentuated his figure, rendering him quite elegant. Lin Binbin smiled with satisfaction, a hint of youthful charm gracing his features. How splendid, exactly to my liking. No wonder Bizaran favors such attire. It truly transforms one's appearance. It was as if a young street urchin had suddenly risen to become the scion of a noble family, exuding grace and refinement. Most importantly, it bore additional attributes. Crafted from ice silkworm silk, protection 3, for the price of 10 spirit stones, acquiring a uniform with attributes was a worthy investment. Having received the garments, Lin Binbin distributed them to the members before noon. However, to his dismay, several tried them on only to decide to stow them away. Why aren't you wearing them? Are they not to your liking? Gung Lu chuckled, touching the neatly folded outfits. President, these are too precious. I've never seen such fine clothing. I hesitate to wear them. Indeed, I think I shall wait until the new year to don mine, chimed Cheng Yamo, along with several others, including Lin Xiao. The quality was apparent, and even Lin Xiao felt it wasteful to wear them daily. Yet, if they refused to wear them, Lin Binbin could not fulfill his task, causing him considerable anxiety. How could I have overlooked this? He slapped his forehead, pulling out 3,000 spirit stones from his storage bag and slamming them onto the table. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Sanzi, what are you doing? Distributing salaries, Lin Binbin declared loudly. From this month onward, our guild officially enters its operational phase. Every member shall receive 300 spirit stones monthly, with additional compensation for notable contributions. With finances in place, they no longer needed to fret over clothing. Lin Xiao had contributed the most with his designs, earning 500 spirit stones, while others received 300. After distribution, Lin Binbin handed the money to Lin Xiao. Brother, take this. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Even in the capital, he had never possessed such wealth. I cannot accept your money. This is guild funds. Everyone is entitled to their share. Your designs have been invaluable, hence the larger portion, Lin Binbin insisted. Lin Xiao immediately recoiled, shaking his head. I refuse your money. Keep it. The guild may need it later. The first refusal met with resistance, leaving Lin Binbin with no choice but to showcase his treasure. The appearance of 30,000 spirit stones illuminated the room, blinding the onlookers. Seeing their astonished reactions, Lin Binbin grinned widely, revealing a set of brilliant white teeth. Sanzi, we have a fortune. Is our guild thriving? Ching Imo exclaimed. Lin Binbin cleared his throat, lifting his chin. It and Appos, just 30,000 spirit stones. What? 30,000? I have never seen so many spirit stones in my life. Chung Imo shouted in excitement. Thus, you need not worry about preserving the guild's funds. Money can always be earned again. However, paying salaries is an essential part of our guild's benefits. We are a legitimate guild, and salaries must not be diminished. Upon hearing this, the others could hardly refuse. The children, having known poverty, instinctively felt the urge to contribute to the guild. President, rest assured. We will diligently build our guild. Gung Lu declared, his heart ablaze with ambition. Now that he had earned money, his family would no longer worry about making ends meet. Lin Xiao silently vowed to work even harder on his designs to assist his younger brother. Meanwhile, Chung Imo, carefree as ever, only thought of food. Sanzi, Chung Imo blinked. Do you fancy some beggar's chicken? Just as Chung Imo opened his mouth, Lin Binbin anticipated the mischief brewing. It had been a while since they had last visited Xiangmenlu. All right, it's settled. We shall dine at Xiangmenlu today. Chapter 57. This boy surpasses his father. A notification from the system chimed, announcing, congratulations on completing task 1 and 2. All rewards will be distributed upon the completion of all tasks. Just at that moment, the roasted chicken was served. The newly appointed owner, a former staff member who recognized Lin Binbin, especially beamed at the sight of the imposing figure trailing behind them like a bodyguard, offering the children a generous discount of 20%. Boss, one and Appos, do you be at a loss? Lin Binbin inquired. Not at all. As long as the young masters are happy. The owner replied, his face nearly splitting from laughter. Lin Xiao, although puzzled, was soon swept up in the lively atmosphere typical of youthful exuberance. Come. Let's have a chicken-eating contest. The loser must bark like a dog 3 times, Chung Imo proposed. This barking was a source of great embarrassment for the children. Though meant in jest, it felt like a threat to their dignity. Even Lin Xiao straightened in resolve, his eyes fixed intently on the chicken before him. With her bright eyes scanning the group, Lin Binbin commanded, 3, 2, 1, go. Instantly, the boys buried their heads into the plate. Lin Xiao, you cheat. Why aren't and Appos, to you spitting out the bones? Chang Imo exclaimed, his gaze catching Lin Xiao and Appos' strained, purplish face. By the time he realized what was happening, Lin Xiao had already swallowed the last piece whole. Chang Imo, can you keep up? The rest of us are done. You're the only one left, Lin Binbin declared. Her mouth full, her words squeezed out between clenched teeth, leaving Chang Imo pale. Turning to see, he was startled to find Gung Lu also finished. Wiping his mouth with his hand. This ISN and Appos, T fair. You must spit out the bones, just shoving it all in dozen and Appos. T count as winning. Chung Imo protested. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the usually composed Lin Xiao spat out a bone, raised an eyebrow, and with a greasy smirk said, is this acceptable now? For the first time, Ching Imo found himself outmatched in a food contest, his cheeks puffed in indignation. A bet is a bet. I'll bark 3 times. Woof, woof, woof. Simultaneously, Zhang Yin received the wages sent over by Lin Binbin. Why have you come here? Lin Qin asked, lifting his gaze from his book. The residents had been purchased before their exile, and due to uncertainty about their return, all their hidden wealth had been spent, leaving only a meager sum concealed in a wine barrel to sustain them. Now, they had a roof over their heads. But feeding nearly 100 mouths posed a significant challenge. Merely waiting for fate to change was not a viable option. They needed a source of income. In recent days, he and his wife had deliberated countless strategies, all of which had come to naught due to the restrictions of the Dead Silence Mountain. Just as he was grappling with how to resolve their predicament, Zhang Yin entered. So, you've become a hands-off manager, leaving this bunch of rascals to me. They don't seem to like me much. A few have snuck away, he said, plopping down onto a nearby chair and pouring himself a cup of tea. Lin Qin remained silent for a moment before responding. So, you've come here to relax? Come now, Lin, is that how you see it? I'm here to inform you of something significant. Look at you, assuming the worst of me, Zhang Yin retorted. Lin Qin's gaze returned to his book, clearly uninterested in engaging further. If you have that much time, perhaps you could help me figure out how to earn a living for everyone. That's precisely what I wanted to discuss with you. Do you know how much your son gave me today? Seeing Lin Qin remain unresponsive, Zhang Yin set down his teacup and smiled. 300 spirit stones. That's enough to feed our entire family for a month. And he didn't even blink when he handed it over. Even if the family is wealthy, such extravagance is unwarranted. Besides, all those boys received equal pay as well. Lin Qin remarked. Your boy is shrewder than you realize, Zhang Yin quipped. Lin Qin's grip on the book trembled. Did you say how much? 300 spirit stones. Zhang Yin teased. Now you're starting to worry, aren't you? Would you like me to investigate what that boy is up to? Lin Qin's expression darkened, but he remained silent, shaking his head after a long pause. He had discussed the accounts with his wife earlier. This expenditure was not from the family's funds but should be his own. If it was his own money, then he could manage it as he saw fit. What he gave to Zhang Yin was simply to be accepted. Zhang Yin and Apos' expression briefly registered surprise, quickly suppressed beneath the surface. Very well, then. You carry on. I'll take a nap. It feels more exhausting watching kids than leading soldiers into battle. Once Zhang Yin departed, Lin Qin found himself unable to focus on his book any longer. His thoughts wandered, prompting him to toss the book aside and approach the window. Gazing at the inconspicuous two-story building in the distance, his cold eyes reflected a deeper complexity. This little rascal surpasses even me. On the day of wage distribution, the children reveled in their freedom. They first ventured to the eastern market to procure some daily necessities before making their way to the theater, having heard that a troupe from the capital was performing for 5 consecutive days. The opening day saw the theater packed to the brim. What can one even see? It's just a sea of heads, Lin Binbin thought, feeling suffocated by the crowd. Even when they managed to board a mech, they were still swept along by the throng. By Xiren. Over here. Suddenly, Lin Binbin shouted toward the theater. All eyes instinctively turned to the source of the call. On the second-floor platform, several soldiers clad in dark armor stood at attention on either side, while in the center, surrounded by adoring admirers, was their familiar face, by Xiren. The children, like moths drawn to a flame, called out excitedly. One of the soldiers seemed to notice them, leaning down to whisper to the young man, who then cast a glance in Lin Binbin and Apos' direction. By Xiren raised an eyebrow and smiled. Those are my friends. Let them in. When Lin Binbin and the others finally escaped the crowd, they were disheveled, and upon looking down, they noticed several dark handprints on their pristine clothing, an incongruous sight. Upon seeing this, By Xiren paused, then burst into laughter, disregarding decorum. If I didn't know better, I'd think you all had just escaped from a disaster. Ha ha. You're killing me. The next moment, his laughter abruptly ceased. The mechas arm shifted in an instant, with a gun barrel now pressed against his forehead. Chapter 58. Striving for the Beast Master competition. Silence enveloped the scene. As everyone gazed at the subdued figure, a hush fell over the crowd. By Xiren broke into a cold sweat, while the soldiers beside him gripped their sword hilts tightly, poised for an imminent attack. Hey, it and Apos' a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. It and Apos' all in good spirit, he hastily declared, sensing the piercing gaze fixed upon him. How about I invite you all to enjoy a tune? He continued. If my brothers fancy it, I would be willing to purchase this theater troupe outright. Lin Binbin regarded him with a knowing smile. The implications of his attire not lost on him. Is it truly so embarrassing to wear the guild and Apos' uniform, hiding it beneath a cloak? Such a family we cannot acknowledge. The garments he wore had been meticulously donned under the watchful eyes of mechanical bees. Yet he hadn't anticipated that this young man would drape a cloak over his attire. By Xiren promptly grasped the situation, hastily unfastening the cloak and tossing it to a guard. His throat bobbed slightly, thoughts swirling in his mind. Isn't there an excess of people here? I believe our guild should maintain a low profile. Upon seeing By Xiren's attire, Lin Binbin commanded the withdrawal of the white ape and led his companions confidently to the VIP section on the second floor. With a wave of his hand, By Xiren quelled the murmurs that had arisen around them. The theater was filled with guests, save for the second floor, which By Xiren had reserved. However, a few figures caught Lin Binbin's attention. They donned matching outfits of blue, each armed with a sword, exuding an extraordinary aura. Beside a young man, a golden-furred monkey, no larger than a forearm, was visible. Ghost Face Monkey, B rank. Quality, purple. Basic attributes, 60 chance to steal an enemy and Apos' item on a sneak attack, continuous assault. Premonition, can sense an enemy and Apos' position in advance. Special attributes, 30 stun effect from mental control, beware of your belongings. Lin Binbin was momentarily taken aback. And before he could collect his thoughts, Cheng Mo swiftly raised his hand and threw a piece of pastry at the ghost-faced monkey. Cheng Mo, what are you doing? Lin Binbin exclaimed in vain as the pastry soared toward the ground floor. Just as it seemed destined to strike someone, the monkey bared its teeth and leaped gracefully, catching the pastry with precision. In that moment, the monkey and Appos, gaze swept over the crowd, clutching the pastry protectively in its embrace, retreating to savor its treat. As they beheld the monkey relishing its prize, they were struck by the unmistakable expression of humanity beneath its golden fur. Cheng Mo, startled, exhaled in relief when it became clear he hadn't harmed anyone. I don't and Appos, know what came over me. It felt as if someone was incessantly urging me to feed the monkey, he explained, concern etched on his face. I hope I haven't and Appos, caused any trouble. Those individuals looked formidable. Lin Binbin, however, was preoccupied with the monkey and Appos' special attribute, mental control. Could it truly be that powerful? He murmured under his breath. Ziren cast a cold glance at the figures below, lazily raised a glass of fruit wine, and uttered, Qingmian sect. What? The crowd turned to him in unison. I mean, those individuals are disciples of the Qingmian sect, likely heading to Linghuan. Considering the timeline, there are only 3 months left until the Beast Master competition in July. With Ziren's explanation, the group became cognizant of the distribution of power across the Beast Master continent. The royal family, the Flame Dragon sect, and the Spirit Hall were the most formidable, followed by various prominent families, with the Qingmian sect occupying a significant position among the Beast Master sects. Effectively classified as a second-tier sect, the Qingmian sect, backed by the Spirit Guard Pass, was notorious for its frequent hauntings by spirits, with whispers of encounters with an S-rank soul, rendering them a force not to be underestimated. This meant they were currently cohabiting with a host of malevolent spirits. The revelation sent chills down everyone and Appos' spines, especially upon observing the pallid visages of the youth, exuding an otherworldly aura. Ironically, the owner of the spirit monkey appeared the most ordinary among them. Souls? Lin Binbin pondered, his voice low. How does the Qingmian sect compare to the Spirit Hall in terms of strength? Significantly weaker, Ziren replied with a wry smile. Though both are associated with souls. Should the Qingmian sect encounter members of the Spirit Hall, they would undoubtedly flee in fear. The Spirit Hall was shrouded in mystery and possessed formidable power, known for their cryptic operations. In their worldview, physical death did not equate to true disappearance. For certain martial artists or super S-rank spirit beasts, the soul remained the most potent entity. I recall a decade ago, they launched a massive campaign against martial artists and spirit beasts, forcing many powerful warriors to band together for survival. That year was a nightmare for all martial artists. Lin Binbin gasped. Did they never consider retaliating? Retaliate? Ziren and Appos' expression darkened slightly. They possess specialized methods to counteract souls, akin to the ghost-faced monkey. Regardless of one and Appos' strength, they can eliminate you without a trace. As if sensing something amiss, a disciple of the Qingmian sect lifted his gaze towards the second floor. One of the individuals paused upon spotting Ziren and exchanged a few words with his companions before they all rose and respectfully bowed towards Lin Binbin and Appos' group, subsequently departing. Wait, why are they bowing to us? Lin Binbin, still processing the information, was bewildered by the abrupt shift in demeanor. Oh, Ziren chuckled, a smug grin on his face. They must have been awestruck by my charm. Damn it, I shouldn't and Appos' have asked him, Lin Binbin thought, exasperated. Nevertheless, there was valuable news regarding the Beast Master competition, held every 4 years, where the brightest talents of each sect would participate. Most importantly, Ziren would be competing. And as the guild leader, Lin Binbin could not afford to be absent. The minimum requirement for participating sects was 5 members, and they met that criterion perfectly. The previous champion had reportedly been awarded a spirit stone mine, along with an S-rank pet egg and a plethora of other rewards. Though Lin Binbin hadn't memorized the details. With every word Ziren spoke, Lin Binbin felt his excitement surge. A spirit stone mine could secure their financial future. Brothers. Starting tomorrow, every member of our guild must begin crafting mechas to prepare for the competition in 3 months. We shall strive for victory. Chapter 59. Betting life for the blueprint. Lin Binbin, unable to sleep through the night due to excitement, began to meticulously plan for his future development. It was imperative that he rapidly enhance his own mecha and address the team and Appos' growth, which had stagnated. Competing in their current state would assuredly lead to elimination in the preliminary rounds. It seemed that strengthening their fundamental capabilities had to take precedence. Early the next morning, Lin Xin set out, while Lin Xiao and their mother prepared breakfast. The moment Lin Binbin caught a whiff of the fragrant food, he sprang out of bed with vigor. Glancing at the brightening sky, he called out, "Brother, hurry up and remember to join the meeting later." "Understood," replied Lin Binbin, hastily finishing his morning routine and grabbing a warm flatbread before dashing off to the guild, leaving Lin Xiao behind to dutifully tidy up. Upon arriving at the sect, Lin Binbin made a beeline for the staff dormitory. Spotting Cheng Imo, who was still in a deep slumber, he slapped his forehead in realization. He had completely forgotten that the dormitory had a built-in assembly bell, which he had specifically programmed with his favorite tune the previous day. Let us experience the magic of this divine melody. With a decisive tap on the assembly button, the courtyard reverberated with melodious strains. "Yo yo, come on baby, go." It feels like the fragrant path in gentle waves. After a brief wait, anguished cries erupted from the second floor. "What the hell is this? Can't anyone get a moment and amp? Oppos? S-piece? Who can turn this thing off?" "Lin Binbin." The furious voice echoed in his ears, thick with sleep, evoking a sense of mischievous delight. Lin Binbin grinned at his companions, who emerged with disheveled hair. "Brothers, tidy up. We are about to hold our inaugural meeting." By Xiren, still adjusting to his surroundings from the previous night, squinted at the figure at the podium, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. The others sat attentively, resembling schoolchildren awaiting their teacher. The last to enter was Zhang Yan, who sauntered in slowly, casting a glance at Lin Binbin before casually taking a seat. Once everyone was present, Lin Binbin took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and began outlining his plans. As he spoke, his excitement grew. And soon he noticed a visible fire igniting in the eyes of Gung Lu and Cheng Imo's success in brainwashing. "That's all from me. You all have 3 days to contemplate the design of your mechas, which you will submit to our elder brother for drafting. Details will be discussed once the blueprints are prepared. Bai Xiren and Gung Lu will handle materials, while Cheng Imo will oversee Xiao Lang and Yao Ji. As for our regular training, we shall rely on Uncle Zhang Yan. Without effective leadership, one can only toil to exhaustion," Lin Binbin mused, satisfied with his arrangements. Zhang Yan appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing between Lin Xiao, who was coordinating details, and the seemingly eager young ones. He pondered how, after just one night, everyone had suddenly become so motivated. "Ha ha ha. Well, this is what you all have agreed upon. Don't blame me for being ruthless later." The boys' expressions shifted, and they quickly averted their gazes. "How could that be? With Uncle Zhang Yan overseeing, I feel reassured," Lin Binbin replied with a sweet smile, reminding him, "Please remember to research this matter as it's of utmost importance." The following day, the group plunged into preparation mode. They trained for 3 hours in the morning, followed by poring over various texts to contemplate the direction of their mechas. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Binbin took out the initial array rewarded by the system. As the radiant aura vanished above the guild, the defensive array was activated. Bai Yuan, deliver a punch from outside. Upon receiving the command, Bai Yuan and Oppos' eyes lit up as his mechanical arm lifted, channeling a powerful strike against the luminescent barrier. The barrier swiftly condensed, and the impact rippled outwards like stones dropped into a pond, dissipating entirely. Impressive. No damage whatsoever, even with Bai Yuan exerting full force. Initial defensive array, range 500 square meters, automatically locks onto attacking targets, perfectly shields against damage from A-level and lower spirit beasts. The leader may decide on personnel access unlimited. Energy consumption 15,000. Now there was no need to worry about being raided again. However, watching the rapidly depleting spirit stones, Lin Binbin felt a pang of regret. Activating the array alone had cost 5,000. It seemed that the 30,000 wouldn't suffice. He needed to win the competition swiftly and secure the spirit stone mine. The system also randomly rewarded him with an opportunity to draw a building blueprint. With the initial defensive array in place, Lin Binbin rubbed his hands together in excitement. Entering gambler mode. Heaven help me, let it be a building with attributes. I'm willing to wager. Uncle Zhang Yan's 10 years of life. After so many failures, he thought it impossible to continue being so unfortunate. If this were his past life, Lin Binbin would have dismissed such words as mere advertising from some fool. Little did he know that this misfortune would eventually befall him. After preparing thoroughly, his trembling finger hovered over the draw button. All right, let us take a chance. Random building blueprint draw once. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Instantly. The screen flickered rapidly. Then he waited and waited until finally The pointer landed on a lowly, attribute-less, dilapidated thatched cottage, next to which glimmered a blueprint radiating purple light. Lin Binbin was dumbfounded. This can't be happening. It dawned on him that he had forgotten to bathe and offer incense before the draw. Damn it. Resolutely, Lin Binbin declared. I'm going all in. I wager the 5 years of life from all members. Give me purple. I demand purple. His gaze remained fixated on the interface. Perhaps his fervent declarations had indeed influenced fate, for the pointer, which seemed poised to stop, began to move slowly once more. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the building blueprint. Advanced Smelting Workshop. Advanced Smelting Workshop. Quality. Purple. Lin Binbin's temples throbbed with excitement. Damn it, I spoke too soon. I forgot to exclude myself. Chapter 60. The Golden Legend. All parts refining rate increased by 3. Mecha synthesis rate raised by 0.1, with a chance to enhance smelting quality. Special attribute. Working in the smelting workshop triples the attribute enhancement rate. Value every moment and bravely challenge your limits, young man. Fortunately, the purple blueprint did not disappoint Lin Binbin. The final special attribute alone was enough to evoke envy. 3 times. That would save him hundreds of kilometers. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Binbin finally regained his composure, casting his gaze upon the remaining free attribute points, pondering whether to seize the moment and extract all the blueprints in one go. With 3 novice benefits still available, he decided to take a gamble while the luck from his life points lasted. Would you like to consume a novice benefit to extract a weapon? Confirm. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint. Iron skewer, perfect. Ideal for barbecuing. Congratulations on acquiring a top-tier chef's equipment. Of course, you could also choose to use it as a weapon. Poking out your opponent's eyes. Lin Binbin's expression darkened immediately. Did it really require extraction? It was merely a setback, and he could endure it. He pressed on. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint. Demolition hammer, damaged. Do not be misled by its damaged state. It possesses destructive power. Respect every mindless invention. At first, Lin Binbin thought he had secured something valuable, but upon inspecting the attributes, he found the attack power to be a mere 1 point, even inferior to the phantom blade that had been snapped in half and cast aside in his storage bag. Come on, is this a joke? Another item with a grand theoretical power but practically useless, its sole purpose being to induce laughter in his enemies due to its ridiculous attack value. At this moment, Lin Binbin wished he could reach through the screen and give the system a good thrashing. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, one last time, just give me a blue quality item. Even if it's damaged, I'll accept it. Lin Binbin, feeling battered, had lowered his psychological expectations to the bare minimum. He now sought stability. The screen froze, and his eyes lit up, his black pupils enveloped by a brilliant gold. The Golden Legend. To his astonishment, it was a rare blueprint. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint. Swarm of bees. Rare. Harnessing the power of yin and yang, it can unleash 10 arrows simultaneously. Quality. Gold. Attack power. 278. Speed. 120. Energy limit. 8,000. With an additional severe injury effect that causes continuous bleeding. A hidden gem of the people. This weapon should not be overlooked, but alas, you have a lucky companion by your side. Everyone loves a fortunate person. Coincidentally, so do I. What a fortune! Lin Binbin slapped his thigh and exclaimed in excitement. This weapon resembled a cannon, known for its high output, requiring a lengthy charging time, but excelling in a vast area of effect with remarkable accuracy, making it a formidable weapon for large-scale battles. Its only drawback was the significant physical strength and stamina it demanded from the wielder. Strength greater than 260, stamina greater than 100. This weapon could likely only be wielded by a mecha. Even Uncle Zhang Yin fell short of the required strength by nearly half. Just as he finished this thought, he noticed Ching Imo and Appo's chubby face approaching, looking at him curiously. Sanzi, why are you standing at the door mumbling to yourself? Did you find something? Recalling the system's teasing remark, Lin Binbin felt a headache coming on, but to save face, he feigned profundity and replied, nothing of importance, just observing the celestial phenomena. Look to the horizon, a hint of gold is visible, a sure sign of good fortune. Today, our guild will undoubtedly encounter something fortunate. Chung Imo followed the direction of Lin Binbin's finger, gazing into the clear sky and finding nothing. However, seeing Lin Binbin's enigmatic expression only solidified his admiration. Sanzi, you are incredible! Just a glance at the sky reveals fortune and misfortune, more impressive than those so-called fortune tellers. When will you help me predict? I want to know how likely I am to have meat for dinner tonight, especially since Uncle Zhang Yin has put me through 30 push-ups. It's as if he's trying to take my life. If there's no meat, the sky will surely fall. More impressive than a charlatan? I truly appreciate your praise. Lin Binbin turned his head, meeting Chung Mo and Amp Oppo's sincere, worshipful gaze, as if to say that only he could accomplish such feats. Ahem. This is simple. I predict there will be none. Chung Mo looked at him, whispering, no way, we've been eating vegetarian for 3 days now. When will this end? Initially, Chung Mo and a few kids had dined alongside Lin Binbin, sharing meals with Lin and Oppo's parents. In order to ensure nutritional balance for the children, Qin Ryu had crafted a specific diet, 5 days of vegetarian meals followed by 2 days of meat. This had been tough on Chung Mo, who now found himself dreaming of meat. However, observing Chung Mo's crestfallen expression, Lin Binbin suddenly shifted the conversation. Nothing is absolute. We can whip up a little feast. After all, the ingredients in the fridge will spoil if not used, and today is a perfect occasion to celebrate the completion of the new building. Right. How could I have forgotten that? It's no wonder, Sanzi, you were so clever. Chang Imo chuckled, finally recalling why he had sought out Lin Binbin. Sanzi, when did you make a den for the little wolves? You didn't even tell me. I thought I had entered the wrong place. A den? I haven't done anything. Who crafted this? The wooden frame is quite sturdy. Lin Binbin followed Chang Imo to the room adjacent to the warehouse, hesitantly opening the door. To his surprise, the dark room had taken shape as a nursery for the little beasts. 2 spirit beasts were housed separately, with a passage between them, and even a soft mat laid out for their comfort. Yet, the mat seemed oddly familiar. Strange, it felt like something he had seen before. Lin Binbin cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the newly constructed building, the adjoining rooms remained in disrepair. However, this dust-laden space had been cleaned impeccably. Initially, they had presumed it was the work of Gung Lo. Who knows? I've been at the guild all this time. Gung Lo scratched his head, responding honestly. Could it be Uncle Zhang Yin? Lin Binbin and Amp Oppo's eyes narrowed, finding this possibility more plausible. Regardless, I might as well take a look at the little beast's condition. Lin Binbin had always maintained a free-range attitude toward these 2 little creatures, yet now, their noticeable changes were evident. Chapter 61. So he is raising a phoenix? It seemed that the little chick had undergone quite a transformation. Lin Binbin gazed thoughtfully at the chick before him, which was voraciously pecking at its feed, and murmured softly. The once listless chick had now grown considerably, its plumage gleaming, particularly the long, resplendent crimson tail that cascaded down to the ground, capturing the eye. Just as he intended to catch the chick for a closer examination, it appeared to sense his presence, casting a sideways glance in his direction before darting past him with remarkable speed. Lin Binbin was taken aback by the chick's swiftness. He missed his grasp, and the little creature swiftly ascended to a wooden perch, chirping incessantly at him, seemingly expressing its grievances. Lin Binbin, lacking the ability to understand animal language, felt a throbbing headache. What exactly are you trying to convey? With a chattering sound, the chick seemed to respond, and he felt a tinge of madness for conversing with a chicken. Chuckling at his own absurdity, he turned to leave. However, the moment he did, the chick, agitated by his movement, flapped its wings and blocked his path, spreading its wings wide and calling out excitedly. Its sharp, piercing voice resonated, causing a dull thrum in his ears. Unable to comprehend, he thought, if only you could express your thoughts more directly. To his surprise, the little chick tilted its head, as if it truly understood, and ceased its noisy squawking. Its tiny eyes blinked rapidly, seemingly engaged in deep contemplation. After a brief moment, its demeanor visibly shifted to one of excitement, and it flew towards the den of the little wolf cub. What is it doing? Lin Binbin pondered in confusion. At that moment, the little wolf cub was peacefully napping when a sudden chill swept over its rear, followed by a sharp sting that elicited a pained howl. A whoa-whoa. Flecks of white fur drifted to the ground as the once furious chick now seemed energized, its beady black eyes keenly focused on Lin Binbin, as if showcasing its conquest. Goodness, that was rather ruthless. It has even plucked some fur. Lin Binbin felt a wave of sympathy as he glanced at the wolf cub's now bald patch. Before he could react, the chick launched another attack, this time drawing blood. Alarmed, Lin Binbin swiftly cradled the little wolf and exited the room. Once outside, the previously exuberant chick finally folded its wings and returned to its perch, casting a challenging glance at them while scratching at the wooden shavings with one claw. Realizing something, Lin Binbin hastily checked its attribute panel. Undying Phoenix, Unevolved Version, Cub, Fire Attribute Spirit Beast, Attack Power 10, Weak Attack Power in Juvenile Stage. Normal attack attributes reduced by 80, can attack continuously, attacks under injury condition, can restore 100 of its life. A Phoenix. The Spirit Beast egg he had casually purchased turned out to be a Phoenix. Lin Binbin was momentarily overwhelmed by this unexpected good fortune. Taking a moment to process the information. Oddly enough, there was still no grade listed. Even an F grade would have sufficed. But the interface only indicated that it was a Fire Attribute Spirit Beast. He couldn't fathom where the discrepancy lay, or if other Undying Phoenix cubs were similarly ungraded. However, one thing was clear. A Fire Attribute Beast and an Ice Attribute Beast could not coexist. The little creature in Appo's current state was evidently asserting territorial dominance. Lin Binbin looked down at the little wolf in his arms, who had been whimpering for some time, and sighed. It seemed he would need to arrange a private room for it. Congratulations on acquiring a luxurious single suite. The little wolf whimpered, its eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing quite aggrieved. All right, let me apply some medicine to your wound first. After tending to its injury, Lin Binbin fetched some milk. The previously listless little wolf perked up, sniffing the air excitedly, then promptly dove headfirst into the bowl. The sweet aroma tantalized its taste buds, and after gulping down a generous mouthful, it let out a satisfied burp. Watching the fluffy white cub, Lin Binbin smiled as he affectionately patted its head. Such a glutton. After its injury, the little wolf had become much more docile, only letting out a few pitiful howls, its nose twitching as if recounting its recent woes. All right, understood. I won't take you back just yet. For now, you'll stay in the dormitory until your new nest is ready. The little wolf then placed its front paws on the ground, nuzzling Lin Binbin's hand in a surprisingly obedient manner. This sudden change in demeanor left Lin Binbin both amused and bemused, realizing this little creature was quite adept at reading the room. It truly was evolving. Variant Ice Magic Wolf Cub, B grade. Ah, so this little one is a variant cub. What a windfall. The attributes of both Spirit Beast cubs had significantly improved. It seemed that Chung Mo's luck skill had once again illuminated their fortunes. Lin Binbin grasped the little wolf's front paw, a smile gracing his lips. Little one, stick close to your brother Chung Mo. Perhaps you'll save me some expenses on spirit potions in the future. Once the milk was finished. The little wolf showed no further interest in him, lazily sprawled across the table, its snow-white belly round and full. It merely glanced at Lin Binbin before closing its eyes, gradually succumbing to soft snores, perfectly embodying the saying that milk is the essence of life. After a hearty meal, it was truly remarkable. Lin Binbin shook his head in exasperation, ensuring he hadn't pressed against its injury before exiting the room. That evening, everyone gathered at the guild for a small feast. The aroma of roasted meat wafting through the courtyard, making their mouths water. Lin Binbin had initially intended to construct the newly acquired building blueprint directly. But unlike the automatically completed structures from before, this time he needed to gather the materials himself. Given the magnitude of the task, he felt it necessary to consult with the guild's financial backer. Brother by Xiren, Lin Binbin approached. Are you planning to stay at the guild for a while? Confronted by Xiren's radiant smile and mischievous gaze, Lin Binbin braced himself. Just say what you need. No need for theatrics. Oh, it's nothing much. Just a minor shortage of materials, insignificant, really, hardly worth mentioning. Handed over. By Xiren rolled his eyes, extending his hand with an exasperated sigh. However, upon seeing the prices listed on the inventory, he realized he had once again been deceived. Lin Binbin, I'll kill you. Meanwhile, Lin Binbin had already retreated to his room, a large plate of roasted meat in his arms, and with a click, he locked the door behind him. Chapter 62. The second combat mecha. The delivery of construction materials is expected to take 3 days, so Lin Binbin plans to assist everyone with manuscript revisions in the meantime. Fortunately, Lin Xiao possesses an extraordinary comprehension of blueprints, and after several revisions, they finally produced 2 initial drafts certified by the system. First is Chung Mo and AMP, Appo's Mechanical Engineering Ant, Type, Basic Mecha, Quality, White, Base Attributes, Defense 89, Attack 35, Attribute Bonus, Agility 50, Height, 0. 8 meters, Length, 2 meters, Energy Source, Crystal Core, Combat Consumption, 5 energy per minute, Special Ability, Unity, Defense doubles during team operations, a basic mecha with formidable defense. It excels in transportation and team combat, exhibiting a well-rounded design. Next is by Xiren and AMP, Amp, Oppos, S. Silver Warrior, Type, Combat Mecha, Quality, Blue, Base Attributes, Defense 20, Attack 150, Attribute Bonus, Speed 10 when equipped with Blade-type weapons, Height, 1. 8 meters, Energy Source, Crystal Core, Combat Consumption, 30 energy per minute, Special Ability, Rapid Slaughter, a quick triple strike dealing 160 physical damage, upgradable, a relic of the medieval era. It embodies the ultimate guardian that every man dreams of possessing, though it has unfortunately rusted and its evaluation is rather dismal. Despite its flaws, this second combat mecha, sharing the same ancient lineage as the first, boasts a blue quality, significantly surpassing the white quality of the previous model. Ziren gazes at the mecha designated for him with fervor, excitement prompting him to hasten the delivery of the construction materials, originally scheduled for the third day, to the following day. The others, though frustrated, dared not voice their displeasure. This delighted Lin Binbin, as his wishes seemed to manifest effortlessly. On the way back, Ziren, still apprehensive, repeatedly inquired, "Are you absolutely certain that you can construct it? This melting workshop appears peculiar, and the equipment is unlike anything I've ever seen. Is it truly as miraculous as you claim? If it proves to be futile, it would only waste our time. Materials are trivial, but inefficiency is burdensome. Wouldn't it be wiser to commission another blacksmith? Moreover, how can you be assured that the success rate of assembling the mecha will improve within this structure? Or is it that anyone can construct a mecha here?" Ziren, filled with questions, suppressed his swirling emotions and looked at Lin Binbin. "Since we are both part of the same guild, I trust you will not conceal anything from me, correct?" "Of course." As they approached the central hall, Lin Binbin paused, a glimmer of certainty in his eyes as he replied, "The answers to your inquiries were imparted to me by an ancient sage in my dreams. As for the reasons, I cannot say." The sage did not elaborate. With that, he broke into a smile, calling sweetly to the figure setting the table in the hall, "Mother, you all are back. Wash your hands and prepare for dinner." Qin Ruoyu, upon seeing her son, smiled warmly and led him inside. "Today, I made your favorite sweet and sour crispy pork. Come and taste if my cooking has deteriorated." "How could it? Mother's cooking is always the best." Qin Ruoyu playfully tapped his nose, feigning annoyance. "You sweet talker." Ziren was momentarily taken aback. Was that it? A mere mention of an ancient sage's dream dismissed him? Yet, witnessing the warmth of the family, all his words became lodged in his throat. Ultimately, if he could construct it, who cared about the sage? He would merely offer his gratitude. After a brief wait, everyone gathered, 10 people in total, including a few children and Zhang Yin. To everyone's surprise, Lin Binhong also made an appearance. His health had improved significantly, allowing him to walk and exercise normally, though his complexion remained somewhat pallid, his lips tinged with white. Noticing the collective gaze shifting towards Lin Binhong, Qin Ryu naturally nudged him. "Hong and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Didn't and Amp. Amp. Oppos. You say you wanted to express something to everyone?" Lin Binhong and Amp. Oppos. Defiant demeanor briefly faltered. But with his parents present, he lowered his head and swiftly uttered, "Thank you, everyone." His voice was so faint it resembled a whisper, hardly audible unless one paid close attention. "Second brother, what did you say?" "I couldn't quite catch that." Lin Binbin blinked innocently, though the mischief in his eyes betrayed him. Lin Binhong shot him a fierce glare before gritting his teeth and raising his voice. "I said, thank you, everyone." Qin Ruoyu frowned slightly, her tone cooling. "Honger, speak properly." Only then did Lin Binhong furrow his brows, reorganizing his words. "I caused everyone considerable trouble due to my actions, and I came today specifically to express my gratitude. Also," he hesitated, his ears inexplicably flushing red. After much internal conflict, he managed to utter, "Sanzi, I and Oppos, am sorry. I misunderstood you due to my bad temper. I apologize." Lin Binbin was visibly stunned. Was this a rare phenomenon? In his lifetime, he had never expected to hear Lin Binhong apologize to him. Qin Ruoyu called out to Lin Binbin, snapping him back to reality. He grinned widely. "It's all right. We're all family. Second brother, there's no need to take it to heart. Binner, I heard from your father about the previous matter. Your second brother misunderstood you. Don't dwell on it. If similar situations arise again, just inform me, and I will handle it," Qin Ruoyu reassured. "Mother." Lin Binhong's face flushed crimson, his lips pursed as he subtly tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further comment. Noticing this, Lin Binbin beamed. "You need and Amp. Oppos. Worry, mother. Second brother and I have a great relationship." Hearing this, Qin Ryu finally exhaled in relief. "That's good, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved." Now, everyone, let's eat. Don't wait any longer. Lin Binbin nodded softly, his gaze shifting towards his second brother, his bright eyes filled with profound meaning. Early that morning, she had inquired with Zhang Yan about the construction of the spirit beast's nest. It was not the handiwork of the guild members, nor did Lin and Amp, Appos, as parents have any knowledge of the guild and Amp, Appos, as circumstances, leaving only one possibility. With clarity in her heart, Lin Binbin's gaze towards Lin Binhong shifted, and upon catching the peculiar look directed at him by Lin Binbin, his expression darkened instantly. What are you staring at? What and Appos? So interesting. Chapter 63. This is what you asked of me. The atmosphere abruptly turned cold. Lin Binbin raised an eyebrow and straightforwardly inquired, Second brother, did you help me build the beast-rearing platform in the guild and Appos' courtyard? Upon hearing this, Lin Binhong and Appos' expression visibly shifted. A flush of crimson crept from his neck to the tips of his ears, leaving him somewhat flustered, as if his mind had gone blank and he was at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he stammered defensively, You're talking nonsense. I would never engage in such thankless labor. Beside them, Cheng Mo, who had been savoring braised pork, paused and leaned in, curious. What's this about thankless labor? What are you two whispering about? I want to listen too. Initially feeling guilty, Lin Binhong and Appos' embarrassment deepened, and he quickly straightened up to block Lin Binbin and Cheng Mo and Appos' gaze. He then frantically blinked towards Lin Xiao, signaling that he knew nothing, suggesting instead that it might have been their elder brother and Appos' doing. Lin Xiao, who had been listening, replied nonchalantly, It was Timmy. Lin Binhong grew agitated, clenching his teeth and growling, It's definitely our parents. Just know it was Timmy, so stop asking. Perhaps due to his anxiety, his voice rose slightly, catching the attention of Qin Ruyu nearby. What is going on? It's nothing, mother. I was just inquiring about second brother's health. Lin Binbin interjected with a smile to diffuse the tension. She glanced at the children's expressions, her brows furrowing slightly. You little ones need to behave and not cause any trouble while eating. Understood, mother. With her command issued, the children obediently fell silent. Once Qin Ruyu turned away, Lin Binbin shot a meaningful glance at her second brother, elongating her tone. Oh, perhaps I was mistaken. Since it's not you, I shall inquire with others later. That platform was constructed so well, and the spirit beasts seemed to adore it. Now that it's only half finished, I truly do not know what to do. Upon hearing this, the hidden fury within Lin Binhong was instantly extinguished. He hesitated with chopsticks in hand before finally managing to utter, It's merely a spirit beast platform. It's not impressive. Seizing the moment, Lin Binbin added a few more pieces of her favorite dish into Lin Binhong and Appos' bowl, smiling sweetly, Second brother, I heard that your skills in constructing shelters were even praised by Uncle Zhang Yan. Could you assist me in completing the remaining part? Lin Binhong turned his head, snorting dismissively. You should ask someone else. Others lack such skills. Furthermore, 2 spirit beasts fought yesterday, and the little wolf is injured. We'll need to build another shelter. Otherwise, they might end up harming each other. Hurt. Lin Binhong and Amp, Appos' expression wavered. Only those who have raised spirit beasts understand that during their juvenile phase, even a minor injury can significantly impact their future development. Some spirit beasts may develop negative effects after defeat in their youth, and even those of high bloodlines may avoid the battlefield later, ultimately being abandoned. Second brother, I beg you, do it for the sake of the spirit beasts. Lin Binbin pleaded with her hands clasped together, speaking with utmost sincerity. This is what you asked of me. Of course. Thus, the guild members quickly joined in. As Lin Binbin ate, she swiftly glanced at Lin Binhong's attributes. Perhaps due to the S-class frost-breaking caterpillar, his mental strength and physical capabilities were remarkably high, reaching an impressive 15 points. If only there were a spirit beast like the phantom monkey, it would be perfect for my second brother. Alas, such psychic-type spirit beasts are exceedingly rare and difficult to capture, comparable to A-class spirit beasts. Lin Binbin sighed, casually scanning the attributes of the others. After their training, everyone had improved to varying degrees, but only by 1 or 2 points, until she noticed someone's charm value. Her pupils slightly widened, and she examined it repeatedly to confirm she wasn't seeing things. A charm value of 35 points, far surpassing that of an adult. Damn it. Cheng Mo must be an envoy from heaven sent to deliberately provoke me. How is it that in just a few months, he has improved so drastically? Is he even human? Lin Binbin's gaze fell upon the meat before her, recalling Cheng Mo's penchant for devouring food, and she mirrored his actions, shoving meat into her mouth. Before long, the plate of meat was nearly empty. "Slow down, child," Qin Ruyu remarked, wiping the corner of Lin Binbin and Amp Apos' mouth. Just as she was about to say something else, Lin Binbin mumbled, "Mother, is there any more meat? I'm still hungry." All these changes were observed keenly by Ziren across the table. He tapped his fingers on the surface, perplexed, unable to comprehend what Lin Binbin was up to. Initially, he stared solemnly at the table in a daze, but his expression suddenly darkened as he began to devour meat voraciously. Additionally, the interaction between the Lin brothers seemed almost combative. It was all too strange and perplexing. The following day, before dawn, Bai Lai arrived to summon them, announcing that the materials were ready. Lin Binbin, rubbing her sleepy eyes at the guild's entrance, noticed the moon still high in the sky. She rubbed her face to stay awake while stretching her neck to count the construction materials: steel, cement, wood, sand. Yes, it seemed sufficient. Just as she was about to pull out the blueprints to begin construction, she suddenly remembered something more important and dashed back to the dormitory, rousing the still slumbering Cheng Mo, who was sound asleep and smacking his lips. "Huh, third brother, what's wrong? Is it time for breakfast?" Cheng Mo rubbed his eyes, struggling to keep them open. "No. The guild's first building is about to be completed. Do you want to witness the elders' techniques firsthand?" Cheng Mo's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Is it like last time?" "Yes, exactly. Hurry, let us set off now." The noise from the smelting room was loud, and it should have been built far from the dormitory. However, the initial protective array had limitations, and after much contemplation, Lin Binbin finally decided on a diagonal corner. "Third brother, why hasn't he started yet? The elder hasn't forgotten about us, has he?" "Nonsense, not everyone is like you. Building materials are being synthesized, please wait." The group stood in place for a while longer until a familiar and friendly prompt sounded in Lin Binbin's ear. "Ding! Congratulations on combining the smelting workshop. Please select the placement location." Chapter 64. A century of masterful forging. In contrast to the previous Union dormitory and conference room, the smelting workshop appeared magnificently imposing. The entire workshop soared over 60 meters high, showcasing the epitome of modern industrial craftsmanship within. This workshop was divided into 5 distinct areas, each floor adorned in a different hue, designated for smelting, pouring, cooling, polishing, and shaping, all equipped with an array of tools. As Lin Binbin pushed open the workshop's grand door, he felt an immediate sense of validation for the blueprint at his first step inside. Instead of a wave of scorching heat, a gentle breeze wafted through, and he could distinctly sense a faint aura converging towards their location from all directions. Upon inspecting the panel, he was astonished to find that the special attribute had surged from 3% to 5%. Most importantly, an additional reward had been granted. Perfect fit reward. Pouring and cooling time reduced by 3. Ecstatic, Lin Binbin embraced the astonished Cheng Mo beside him, planting a fervent kiss on his chubby cheek. "Cheng Mo, you are truly my lucky star. This is phenomenal." Cheng Mo, taken aback, gazed at Lin Binbin with an indescribable expression. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke with a weighty tone. "Sanzi, I know I possess great charm, but I cannot return your feelings. You should abandon this notion promptly. I am destined to marry a princess. And I and Apos, VE heard the princesses of the imperial city are extraordinarily beautiful." Lin Binbin and Apos' face darkened, his good mood thoroughly disrupted by Cheng Mo and Apos' words. He disdainfully shoved him away, exclaiming, "Scram! Who the hell likes you? Go chase your dreams. I prefer women. Do you understand? Women?" Cheng Mo let out a sigh of relief. "Phew. That's a relief." His tone provoked a sharp irritation in Lin Binbin, who thought that if not for Cheng Mo's fortunate fate, he would have long since dealt with him. Meanwhile, Ziren and Bai Lai's attention remained fixated on the smelting workshop itself. They were initially taken aback, but recollecting the previous dormitory, they quickly regained their composure. It seemed the tales of the divine were indeed true. Lin Binbin had not deceived them. The structure that had arisen under Ziren and Apos' watchful gaze left no room for doubt. "Shall we test the forging effects first?" Ziren proposed, eager to witness the modern equipment in action. "Certainly," Lin Binbin nodded, assuming Ziren would take the lead, but it was ultimately his guardian, Bai Lai, who stepped forward. Bai Lai removed his outer robe, revealing a physique similar to Lin Qinchai's well-proportioned muscles. "Let us start with this blueprint." Ziren selected a simple dagger design and handed it to Bai Lai. Lin Binbin peered curiously, only to discover the system could not recognize it at all. "Truly stingy," he remarked with a wry smile, beginning to explain each step of the process to Bai Lai. The first 3 steps were akin to previous experiences, but the 4th step, polishing, proved to be the most challenging. Polishing was divided into 2 parts. The first was forging, where the cooled iron was shaped to match the blueprint. And the second was engraving, where the weapon was embedded with the core of a spirit beast to achieve significant enhancement. This step was intricate and tested the blacksmith's skill to the utmost. A skilled blacksmith could produce weapons with superior attributes, some even yielding blue-grade results. The tools were adept and lightweight, yet the forging effect paralleled that of the previous hammer, demonstrating remarkable finesse. Bai Lai had crafted weapons before, so he understood the significance of these tools to a blacksmith. They were akin to soldiers on the battlefield. The quality of their weapons often determined the outcome of the conflict. After a prolonged observation, Bai Lai reluctantly set down the tools and turned to Lin Binbin. "Shall I begin?" Perhaps due to his inexperience with modern smelting equipment, Bai Lai's initial creation was less than satisfactory. The short blade bore visible smelting marks, and its edge was not as sharp as anticipated. "Strange, it shouldn't be like this," Lin Binbin mused, examining the blade with a furrowed brow. Could it be due to insufficient heat? He dismissed the notion, noting that the temperatures were regulated. "Look, the temperature is just right, no need for any adjustments." Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone and Appo's faces, Lin Binbin decided to take matters into his own hands. "Cheng Yamo, please gather everyone. I will demonstrate starting from the first step." "All right." As they watched the round figure hastily disappear, Bai Ziren and Bai Lai exchanged bewildered glances. Did they hear correctly? A 7-year-old child was going to forge? However, Bai Ziren soon realized he had underestimated Lin Binbin. Lin Binbin's skills were nothing short of masterful. With all materials prepared, he seamlessly began the smelting process, displaying a familiarity with the equipment that left no room for doubt. When did this boy become so proficient? Bai Lai's eyes widened in surprise, though he restrained his astonishment in deference to Bai Lai's presence. Pay attention, the timing for adding auxiliary materials is crucial. Lin Binbin calculated the timing, clearly breaking down each step. Initially, everyone listened intently, but soon they fetched paper and pens to take notes. Next came the extraction of molten iron for quenching and polishing. "Do you need my assistance?" Bai Lai stepped forward, aware that even with modified tools, the hammer's weight was not suited for a child. Moreover, this was a critical step. To everyone's surprise, Lin Binbin declined. Standing beside the furnace, he resembled a seasoned master, calm and composed, leaving Bai Lai's remaining words stuck in his throat. In the next moment, all present swiftly lost their composure. Lin Binbin placed the rough ingot on the stone platform, gripped the hammer tightly, and struck down with force. One blow after another landed precisely on the red-hot ingot, each strike perfectly timed and fluid. Was this truly a 7-year-old child? Bai Lai and Appo's mind was a tempest, his gaze shifting from skepticism to astonishment. He stared at Lin Binbin for a long while before breaking into a pained smile. This boy was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 65. The Cold Weapon Forging Project. Black Iron Dagger. Quality, green. Acquired 1 free attribute point. The notion that forging weapons could yield attribute points ignited a fervor in Lin Binbin's eyes. Although the gain was modest, the accumulation of such rewards could lead to greater benefits. Having completed the task, Lin Binbin suppressed his elation and handed the dagger to Bai Ziren. Bai Ziren received the dagger, examining it meticulously against the blueprint, his astonishment growing with each glance. The dagger was not heavy in hand, its blade gleaming with a sharp radiance. Upon swinging it, a wave of lethal energy surged forth. In terms of appearance, it had already surpassed ordinary daggers. This fine weapon seemed to have been plucked directly from the blueprint, the curvature meticulously replicated. Gazing at the sharp dagger before him, the atmosphere, once vibrant with excitement, now fell into a profound silence. Breaths quickened, and even the typically loquacious Cheng Mo fell uncharacteristically silent. It was astonishing. A weapon forged in merely an hour had surpassed the quality of those witnessed at the Ting family auction. Bai Ziren glanced at the dagger, then at the composed Lin Binbin, who was wiping his hands, and could not contain his curiosity any longer. "Have you studied blacksmithing before?" This child was merely 7, yet the maturity of his craftsmanship eclipsed that of seasoned artisans with decades of experience. "Who was your mentor? Can you recommend them?" Lin Binbin raised an eyebrow, meeting his gaze. "Everyone in our guild has studied this, but you joined late and missed the lessons. However, self-study is possible. I still have the books I bought in the warehouse. You can take a look whenever you have time." Bai Ziren gazed up in disbelief. "You mean to say you learned from books?" Lin Binbin pouted, unwilling to engage further. Had Bizaran mentioned his royal lineage earlier, Lin Binbin would not have merely scammed him for a paltry sum. If it were an Apos, T for Uncle Zhang and Apos, S inadvertent slip, he might remain oblivious to this child and Apos, S true identity. Genuinely believing Bizaran was merely a wealthy heir. How infuriating. A 7-year-old forging weapons, and even researching methods to craft spirit beasts. What sort of prodigy was this? Bizaran inhaled deeply, his voice thick with emotion. What had he been doing at 7? Memorizing texts? The stark contrast between them felt like a hammer striking his chest, leaving Bizaran dazed, clutching the dagger in a state of reverie. Meanwhile, Lin Binbin had regained his composure and turned his attention to Zhang Yan. Now that we have the weapons, we need to resolve their marketability swiftly. Weaken and amp, Apos, T let these painstakingly crafted weapons gather dust in the warehouse. Moreover, to acquire more attribute points, we must expedite our efforts. There may soon be too many items for the warehouse to accommodate. After some contemplation, a balanced solution dawned on him. Uncle Zhang, I heard that father is currently obtaining a license to conduct business. Is there anything for sale? Zhang Yan remained in a state of shock, his gaze fixated on the modern workshop, his mouth slightly agape. It took Lin Binbin shaking his arm to snap him back to reality. Oh, we plan to sell some simple fabrics. Your mother and aunts have produced quite a bit recently, so we should be able to sell it in time. Believing Lin Binbin was merely concerned, Zhang Yan smiled reassuringly. Your parents said you should focus on your own matters. You children need not worry about everything else. Lin Binbin's eyes sparkled as he grinned. Uncle Zhang, can we obtain a license to sell cold weapons like daggers and bows? Cold weapons are typically monopolized by local aristocracy. While it is possible to secure a license, Zhang Yan hesitated. However, just then, he paused, as if finally realizing the implication. His pupils constricted. Are you suggesting selling these daggers? Is it feasible? Currently, the Tang family's influence was gradually waning, leaving only a few suppliers who had previously collaborated with them. Though they clung tightly to this lucrative market, everyone understood it was merely a matter of time. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos could prove advantageous. Zhang Yan regarded Lin Binbin thoughtfully, weighing the pros and cons. It is possible, but the production of such weapons is limited. Can you guarantee a steady supply? Of course, leave it to me. Lin Binbin, having experienced 2 lifetimes, was well-versed in factory assembly lines. To boost production, the most reliable method was mass production. Yet, this came with a drawback. Although the quality would be acceptable, it would not yield exceptional goods. Producing items of white quality would be a feat in itself. He planned to create 2 varieties, one of ordinary quality and another of auction-grade quality, with a minimum standard of green quality for sale. In Lin Binbin's vision, all members of the Lin family could come to the guild to forge daggers. However, upon hearing this idea, Lin Xin used the remaining funds to build a smelting room on a barren plot adjacent to the guild. When the number of people increases, we can't have them constantly going in and out of your guild. It would be quite unseemly, Lin Xin remarked sternly. Just teach these uncles how to forge. Most of them have been on the battlefield and know what weapons are most suitable. If any issues arise, discuss them with Zhang Yan. He will manage the others. As for the license, I will deal with those old geezers. It should come through in a few days. Before that, you best produce a batch of goods. Lin Binbin's eyes darted around, and he huffed in response. All right, I'll reluctantly comply. You impudent child, can't you speak properly? Lin Xin's temper flared instantly. But before his hand could fall, Lin Binbin dashed into the guild. Father, I'll get to work. Zhang Yan, witnessing the exchange, furrowed his brow. I must say, you placed too much trust in that rascal. You've invested all your money in this project. What if it fails? Lin Xin's previous anger evaporated, replaced by a smile that revealed the lines of his eyes. His gaze turned distant, as if dipped in ink. Actually, my wife and I had considered this plan before, but we lacked confidence. Thanks to you for the tip-off. Otherwise, I would have remained unaware of this child's hidden talents. This way, it works out nicely. He brought it up himself, saving me the trouble of asking. Zhang Yan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing he had been outmaneuvered. This father and son duo was sharper than he had imagined. Old foxes. Zhang Yan sighed, watching their departing figures. Perhaps I should simply follow orders. Dealing with these 2 cunning foxes is far from easy. Chapter 66. Acquiring a new title. The sound of iron clashing resonated through the smelting room, where a row of muscular men worked diligently, their bare arms glistening with effort as they forged iron. Eventually, the first finished product emerged. Dark iron shortblade. Quality, white. The manifestation of quality signified that this batch met the necessary standards. How about that? The weapons we crafted are indeed commendable, Zhang Yan thought with a hint of pride, knowing these were forged by the soldiers he had trained, their skills beyond reproach. Lin Binbin half closed his eyes. For some reason, whenever he was with Uncle Zhang Yan, he found himself unusually drowsy. With Uncle Zhang personally overseeing, the quality was assured. Upon hearing this, the burly men who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I was terrified we had wasted our efforts. Indeed, with the family head investing so much, if any errors occurred at our stage, I would be left slapping myself awake in disbelief. Currently, those who remained were wholly dedicated to the Lin family's interests. From material selection to polishing, they were cautious at every step, fearing any misstep would disrupt the progress. All right, everyone, let us continue with this mode for a while. If anyone feels uncomfortable or has suggestions, feel free to approach me, Zhang Yan announced. After his words, the group returned to their posts, and the sound of hammering filled the air once more. Zhang Yan quickly glanced at Lin Binbin. Young man, do tell me, from whom did you hear about this rotating shift method? He had never encountered such an approach. Typically, such labor required continuous work for several days before rest was permitted. Is there a need to ask? People need to rest, after all, Lin Binbin replied proudly. Moreover, this work is inherently exhausting. So rotating shifts ensure the production line remains uninterrupted while maximizing everyone's rest time. A win-win situation. The smelting room operated on a 4-shift, 3-rotation system, with 10 individuals in each group, while the remainder was assigned to later transport and store operations, optimizing productivity. Is that truly the case? Zhang Yan pressed, his gaze sharp. You rascal, I'm not as easily deceived as your father. If I discover otherwise, huh? Lin Binbin was taken aback, then flustered. Uncle Zhang Yan, it's too noisy here. I can't hear you. I said if you are. Cheng Yamo is here to see me. Uncle Zhang Yan, I must be off. Lin Binbin darted away, only to pause and remember. He handed Zhang Yan the remaining mechanical bees. Uncle Zhang Yan, these are quite easy to control. Just input the commands, and you can command them at will. With the Lin family's manpower being insufficient, having mechanical bees on watch during trades would prevent any underhanded tactics. Even if they couldn't stop a large force, they could at least detect any signs of trouble, allowing the Lin family to prepare and respond swiftly. All right, I shall keep these for now and deploy them once the store is established, Zhang Yan said with a smile, pondering how this lad had suddenly become so astute. Meeting Zhang Yan's knowing gaze, Lin Binbin responded quickly, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he might inadvertently reveal more than intended. Come on, Cheng Yamo, let us go forge some iron. The proactive Lin Binbin rallied the remaining individuals toward the smelting workshop. Every component needed to be crafted by their own hands. And at the final synthesis stage, Lin Binbin would lend a hand. The sound of hammering echoed, as did the fervor in the workshop. The youths felt a fire igniting within them, driven to work with enthusiasm. Lin Binbin began forging the first batch of short blades for his family. Each strike of the hammer brought forth a peculiar transformation within him. Finally, upon completing the 100th short blade, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on achieving the title of Blacksmith Novice. Reward: 10 free attribute points, stamina 5. I have gained a title. After 7 days of relentless effort, Lin Binbin's attributes had noticeably improved. Both strength and stamina rose by 3 points, and with the additional 5 points, his stamina alone had increased by 8 points compared to before. Excellent. Lin Binbin wiped the sweat from his brow and raised the hammer anew. His interest in blacksmithing had surged, and nothing could deter him from his task. As the sun set beyond the smelting workshop, those inside were oblivious to the passage of time. Outside, the remaining 5 youths and a little wolf peered in, their expressions tinged with concern as they observed Lin Binbin. Lost in his work with fervor, this fervor felt even more intense than when Lin Xiao was drawing. Yet Lin Binbin had insisted that he should not be disturbed while forging, leaving the others to wait outside. Cheng Yamo pulled back the inquisitive little wolf and turned to the others. What should we do? Sanzi hasn't eaten lunch, and if this continues, could it lead to trouble? Bai Ziren frowned. He hasn't worked this hard in a while. Why the sudden diligence? Is he becoming obsessed? Upon hearing the term obsessed, Cheng Yamo grew anxious. That can't happen. If Sanzi were to perish, who would take me out for roast chicken? Big brother, should we interrupt him? Lin Xiao observed his younger brother carefully. Full of energy and with clear eyes, he didn't appear to be in a state of obsession. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, let us return for a meal. I'll keep watch here. With the defensive array in place, nothing should go awry. A defensive array? What is that? Ziren asked, puzzled, having never heard of such a thing. I'm not entirely sure. But I heard Sanzi mention it's a protective mechanism that becomes invisible unless attacked. No one can see it. Ziren raised an eyebrow. He had heard about such things from their ancestor, but it was thought it had been lost long ago. Why would it be in Lin Binbin's possession? After waiting for nearly an hour, a figure appeared, hurriedly carrying a package. Upon recognizing the person, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. Second brother, why are you back? I brought some food, Lin Binhong replied, unpacking the meal he had prepared. I told our parents I'd be sleeping here tonight, since there's a kitchen. If Sanzi finishes up, he can have a warm meal. 2 portions of food were arranged in special steamers. As he opened the lid, the enticing aroma of meat and eggs wafted through the room. There was Lin Xiao's favorite braised meat and Lin Binbin's beloved sweet and sour crispy pork. Just then, a bright voice chimed in from behind them. Is this food from my second brother? Wow, it smells amazing. Thank you, second brother. At the sound, Lin Binhong froze. Chapter 67. As if aided by the divine, a flicker of peculiarity crossed Lin Binhong and Apos' face. After a moment, he turned his head and replied in a muffled tone, hurry up and eat. I want to heat it for you again. Lin Binbin, however, beamed even more brightly, her eyes glimmering with mirth as she glanced at her second brother, while her hands continued to deftly pick at the food. Second brother is the best. He brings all the dishes that I and elder brother love. If I were as picky at the dining table, father would surely give me a beating. Second brother, if that's the case, I might just stop coming home for meals. You could bring them to me instead. She looked up, her eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Upon hearing this, Lin Binhong frowned slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Binbin before rising to leave. Not a chance. I don't want to take a beating for you. Lin Xiao, overhearing this exchange, couldn't he help but chuckle. Third child, be sensible. Your second brother has just recovered. So do not trouble him. I was only joking. I didn't mean it seriously. Lin Binbin pouted, feeling it was indeed time to recruit a chef for the guild to resolve everyone's dining issues. The first batch of goods arrived overnight, and the Lin family's shop officially opened. Not far from the storefront, Zhang Yan, clad in a clean short shirt and wielding a short blade, stood atop a platform, exuding the demeanor of a master concealed among the masses. To his right stood a burly disciple of the Lin family, his physique imposing, radiating an air of intimidation. As the man observed the gathering crowd, a thin sheen of sweat appeared on his tense forehead. Recite your lines. Lin Binbin, hidden in an alley, whispered urgently, gesturing animatedly for him to point at Zhang Yan's short blade. At that moment, Zhang Yan raised his wrist, the blade tracing an elegant arc through the air before resting against the man's throat. You have lost. The man's Adam and Apos' apple bobbed nervously, terror flickering in his eyes as he glanced at his severed broadsword and then back at Zhang Yan's dagger. What on earth is that you wield? How could it possibly sever my broadsword? This blade is forged from a millennium of dark iron. It is said that the craftsmen are seasoned veterans with decades of expertise. Such an item is not something you common rascals can covet. Now be gone. Zhang Yan waved the short blade with an air of arrogance, and the onlookers gasped as they witnessed the stone slab nearby being deeply gouged by its edge. What is happening? Is that short blade truly that formidable? Among the spectators were Lin family members who had been strategically placed. They chimed in. I recognize that dagger. It is crafted by the Lin family. The Lin family? Yes. I have heard they are a renowned forging clan from the imperial city, having thrived on their sword-making skills for centuries. I have heard their weapons are personally certified by the royal family. It is surprising to see them in the Dead Spirit Mountains. I wonder how long they will linger here. The murmurs grew louder, drowning out the original topic. Lin Binbin, sensing the moment was ripe, quickly signaled Zhang Yan. Upon receiving the cue, he proclaimed, a bunch of vermin. Who dares to challenge me? Today, I shall demonstrate my might. The previously raucous crowd fell silent. Several burly men exchanged displeased glances, feeling irked by his smug demeanor, yet lacking suitable weapons. They could only lower their heads in frustration. This display only bolstered Zhang Yan's confidence as he sneered, it seems the people of the Dead Spirit Mountains are not so formidable after all. His words ignited the crowd's fury, and just as they prepared to advance, a shadow suddenly darted from a distance, arriving before them in the blink of an eye. I'm here. With that declaration, a young boy stood opposing Zhang Yan. The crowd erupted in commotion upon recognizing Lin Binbin. Little brother, do not act rashly. You are still young. It is not worth risking your life against such villains, cautioned one voice. Indeed, he looks easy to provoke. Do not overestimate your abilities. Hearing this, a twitch appeared at the corner of Zhang Yan's mouth. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Absolutely. Lin Binbin rested her hands behind her head, tilting her lips in a sly grin. My weapon is superior to yours. I possess a special edition from the Lin family's exclusive range. Its power is double that of your short blade. Zhang Yan wielded a white-quality weapon, while Lin Binbin brandished a blue one. The disparity in quality and hue was immediately apparent. Arrogant. I must see just how formidable your exclusive merchandise truly is. Meanwhile, at a second-floor window, Tung Kuei furrowed his greasy brow as he gazed down at the bustling street. The Lin family? Have you heard of their shop appearing in the market recently? In response to the elder's inquiry, a subordinate reported, we have dispatched people to investigate, but no leads have surfaced yet. However, it seems someone spotted them entering the Tung family ancestral hall, and shortly thereafter, the Tung family Tung Kuei was not a legitimate member of the Tung family. He had forged a connection with Elder Tung for personal gain. Now, with the Tung family's downfall, he swiftly sought to establish his own influence under the guise of their legacy. Previously, many of the Tung family's supply lines had inexplicably severed, and now, weapons had become a significant portion of their assets. If others began to encroach upon this territory, his years of plotting would amount to naught. Tung Kuei narrowed his beady eyes into slits. Lower our prices and amplify our marketing efforts. I refuse to believe they can truly stand against me. At that moment, the outcome of the duel between Lin Binbin and Zhang Yan became clear. The young boy had triumphed. He had truly won. The Lin family's weapons were indeed extraordinary, capable of injuring a warrior. Cheers erupted, momentarily quieting the once boisterous street. As they recognized the dagger Lin Binbin held, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervor. Where's the Lin family's shop? I must purchase their weapons. It's just ahead. I know the way. Follow me. The crowd surged toward the Lin family shop, frantic to ensure they wouldn't miss out, their momentum causing Tung Kuei's eyes to twitch in alarm. Before he could formulate a response, a group of burly men suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Tung family shop, shouting in unison, the Lin family's short blades are cheaper. Hurry and buy. They slice through iron like it is tofu. If you wait any longer, you might miss out. As they spoke, one man drove a short blade forcefully into the ground, and with a resounding thud, the blade sank in effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu, emerging without a single scratch. Chapter 68. Uninvited guest observing this scene. Those who initially intended to purchase weapons from the Tung family swiftly altered their course. The Lin family surged with formidable momentum, and nearly all the displayed short blades were snatched away in the blink of an eye. Even the high-quality weapons displayed at premium prices were not spared from this fate. Tung Kuei gazed at his desolate shop, a fleeting thought darting through his mind. It seemed the Lin family had enlisted the aid of a formidable individual. Immediate action was required to eliminate this threat. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was stifling. On the table lay the short blades for sale by the Lin family. Their edges honed to a razor-sharp precision. A mere brush of a fingertip resulted in a fine cut. Such sharpness and quality were beyond their reach, confirming that the batch of goods sold by the Lin family was indeed of exquisite craftsmanship. Could it be that the Lin family had truly secured the services of a master swordsmith? Humph. All the swordsmiths within 100 miles are under the control of the Tung family. Where could they have possibly found one? Moreover, with only a singular product line, how long could they sustain this? With a cold snort, Tung Kuei's eyes gleamed with malice. Since they dared to brazenly encroach upon his business, he was eager to uncover the depth of their backing. He summoned a dozen burly men. Go, smash their shop. If I discover they are able to operate normally tomorrow, none of you shall return. Yes. Before they could depart, one subordinate rushed into the hall, quickly bowing to Tung Kuei. Not good. The Lin family has released new stock. Already? Tung Kuei's grip on his teacup tightened, producing a series of cracking sounds. The yin-yang repeating crossbow. Ha! Lin family, your tactics are quite impressive. The yin-yang repeating crossbow, a modified version capable of firing 3 arrows in succession, boasted a power far exceeding that of ordinary arrows available on the market. Upon its release, it was met with frenzied demand from various military factions, but due to the limited supply, discontent had brewed. Eventually, Lin Qin contemplated the situation and decided to initiate a presale. Once the presale commenced, the order volume surged. and by the afternoon, 5,000 orders had already been placed, extending into early next year with a trend of continued growth. The Lin family. Lin Binbin observed Lin Qin, who was grinning from ear to ear at the head of the table, and quietly turned his head, contemplating an escape. Ha. The sales of the Yin-Yang repeating crossbow are astonishing. The deposits alone have outstripped those of the short blades by a significant margin. It appears we must establish 2 dedicated production lines for the crossbows moving forward. Indeed, it is remarkable that within just 2 days, we have secured a foothold in the Deadming Mountains. Zhang Yin expressed his sentiments, yet there remained the issue of manpower. Yesterday, he had noticed many members of the collateral branches of the Lin family who had decided to leave, standing despondently at the shop in trance, their faces gaunt and clothing tattered. A pitiful sight. Were it not for the faint traces of their former selves in their eyes, he would hardly have recognized them. After a brief hesitation, he felt it necessary to inform Lin Qin. Yesterday at the shop entrance, I encountered some of the old Lin family members. Their situation is dire. Upon hearing this, Lin Qin raised his hand to halt him. We are all adults and must take responsibility for our decisions. Moreover, Zhang Yin, you know me well. I abhor betrayal and will not grant a second chance to those who betray me. Zhang Yin opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying more. Lin Qin and Oppos, gaze then fell upon Lin Binbin, whose furtive demeanor ignited a smoldering anger within him. You little rascal, do not think that just because you contributed blueprints, you can evade proper conduct. If you cannot walk straight, I shall break your legs. Innocently enduring the reprimand, Lin Binbin rolled his eyes in exasperation, muttering to himself. Is there no justice in doing good deeds if one is to be scolded for it? What are you grumbling about, you little brat? Lin Binbin turned around, grinning. I said, Father, Mother mentioned that if you cannot return for lunch, then you need not come back at all. She said that in the future. She will only prepare meals for us, and you shall have no share. Get lost, you little scoundrel. Lin Qin nearly hurled his cup in frustration. After a moment, and Oppos, as thought. He stood up, preparing to head back. Zhang Yin, please keep an eye on the shop. I will return after lunch. You know how it is at home. Well, you understand. Watching Lin Qin and Oppos' hurried figure, Zhang Yin felt as though he were a great fool, laboring alone as if he were 10 men, and forced to endure the pangs of unrequited love. I have truly had enough of these cursed days. Inside the dormitory, the air conditioning was running. Yet Lin Binbin felt inexplicably hot. In this wretched weather, I cannot fathom how we shall survive without air conditioning in the future. As he pondered this, he opened the panel. Having concluded his business with weapons, he finally had time to organize the free attribute points he had acquired. He was just about to unlock the 3rd level. The basic part crafting had been completed, and now it was time to address the skills related to basic machinery production. Currently, basic weaponry and equipment maintenance had been illuminated. After some contemplation, he felt there were no issues with this path and proceeded to fill it out. Upon reaching the maximum, 3 skills related to equipment maintenance began to flicker to life. Mecha control allows direct mental command of mechs, enabling faster operation with a 3 chance of awakening mech intelligence. Mecha modification infuses your mech with limitless possibilities, with a 10 increase in fusion probability. Basic repair enables the repair of mechs nearing the end of their operational life, having energy consumption. This was already the 3rd level. The consumption of attribute points was substantial, yet the options presented were far more liberating. The high degree of freedom, however, inadvertently increased the difficulty. Just as Lin Binbin wavered, a rustling noise suddenly emerged from the courtyard, followed by the sound of a rooster crowing. Someone had entered. Lin Binbin furrowed his brow, retracting the panel as he rose to descend the stairs. Standing at the conference room door, he caught sight of a shadow reflected in the window. Just as he prepared to push the door open, the shadow loomed closer. Suddenly looking up, he found a blood-red eye, the size of a head, peering through the door crack, curiously gazing inside. It was a spirit beast, and it bore no aura of hostility, explaining why the defensive array had not activated. Lin Binbin's heart raced with caution. During this time, he had not provoked anyone, and all valuable items were in the front yard. This desolate place, distant from the main residence, rendered it unnecessary for anyone to traverse the mountains and rivers for mere riches. Thus, there remained only one possibility. Chapter 69. The spirit beast frightened to death. It is hardly a guess that this is likely the work of the Tung family. Currently, the Tung family is under severe suppression, with no breakthrough in the commercial arena that can only resort to underhanded tactics. Lin Binbin let out a cold laugh and stepped aside, concealing himself in the shadows. As he pondered, the data on the large-eyed spirit beast appeared before him. Ghost Lantern, a spirit beast that prefers nocturnal activity, possessing exceptional night vision. It can unleash a blade of spiritual energy to sever heads from 1,000 miles away. A mature assassin of the dark night. However, we may also refer to it as a coward. My assessment, I've made the hint so obvious. You best strike before it notices you. How intriguing it was to encounter a nocturnal spirit beast for the first time. Judging by the System's warning, the Ghost Lantern must possess formidable attack power, otherwise, it would not have urged him to act swiftly. Lin Binbin was immediately captivated. Though curiosity about the creature and Oppo's level of cowardice consumed him more than anything. At the back of the conference room, there was a hidden compartment. With a gentle nudge of a mechanism beside it, the concealed space quietly flipped, allowing Lin Binbin to slip behind it. The instant he entered, tranquility returned to the conference room. The mech loomed directly opposite the door, its mechanical eyes glowing with a ghostly red light, casting an eerie hue over the previously calm room. Someone was about to enter. Lin Binbin deactivated all settings of the primary defensive array, holding his breath as he observed the newcomer, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Creak! The door to the conference room swung open. A somewhat slender shadow squeezed through, scanning the surroundings before beckoning someone from behind. The moment the Ghost Lantern entered, a cold light surged forth. Green ghostly flames enveloping the area, transforming everything into an uncanny green. The man first noticed the documents on the nearby bookshelf. After confirming no one was awake, he began to rummage through them hastily, seemingly searching for something, yet yielding no results. Odd, where could it be? Perhaps it had been taken by them? Furrowing his brow, the shadow began to feel along the wall. Just as he was about to reach the mechanism where Lin Binbin hid, a sharp, buzzing sound pierced the air. Hiss! The man recoiled in pain, withdrawing his hand, while his ankle was also stung, blood oozing profusely. What the hell is this? Terrified, he stumbled back, his other foot meeting the ground as he turned to flee. His movements were as agile as a nimble monkey, but upon glancing back, his pupils dilated in shock. At the doorway, a metallic figure had appeared, its body shimmering with a dark silver luster, its cold gaze fixed on him. With a crisp crack, the mechanical arm transformed in an instant. Accompanied by a faint gasp, a pale flame erupted from the gun's muzzle. Seemingly startled by the sudden appearance of the metal figure, the Ghost Lantern's flames flickered erratically. If lanterns had expressions, it would surely reflect sheer terror at that moment. Ghost Lantern, attack, kill them. In an instant of realization, the man cursed under his breath. Although he was uncertain how the opponent managed this, with the Ghost Lantern guarding him, escape should not pose a problem. However, just as the command was issued, the Ghost Lantern let out a shriek, its massive form writhing as if struck by an unbearable force upon contact with the cold fire. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly flames surrounding it began to extinguish one by one, its enormous eyes shrinking until they reached a normal size. Resting atop the lantern, upon closer inspection, the entire lantern rapidly deflated, devoid of breath. The entire sequence transpired in under a minute, leaving Lin Binbin in stunned silence. Particularly noting the flickering cold fire atop the lantern, which prompted a soft click of his tongue. The cold fire inflicted no harm upon the Ghost Lantern, thus, it meant it had been frightened to death. He finally grasped the meaning behind the system's last statement. No wonder it was referred to as a coward. Its courage was even less than that of a young wolf cub. Seeing his spirit be so disgraceful, the man was filled with fury. He cast a wary glance at the mech, then drew a dagger, intending to charge forward. TSK, since you've come this far, why rush to leave? Lin Binbin's youthful yet chilling voice echoed from behind. How about we have a little chat? Simultaneously, the mech sprang into action, its massive hands reaching for the man's shoulders. The man raised his hand, the dagger sparking against the mech's surface, but upon closer inspection, there were no marks, not even a scratch. Instantly, his heart sank. How dare you think you can keep me here? I came prepared to escape. With a sudden movement, the man produced a handful of pills, tossing them into his mouth. The moment they entered, a metallic scent permeated the air, as if blood had begun to ooze from his skin, pungent and overwhelming. As the ghostly flames extinguished, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The instant Lin Binbin caught a whiff of the scent, he sensed danger and retreated swiftly. Clang! The mech collided directly with the shadow. But to Lin Binbin's surprise, the shadow did not get thrown back. It felt as if the man had metallicized his body. Beware, strike swiftly, and do not linger. Lin Binbin thought in astonishment. The man's cultivation level was not high. He appeared to have learned some martial arts but lacked understanding of its essence. However, this sudden transformation was unexpected, and the potency of that pill was formidable. It could metallicize a person's skin, indicating the alchemist behind it was no ordinary individual. To be safe, Lin Binbin promptly activated the mech's abilities. With a powerful strike and a series of attacks, he aimed to breach the man's defenses. The mech surged forward, its fist enveloped in a fierce wind, wielding an overwhelming force that threatened to tear through space itself as it struck towards the man's chest. Damn it! 2 against 1. How despicable! As he turned to flee, Lin Binbin swiftly positioned himself in front of him, not engaging directly, but rather delaying. Buying time for the mech's fist to strike again. Before long, the shadow's aura grew increasingly disordered, its movement slowing. Now was the moment. The mech concentrated all its strength into its glowing fist, delivering a direct blow. Bang crack! The shadow was instantly sent flying, the metallic sheen vanishing rapidly, and its entire arm shattered under the impact of that punch. Chapter 70. The counterattack of the Tongue Clan. The sound of fists striking echoed in the air, relentlessly pounding down until Lin Binbin's command brought the mecha to a halt. It obediently retreated, standing aside. At this moment, the man lay bloodied and battered, devoid of any strength to resist. Despite his typically composed demeanor, he found it impossible to swallow his humiliation. Had it not been for your overwhelming numbers, do you truly believe you could have bested me? If you possess any courage, let us fight one-on-one. I would surely. You, a grown man, bullying a mere child. How can you even utter such words? Lin Binbin crouched down, her gaze turning icy as she cast him a sidelong glance, her lips curling into a dispassionate smile. Uncle, I am only 7 years old. The man froze, momentarily stunned, as if he had been struck dumb. His taunts seemed to dissipate into thin air, lacking any impact. As the vice leader of a faction, he had been defeated by a mere child, and the thought of challenging him to a duel only deepened his shame. After retrieving the dagger that had fallen from the man's grasp, Lin Binbin pressed it against his throat before unmasking him. Beneath the black cloth lay a familiar face. The soft glow of the moonlight illuminated the man's bloodied cheeks, causing Lin Binbin to raise an eyebrow. In the past, due to his youth, the Tongue Clan had refused to accept the corpse of the demon wolf, leaving many to question his credibility, except for this very man who had defended him. Lin Binbin held a vivid memory of him, as he had guided him during the Tongue Clan's pursuit, ultimately leading to his encounter with Ziren. Yet now, why was he acting in such a manner? On this late night, rather than staying home, he chose to visit her, surely not to reminisce. Upon hearing her words, the man seemed to finally recognize Lin Binbin. Compared to before, the child appeared taller, her gaze more resolute, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. He looked into her bright, dark eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, scoffed coldly. In the current situation, any further words were superfluous. Since he had fallen into her hands, she could do as she pleased with him. As he spoke, he coughed up a pool of blood, gritting his teeth as he warned, opposing the Tongue Clan means you, the Lin family, are destined for a tragic end. A dying camel is larger than a horse. You have picked the wrong person to provoke. Lin Binbin remained unperturbed, a smile gracing her lips as she retrieved several small porcelain vials from her pocket. Opening one of the pristine white bottles, a scent of peachwood wafted through the air. Uncle, in light of your past assistance, I shall not allow you to meet a grim fate. Shaking the vial in her hand, she continued, this is bone-crushing pill. With just one, your body will shatter like a fragile crepe at the slightest provocation. Oh, and there is a side effect. It will induce an unbearable itch, as if 1,000 ants are gnawing at you from within. But you must resist the urge to scratch, or else you will fall apart. Of course, this torment may take up to 5 days before it leads to your demise. If you fear pain, I can allow you to experience the effects firsthand. It works wonders. Upon hearing this, the man's face drained of color, his once resolute gaze now replaced by terror. He never expected such venomous words to emanate from a child. The mission had failed, and he was undoubtedly doomed. While he feared not death, he dreaded the prospect of endless torment. Seeing that the uncle had no intention of speaking, she decided to proceed. She prepared to administer the pill, causing the man to panic and exclaim, "What do you want to know? Just ask." Throughout the entire exchange, Lin Binbin regarded his pleas as mere whispers in the wind. As the pill neared his lips, he could no longer maintain his composure. "Please, I am willing to divulge everything. Just grant me a swift end." Before Lin Binbin could make her next move, the man hastily confessed. I was sent by Tung Kuei to steal the design blueprints and simultaneously destroy your raw materials. I had not located the blueprints, but the architecture here seemed unusual, perhaps indicating an important location, so I came to take a chance. Lin Binbin furrowed her brow at the mention of Tung Kuei. The man recounted how Tung Kuei had manipulated his superiors and usurped power within the Tung clan. So, your prior assistance was merely at Tung Kuei and Appo's behest, aimed at opposing others in the Tung clan? Yes, the man replied, struggling to meet her gaze. After the chaos within the Tung clan, the original leaders were lured into traps and murdered, replaced by Tung Kuei's own supporters, granting me the opportunity to rise. And what of your aid in my escape? She inquired. There were individuals who paid me to guide you. Upon hearing this, Lin Binbin's last shred of sympathy vanished. So that was it. Tung Kuei had played a cunning game, allowing a foster son to take advantage of his family and Appo's weakness, ultimately turning against the rightful heir. His malicious intentions were evident. Unfortunately, in the realm of commerce, his intellect was lacking. Faced with challenges, he merely resorted to undercutting prices or resorting to petty tricks, neglecting to enhance the quality of his goods. The wares from his family were sold at cost, likely unattractive to potential buyers. In the world of cold weapons, quality reigns supreme. After all, no one would stake their life on shoddy merchandise. However, Lin Binbin soon noticed another crucial point. She turned to the man. You have continuously steered the conversation toward the blueprints and Tung Kuei, yet you remain silent on the raw materials. Why is that? The man's complexion shifted dramatically, and he stuttered, struggling to articulate a response. Seeing his distress, Lin Binbin pressed the dagger closer, a fresh line of crimson appearing on his neck. You have indeed acquired them, haven't you? I was merely following orders. I know nothing else. Tung Kuei instructed me to mix a certain powder into the raw materials. The raw materials were destroyed. Lin Binbin's expression turned ashen. Those were the very materials Lin Xin had purchased at a premium just yesterday. In an instant, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Should the pre-sold weapons fail to arrive on schedule, the Lin family's reputation would be utterly ruined, and they would be burdened with insurmountable debt. With this realization, Lin Binbin's face turned ghostly pale. Bai Yuan, go awaken father and mother. Before her words had fully left her lips, a flash of white light swept across the space, leaving only Lin Binbin and the nearly lifeless man standing amidst the shadows. Chapter 71. The monster raised in the stone cave while awaiting Lin's father. Lin Binbin pressed for answers, ensuring the man spoke only the truth before he relented. Uncle, have you not considered? If the vine monster was ruthless enough to harm its godfather, why would it spare you? You are likely just a pawn in its scheme. Even if you succeed today, survival is not in your cards. Upon hearing Lin Binbin's words, the man froze momentarily, then fell into silence. After a brief pause, he suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on the young lad before him. I remember the favor I owe to the vine monster for transforming me from a mere beggar into a leader. Now that I have fallen into your hands, grant me a swift end. With that, he closed his eyes. This display of unwavering conviction made Lin Binbin furrow his brow. You are still after the blueprints, Aran and Appo's, you? He feigned disappointment, shaking his head and sighing. To be honest, there are no blueprints here. Even if you obtained them, you could not replicate them. For the true rarity lies in the craftsmanship. How can that be? The messenger said the blueprints are right here. At this moment, the man suddenly realized. He turned to glare fiercely at Lin Binbin and burst into laughter. I see now. You know nothing. You and Appo's, trying to deceive me. Lin Binbin and Appo's brow furrowed even tighter. He had not anticipated this man would be so astute. However, he maintained his composure, shaking the porcelain vial in his hand, revealing a flash of white teeth. Or perhaps, uncle, you wish to test the potency of this elixir? Before he could finish, the man glared, his eyes rapidly filling with blood, and he gasped for breath. Hiss, he died too quickly. Lin Binbin inspected the man and Appo's teeth and discovered poison hidden within the gaps. It seemed he had been driven to desperation. Little did he know, the poison in Lin Binbin and Appo's vial was but a simple restorative medicine. It appeared his earlier suspicion was correct. A traitor had indeed emerged within the Lin family, for otherwise, the blueprints and locations of the materials would not have been disclosed. Lin Binbin shook his head. However, it was pointless to dwell on this now. The urgent matter at hand was to gather materials swiftly. Everyone gathered in the hall. As Lin Xin entered, he was met with a piercing glare. Where are the night patrols? A loud clap echoed as his palm struck the table, sending shivers through everyone present. Zhang Yan, who had intended to speak, fell silent, wary of further words. Lin Binbin and Lin Xiao exchanged furtive glances, pursing their lips as they stepped back behind Zhang Yan, leaving the front hall in a heavy silence. Lin Qin and Apos' voice was cold and authoritative. What did the suppliers say? In unison, the others reported. They claimed to have no stock left and advised us to seek elsewhere. I discreetly checked their warehouse and found the materials we need. Yet they lied about their availability. It seems this is orchestrated by the Tang family to drive us to our demise. Lin Qin and Apos' brows knitted together. What about the neighboring family and Apos' territory? After a moment of silence, he concluded, though it has taken time, it is our only option now. I sent someone to inquire, and received the same response. Hearing this, Lin Qin and Apos' expression darkened. Humph, Tinkuei has truly underestimated me. A cold snort escaped his lips, flames igniting in his eyes. They have plotted against me, very well. After a brief contemplation, he instructed, Zhang Yan, gather a few agile individuals and accompany me. And remember, this matter must not reach the ears of my wife. Understood. Dad, where are you going? Lin Binbin suddenly raised his head, meeting Lin Qin and Apos' piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate his very thoughts. To the Tang family. With that, Lin Qin rose slowly from his seat. Experience prevails. That very night, the Tang family's warehouse was emptied. Lin Binbin, along with a few youths, was tasked with the farthest warehouse. Although they had no immediate use for its contents, they were determined not to return empty-handed. Hurry, hurry. Dawn is approaching. Lin Binbin led the charge, clutching a storage bag. As they gathered the last items, he stumbled upon a mechanism. When triggered, it revealed a hidden stone cave. Peering inside, they found a solitary golden toad, which croaked upon noticing their presence. The sight of its slimy skin and grotesque form sent shivers down their spines. Ching Imo, who was particularly averse to such creatures, stepped back and exclaimed, "What on earth is that hideous thing? Is this old fool mad? He has a secret chamber for raising this monster." Their terrified voices echoed within the chamber. And before anyone could react, the toad, seemingly understanding their words, fixed its gaze on Ching Imo move aside. At that moment, Lin Binbin swiftly positioned himself before Ching Imo, barely avoiding the massive tongue that struck the ground where Ching Imo once stood, creating a crater the size of a basin. If that had landed on his head. Ching Imo and Apos' face turned pale. How dare you be so ugly and not allow others to speak? Lin Binbin, incensed, drew a dagger from his waist and hurled it at the toad with all his might. The blade sliced swiftly through the air, nearly reaching the golden toad and Apos' eyes. Yet, the toad reacted swiftly, coiling its tongue and swallowing the blade whole. Wait, it swallowed it. Lin Binbin was momentarily stunned before urgently summoning his mech to retrieve it. That blade had cost him considerable resources to repair and enhance. It could not fall prey to this wretched creature. With a resounding clang, the mech and Apos' punch seemed to strike against an iron plate, its overwhelming force proving ineffective against the golden toad, which merely paused momentarily before dispersing the impact. Upon inspection, not a single mark marred its slimy skin. What was this creature, with defenses surpassing even the iron-armored beast? Lin Binbin was left with no choice but to devise another plan. His gaze landed on the toad and Apos' slightly protruding eyes, regardless of the species. Eyes are always the most vulnerable target. Surely, this monster would be no exception. White ape, assist me in restraining it. A shadow leapt high, landing behind the toad, wielding an iron chain to strike at the golden creature. Chapter 72. The inability to eat due to disgust. The chains ensnared the golden toad, allowing Lin Binbin to approach closely before striking fiercely with his dagger. As soon as the short blade grazed the creature and Apos' skin, it shattered into two pieces. Lin Binbin stared at the repulsive toad and Apos' head, quickly retrieving another dagger from his storage bag. Fortunately, he had previously stored some crafted short blades. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss against this hideous beast. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced the golden toad and Apos' eye, the blade merely creating a shallow incision, causing its viscous fluid to splash everywhere. Lin Binbin gritted his teeth and, seizing the moment, delivered a powerful kick to the handle of the knife. The chains tightened explosively, inflicting immense pain on the golden toad, which began to thrash violently, opening its gaping maw as if to swallow the nearby figure's whole. At that moment, Lin Binbin had already drawn another dagger, poised to strike the other eye. Just as the blade was about to descend, a surge of spiritual energy suddenly cut through the air, forcing him to recoil back to the ground. "Spare it." Ziren rushed over, and upon seeing the scene, quickly stepped in front of Lin Binbin. "We cannot kill it. It is a valuable creature." After placing the other materials into the storage bags of his companions, Lin Binbin finally secured the golden toad and brought it back to the guild. He never imagined that this grotesque creature was the legendary gold-devouring beast. At that moment, dawn broke on the horizon. Gazing at the creature in the courtyard, licking its eyes with its tongue, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Although the gold-devouring beast had no rank, it was a spirit beast from the early chaos, likely possessing a long lifespan due to its bloodline. While it could not engage in combat, it held a unique ability to discern the location of rare treasures. Ziren explained, it is said that wherever a gold-devouring beast appears, treasures or high-grade magical artifacts will surely follow within 100 miles. This creature is indeed a rare treasure, encountered once in 100 years. His eyes gleamed with fervor. He had only read about it in books, never expecting to encounter one in reality. However, with one eye blinded, he wondered if its abilities would be diminished. Ziren felt a pang of regret, wishing he had intervened sooner. "Are you sure you aren't and Oppos? Team mistaken?" Lin Binbin had the system scan the creature, but the result returned an ambiguous message, leading him to suspect that Ziren had been bewitched by the toad. Perhaps it was merely an oversized toad. Facing the skeptical gazes of the others, Ziren could only demonstrate his conviction. He began to remove his outer coat, prompting Lin Binbin to exclaim, "What are you doing? Are you being enchanted by this gold-devouring beast?" Lin Binbin eyed Ziren warily and wrapped his arms around himself, adding, "I'm not interested in men." Hearing this, several individuals instinctively took a step back, casting odd glances at Ziren. Without offering an explanation, Ziren simply rolled his eyes. "Behold, everyone. The moment of witnessing a miracle has arrived." With only pants remaining, Ziren approached the gold-devouring beast, unfurling his folding fan. The instant the fan was revealed, the golden toad's eyes flickered, and it slowly extended its tongue, wrapping it around the fan before gradually drawing it into its mouth. That was a high-grade fan, and Lin Binbin had never seen Ziren willingly relinquish it. The oddity of this action left him momentarily perplexed. What on earth was this fellow doing? Just as the fan was about to be swallowed, Ziren suddenly acted, thrusting his arm into the gaping maw of the golden toad and stirring within. Strangely, the previously agitated toad made no attempt to resist. Its massive belly began to churn. Moments later, Ziren and Oppos' eyes brightened. With his arm coated in a transparent liquid, he withdrew it, and the golden toad and Oppos' belly began to contract rapidly. With a loud retch, various weapons and spirit plants were expelled from its stomach. The ground became a sticky mess, and Lin Binbin spotted his own dagger among the assortment. The scene was utterly nauseating. Within moments, several individuals had rushed aside to gag. This creature was generally docile, rarely attacking unless provoked. Of course, extracting treasures from it was relatively simple. Present it with an offering, then seize the opportunity to retrieve additional items while it was distracted. Ziren elucidated this process while gently patting the toad and Oppos' head. "Such fine treasures." After soothing the creature and Oppos' agitation, he squatted down and rummaged through the sticky weapons, selecting a few items to set aside. "These should suffice." Lin Binbin glanced over, noting that they were all mid-tier weapons, including a strikingly crafted abacus made of pure gold. Once he confirmed that Ziren and Oppos' claims were indeed accurate, Lin Binbin and Oppos' gaze towards the gold-devouring beast grew fervent. A walking treasure detector. If the guild were to keep such a creature, they would never have to worry about equipment again. The previously half-closed eyes of the gold-devouring beast seemed to sense something, its gaze sharpening as its crimson eyes locked onto Lin Binbin, recognizing the one who had wounded it. Feeling the weight of its angry stare, Lin Binbin sheepishly rubbed his nose, realizing that this spirit beast possessed considerable intelligence. He needed to devise a strategy to win its favor. Otherwise, it would be difficult to command it in the future. His eyes then fell upon Cheng Mo, who was still retching nearby, and he blinked. Upon hearing Lin Binbin and Oppos' suggestion, Cheng Mo shook his head vigorously. No. Just recalling that scene makes me lose my appetite. You want me to build a rapport with it? That and Oppos' asking for my life." He added, "You should consult Ziren. Their relationship seems quite amicable." Lin Binbin and Oppos' gaze shifted towards Ziren, whose expression stiffened. To be honest, he also disliked trailing behind with sticky residue, as it tarnished his pristine image. "Oh, well." His eyes darted around until he spotted a figure and quickly said, "You could leave it to Uncle Zhang Yin. I recall he was once a caretaker for spirit beasts." Chapter 73. Turning the tide, Lin Binbin remained silent for merely a second before revealing a radiant smile. Uncle Zhang, do you see what we and Oppos V discovered at the Teng family? As Zhang Yin entered, he furrowed his brow slightly and nonchalantly withdrew his gaze. I see. If you don't want to keep it, I'll mention it to your father, and we can just put it in the backyard. It won't run away, and it becomes quite odorous in summer. No amount of washing will cleanse it. He swiftly turned away. There has been a lot going on at home lately. Your father and I might not be able to attend to you all, so you little ones should behave and avoid causing any trouble. Understood, several voices chimed in unison. Once Zhang Yin departed, Lin Binbin spread his hands helplessly. I suppose I must trouble brother Bai to handle this. However, Bai Ziren was more intrigued by Zhang Yan's words, pondering how he knew the gold-eating beast would carry such a foul stench. This detail was not even recorded in ancient texts. He had heard it by chance from his royal grandfather. Ultimately, he had no choice but to place the gold-eating beast next to the room of the little chick. Bai Ziren summoned some individuals to renovate the space, constructing a pool over a meter high filled with water, surrounded by ice to prevent the stench from spreading in hot weather. Initially, Lin Binbin contemplated using iron chains to bind it, but upon seeing the pool, the gold-eating beast voluntarily retreated into it, merely exposing its large eyes that gazed at him intently. Lin Binbin couldn't help but twitch his lips. It seemed the creature feared being driven out. After a moment of hesitation, he attempted to inquire, if you promise not to run around. I need to tie you up with chains, all right? If you understand, just nod. He had not anticipated a response, but to his surprise, the frog nestled in the pool actually nodded its head and croaked in apparent satisfaction with its new environment. Then I'll take that as your agreement. Remember, don't wander off. Lin Binbin turned back multiple times as he closed the door, still feeling uneasy and returning to check once more. At this moment, the gold-eating beast had completely submerged to the bottom, leisurely stretching its limbs in the water. It seems to have a strong adaptability, he mused, reassured that it wouldn't escape anytime soon. However, its healing ability was indeed remarkable. Its eyes no longer bore any signs of injury. Lin Binbin whispered to himself before finally closing the door. The Lin family's sudden raid on the material store caught Teng Kuei completely off guard. The next day, he visited Lin Xin to confront him, only to be driven away by a group wielding sticks. To make matters worse, the beast tamers who had ventured to the Lin family did not return, further darkening Teng Kuei's countenance. At present, the Teng family was losing beast tamers left and right, and finding one willing to fight for him was increasingly difficult. He never anticipated they would betray him at such a critical juncture. With the last batch of goods sold out, the Teng family was compelled to shut down their shop. Consequently, many custom orders from various legions were halted, resulting in daily confrontations with large groups of soldiers cursing outside the Teng family's shop, causing Teng Kuei's face to turn pale with fury. Days later, the Lin family spread rumors about Teng Kuei secretly sabotaging their competitors' materials, leading to a catastrophic decline in the Teng family's reputation. In this battle, Teng Kuei was undoubtedly the defeated party. Had the previous Teng Lao been in charge, he would have led the group to apologize, but he was not Teng Lao. To Teng Kuei, personal pride outweighed all else. You mean the suppliers have halted material transportation? Teng Kuei's expression darkened further upon hearing his subordinate's report. Yes. It seems they encountered obstacles on the road and had to turn back. Obstacles? I see them as cowardly and fearful. They are merely motivated by money. I'll pay triple, and I refuse to believe they will pass up the opportunity. Teng Kuei's tone turned icy. However, the outcomes were far from satisfactory. One claimed the bridge was out, preventing the merchant convoy from crossing, while another said heavy rains rendered transportation impossible, despite the region's perennial drought. One after another, they seemed to take pleasure in his misfortune. If it weren't for the Teng family, where would you be today? You turn your backs on the money offered, either out of illness or coercion. Who wants me dead? It's not hard to deduce. Teng Kuei nearly roared. Lin Xin, I want to let this go. The situation had become clear. Extending a helping hand to Teng Kuei would mean offending the Lin family, which was currently thriving. Anyone with sense would avoid getting entangled in this mess. After much struggle, Teng Kuei was left with no option but to sell his store. However, due to the dire state of the Teng family, the store's value plummeted, and no one dared to take it. As the repayment deadline approached, Teng Kuei gritted his teeth and slashed the price once again, nearly giving it away. He managed to sell it, only to discover that the buyer was clad in Lin family attire. Upon receiving this news, Teng Kuei was momentarily stunned before spitting out a mouthful of blood. The Tung family had suffered a complete defeat, ultimately left with only a few small shops to survive, while the Lin family's business flourished, now offering a variety of previously unseen cold weapons thanks to the gold-eating beast, surpassing the quality of their former short blades. With fair prices and exceptional quality, the Lin family's reputation soared, becoming the talk of the town. Meanwhile, Lin Binbin successfully advanced his skill tree to 3 levels. Mastery of mecha control was essential, as it directly led to neural connections, allowing him to wear mecha. This was imperative. As for mecha modification, it was of utmost importance. For instance, the current white ape required a thorough upgrade. Lastly, there was basic maintenance, which would later unlock the mecha resurrection skill. However, it was passive. After much deliberation, Lin Binbin chose to forego it for now, planning to unlock it later if necessary. He filled all his attribute points, reaching the peak of his mental preparation. And in agony, he clutched his head, rolling on the ground, his face pale and beaded with cold sweat. After about 10 minutes, the piercing pain finally subsided. What is happening? Learning skills has never hurt this much. Is this the fundamental difference between another world and a game? After resting for a while, Lin Binbin turned his attention to the blueprints that Lin Xiaoxin had delivered. The blueprints were a modified version of the previous white ape design, which had undergone several months of revisions, finally taking shape today. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a new blueprint. Aurora Mechanical Armor, Intermediate. Chapter 74. Aurora Mech Suit. The workshop hummed with activity as Lin Binbin stood before the mech, its eyes igniting with a deep crimson glow. The silver-white mechanical skeleton evoked a sense of futuristic technology. With the addition of mechanical lower limbs, the once diminutive white ape had successfully shed its previous moniker, now confidently entering the ranks of the 1.9-meter tall muscle-bound warriors. Most importantly, Lin Binbin had enhanced its armor, layering it for increased protection while simultaneously boosting its energy supply. The original energy system had been transformed into 2, alleviating concerns over power shortages during combat. Initially, Lin Binbin had intended to install the mechanical wings from before, yet he opted for energy boosters instead, realizing the wings would hinder movement. These boosters, a product of the mech's modifications, provided a direct enhancement to speed, albeit at the cost of consuming double the energy, usable only in dire situations. Mech Suit. Aurora, Intermediate. Quality, Blue. Height, 190 meters. Weight, 110 kilograms. Attributes, Defense 135. Strength 183. Agility 200. Energy 0, 5000. Idle consumption, 5 energy minute. Combat consumption, 50 energy minute. Weapon configuration, Energy Booster, Advanced. Cold Fire Gun, Intermediate. Power Mechanical Arm, Advanced. Basic Mechanical Lower Limbs, Beginner. Skills, Powerful Throw, Precise Strike, Flame Jet, Heavy Punch. Passive Skills, Lone Hero, Defense increased by 3 and Speed by 5 during solo combat. Scorching Flames, 30 burn attribute during transformation. Hey there, dear, do you feel you've become a competent mechanic? My evaluation is mediocre. But fortune smiles upon you, encountering a little creature skilled in modifying blueprints. However, do not rely on others every time. I hope next time you can become truly formidable. That was my elder brother. Why would I take shortcuts when I could do it myself? Lin Binbin rolled his eyes at the system and Oppo's jibe, brushing aside the teasing as he gazed at the revitalized mech before him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Compared to its former self, it was an entirely different entity. Beyond its formidable firepower, with nearly 200 attack points, it delivered devastating blows. Should anyone dare to confront it head-on, they would surely regret it. Experiencing the fury of iron fists. With newfound confidence, Lin Binbin exhaled deeply, ready to inspect the progress of other mech constructions when a piercing scream shattered the air. Help! Help me! The once bright sky was suddenly engulfed by dark clouds. Stepping outside, Lin Binbin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Lin Xiao. Brother, what is happening? Did I just hear someone calling for help? Logically, this was the Lin family's inner courtyard, and with the Lin clan's current prominence, who would dare stir trouble here? Lin Xiao's expression turned icy. I don't know. It sounded like it came from the smelting room. Let us go check it out. With their parents and Uncle Zhang absent, if trouble had indeed arisen, it would fall upon them, the younger generation, to address it. After experiencing the destruction of their raw materials, the children grasped the essence of being a cohesive unit. It was crucial to acknowledge the heavy blow to the Lin family from their grandfather's situation, However, if they persevered, the resurgent Lin clan would emerge more united than any other family. Anyone could succumb to weakness, but the descendants of Lin could not. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Binbin and Appo's eyes. Should anyone dare to disrupt the situation now, they would face dire consequences. The clouds thickened overhead, and before the rain fell, the two finally reached the smelting room. At that moment, all work had ceased, and everyone had gathered outside. As the Lin family and Appo's cold weapons gained popularity, Zhang Yin had become increasingly busy, eventually delegating the responsibilities of the smelting room to others. The individuals in charge were from the Pang family, and upon seeing the frail children homeless, Lin mother had acted with compassion, allowing a few to stay. These individuals performed admirably, their tasks executed with precision, gradually earning acceptance, and some were even promoted to supervisory roles, Lin Dao being one of them. Lin Binbin squinted, finding the man standing in the middle vaguely familiar. "Brother, do you notice? This man resembles someone we know." Lin Xiao scanned the man, and after a moment, his expression turned cold. This individual bore a striking resemblance to the child who had previously bullied Lin Binhong. He must be that child and Appo's parent. Ah, how very coincidental. Facing Lin Dao was a man who had once descended the mountain with Lin Qin, now glaring fiercely at Lin Dao. Had he not been restrained by those beside him, he might have unleashed his wrath upon Lin Dao. Many witnesses had observed, "It was your son who took my daughter away." I don't understand grand principles. I only know that for years I have eaten the Lin family and Appo's food and done the Lin family and Appo's work, not your Lin Dao and Appo's. I must ask the head of the family if he intends to intervene. Lin Dao had two sons, one of whom had already been incapacitated by Lin Binbin, leaving only a younger son, roughly the same age as Lin Xiao. This scoundrel comes to stir trouble again. I'm going over there. Wait, Lin Xiao interjected, halting Lin Binbin. Let us observe before acting. With a belly that could rival a 7 or 8-month pregnant woman, Lin Dao took 2 steps forward, looking down at the man before him, then scoffed, "Stop your nonsense. Your daughter ran off on her own. Don't turn around and blame my son." Lin Hao, one must have a conscience. I Haven and Appo's treated you poorly these days. Your wife is gravely ill. I arranged shifts for you, and when you lacked funds for treatment, I even offered to advance your salary. Is this how you repay me? Lin Hao clenched his fists. You still cannot take my daughter. If my child is harmed in any way, I will personally see to that scoundrel and Appo's end. How dare you? Lin Dao and Appo's expression shifted, signaling to several individuals beside him, and the group promptly surrounded Lin Hao. Seeing this, Lin Hao resolutely brandished a metal rod, shouting, "Lin Dao, unless you kill me today, I will crawl to the head of the family, demanding they see your true, ugly face." Chapter 75. Worthless scoundrel. During this period, Lin Dao had grown accustomed to flattery, and upon hearing these words, he became enraged, bellowing, "Strike him down. I wish to see who dares to assist him." Lin Binbin, who had been listening silently, could no longer contain himself, recognizing this as blatant bullying of the meek. I shall see who dares to act on Lin family and Appo's territory. The crowd, filled with righteous indignation, brightened at the sight of Lin Binbin, their faces quickly alight with joy. "It is the third young master. You must stand for us." In the next instant, a colossal figure enveloped Lin Dao. With a thunderous roar, a shadow descended from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground, sending mud and debris flying. As the onlookers beheld the imposing metallic figure, their hearts tightened. Before they could react, the mech had already swept past them and brutally struck one of their own. The force sent the man hurtling through the air, shattering a nearby tree in half. Gazing at the bloodied figure sprawled before the tree, those who had just encircled Lin Hao gasped in horror. Such destructive power had not been witnessed even during the peak of the Lin family and Appo's prowess. The shock washed over them, and in an instant, everyone turned to flee. However, just as they reached the courtyard entrance, their figures abruptly halted. They looked up in terror to see a youthful face adorned with a smile. "Uncles, where do you intend to go?" Lin Binbin and Appo's previously cheerful gaze turned cold. And before anyone could react, the mech struck first, filling the courtyard with anguished cries. Once all those who had supported Lin Dao were bound, Lin Binbin cast a glance at the terrified man, who looked as if he might soil himself, and smiled gently. "Now, it is your turn." Lin Dao trembled like a leaf, astonished that in mere months, this child had become so formidable. You cannot kill me." I am the overseer of the smelting room. Without you, the smelting room will remain unchanged, Lin Xiao interjected coldly, stepping forth from the crowd. After casually surveying Lin Dayo, he addressed the remaining onlookers. Rest assured, uncles and elders, we shall provide Lin Hao with an explanation. If anyone dares to misuse the Lin family name for nefarious deeds, we shall show no leniency. The two young masters are valiant, punishing evil and upholding justice. We must not allow any family member to disrupt our unity. Indeed, the young masters must not let him escape. Ever since he arrived, our wages have been drastically reduced. Originally, the family head had set our wages at 50 spirit stones a month, with overtime paid separately. Now we barely receive 30, and there is no overtime compensation. This revelation piqued Lin Binbin and Amp Oppo's interest. It seemed Lin Dayo not only wielded his status to oppress others, but also siphoned off their earnings. Lin Dayo felt a chill run through him as he scanned the crowd with a venomous glare. As Lin Xiao sought to calm the crowd, Lin Binbin had already approached Lin Dayo, looking down at him imperiously. Where have you hidden the person? Young master, this is not my doing. It was this man who slandered me. Lin Dayo, in his panic, attempted to shift blame onto Lin Hao, but before he could finish, a heavy fist grazed his cheek with a resounding crash, causing the wall behind him to collapse. Fear nearly made Lin Dayo lose control, his face pale as he trembled. Yet he stubbornly refused to divulge the person and Amp Oppo's location. Just as Lin Binbin furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to incapacitate him, a figure suddenly lunged forward. Young master, I know where that scoundrel is. Lin Hao interjected, positioning himself in front of Lin Binbin. Are you certain he is in the other courtyard? I am sure. When the young lady was taken, someone witnessed it. Otherwise, I would not have sought out Lin Dayo for clarification. Nodding, Lin Binbin turned to the individuals Lin Xiao had gathered. I would appreciate your assistance in locating the person. Do not worry. We shall find them without fail. The group promptly dashed into the other courtyard to search. This courtyard had been meticulously cleaned out by Lin's mother for her children. It was now a den of iniquity for Lin Dayo and Amp Oppo's family. The other branches had been relegated to the adjacent quarters, while the main house belonged solely to Lin Dayo. Hearing the commotion, Lin Dayo and Amp Oppo's wife rushed out. What are you doing? She exclaimed, attempting to intervene. If they continued their search, her family and Amp Oppo's misdeeds would no longer remain concealed. Having been part of the Lin family for years, she recognized Lin Xiao and Lin Binbin. Upon seeing them seated in the main positions, she panicked and instinctively tried to flee, but turned too quickly and ran straight into a wall, cradling her head in pain. She looked up to find a towering mech before her. Terrified, she stumbled back and fell clumsily. What an extravagant display of courtesy! Lin Binbin chuckled, resting his chin on his hands, his eyes gleaming with intensity. We younger generations can hardly bear such a burden. Or is it that you feel guilty? Guilty of what? She retorted defiantly. I know nothing. Very well, I hope you can maintain that stance. Lin Binbin smiled, withdrawing his gaze. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, movement finally stirred from the adjacent room. Young master, we found the person, but the newcomer hesitated, exchanging a glance with Lin Xiao and Lin Binbin before they hurriedly rushed over. The individual had been discovered in the basement of the adjacent house. The scene was grim. A gaunt man was pinned to the ground, clad in nothing but his undergarments, a mocking smile on his lips as he cast a repugnant glance towards a corner. In that corner stood a disheveled girl, her torn clothing revealing a hairpin pressed against her throat, blood trickling down her neck, oblivious to her peril. She remained unyielding, clutching the pin even as rescue approached. Lin Xiao was the first to arrive, momentarily stunned by the girl's condition. He quickly removed his outer garment and draped it around her before turning abruptly to deliver a sudden kick to the man's face. The blow shattered the man's front teeth, blood spilling from his mouth. Scoundrel, you are worthless. Lin Xiao and Amp Oppo's fingers clenched into a fist, the cold fury in his gaze unmistakable. Confronted by that icy glare, the previously arrogant man shrank back, stammering, It was this wretched girl who seduced me. I am the victim. Young master, you must uphold justice for me. Chapter 76, Rainy Night. Murderous night. Lin Xiao was thoroughly enraged by the words spoken. He tilted his head slightly, gazing at the man who continued to explain while licking his face, and coldly remarked, What did you say? I didn't and Amp Oppo's quite catch that. Please repeat yourself. Young master, it was that filthy woman who, before the sentence was completed. A resounding thud echoed as the man and Amp Oppo's cheek was brutally caved in. Everyone was taken aback, astonished that the previously refined Lin Xiao possessed such a tempestuous side. After months of rigorous training, Lin Xiao and Apos' arms had developed a layer of muscle, his explosive strength rendering his fists like raindrops falling in a storm. Lin Zilong instinctively attempted to resist, but he was no match, forced to cower and scream while clutching his head. Lin Dao and Apos' wife, witnessing the scene, screamed in terror, "Help! They've killed someone. The Lin family has committed murder." Yet, her cries fell on deaf ears. No one paid her any mind, all choosing to ignore her plight. Lin Binbin even thoughtfully closed the door. After a few agonizing screams, Lin Zilong lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, having lost 3 teeth. He whimpered, "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, stop hitting me." In the next moment, another fist struck him heavily. Just as it seemed he would lose consciousness, Lin Binbin quickly intervened, saying, "Brother, that and Apos' enough." Although Lin Xiao ceased his assault, his countenance remained dark and stormy. He grasped Lin Zilong by the collar and warned, "Next time, if I catch your family using the Lin family and Apos' name to commit such acts again, it will not merely be a matter of receiving blows. Do you understand?" he demanded. Once Lin Zilong was released, Lin Dao and Apos' wife scrambled to her son, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Binbin, who had been watching the spectacle, cast a meaningful glance at them with darkened eyes. "Why didn't Apos' you let me kill that scoundrel? He doesn't Apos' deserve to live." Lin Xiao muttered vehemently as he wiped the blood from his hands. The memory of the girl and Apos' vacant gaze ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. The previous group of unruly children, while troublesome, had not committed such outrageous acts. This behavior brought shame upon the entire Lin family. "Brother, you certainly vented your frustrations." But those being exploited remained blissfully unaware. Lin Binbin remarked casually, a sly smile gracing his lips. "What do you mean?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. "I and Apos' already dispatched someone to make public the payroll discrepancies within the Lin family during this period. The unjust deductions and withheld commissions were solely Lin Dao and Apos' doing. Our family will not bear this unjust blame. Just wait, the excitement is yet to come." Once Lin Binbin disseminated the information, the faces of all Lin family employees changed dramatically, their spirits dampened as they declared their intention to confront Lin Dao. "Everyone, come out. That scoundrel who and Apos' been siphoning off our money is here. Let Apos' go after them. There they are. I spotted their family. Don't let them escape." A throng surged toward Lin Dao and Apos' location. Lin Hao clenched his fists, breathing heavily with rage. His eyes reddened as he trailed behind the crowd, only emerging once their anger had subsided. The courtyard fell eerily silent, the only sound being the gentle patter of rain. "Damn it, what bad luck. How could they have discovered us?" Lin Dao cursed, shielding his eyes as he slapped his son, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. You can't control yourself for a moment. If you see someone you fancy next time, use your brain. If all else fails, slip them something. Wait for a quiet night." Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated Lin Hao's blood-red eyes. "Lin Dao." A chilling voice interjected from the shadows. Lin Hao emerged slowly from the darkness. His face shadowed with fury as he declared, "I will kill you all." Lin Dao attempted to flee, but he stumbled and was knocked to the ground by the force of Lin Hao's hand. "Why are you hitting him? It's just a matter of money. I can compensate you." Lin Dao's wife rushed forward, placing herself protectively in front of her husband, mistakenly believing Lin Hao sought financial reparation. At her words, Lin Hao's face contorted with rage. He paused, revealing a dagger hidden in his sleeve. Lin Dao, taken aback by the sudden intent to harm, could only watch helplessly as the dagger pierced his heart. In the blink of an eye, a crash resounded as a nearby jar shattered, landing squarely on Lin Zilong's leg. "My leg!" he screamed, still reeling from the shock. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, another piercing scream erupted. He turned toward the sound, frozen in disbelief. Lin Hao stood several meters away, drenched in rain, one hand resting on Lin Dao's shoulder while the other plunged the knife deeper. "Lin uncle, please. I didn't mean it. I was blinded by greed. Forgive me this once, and I promise to treat her well." Having already taken 2 lives, Lin Hao cared for nothing anymore. He straightened up, limping toward Lin Zilong with an ominous gaze. "What is her name?" "What?" Lin Zilong stuttered, still in shock. "You claimed you would treat my daughter well. But do you even know her name?" Lin Zilong swallowed hard, utterly at a loss for words. He had merely been captivated by the girl's appearance. Who would bother to remember her name? Lin Hao scoffed, gripping Lin Zilong's arm tightly. The latter, already gravely injured, could hardly move. You are unworthy to speak such words. Die. With rain-soaked hair clinging to his body, his clothes stained crimson with blood, Lin Hao gazed at the lifeless form before him, a wave of fear washing over him. He stumbled back, his hand tremoring slightly as he released the dagger. With a dull thud, the dagger fell to the ground as the once docile man collapsed in the downpour, weeping inconsolably. The shadowy figure concealed in the corner observed silently, motionless until the courtyard cleared before stepping forward. After checking the pulses of the fallen, confirming their demise, the figure turned, revealing an exceptionally youthful face. Lin Binbin swiftly donned a cloak, directing a mechanized unit to carry away the bodies. After a series of leaps, the white ape soared out of the Lin family estate, disappearing into the depths of the deadly mountains. The following day, the skies cleared. All traces of the previous night's events vanished, washed away by the torrential rain. Early in the morning, Lin Hao voluntarily knelt before the ancestral hall, confessing, "I have killed someone. Please punish me, Lin Qin." Fearing Lin Qin's genuine wrath, Lin Binbin quickly interjected, "Uncle Lin Hao, what nonsense are you spouting? You must be delirious from anger. Last night, Lin Dao's family escaped amidst the chaos. Many witnessed it." Chapter 77. A lesson in discipline. The individuals beside him immediately voiced their agreement. "Indeed, Lin Hao, you are overthinking. We witnessed Lin Dao fleeing yesterday. And we even assisted you in dealing with that scoundrel. They had intended to call for him, but after searching for quite some time, they could not locate him." The crowd chimed in, all echoing the sentiment that Lin Dao had escaped. However, Lin Hao distinctly remembered that he had personally slain their entire family the previous night. Furrowing his brow, Lin Hao felt an increasing sense of disquiet. "No, last night I..." Just as the words left his lips, he felt a gentle pressure on his shoulder. Lin Binbin, with a slight smile and his dark eye shimmering, said, "Uncle Lin Hao, I know a remarkably skilled physician. If you are in need, I could introduce you. However, such matters should not be spoken of lightly. It could bring misfortune upon your family. And that would be a regrettable exchange, wouldn't it?" Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. Lin Dao, aware of his grievous sins, had already fled with the money. Now, the Lin family had posted notices throughout the city in pursuit of him. "Uncle Lin Hao, do not shoulder this burden. It is not your concern." Lin Binbin and Appo's words resonated, prompting others to comfort Lin Hao, urging him to consider his situation and to counsel his daughter against rash actions. As their voices flooded his ears, Lin Hao felt a loud ringing in his mind. How could this be? I distinctly remember. Meeting Lin Binbin's gaze, Lin Hao suddenly trembled, as if grasping an understanding. With a thud, he knelt before him, bowing his head in reverence. Lin Binbin was momentarily stunned, as was Lin Qin, who sat in the main position. "Uncle Lin Hao, I am but a junior. This is unwarranted. You are the savior of our family. This honor is yours to bear." Ignoring the protests from those around him, Lin Hao turned his head wherever Lin Binbin moved, his forehead striking the ground with a series of sharp thuds, drawing blood. Lin Qin, slightly astonished, quickly comprehended the situation. Casting a glance at his mischievous descendant, he decisively stated, "Lin Hao, enough. If you continue, it may harm the child. Everyone else, please disperse. Lin Hao, come with me. I have matters to discuss." As the room fell silent, Lin Qin noticed several heads peering through the door crack, but chose not to intervene. Instead, he poured a cup of tea for Lin Hao and gestured for him to sit. Lin Hao hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "Head of the family, I..." Lin Qin raised his hand to stop him, speaking solemnly, "Though we share the same surname, we are not of the same lineage. You joined the Lin family army 8 years ago, following your father into battle, only to retire due to a leg ailment in recent years, correct?" "Yes." Believing Lin Qin intended to dismiss him, Lin Hao's face paled. He could leave, but his wife and child had committed no wrong. They should not suffer alongside him. Just as he prepared to kneel and plead with Lin Qin to spare his family, the latter spoke again. "The events of yesterday ultimately stem from the Lin family and Appo's shortcomings towards you. Therefore, there is a vacancy in the management position, if you do not mind. You may fill this role." Lin Hao and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reddening, unsure where to place his hands. "Head of the family. I fear I am not fit for this." Moreover, he was struggling to overcome his inner turmoil. The hesitation in Lin Hao's demeanor drew frowns from the children peering in, and amidst their nudging, Lin Binbin found himself pushed forward. Meeting Lin Qin and Appo's cold gaze, Lin Binbin forced a laugh. "Father, if I may, I am merely passing through." Lin Qin shot Lin Binbin a glare, feeling irritation rise within him. Enough, this matter is settled. If anyone disagrees, let them come seek me. Rising, he patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. You are a valued elder of the Lin family. I trust you. Yes, Uncle Lin Hao, you should accept this. Otherwise, my father will have to seek someone else, and who knows if another traitor like Lin Dao will emerge, causing further unrest within the family? Lin Binbin seized the opportunity to add. The mention of Lin Dao reignited Lin Hao and Apos' anger. As Lin Binbin had stated, should another incident occur, it could spell disaster for yet another family. After some contemplation, Lin Hao reached a decision. Rest assured, head of the family, I, Lin Hao, shall not fail your expectations and will dedicate myself to safeguarding the Lin family. Understanding the intentions of the father and son, Lin Hao and Apos' eyes grew misty. And he knelt once more, bowing deeply to Lin Qin. Once the others departed, Lin Binbin attempted to make his exit. Halt. Lin Qin coldly chuckled, rapping his fingers on the table. All right, all of you, stop hiding and come here. Lin Xiao and Lin Binhong, who had been lurking in the shadows, exchanged glances and trudged into the room, dejectedly calling out, Father. Lin Binbin seized the moment to shrink behind the two, effectively concealing himself. Do you understand your mistakes? Lin Qin inquired, tapping the table. Father, it was Lin Dao who was at fault. And Uncle Zhang Yin discovered evidence of his clandestine communications with Tung Kuei during the inspection. He might very well be the traitor, Lin Binhong argued defiantly. In this situation, I believe my elder brother acted correctly. Lin Zilong deserved punishment. If it were me, I would have ended it decisively. Lin Binbin raised an eyebrow, astonished by the audacity of Lin Binhong, who dared to provoke their father. It seemed a beating was unavoidable. He frequently glanced back, already plotting an escape route, with his elder brother and second brother bearing the brunt, thus increasing his chances of fleeing. Lost in thought, a teacup crashed violently onto the ground, shattering into pieces. Huh, Lin Qin scoffed. So, you all have grown bold, refusing to repent. Go to the ancestral hall and kneel in penance. No one is permitted near without my command. Surprisingly, Lin Qin did not resort to violence this time. Just the ancestral hall? Lin Binbin blinked, realizing he would be the sole one facing the consequences. Could this be related to the rumors you spread about Lin Dao embezzling funds? As the last of the crowd exited, a soft voice emerged from behind the screen. Upon seeing his wife, Lin Qin and Apos' previously stern expression softened. He took Qin Ruyu and Apos' hand and smiled gently. Am I truly so idle? With a chuckle, Lin Qin and Apos' eyes sparkled momentarily. Nevertheless, this troublesome lad has inadvertently accomplished a good deed. A night of penance will suffice to instill some wisdom. Chapter 78. The first mecha battle team takes action. Bang. Deep within the Dead Soul Mountain range, a mecha delivered a powerful punch, creating a gaping hole in the chest of an iron-armored beast that had failed to escape. After a brief struggle, it fell to the ground with a resounding crash. The modified white ape exhibited a significant increase in attack power. Encountering spirit beasts of D rank and below required no weapon change, as it could simply strike with sheer force, dispatching adversaries with effortless precision. The spirit beasts, in a frenzy, began to flee, yet the mecha, seemingly oblivious to their terror, continued its swift onslaught, eliminating them one by one. Behind the mecha, a slender figure ambled forth, hands clasped behind his back, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. Beside him stood Chung Mo, wide-eyed in disbelief, blinking in astonishment. Truly, Sanzi, your mecha and Apos' combat prowess is extraordinary. It seems this area's spirit beasts will soon be eradicated. Could you at least spare a few for me? As he spoke, anguished cries from nearby spirit beasts echoed through the forest. Lin Binbin lazily lifted an eyelid and remarked, If you continue to dawdle, those little creatures will be snatched away by the others. He gestured towards the distance as a reminder. Startled, Cheng Mo shook himself from his stupor and hurriedly directed his mecha to join the fray. They had accepted a mission to clear this area of spirit beasts. A perfect opportunity to test the effectiveness of their mechas. By Xiren, without needing mention, consistently ranked second in kills, while his brother Lin Xiao followed closely behind with his metal squirrel, which, despite its small size, possessed remarkable lethality. Then there was Gung Lu, a towering 3-meter-tall behemoth clad in iron armor, whose roars could be heard from afar. Zhang Yan, occupied with family affairs, was absent. Yet his magical dragonfly was formidable in its own right. The final member, notably, was Cheng Mo himself, perhaps due to its loyalty to its master. The construction ant had also adopted a laid-back demeanor, particularly when trailing behind Lin Binbin, opportunistically finishing off injured spirit beasts. Within mere hours, it seemed to rival Lin Xiao in achievements. Today is nearly complete. We shall return tomorrow to finish off any stragglers. Lin Binbin observed the sky and deemed it time to head back. Ding! Your mecha, the white ape, has eliminated a bronze toad, earning 1 free attribute point. Today and Amp, Oppo's, S achievements. A total of 157 spirit beasts slain. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Lin Binbin glanced at his companions, who had ceased their activities. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. Brothers, let us return home for dinner. That evening, they feasted communally. The little ones eagerly devouring their meal before returning to the guild, animatedly discussing their newfound capabilities. They had never envisioned their mechas could achieve such levels of destructive power, far outstripping spirit beasts of the same rank. Especially Gung Lu, hailing from a family of humble farmers, who had only been drawn into this life due to a resistance against local wealthy landowners. They had toiled honestly all their lives, and the noble profession of beast master seemed forever beyond their reach. Reflecting on his parents and Appo's hopeful gazes, Gung Lu felt a surge of emotion, tears unwittingly escaping his eyes. Father, Mother, your son has succeeded. I am now a beast master. One day, I will bring you out of this plight. Wait for me. His restrained sobs brought a sudden hush among the children, dampening the excitement that had previously filled the air. Real men do not cry, Lin Binbin interjected, stepping forward to pat Gung Lu and Amp, Oppo's, S shoulder like a miniature adult. This is merely atonement. Once we complete this extermination mission, we can bring back our parents. You mean? Gung Lu and Oppo's S eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him. In response to his fervent gaze, Lin Binbin nodded affirmatively. With such a large-scale mission, the court will surely grant a few slots. We just need your and Ching Mo and Oppo's as parents to be freed from exile, for individuals should not pose a problem. Bai Ziren chimed in. If we calculate correctly, this aligns with third-class merit, thus fulfilling the redemption criteria. He smiled at the two boys, softly adding, congratulations in advance, soon. You will be reunited with your families. Reunited. We can finally be with our families. Gung Lu murmured, gradually regaining composure. Chang Mo also received the news, and the two embraced in joyous tears. Lin Binbin, respecting their moment, allowed them to release their pent-up emotions. The following day, even Chang Mo was invigorated. As dawn broke, he hurriedly roused Lin Binbin, exclaiming, Sanzi, hurry. We must set off immediately. If we act swiftly, we might even take on another mission. I've already discussed it with Gung Lu. We believe it prudent to be cautious. We wouldn't want to fall short of merit and fail to rescue our loved ones. I do not wish to face my father's wrath. Observing Lin Binbin, who remained unresponsive with eyes closed, Cheng Mo placed his hands on his shoulders and vigorously shook him awake. Sanzi, wake up. It's raining. We need to bring in the laundry. Sanzi? Lin Binbin, groggy and reluctant, mumbled, all right, I'll gather it. It's all ours anyway. What nonsense. Cheng Mo's eyes lit up with inspiration. He leaned closer to Lin Binbin's ear and shouted, Sanzi, trouble is afoot. The little wolf has perished. Upon hearing the word dead, Lin Binbin jolted awake, sitting upright with wide eyes. What? Who died? No, clarify your words. It was fine just yesterday. Realizing Cheng Mo and Oppo's mischievous grin, Lin Binbin quickly recognized he had been deceived. Cheng Mo. Hey, what can I say? You would wake up. Cheng Mo deftly dodged a pillow thrown in retaliation, retreating behind the door to add, Sanzi, hurry. Everyone is ready. You are the last one. Rubbing his throbbing head, Lin Binbin reluctantly rose. Upon descending, he discovered that Cheng Mo had spoken the truth. Everyone was prepared to depart, waiting solely for him. The president of the guild, being pushed forward by his members, felt a tinge of embarrassment in his leadership role. However, the prospect of Gung Li's family reunion spurred him to quickly direct everyone towards the mountains. Chapter 79, Promotion to Junior Mechanic. Congratulations, your mecha control has reached maximum level. Congratulations, your mecha modification has reached maximum level. Would you like to spend 70 free attribute points to learn intermediate mechanical knowledge? After a series of notifications, the most crucial message finally arrived. Beep. Detected that you have met the advancement conditions for Junior Mechanic. Would you like to advance? Lin Binbin immediately clicked confirm. Current profession, Junior Mechanic. The following Junior Mechanic tasks will be issued. Task 1. Slay at least 200 Class C spirit beasts. Only half is required for guild operations. Task 2. Forge at least 5 different attribute mechas completed. Task 3. Complete intermediate mechanical theory knowledge. Now only Task 1 remained. Absorbing the knowledge transmitted by the system, Lin Binbin could not help but twitch the corner of his pale lips. Was everything all right? Should we head back today? Seeing Lin Binbin regain consciousness, everyone quickly surrounded him. How could he faint so suddenly? Was it because he hadn't eaten breakfast? Cheng Mo glanced at Lin Binbin and Appo's complexion, suddenly feeling guilty. If he hadn't rushed him, he wouldn't have collapsed on the way. Upon hearing this, Lin Binbin realized Cheng Mo and Appo's thoughts had been guessed. Cough. It's not your fault. I have this issue. Back when I was in the breeding facility, I often fainted without reason. It's nothing. I didn't know you. Lin Xiao frowned. But before he could finish, Lin Binbin interrupted him. Brother, I suddenly remembered. Our task should be completed by now. This remark successfully diverted the conversation. Almost. During the time you were unconscious, Xiren and I dealt with the escaping spirit beasts, 500 in total. Gung Lu is currently collecting the crystal cores. Once Lin Xiao finished speaking, Lin Binbin exhaled and summoned the interface, instructing the mechanical bees to scout the surroundings. Then let us prepare for a major operation. He licked his lips, his gaze suddenly pausing on the screen, then turning back to take another look. The mechanical bees adjusted their direction, revealing a massive figure entirely crafted from bronze. Bronze giant, 3 meters tall, forged entirely of bronze, high damage output, accompanied by a bronze coffin, immensely powerful, capable of wielding the coffin as a weapon with a wide attack range. Hey, darling, have you missed me? I and Appo's been cooped up for too long, unable to find a single flaw. But now it's different. This fellow has thick skin. You'd best choose to retreat or opt for a heavy weapon. I'm not joking. This. Lin Binbin mused about how thick it could be and casually attempted to engage a lone bronze giant. The result was the loss of the crystal cores from both the white ape and silver warrior, a significant drain. Furthermore, the injury to its chest was only breached through the combined effort of 2 mechas. Ultimately, Lin Xiao and Appo's squirrel had to aim at the wound and unleash an energy cannon to truly conclude the battle. What was most infuriating was that the bronze giantess head was empty, meaning all their efforts had been in vain. How ridiculous. What on earth was this creature? It was exceedingly difficult to kill. Even Xiren couldn't help but complain, especially upon noticing the cracks on his mecha and Appo's surface, which made him think of retreating. However, once they killed the first one, the task was automatically accepted. Task accepted. Eliminate the Class C bronze giant group. Current count, 153. There was no choice but to move forward. Lin Binbin sighed. Boom. A flash of white flames swept through, incinerating the spirit beast before them into ashes, revealing Lin Binbin and his companions. Xiren commanded the silver warrior to swing its blade, cleaving through a spirit beast attempting to attack. The mecha wiped the blood from its blade, expressionless as they continued onward. Within the Death Ming mountain range, the deeper they ventured, the taller the trees grew, ultimately obscuring the sunlight, making the already dim forest appear even more chilling. In the shadowy light, countless pairs of glowing eyes flickered around them, sending chills down their spines. White ape, clear the surroundings. The white ape swiftly launched its attack. After a few moments, the eyes hiding in the darkness quickly extinguished. Seeing Gung Lu instinctively reach for the crystal cores, Lin Binbin hurriedly intervened. It's too dangerous here. Let us leave the cores for now. From this point onward, we advance together. No one is allowed to act alone. This action drew everyone's attention, and Lin Xiao anxiously inquired, what's wrong? Is there a problem? We're approaching the lair of the bronze giants. Lin Binbin's tone was unusually serious. Consequently, the group slowed their pace significantly. With the white ape and silver warrior leading the way, after advancing several kilometers, Xiren touched the scars on his mecha and remarked, the spirit beasts here seem considerably stronger. Should we take a detour? No need, we're almost there. Lin Binbin glanced at the screen and even spotted several spirit beasts marked for elimination by Xiaoan, but regrettably, there was no time to deal with them now. To enhance their combat power, Lin Binbin hesitated but ultimately decided to draw a weapon once more. This time, the draw was different. He specifically followed the system's instructions and locked onto a heavy weapon. Lock successful. Would you like to spend 80 free attribute points to draw a heavy weapon? Confirm. Gigantic cannon, advanced. Type, heavy artillery. Quality, purple. Equipment requirement, strength greater than 180. Attribute, energy cannon, capable of slaying gods, with a 30 chance to double damage. Special note, Using it incurs -50 agility. Bingo! You have found your first heavy energy cannon. As an emotionless strategist, the path ahead is clear. Let us proceed to gather riches. Oh, by the way, I forgot to remind you, this gigantic cannon can only be used 5 times a day. Lin Binbin specifically checked and indeed found a line of red text at the bottom of the blueprint. For junior mechanics only, limited to 5 uses per day. Current remaining uses, 5. At this point, he was too exasperated to complain. As a renowned energy-heavy cannon from his previous life, its destructive capability was formidable. Especially when double damage was stacked, elevating its potential to unprecedented heights. Yet there was one fatal limitation. It could only fire 5 shots a day. Regardless of whether that group of bronze giants perished, 5 shots were the weapon and Oppos' absolute limit. Lin Binbin was utterly disheartened. The materials were sufficient, and what he drew was indeed a high-grade item, yet the outcome was simply absurd. Well, having it was better than not. He would have to devise a way to gather that group of bronze giants together. Lin Binbin rubbed his face, forcing himself to adjust his mood and regain his spirits. Chapter 80. Heavy Artillery Sniping President. When did you acquire this weapon? Ziren immediately noticed the imposing artillery piece nearby. Measuring over a meter in length and devoid of any crystal cores, its caliber alone hinted at its tremendous power. He squinted, realizing that such heavy artillery could only be found within military ranks. How had Lin Binbin managed to procure it? This was designed by my elder brother. Impressive ISN and Oppos, Tiet, Lin Xiao and Oppos. Eyes flickered as he briefly surveyed the heavy artillery before shifting his gaze elsewhere. His ambiguous response left Ziren utterly convinced by Lin Binbin and Oppos' words. It appeared that Lin and Oppos' design skills had indeed ascended to new heights. While Ziren marveled at this revelation, the atmosphere within the team became increasingly animated due to the newly unveiled weapon. Chang Mo, seemingly awestruck, eagerly approached the artillery, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Goodness! This looks formidable. With a single shot, those bronze creatures will surely kneel before us, calling us and Oppos, grandfather, and Oppos, calling us and Oppos, grandfather and Oppos, is merely the beginning. We could have those bronze giants need our shoulders, run errands, and even cook for us. Laughter erupted from the group, carefree and lighthearted. The bronze giants resembled colossal golems, but unlike the latter, they possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited, akin to that of a 3-year-old child. Just then, Gung Le returned from scouting, his expression fraught with urgency. President, the situation ahead is far worse than anticipated. They clearly have a division of labor. Some are on patrol while others remain hidden in their lairs. If they Dawn and Oppos come out, how can we engage them? The group crouched in the nearby underbrush, keenly observing the movements of the bronze giants. As they continued to watch, Lin Binbin and Oppos' countenance darkened further. It's evident that something is amiss. There must be a high-intelligence leader among them. Otherwise, they wouldn't Oppos be operating in such an orderly fashion. The cave appeared to extend deep into the mountain, obscured from their view, with numerous bronze structures erected around it, illuminated by several campfires. The outermost layer consisted of 3 patrol teams. I concur with your assessment. Ziren, seasoned from years of travel, understood the habits of spirit beasts better than the others. His face grew serious. I and Oppos never heard of bronze giants patrolling. Though they possess intelligence, it is insufficient for them to comprehend the concept of protecting their territory. Moreover, if we attack now, we will undoubtedly attract the attention of the patrols. There and Oppos' also an exit at the back of the cave. If they receive a signal and flee, it would become unmanageable. This means we must annihilate the enemy before they even realize we are here. If I recall correctly, these bronze giants harbor grudges. If even one escapes, you can forget about living in peace. Wow, it can work that way too. Chung Mo and Oppos' skin quivered at the thought of having a bronze giant following him around, ready to strike. Even Lin Binbin gulped nervously at the implication. No matter. We've come this far. We have nothing to fear. He clenched his fists and, after a moment of contemplation, directed his gaze toward the layout of the area. The patrols moved slowly, pausing intermittently, offering them a perfect opportunity to strike during their transitions. As for the other team, they would rush over upon hearing any commotion, at which point all 3 teams could unleash a coordinated assault. The greatest challenge remained the bronze giants within the cave. They needed a plan to lure them out and prevent them from scattering. I do have a suggestion, Lin Xiao interjected. Gung Lu and Bai Ziren can block the exit. Both of you are large and powerful enough to intimidate them. If you can hold them temporarily, the rest of us, San Zi and Cheng Yemo, can coax the remaining bronze giants out. As for how to lure them, he paused. What if we let my squirrel give it a try? Initially, Lin Binbin had contemplated launching an immediate attack. But considering the artillery and amp, Oppo's preciousness and the risk of wasting a shot, he reconsidered. Lin Xiao and amp, Oppo's squirrel seemed the most fitting choice, though it could only execute short-range strikes, which might not suffice for creating chaos. Additionally, he was reluctant to put his elder brother in harm and amp, Oppo's way. Senzi, the decision is yours. We will follow your lead. Indeed, you shall command us. Lin Binbin and amp, Oppo's eyes narrowed, and after a prolonged moment of hesitation, a spark ignited within his gaze. I believe I know what to do. Everyone, take a moment to rest. Once darkness enveloped the surroundings and most of the bronze giants retreated into the cave, several figures swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. This is exhilarating. I Haven and Oppo's engaged in such thrilling endeavors in ages. Bai Ziren remarked, sprinting alongside Lin Xiao. I recall the last time I felt this excited was when I unleashed my grandfather and amp, Oppo's S-rank spirit beast. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Well, you certainly are a dutiful grandson. As he reached his designated position, Bai Ziren took up a more distant vantage point. Be cautious. If you encounter any, do not linger, just retreat swiftly. I understand. I wanted amp, Oppo's be a hindrance. It would be best. Everyone seemed invigorated, as if under the influence of a stimulant. The occasional cries of spirit beasts echoed through the forest, masking their whispers. Each member was fully equipped, even donning the guild uniforms they had previously been reluctant to wear, not for show, but for the added defense they provided. Is everyone ready? Ready. With a solemn nod, Lin Binbin instructed, find suitable cover. I am about to commence. The explosives he had prepared during their downtime were about to serve their purpose. With a gentle press, the previously dark night sky erupted into brilliant crimson flames. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resonated around the cave, as flames quickly leapt up in a dazzling display. Amidst the tremors, the patrol teams swiftly converged toward the cave. Now is our chance. Bai Yuan, prepare. As the monsters gathered at the cave's entrance, Lin Binbin commanded Bai Yuan, positioning the heavy artillery upon his mech shoulder. With a squeeze of the trigger, the crystal core within the artillery spun furiously, coalescing into a luminous sphere nearly a foot in diameter at the barrel and amp, Oppo's opening. Chapter 81, Accompanying Skills. Illusion. The cannon barrel trembled violently as the white ape gripped it tightly with both arms. In the next moment, the aperture expanded rapidly, and a powerful blast erupted from the muzzle. Everyone prepare. 3, 2. Before the countdown could finish, the energy cannon fired unexpectedly. Bai Ziren and his companions felt a sudden tingling on their scalps as an overwhelming force brushed past their cheeks, prompting them to curse and retreat hastily. Damn it. Lin Binbin, if I get disfigured, I will not let this go. Boom. Almost simultaneously with their retreat, the energy cannon discharged. A blinding white light illuminated Lin Binbin and amp, Oppo's grinning face in the entire dark forest. The projectile struck the ground before the cave with a force reminiscent of a comet colliding with Earth. The space transformed into a ghastly white, boulders flew, and the searing brilliance radiated outward from the cave and amp, Oppo's entrance. In the wake of this tremendous heat wave, everything was severed in half. As far as the eye could see, a scene of devastation unfolded within a radius of several hundred meters. Cough, cough. Sanzi, did that group of bronze giants get obliterated? Cheng Yemo coughed as he emerged from behind a pile of boulders. The others looked equally disheveled, covered in dirt, and Lin Binbin, who had been closest to the blast, sported visible bruises at the corner of his eye. Their ears rang with a dull buzz, rendering everything inaudible. What? What did you say? I said. After shouting for a while, Cheng Yemo finally succumbed to reality, shaking his head to indicate he had said nothing. Minutes later, they began to recover from the shock of the cannon and amp, Oppo's might. Wow, that giant cannon. It and amp, Oppo's incredible. Gazing at the obliterated cave entrance, the smoke began to clear, and a sense of dread gripped their hearts, stifling their astonishment. This is no mere cannon. It could easily besiege a city. Bai Ziren swallowed hard and asked Lin Binbin, This weapon truly came through legitimate channels, right? You weren't deceiving me? Why would I lie to you? Lin Binbin snapped back, jolted into alertness. Quickly. You and Gung Li go around back and take out a few while the chaos ensues. Understood. Be careful, Bai Ziren replied. Swiftly leading Gung Li to maneuver around the back, only to discover that the rear entrance had already collapsed. Looks like we needn't worry about this place. Bai Ziren knocked on the boulder at the cave entrance, ensuring no one could escape, before turning to Gung Li. Let's head forward and offer assistance. Lin Binbin had originally planned to fire a few shots, but given the extent of the devastation, one shot sufficed. Let us go, brothers. We have business to attend to. With that, Lin Binbin charged into the smoke aboard his mech. The recent energy cannon had annihilated most of the bronze giants, drastically reducing their numbers to just over 30. Nothing on my end. The three split up, with Lin Xiao taking the right, and Chung Mo the left. I Don and Amp. Oppos. TC any here either, Chung Mo reported. Then they must all be holed up inside the cave. Lin Binbin glanced at the cave. It was shrouded in darkness, obscuring any visibility. As he stepped inside, a sharp, cracking sound echoed near his ear. In the center of the cave stood a blood-red coffin. As he approached, the stench of blood grew overwhelming. And Lin Binbin deduced that the foul odor emanated from within the coffin. What is this? Lin Xiao arrived just in time. And the mechanical squirrel on his shoulder trembled silently, seemingly shaken by the malevolence in the air. I don't know. It should be their accompanying coffin. Lin Binbin felt a chill creep down his spine, hesitant to advance further. This could be their leader, he realized, shouting, retreat. Though nothing had occurred. An unsettling feeling intensified within him. Just as he uttered the command, the blood-red coffin began to drip blood, 1 drop, 2 drops, until they coalesced into streams, rapidly spreading outwards. The group watched in horror as the once pristine ground transformed into a sea of blood. This is blood. Cheng Mo lifted his foot. And upon realizing what he had stepped in, his face turned deathly pale, his body stiffening in shock, forgetting to flee. Armored ant. Take your master, and flee this place at once. Lin Binbin bellowed. At the command, the mechanical armored ant, which had been cowering at the cave and Amp, Oppos' entrance, quickly peeked out, nudging its master with its head before making a frantic escape. However, the blood behind them seemed to possess a will of its own, morphing into serpentine tendrils that surged toward their position. Lin Binbin felt an unsettling stickiness enveloping him, and when he looked up, he realized it was raining blood. The crimson droplets soaked him, quickly transforming him into a ghastly figure. As far as the eye could see, the grass, trees, and stone walls turned blood-red, trapping the group in a nightmarish sea of crimson, making escape seem impossible. Eventually, they halted in their tracks. Gaining composure, Lin Xiao extended his hand, allowing the blood-red rain to trickle through his fingers. After a moment of silence, he opened his eyes and said, "Something is amiss. My perception of the surroundings seems exaggerated. And most importantly, my squirrel cannot feel fear. It and Oppos' machine." This revelation struck Lin Binbin. Are you suggesting that all of this is a subjective illusion? It's a possibility. Didn't and Oppos' you mention that Chung Mo encountered a spirit beast capable of controlling nerves? Just observe his current state. Chung Mo had completely succumbed to terror, shrinking atop the armored ant, trembling uncontrollably. Sanzi, what do we do? Are we going to die here? Why is there so much blood? It and Oppos' terrifying eye. In the next instant, Lin Binbin struck Chung Mo and Oppos' neck with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. Chung Mo was particularly susceptible to mental attacks, as evidenced by his previous encounter at the theater, where he was the first to succumb. If this continued, Lin Binbin feared the possibility of lasting repercussions for him. Thus, it is highly likely that what we perceive is merely an illusion. Lin Xiao nodded, further convinced by Cheng Mo and Oppos' reaction. Moreover, have we seen any trace of the bronze giants during this time? It's exceedingly abnormal. Before them lay vast expanses of red. Yet the luminous glow emanating from it deepened Lin Binbin and Oppos' frown. Ah, so it was you orchestrating this chaos. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the blood-soaked garments covering him, then fixed his gaze on the cave entrance. Since we cannot evade it, we shall confront it head-on. Chapter 82. A perfect hit rate. When Bai Ziren and Gung Li arrived, they saw Lin Binbin and his companions surrounded by the towering bronze giants. Nearly 20 of these colossal figures raised a coffin, nearly as tall as a person, cheering loudly, while the central figure stood there, expressionless, like a marionette devoid of life. This is bad. Bai Ziren swiftly flung his folding fan, instantly disrupting the movements of the bronze giants. They all halted and turned in unison. What should we do now? Gung Lu had never witnessed such a scene before. Fear gripped him, and his legs felt weak, instinctively wanting to flee. However, the thought of Lin Binbin and the others still trapped inside compelled him to stay and muster his courage. Ziren noticed Gung Li's unease and deliberately assigned him a lighter task. Listen, I will lure these bronze giants away. You take the opportunity to rescue them. You want to draw them away by yourself? Gung Lu gasped in disbelief, his eyes widening. He had witnessed the destructive power of the bronze giants. It took both the white ape and the silver warrior to defeat just one. Facing over 20 of them, Ziren's action was akin to courting death. Ziren furrowed his brow, glancing at the now-turned bronze giants, and said quickly, "Just tell me if you can do it." "I can." Gung Lu, although not as formidable, would never abandon his comrades in a moment of crisis. "All right, let and amp, Oppos, S move." At Ziren and amp, Oppos, S command, the fan returned to his hand, and the two, accompanied by their mechs, charged towards the cave entrance. "Come on, come kill me, you fools." The silver warrior swung its blade, leaving irregular marks on the shoulders of the nearest bronze giants. Enraged, more than half of them pursued Ziren. Seizing the chance, Gung Lu approached Lin Binbin and the others, but just as he was about to reach them, his smile froze. In the darkness, a massive silhouette loomed before him, resembling a small mountain. The blood-red coffin slowly creaked open, and under its oppressive force, Gung Lu felt as if he were crushed beneath a colossal hill, utterly immobilized. What kind of monster is this? Meanwhile, Lin Binbin and Lin Xiao were still devising a way to approach the coffin. Sensing their intentions, several dark arrows shot forth from the coffin, moving at such speed that they were nearly invisible to the naked eye. In an instant, one pierced Lin Xiao and amp, Oppos, S shoulder, leaving a crimson hole. "Brother." Lin Xiao staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself. Gritting his teeth, he confirmed that the arrow remained lodged in him, and said, his face pale, "This is bad. It's too far. My mechanical squirrel is ineffective." At that moment, the white ape had reached the blood-red coffin. With a swift howl, pale flames ignited the entire space. A deafening roar erupted from within the coffin, and the blood-red hue deepened until a thin layer of blood mist rose, obstructing the mechs and amp, Oppos, attacks. "Damn it!" Lin Binbin and amp, Oppos, S expression darkened as he spun around, a firearm materializing in his hand. Longbow assault rifle, quality, blue, shooting mode, fully automatic semi-automatic, bullet capacity, 18 damage, 55. Rate of fire, 860. An indisputable weapon for newcomers, capable of delivering tremendous damage at close range, without a moment and amp, Oppos, S hesitation. Lin Binbin spun in the air and raised the assault rifle. "Break it." With a furious shout, the tremendous recoil shook the ground. Ignoring the incoming arrows, Lin Binbin unleashed a barrage of fire upon the blood-red coffin. Bang! Flashes of fire erupted, and the gunfire was deafening. The surrounding mechs began to coordinate their attacks. After 30 shots, the blood mist finally dissipated, revealing the original wall behind it. Lin Xiao, president? Gung Lu, witnessing their restored composure, was momentarily stunned, only to see bullets whizzing through the air. "Quickly, brother, lead the others back." Hearing this, Lin Xiao promptly pulled everyone away, and the sounds of explosions eased somewhat. "What happened to you just now? Why did you react that way?" "No matter how I called, you didn't respond." After checking for wounds and blood, Lin Xiao spoke in a deep voice. "We and amp, Oppos, LL discuss it later. For now, we need to deal with this monster." The group quickly seized their weapons and joined the fray. The cacophony of gunfire and battle cries filled the air, and with the absence of their leader, the remaining bronze giants were thrown into disarray. They babbled incoherently, clearly displaying signs of retreat. "We cannot let them escape." Lin Binbin swiftly regrouped with Ziren, and under the cover of darkness, bullets surged towards the enemy like a tide. "Ha ha ha, they're panicking. Come on, brothers, let us give it our all." He raised his weapon high, watching the flames swiftly spread around him, forming a sea of fire. "Draw them towards the three." All the bronze giants were driven into the open space, and a thunderous volley erupted, creating a fiery dragon that roared through the air. The others encircled the perimeter, intercepting any fleeing bronze giants with a flurry of blows, forcing them back into the fray. If all goes well, this battle has already turned the tide in our favor. Ultimately, Lin Binbin ended the confrontation with an energy cannon. A wave of heat shattered the night sky as it struck the blood-red coffin, the explosive sound nearly shattering everyone's eardrums. As the thick smoke cleared, they beheld the scattered bronze fragments, and the youthful faces illuminated by the flames were filled with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, what a thrill! Never have I experienced such a satisfying battle. 3 cheers for the president. Lin Binbin stepped forward, gazing at the remnants of the blood-red coffin, slowly raising his assault rifle. The charred Bronze King stared at him in terror, and before it could retaliate, a blinding flash erupted as something exploded, sending the Bronze King and Amp, Apos, head flying. Goodbye. With a grin, Lin Binbin fired another shot, swiftly concluding the last of the bronze giants. Ping. All tasks for the junior mechanic have been completed. Congratulations on advancing to junior mechanic. Reward: 200 free attribute points, plus 1 opportunity to draw a mech blueprint for free. Strength 5, Agility 3, Charisma 1. Chapter 83, Preparations before departure. With a swift flash, a cold gleam sliced through the air like lightning in the night. When I looked up again, a 5-tailed fox lay before me, its neck marred by a shallow crimson line. In the next instant, the fox and Amp, Apos' body collapsed, and a tall figure emerged from behind. The head of the fox rolled away, and a gush of rich blood erupted forth. The man stepped back, sheathing his long blade with a calm demeanor, his eyes revealing no trace of emotion in response to the scene unfolding before him. Report to the master. The young master and the little master have successfully eradicated the lair of the bronze giant. The brothers are concealed nearby, as per your instructions, and have yet to reveal themselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Qin and Amp, Apos' previously furrowed brow relaxed, a faint smile gracing his lips. That troublesome brat. Return. But remember not to draw attention to them. Understood. On the very day they eliminated the bronze giant, Lin Binbin took Cheng Mo and Gung Lu to absolve their sins. Initially, I expected Shaoan to express shock upon hearing the news, yet when faced with it, he merely responded with indifference. After dispatching someone to verify the information, he struck the names from the records and issued exile orders. It was as if someone had given him a prior heads-up. How strange. I recall him being quite suspicious. Yet this time he asked not a single question. While Lin Binbin pondered this, he received an order from Lin Qin to bring both families back to the residence, stating that Qin Ruoyu had prepared a welcome feast for everyone. This is unnecessary. I cannot trouble you further. My Gung Lu has already caused you quite enough inconvenience. Gung Lu and Amp, Apos' mother said, her hands waving in protest. Their successful absolution and Gung Lu and Amp, Apos' newfound status as a beast master were largely thanks to the Lin family. To trouble them further would weigh heavily on their conscience. And I have long considered Gung Lu family. It is perfectly normal for family to share a meal together. There is no need to take it to heart, Lin Binbin said, taking the luggage and placing it on the carriage sent by the Lin family. Cheng Mo and Amp, Apos' chubby face squeezed in as he added, Indeed, Gung Lu has been helping me with my chores. I cannot manage without him. No sooner had he spoken than his ear was pinched by his father, Cheng Wang, with a furious expression. You little rascal. Have others help you with your chores? And yet you and Amp, Apos, re so proud. If I catch you slacking off again, I and Amp, Apos, I'll have your backside. Dad, I was just joking, Cheng Mo winced, hastily covering his ear. Joking is not acceptable. Just moments ago, Cheng Mo had been immersed in the joy of family reunion, but now he wilted like a frostbitten eggplant under the roar. The anger echoed Lin Qin and Amp, Apos' voice, causing Lin Binbin to shiver, instinctively ignoring Cheng Mo and Amp, Apos' pleading gaze as he sought an excuse to slip away. It seemed everyone was in a similar predicament, which brought a sense of balance to his heart. As both families exchanged pleasantries and boarded the carriage, no one noticed the warmth in Shaoan and Amp, Apos' eyes suddenly intensifying upon hearing the news of the welcome feast, particularly when a certain name was mentioned. His heart skipped a beat. Junior sister, is it truly you? Seeing Shaoan and Amp, Apos' expression shift to one of discomfort, Qin Ruo was taken aback as they had long departed. Yet his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the disappearing carriage. Over the years, Qin Ruo had never witnessed Shaoan lose his composure like this. The coldness in her eyes quickly solidified, her hands clenched tightly at her sides, the veins on her pale hands standing out prominently. Qin Ruo. Did you encounter this Lady Lin during your recent mission? I did, Qin Ruo replied, lowering her gaze, her tone grave. Is that so? Shaoan turned around, his originally dark eyes now shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. Does she resemble the woman depicted in my study and Amp, Apos' painting? Not at all. Shaoan appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly unprepared for such an answer. Ah, I have long suspected it. If my junior sister were willing to forgive me, she would have revealed herself long ago, rather than waiting until now. Indeed, I was foolish back then, sacrificing the one in front of me for a chance that never came to fruition, betraying her. Qin Ruo observed the man before her, lost in despair, his fists tightening until blood trickled from them, unbeknownst to him. Why is it always her? I have already been by your side. Why do you never see me? Qin Ruo and Amp, Apos, S eyes narrowed, and in the next instant, she transformed into a small, delicate butterfly, racing toward the foot of the mountain. She was determined to discover what this woman looked like, the one who had captivated her master for a full decade. The town at the mountain and Amp, Apos, S base was lively and vibrant. When Lin Qin and Qin Ruoyu awaited at the gates of the residence early in the morning, they exhibited no airs, much like Lin Binbin had described, as if genuinely welcoming family home. The young children had dressed up, and Lin Binbin donned a new green outfit gifted by Qin Ruoyu, his hair styled with a jade hairpin, a radiant smile adorning his face, resembling a refined young gentleman from a noble family. Come, my mother has prepared braised pork knuckles. Let us eat, Lin Binbin exclaimed, playfully pulling Cheng Imo, who was rubbing his backside, toward the dining hall. After paying respects to the adults, Lin Binbin and Cheng Imo made their way to a nearby table, eagerly reaching for the braised pork knuckles. However, before they could touch it, Qin Ruoyu lightly tapped Lin Binbin and Amp, Apos, S head. No manners. The adults have not touched their chopsticks. How can you be so eager? Lin Binbin flashed a sweet smile and obediently withdrew his hands. As the adults engaged in endless conversation, the children fidgeted restlessly, their eyes glued to the feast before them, the anticipation palpable. Cheng Imo and Lin Binbin squirmed as if they were sitting on nails, drawing curious glances from those nearby. All right, if you are hungry, feel free to start eating. Qin Ruoyu finally relented, allowing Lin Binbin to quickly grab his chopsticks and dive in. I must confess, Qin Ruoyu and Amp, Apos, S culinary skills were truly exceptional, even captivating someone like me, who had lived 2 lives. These buns were more delicious than those from grand restaurants, and the pork knuckles made me wish I could indulge in such delicacies every day. Cheng Imo stuffed his mouth with buns, his cheeks bulging as he spoke. That may be unlikely. Lin Binbin gulped down a mouthful of porridge, exhaling contentedly before addressing everyone. Did by Xiren not mention a Beastmaster competition? The time is drawing near, and our guild has become adept at controlling our mechas, so I propose we set off promptly to participate in the selection trials. Chapter 84. Repairing the mecha. Are we really going to participate? Cheng Imo exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had previously heard that certain sects would send their disciples to partake in these competitions, but they were so few in number that it seemed unlikely they could withstand the onslaught of those from the larger sections. To dispel any notions of an insurmountable disadvantage, Lin Binbin elaborated on their current levels, capabilities, and the future prospects of their guild. Fortunately, after some time spent cooperating in battles, everyone had gained a clearer understanding of their own strengths. Sanzi, do you think we might be eliminated in the first round? Also, I've heard that the major sects emphasize their legacies. What if they don't allow us to register? Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? In response to the concerns raised, Lin Binbin assured them that there would be a preliminary round before the competition. I inquired about it, and this year's preliminaries are quite straightforward. All we need to do is traverse a forest. It's merely a forest, after all. I imagine there might be some spirit beasts within, but with our current capabilities, we shouldn't have to fear anything below level B. As for the registration issue, Xiren mentioned that as long as there were 5 participants, they could enter the preliminaries, which should not pose a problem for them. Xiren, upon hearing his name mentioned, raised an eyebrow and nodded in acknowledgement. He had intended to say something, but refrained when he noticed the collective sigh of relief from the group, opting not to dampen their spirits. It's just a forest. How naive, he thought, twirling his folding fan and chuckling softly to himself, contemplating how the situation would unfold. Seeing that there were no objections, Lin Binbin cleared his throat and announced, All right, I will give everyone 3 days to prepare. We shall depart in 3 days. Calculating the time, it would allow them to arrive a week before the preliminaries, just in time to familiarize themselves with the terrain. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao interjected, Sanzi, I can end Amp, Apos, to shake the feeling that something is amiss. The low threshold for the preliminaries seems suspicious. These sects are quite cunning. It doesn't make sense for them to impose such a low barrier for their disciples. If we encounter any underhanded tactics, We might lose even before the official competition begins. The disciples of these sects are treated like precious treasures, and their elders undoubtedly send them off with numerous valuable artifacts and elixirs. Such a walking treasury would surely attract attention, while one-on-one combat might be manageable. Once outside the sect, there would be no rules to adhere to. Lin Binbin shared this concern, admitting, "To be honest, I worry about that too. That and Oppos. That's why I plan to procure some protective gear for everyone during these days. They can craft their own weapons. But the most crucial items are healing elixirs and protective gear." Lin Binbin intended to buy each person a set of protective armor, 500 healing pills, and a few additional assorted elixirs to ensure they had enough for the journey. Then he began to tally the participants. Their guild had a total of 7 members. But Uncle Zhang Yin was unlikely to join. Additionally, Lin Binbin had just heard that his brother Lin Binhong had been summoned by their father to discuss family matters. Thus he too was excluded. This left them with 5 members: himself, Lin Xiao, Cheng Mo, Gung Lu, and Bai Ziren. Very well, that is settled. Having resolved the matter of the elixirs, Lin Binbin turned to repairing his mecha. Although they had narrowly triumphed in their last battle, all their mechas had sustained varying degrees of damage, with Bai Yuan S at the forefront suffering the most. Current status of the mecha: moderately damaged. Please repair promptly. Fortunately, he no longer had to worry about materials. Is it possible to repair your mecha in such a state? Bai Ziren expressed his astonishment, perhaps concerned about whether they would be ready for the upcoming preliminaries. Indeed, just watch and see, Lin Binbin replied, commencing the repairs with a hammer against the mecha and Oppos' exterior. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, he suddenly stiffened and collapsed to the ground, grinning broadly. "Help! Save me!" As he gazed at the figure who had abruptly closed his eyes and begun snoring, Bai Ziren felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, upon turning his gaze back to the mecha, he was taken aback. The previously damaged mecha had astonishingly returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. Could there be an inherent connection between his fainting and the repair of the mecha? He ran his hand over the smooth exterior of the mecha, squinting as he became increasingly convinced that Lin Binbin was harboring some secrets. Yet, it made sense. As the guild leader, if he revealed everything to the others, he would become akin to a master who starves his own disciples. In truth, Lin Binbin had no intention of withholding information. There were simply some things he could not share. His slumber was deep, lasting from the afternoon until the following morning. Upon awakening, he found himself face to face with Lin Qin's furious expression, while Lin Xiao stood behind him, head bowed and looking somewhat anxious. "Sanzi, I told our parents about our plans to participate in the competition." Lin Binbin had initially intended to act without informing them, but that plan had clearly failed. "Father, we're merely going to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, we'll withdraw." Lin Binbin mustered a forced smile. "Withdrawing?" Lin Qin scoffed. "Do you understand why the preliminaries require traversing a forest?" Lin Binbin shook his head, confusion etched on his face. Seeing his bewilderment, Lin Qin immediately deduced that this unfortunate child had been led astray once again. "You child, I've told you to read more, but you insist on playing the fool. Oblivious even when sold out." Lin Qin glared at Lin Binbin, explaining that forest is known as the Rain Blood Forest, rumored to harbor extremely peculiar spirit beasts. They appear in groups and can silently drag people away to their demise. Even high-level beast tamers cannot guarantee their safe return. But many disciples from the sects will also participate. Surely those who set the rules wouldn't endanger their own disciples? Lin Binbin interjected. They know how to detect the location of these spirit beasts and avoid encounters, whereas you novices do not. This tactic not only helps them eliminate formidable opponents, but also weeds out some weaker ones, without needing to think. Lin Binbin was well aware that he belonged to the latter category. Noticing that Lin Qin was about to erupt in anger again, Lin Binbin quickly whispered, "But father, since you understand this so well, you must also know how to resolve it, right? You wouldn't just watch your son perish in there." "Indeed, father. Please share your wisdom with us," Lin Xiao chimed in quietly. Chapter 85. Successful registration. Are you truly going? Lin Binbin nodded. It was then that Lin Qin tossed a token to him. "Keep this token well. Once you arrive in the county town beyond the Blood Rain Forest, seek out someone named Dong Qizhen. He will arrange everything for you." "Dong Qizhen?" Lin Binbin inquired. "Yes, an acquaintance from before. He is in the medicinal herb business. Beyond the Blood Rain Forest lies Lingzhou, where the demand for herbs is substantial, hence many merchant caravans attempt to traverse the forest." Lin Binbin thought this was perfect and brazenly suggested to his father, Why not accompany us? It would be a great opportunity to catch up with an old friend. Besides, do you truly trust me and my elder brother to journey so far alone? If something were to happen, Mother would undoubtedly hold you accountable. Lin Qin shot him a glance. It and Appos. It's not about you and your brother. It and Appos. It's about you alone. Lin Xiaoshu will remain. Dad. Lin Xiaoshu interjected, growing anxious. My brother is young. I worry about him being alone. You have Uncle Zhang Yin accompanying you. What is there to fear? Upon hearing that Uncle Zhang Yin would indeed be going, Lin Binbin and Appos' expression immediately soured. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lin Qin continued, addressing Lin Xiaoshu. Your mother has instructed you to stay and study. The imperial examinations are approaching. No more foolishness with your brother. I have no desire for an official position. If it were an Appos, for those in the court, our Lin family would not have suffered such an unjust fate. Lin Xiaoshu pouted, feeling a surge of frustration. Having endured the trials of exile, the children now held a deep-seated aversion to the court. Even Lin Xiaoshu, who had always loved reading, instinctively recoiled at the mention of the imperial examinations. Apart from beast tamers, the court annually held examinations to recruit virtuous officials. Although the civil officials held a lower status than beast tamers, they wielded considerable influence in critical decisions. Individuals like Lin Binbin, who lacked a powerful background, could easily be branded as traitors, hunted throughout the realm. Although strength could instill fearlessness, it ultimately remained an inconvenient truth. Lin Qin contemplated the necessity of having at least one member from the family to facilitate connections, ensuring they wouldn't find themselves stranded in times of need. Among the three children, Lin Xiaoshu excelled academically. Lin Binbin rolled his eyes and chimed in, Father, since my brother is unwilling, being a beast tamer is quite commendable. They enjoy higher status. What is the point of being an official? You know nothing. Lin Qin scoffed, casting a stern glance at Lin Xiaoshu. You come with me. Lin Binbin pressed himself against the door, trying to eavesdrop. After shifting through various positions, he still couldn't catch a word of their conversation. Just as he contemplated whether to crack the door open, it swung wide. Lin Xiaoshu emerged, dejected, as if all light had faded from his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he stated, Third brother, I shall not go this time. Why not? Father, this is unfair. Lin Binbin shouted, only to receive a sharp slap across the head. Brat, what are you yelling about? Lin Qin glared at him. This decision is final. If you continue to fuss, don't even think about stepping outside. You might as well stay with your brother and study. You can help him with his work. The mere suggestion of studying sent a chill down Lin Binbin and Appos' spine, prompting him to leap back in fright. I think studying is great, brother. You work hard. I want to disturb your studies. With that, he dashed away. While playful, Lin Qin still felt the need to offer some advice. You little rascal, don't come back covered in injuries. Be sure to heed Uncle Zhang Yin's counsel, understood? Lin Binbin and Appos' voice faded as he called back. Don't worry, father. If danger arises, I'll be the first to flee. Lin Qin shook his head in resignation. Father. Third brother understands. You needn't Appos' worry too much, Lin Xiaoshu reassured before rising to take his leave, though his voice bore a somber tone. I shall take my leave now. Very well. Lin Qin watched his son and Appos' retreating figure, feeling a twinge of concern. Xiaoshu, do not blame your father. Some paths must be traversed. Your younger brothers are like monkeys, and as the eldest, you must shoulder more responsibility. Father, I understand. I will surely look after my two younger brothers. Whether it was Lin Qin and Appos' words that struck a chord with Lin Xiaoshu or he simply grasped his father and Appos' intentions, he appeared to mature significantly in that moment. Yet, witnessing this sudden maturity in his son stirred a strange emotion within Lin Qin. He opened his mouth to speak, but only managed to sigh. Very well, go. 3 days passed swiftly. Lin Binbin took the opportunity to seek out the divine physician, initially hoping to procure some life-saving herbs, but ended up facing a cold reception. For 3 consecutive days, the courtyard remained devoid of visitors, the nearby flowers curling due to lack of water, indicating they had not been tended to in a while. Could it be that the old man is avoiding me to the extent of not returning home? He pondered, recalling the physician and Appos' words about waiting for his name to clear, which seemed merely a delaying tactic. Bah, old fool, lacking in martial ethics. Lin Binbin muttered under his breath. Third brother, hurry up. It's time to set off. Qingmo and Appos' voice echoed outside. Lin Binbin turned and promptly mounted his mecha, quickly catching up to the group. As the machinery whirred to life, a figure emerged from the shadows, smiling, their gaze towards Lin Binbin softening further. Little one, until we meet again. As the words left their lips, the air suddenly tore open, and a massive wing retracted, transforming the courtyard into a vibrant floral landscape, devoid of the previous signs of neglect. Now, no one shall disturb me anymore. Ha ha ha. After nearly half a month, a figure clad in black robes strolled out from a county town bordering the blood rainforest. He gazed at the scenery before him, discerning the direction of the merchant caravan, then proceeded south with a few children in tow. Third brother, does this mean we have successfully registered? Chung Yamo raised a small card measuring 4 by 4 inches, holding it aloft as he squinted at the sun. As soon as he aligned it with the sunlight, a golden glow illuminated the card, revealing a statistical message at the top. Current number of registrants, 867, registered sex, 331, in the span of their conversation. Yet another beast tamer sect had registered, underscoring the fierce competition for this grand event. It seems we are indeed registered. We can use this card to compare the information and track the number of eliminations, Lin Binbin acknowledged, his gaze fixed ahead. We have located the Dong family caravan. Chapter 86. The talking ginseng spirit. Though Dong Qijin did not appear in person, upon receiving the token, she arranged for someone to meet them. The newcomer first cast a glance at Zhang Yan, then his gaze settled on Lin Binbin and her companions, furrowing his brow. Are you certain you wish to traverse the Rainblood Forest? It may not be safe for the children. If you intend to travel to Lingzhou, there are alternative routes by water, which are regularly cleared of aquatic monsters, and thus comparatively safer. This route is the most direct. But taking the waterway with the children would delay you by at least half a month. Zhang Yan refrained from disclosing their participation in the competition, instead smiling as he slipped a few spirit stones into the man and amp, Appos, hands, requesting a bit of leniency. Rest assured, we will not cause you any trouble. The man weighed the spirit stones, and then smiled in return. All right, but remember, should anything happen and you lose track of these children, I cannot be held accountable. Of course. Lin Binbin glanced toward the caravan, which comprised around 100 individuals, over 30 of whom were martial artists, with a modest contingent of beast tamers numbering at least 10. This demonstrated that Dong Qijin and Appos' merchant company held a considerable status in the region. Don't wander too far. You must return before noon. Understood, Uncle Zhang. During the preparations, Lin Binbin led a few companions to explore the nearby streets. Here, the medicinal herbs and elixirs were significantly pricier than those in the Dead Spirit Mountains, and even cold weapons were thrice the previous price. Thank goodness we bought earlier. Lin Binbin remarked. Chung Yamo, having spotted something curious, called everyone over. Come quickly and see what this is. He pointed to a ginseng the size of an infant, which seemed to sense the multitude of scrutinizing gazes. To their astonishment, a slit appeared above its roots, and a pair of ghostly white pupils gleamed to life. My goodness! It opened its eyes. Chung Yamo exclaimed, dropping to the ground in fright, while the others and Appos' expression shifted dramatically. Why are you all staring? The ginseng exclaimed, its voice surprisingly articulate. It attempted to lash out with its roots, but a red thread tied atop its head restrained it, preventing an immediate attack. This little creature looks rather peculiar, Lin Binbin observed, stepping closer. As she reached out, she narrowly avoided being bitten. The ginseng spirit was surprisingly fierce. You are the ugly one. Your entire family is ugly. The ginseng spirit retorted, its tendrils quivering in indignation as it began to wail. I am the ancient ancestor of the earth spirits, having lived for 350 years. You little brats should kneel before me. The childish tone of its proclamation lacked any authority, piquing Lin Binbin and Appos' interest. Only 300 years? Do you know how old I am? The ginseng spirit paused, gazing at her expectantly. Lin Binbin then held up 3 fingers. 3 years? It guessed, shaking its head. Could it be 300? Lin Binbin again shook her head. It's actually 30,000 years. By that count, you ought to regard me as your ancestor, Lin Binbin declared. Having traversed time, she was aware that although she couldn't and Appos' ascertain the exact temporal distance to the present, the existence of spirit beasts indicated a significant gap of millennia. The ginseng spirit and Appos' eyes darted, seemingly discerning Lin Binbin and Appos' fib. You're lying. You look like you're only a few years old. Meanwhile, The children continued to amuse themselves with the ginseng spirit, but Ziren suddenly halted, his smile vanishing as he gently tapped Lin Binbin's shoulder with his fan. Stop playing. We might have encountered acquaintances. Acquaintances? Who? Lin Binbin asked, puzzled. As she turned to see a large group of around 100 individuals marching with great fervor towards the Rainblood Forest. These individuals donned matching attire, suggesting they belonged to a single sect, their laughter and banter resonating through the air. At the rear of the procession strode a man clad in a black robe, his expression dark and brooding, distinguishing him from the others, who appeared to be outer disciples. Fengqin. He survived? Ziren scoffed. He is a disciple of the academy. Even if he is an outer disciple, the royal family has no authority over him. His eyes narrowed slightly as he remarked, this competition is becoming increasingly intriguing. As the crowd drew nearer, snippets of conversation reached their ears, confirming that there were energy fluctuations in the vicinity. Thankfully, no aggressive flying spirit beasts intruded. Our teacher would never deceive us. The rainforest is said to be fraught with peril. Even the senior disciples must pass through it with soul-concealing rings. Lin Binbin and Apos' gaze fell upon the group ahead, noting their potent spiritual energy and furrowing her brow. It appeared their energy was even more formidable than that of Uncle Jean. Coupled with their identities as beast tamers, it was a formidable presence. Indeed, the system returned a slew of question marks regarding these individuals. Avoid trouble. Successfully passing the preliminary rounds is our priority, Ziren cautioned, blocking their path, being the eldest present and feeling responsible for their safety. This is so annoying. Why must we constantly encounter members of the Feng clan? Chung Mo grumbled, shaking his fist. But now we aren't afraid of him, are we? Right, little ant. He patted the head of the worker ant, which seemed to receive some signal and nodded eagerly. In the past, in the Dead Spirit Mountains, the Feng clan had held sway over them, but now that they were outside, they need not bow to his whims. President, I support you in confronting him. Gungla chimed in, equally indignant. The Feng clan had bullied many in the exiled lands, and he lamented his previous inability to retaliate. But things are different now. Well, since my brothers are all in favor. Lin Binbin grinned mischievously, eliciting an exasperated look from Ziren. You're all mad. I can't control you anymore. If trouble arises, you'll have to explain yourselves to Uncle Jean, he sighed. Just then, an unexpected incident occurred. Did you not let that little ginseng spirit loose? A cold voice suddenly rang out as the two groups were about to cross paths, swiftly drawing Lin Binbin and her friend's attention. What? They turned to find no trace of the ginseng spirit, only a puddle of red thread on the ground. This. Lin Binbin quickly stepped back a few paces. Good sir, we swear we did not touch it. Chapter 87. Encountering an old acquaintance. Without further ado, there were only a few of you here just now. If it weren't for you, would this little ginseng spirit have sprouted legs and run away on its own? Compensation is necessary, otherwise, this matter cannot be settled. At that moment, a horse suddenly halted before the crowd, and a young man with a somber expression fixed his gaze intently on a figure. Upon seeing the newcomer, the previously obstinate merchant's face instantly transformed into a forced smile, and he obsequiously remarked, it is someone from the academy. Please, feel free to choose. Anything you desire will be given to you free of charge. This is troublesome. During the exchange, Lin Binbin sensed something was amiss and cursed inwardly. He had not anticipated that even from such a distance, Ting Qin would notice him. Ting Qin's gaze was as cold as a serpent's, and upon locking eyes with those pitch-black orbs, his expression changed abruptly. Indeed, it was him. You troublesome brat, you've been quite hard to find. If it weren't for the Lin family, how could the Tung family face such a collective punishment, leading to his own diminished status within the academy? The humiliation he suffered that day remained vivid in his memory. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his mentor, he might have perished in the ancestral hall. The days following his rescue were no better. In order to survive, he had even sought out a demonic physician, becoming a test subject. Although he had reconnected his tendons and bones, the relentless regime of soaking in toxic concoctions and consuming bizarre herbs felt akin to a purgatory. Because of this, his abilities were significantly diminished, and the spirit beasts he could command had dropped from B rank to C rank, losing his dual affinity as well. He harbored deep resentment towards everyone from the Lin family. The suppressed fury within him surged uncontrollably, reaching a point where he could no longer contain it. Today, he would undoubtedly kill this little brat. Almost instinctively, he lunged forward, drawing his sword in a swift motion. Lin Binbin, having endured several battles, had sharpened his senses significantly. Feeling the impending threat, he quickly retreated. At that moment, the mecha struck, delivering a punch that surged forth like lightning, landing heavily on Teng Qin's chest. Instantly, blood spurted from Teng Qin's mouth, and his complexion turned ashen. Surprised that his adversary had not been slain by a single blow, Lin Binbin intended to call upon the white ape for another strike, but the figure suddenly vanished like a phantom before the eyes of the onlookers. By the time he regained his composure, Teng Qin had already caught up with the front ranks. Master, help! A powerful surge of malevolent spiritual energy pierced toward Lin Binbin's head. As he sidestepped to evade, a terrifying visage suddenly appeared before the crowd. Beside him, Ziren froze momentarily before recognizing the threat. This is bad. It's the ghost-faced butterfly. Lin Binbin, watch your sides. This creature can attack through space. Do not underestimate it. This meant it was comparable to Uncle Zhang, Yan's demonic dragonfly, both being spatial entities. Just as the warning left his lips, a small rift tore open in the upper right space, unleashing a flurry of sharp blades aimed directly at Lin Binbin's position. The surrounding crowd halted, bewildered by the sudden escalation of battle. Upon realizing the assailants were disciples from the academy, their expressions turned dazed. Academy disciples? Who is so reckless as to provoke them? Do they wish to court death? Look, isn't that a child? Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, prompting a wave of heated gazes to converge on Lin Binbin. With a resounding boom, a compact sphere of white flames erupted violently, rapidly spreading in all directions. Soon, the onlookers witnessed the ghost-faced butterfly, which had been lurking in the spatial realm, revealed in its true form. It was a tiny black butterfly, no larger than a palm. Sunlight glinted off its wings, revealing a composition of ghastly faces. The reason why he had taken Teng Qin under his wing was due to his dual affinity as a beast master, as well as their shared butterfly spirit beast lineage. Master, be cautious. This boy's spirit beast is problematic. As Teng Qin shouted, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. Gazing at Lin Binbin, the onlookers were astonished to discover that this young child was also a beast master, and even more absurdly, that the spirit beast he commanded had forced the ghost-faced butterfly to reveal itself. Such a spectacle was unprecedented. Lin Binbin, you escaped last time. But with my master present now, you shall not elude capture. Teng Qin's face flushed with anger, his eyes fixated on the still smirking figure before him. He was eager to witness how long this impudent child could maintain his bravado. I say, Teng Qin, you are no longer a child. Why do you still rely on your master to intervene? It's one thing for you to embarrass yourself, but what if your master is defeated as well? That would be quite the blow to your pride. Lin Binbin's gaze swept across the crowd gathered nearby, chuckling coldly. It appeared that Teng Qin was not faring well within the academy. Aside from his master, none were willing to come to his aid. However, this indifference suited Lin Binbin's intentions perfectly. Upon hearing Lin Binbin's taunts, the surrounding individuals paused, their expression shifting to one of incredulity as they regarded Teng Qin. They had only ever heard of the academy bullying others, never of its disciples being bullied in return. Ha ha ha, what a sharp-tongued little brat. Just as the crowd hesitated, a cold sneer emerged from behind the academy disciples. A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe, hands clasped behind his back, sauntered forth. His gaze swept over Lin Binbin. A metal affinity spirit beast cultivated to such a degree? You truly possess some talent, but this is where it ends. Logically, for injuring my disciple, you should be slain on the spot. However, considering your youth, I advise you to surrender peacefully to avoid further suffering. This was Wei He, a second-tier mentor of the academy, renowned for his mastery of spatial attacks. It was said that his spirit butterfly had even mastered the art of creating clones, allowing it to switch between dimensions for pursuit. No matter how far you hid, he could still find you. Ziren, observing the situation, quietly advised. But there is a weakness. Lin Binbin raised an eyebrow, curious. What is it? This type of spirit butterfly lacks vision, relying solely on scent for its attacks. Therefore, its accuracy against spirit beasts is nearly flawless, but our mecha, it has no scent. With this revelation, Lin Binbin recalled how the mecha had been able to strike true against the spirit butterfly earlier. Initially, he had thought the spirit butterfly weak. Little did he know it was due to this very reason. Chapter 88. Witness the art of explosion. It turns out to be a blind spirit beast, surprisingly. It suits them well. Noticing Lin Binbin and Appo's prolonged silence, Wei He's expression darkened slightly. He coldly mocked Dr. Yi and ceased any further discourse, commanding, kill him. Upon hearing their master's command, the ghost-faced butterfly abruptly vanished from the sight of the onlookers. In an instant, A gash over half a meter long tore open right before Lin Binbin. 1, 2. The rips multiplied, swiftly consuming all visible space. Within each tear, a ghostly visage could be seen, shrouded in dark mist, clawing and gnashing as if vengeful spirits had descended, intent on devouring all within their gaze. Be careful! A panicked shout echoed as the surrounding malevolence surged, and cold blades flew towards the solitary figure standing in the center like a torrential downpour. Under the sun and Oppos, glare. The flying daggers glinted ominously. Lin Binbin and Oppos' expression gradually turned frigid. With a swift motion, he raised an assault rifle to his shoulder. Let you witness the power of firearms, he declared. White ape, fire at will. The explosions erupted instantaneously, a cacophony of sound merging into a singular roar. Dazzling flames intertwined with white-cold fire as if they were encircled from all directions. The onlookers perceived the air around them charged, as if lightning had screamed past their ears. In that moment, it was impossible to discern how many shots had been fired. All that was visible was the ghost-faced butterfly's assault space, shattered in an instant, vanishing one after another. Goodness, could this child be a disciple of some formidable sect? This spirit beast is incredibly powerful. What spirit beast? Can't you see the magical artifact in his hand? It doesn't require charging and allows for continuous attacks. How impressive. What explosive force? How much silver would this artifact cost? Perhaps it was just another young heir out for a stroll. I mean, who would dare provoke the academy? Listening to the surrounding discussions, He felt a pang of doubt rising within him, especially upon witnessing his spirit beast's skills being effortlessly dismantled one after another. His brows knitted tightly together. The combat prowess was too formidable. He dared not wager the life of his spirit beast against the possibility that this lad had more tricks up his sleeve. Feng Qin, unleash any additional tricks you have. I'm just getting started. Lin Binbin shouted excitedly, having already struck a significant portion of the ghost-faced butterfly. Master, please disregard their nonsense. This boy is merely a criminal slave. What background could he possibly have? You must avenge your disciple. Feng Qin hurriedly explained, knowing he could rely solely on Wei He at this moment. Yet, Wei He remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on the mech, lost in contemplation. Before he could gather his thoughts, the ominous whooshing sound above began to slow, an unsettling feeling creeping in. In the next heartbeat, he witnessed the mech wielding an even larger weapon. In an instant, Wei He snapped back to reality, nearly shouting in terror, "You dare, boy!" Indeed, Lin Binbin's intention was to annihilate the ghost-faced butterfly. Regardless of its A-class status, under absolute power, it held no capacity for resistance. The assault rifle unleashed a barrage upon the final remnants of the spectral foes, and Lin Binbin swiftly rolled into a corner, seeking cover. Everyone stood in shock, only to erupt into frantic retreat upon witnessing the energy orbs coalescing within the cannon. White ape, kill. No. Wei He thought quickly, attempting to summon back the ghost-faced butterfly. But alas, it was too late. A scorching wave sliced through the air, the explosive sound nearly shattering the eardrums of the onlookers. Wood shavings and sparks flew. When they looked up again, the street was engulfed in thick smoke. When the haze finally cleared, there was no sign of Wei He or Feng Qin, nor any trace of the Academy's disciples, who had seemingly vanished without a trace. Damn it, they slipped away. Lin Binbin wiped the sweat from his brow, scoffing softly. Ching Mo and his companions quickly gathered around, their expressions not filled with concern, but rather exhilaration. Did I just see correctly? This is an A-class spirit beast. Sanzi, did you single-handedly take down an A-class spirit beast? Someone pinch me, I must be dreaming. Only Ziren maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze shifting between Lin Binbin and the mech, taking a couple of steps forward to silently erase the Academy's tracking marks left on the prey. Let us hope this helps. As people cast terrified glances at Lin Binbin, those anxious stares finally dissipated after they had walked 2 blocks. Phew. Lin Binbin exhaled. But before he could fully relax, his gaze hesitated. You all go find Uncle Zhang Yin. I need a moment. Always so troublesome. Hurry up. We'll wait for you ahead. Ziren frowned, his slender eyes scanning Lin Binbin before leading the other 2 toward Zhang Yin's location. And you 2, move quickly. Stop with the petty antics. Chang Mo grumbled, rolling his eyes. Fine, since you bought me the roast chicken, I'll begrudgingly listen to you this once. But don't let it happen again, he declared, taking a bite of the chicken leg as he sped off on his work errand. Lin Binbin glanced to the right, spotting a shadow darting past. He hesitated briefly before stepping in the opposite direction. A-class spirit beast, phantom beast, A-class spirit beast, black rock demon tiger, A-class spirit beast, crimson flame vulture, a string of A-class spirit beasts. It appeared Feng Qin's master had truly invested heavily this time. Lin Binbin maintained an outwardly calm facade, as if entirely unaware of being followed. Proceeding as usual while his mechanical beast swiftly blended into the crowd, his gaze remained fixed on Wei He and the others, trailing them through a series of twists and turns until he finally stood up again, this time heading toward a desolate alley. What on earth does this little fellow intend to do? Let us follow and see. Just as Lin Binbin's figure entered the alley, a spirit beast resembling an eagle suddenly appeared, swiftly unfurling its wings, and in the blink of an eye, the entire alley vanished into thin air. The two groups were merely 100 meters apart, and as one disciple prepared to advance, Wei He suddenly cautioned, "Be careful, this little one is tougher than we imagined." "Rest assured, master. I have a plan. Today, this little brat shall not see the light of day again." Yet as they stepped into the alley, their expressions changed abruptly. The alley was utterly vacant, devoid of any trace of humanity. Chapter 89. Ambush. Lin Binbin had vanished. Wei He was taken aback, exclaiming, "What do you mean? Gone?" "We witnessed that brat enter the alley, and my brothers even went to the back to intercept him, yet nothing. It and Oppos. As if he has disappeared into thin air." Beside him, Ting Qin furrowed his brow, about to speak when a deafening explosion erupted, startling everyone. The ground trembled violently, and the walls of the alley were suddenly shattered, debris collapsing. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of elite spirit beasts and humans lay strewn across the ground. Ting Qin and Oppos' face was filled with horror. This child and Oppos' combat prowess had far exceeded his expectations. Wei He and Oppos' expression changed dramatically as he barked, "It and Oppos' a trap." Before they could retreat, a figure darted past them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless glimmers of cold light shot overhead. Under such an unrelenting assault, even Wei He could not afford to stop and defend himself. All the scattered academy disciples were forced back together, facing none other than Lin Binbin. The towering mech stood impassively, seemingly indifferent to the group before it. If the assault did not originate from this mech, then who could it be? A mixture of astonishment and trepidation filled Wei He and Oppos' eyes. This little rascal truly had a hidden ace. In an instant, every individual was covered in a myriad of bloodstains, their clothes and hair disheveled, utterly devoid of the grace expected of academy disciples. "Ha ha ha, are you all here to perform for me? TSK, how did you end up in such a sorry state?" Lin Binbin laughed heartily, disregarding appearances. "I must say, you have succeeded. Your antics truly amuse me. Given your earnest efforts, I shall grant you the favor of leaving you intact." Such murderous words, uttered by Lin Binbin, felt utterly discordant. Yet they understood deep down that this seemingly youthful child possessed such formidable strength. "Everyone, attack together. Eliminate that brat." Wei He's chilling voice rang out, and without hesitation, the mech behind Lin Binbin sprang into action, unleashing a shockwave that sent the opposing spirit beasts flying. By the looks of it, its power had likely reached the A-grade level. As Wei He's command echoed, several powerful academy members summoned their spirit beasts, various forms materializing as they charged toward the mech. The forces collided violently, each impact sending waves of energy surging outward. The encircled mech, seemingly impervious to pain, retaliated fiercely with brutal strikes, blood spilling as it moved, leaving behind trails of crimson. The figure standing amidst the bloodshed remained as immovable as a mountain, never once shifting from its position. "You lot, take this opportunity to kill that brat." The greatest taboo for beast tamers was to be isolated. This child, oblivious to the need for self-preservation while his spirit beasts battled, leisurely observed the fight. They could hardly be blamed for their intentions. A spirit snake coiling around an arm surged toward the slender figure, its ambush executed with such speed that it was nearly undetectable. Just as it was about to sink its fangs into Lin Binbin and Oppos' throat, a silver flash suddenly descended from above, striking the spirit snake. In the next moment, the force was upon him. Feeling the rush of wind, Wei He's expression shifted, instinctively raising a hand to defend. Bang! The silver light crashed into Wei He, sending him staggering. With a soft crack, his protective artifact shattered, and he let out a muffled groan, his face paling rapidly. "It's a spirit beast." That little brat has two spirit beasts. Apart from the mech still trapped in combat, a snow-white figure appeared before them, a small cat the size of an arm. The mechanical cat stretched languidly, its icy gaze fixated on the group, before it lifted its head and began to saunter toward them. That was the one that just clawed us. It had managed to launch its attack without their spirit beasts detecting it. What level of spirit beast could it possibly be? Ha ha ha. Ting Qin, I recall you saying earlier that you would definitely kill me today. Why the hesitation? Are you waiting for me to strike first? Lin Binbin laughed, his bright eyes glinting with coldness. Then allow me to oblige. Lightning, let them witness your prowess. As the words fell, the cat that had been before them vanished completely. Where did that cat go? Even Wei, he felt a rising sense of agitation. Their team had already suffered injuries, and if anything else went awry, he would struggle to explain it to the academy. Master, be careful. In midair, Wei was suddenly struck hard, the force sending his body reeling backward. Before he could catch his breath, another strike descended. In a desperate retreat, a griffin swooped in to shield Wei. But before it could engage in more than 2 exchanges, half its body was brutally torn apart by razor-sharp claws. The mechanical cat landed gracefully, nonchalantly grooming the blood from its claws, a motion that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Ting Qin, who had hoped to regain his footing, now saw his chances dwindling. His face twisted in rage, he bit down on his tongue, forcibly summoning his spirit beast. As the Black Panther emerged, an ancient and mysterious power rapidly spread through the air, causing even the spirit beasts engaged with the white ape to instinctively halt their actions, trembling slightly. Lin Binbin, you have forced my hand. This is an ancient spirit beast. Let us see how you escape. The Black Panther, familiar from Ting Qin's side, had remained dormant until now. Its capabilities remained unknown. Could it truly be an ancient divine beast? That would spell disaster. Glimpsing the system's prompt, Lin Binbin felt reassured. The juvenile form of the scale beast, bloodthirsty and murderous, wielding spatial control and capable of consuming all. Alas, the current specimen is a hybrid of a panther and scale beast, impure. If you cannot defeat even this creature, you have no right to call yourself a mechanic. A hybrid spirit beast, how formidable could it truly be? Very well, but if your spirit beast dies, do not shed any tears, Lin Binbin replied coolly, his words sending a chill through the opposing party. Chapter 90. Those who mix with the wrong crowd will eventually pay the price. Lightning, rare, combat mech, quality. Purple, basic attributes, defense 23, attack 469, speed 863, attribute bonus, in berserk state. Speed attack increases by 10, attached skills, instant kill, rapidly strike 5 times, lightning wave, continuous electric attribute attack that can ignore defense. Though merely of purple quality, its combat prowess and speed are exceptional. Were it not for its lackluster defense, this lightning mech could very well rival the red tier. After testing the waters for 2 rounds, the mechanical cat suddenly halted and vanished into thin air. As soon as the cat disappeared, Ting Qin sensed something amiss. His expression shifting dramatically. Before he could react, a glint of cold light flashed from the side and struck his arm with brutal force, severing it and leaving him bleeding profusely. The sharp pain in his arm elicited a heart-wrenching scream from Ting Qin. The injury seemed to weaken his control over the Black Panther, which flickered momentarily before barely regaining stability. Kill him. Just kill him. Upon hearing this, the Black Panther lunged toward the position of the mechanical cat, its jaws wide open, seemingly intent on devouring it whole. A futile act of defiance, alas. No matter how fiercely you resist, you are no match for me. Observing Ting Qin and Appos' plight, Lin Binbin let out a cold snort. Do you understand now why my cat is named Lightning? Ting Qin glared venomously at the unblemished youth across from him, a sudden realization dawning upon him. His eyes brimming with terror. The mechanical cat chose not to retreat but instead engaged head-on, transforming into a streak of silvery light that collided fiercely with the Black Panther. Before it charged, everyone clearly saw its form enveloped in crackling electricity, the lightning intensifying until an explosive sound echoed through the air. Wei's expression darkened, and he immediately pulled Ting Qin away. No, master. My spirit beast is still inside. Disciple, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not worry about firewood. Now is not the time for bravado. Wei signaled to several others, and Ting Qin was swiftly lifted away. Once they reached a concealed location, Wei began to assess the casualties. The losses were devastating, with several key members gone, and his heart ached with grief. What on earth happened? Ting Qin, I hope you are not deceiving me. Is this child truly just an ordinary beast master? Ting Qin, unable to process the news of his spirit beasts and Appos' slaughter, broke down in tears, crying out, why? Why has it come to this? The Black Panther, which had taken him nearly 3 years to capture, was supposed to be his trump card. Yet, it had been swiftly slain before Lin Binbin's spirit beast. How had Lin Binbin grown so powerful? Was there truly a formidable sect backing him? Observing the expression on his disciple's face, Wei He understood the gravity of the situation. This is bad. That brat has slipped away again. Upon hearing this, the others and Appo's faces paled. Master, what should we do? That little brat won't come back for revenge, will he? If we had known, we would never have come here. Now we're in a mess. The gazes directed at Teng Qin were filled with anger. If it weren't an Appo's for him, they would not be in such dire straits. Wei He scoffed. That brat would love nothing more than for us to turn against each other, allowing him to pick us off one by one. He turned to one of his disciples, instructing, take your team and scout the surroundings. Inform me immediately if you find anything. Understood. For now, they could only take one step at a time. After waiting for nearly half an hour with no activity, Teng Qin's group contemplated a retreat. Perhaps the brat has long since left. Those nearby looked at Teng Qin, unable to suppress their scorn. Teng Shixiao, we risked our lives for your sake. You must not forget us when this is over. I recall you have a fine artifact in your room. Why not bring it out for everyone to admire? Teng Qin's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth in silence. Seeing his reaction, the speaker was dissatisfied and was about to lecture this oblivious senior brother when familiar mechanical sounds suddenly filled the air. Not good, get down. Wei He's expression changed abruptly. Without a moment to think, he pushed Teng Qin to the ground as gunfire erupted. A barrage of bullets swept perilously close to their heads. When they turned back, they realized they had lost more than half their number. With even their spirit beasts riddled with bullets, that vile brat intends to annihilate us completely. Wei He glared at the figure before swiftly evading, dragging Teng Qin as they fled toward the rain-blood forest. Run! Master, help me! Master! Behind them, cries of anguish echoed, but Wei He paid no heed. As long as Teng Qin survived, he could claim a portion of the Teng family and Appo's assets. The fates of the others were no longer his concern. If the academy inquired later, he would simply say they encountered danger in the rain-blood forest, and that would be the end of it. Fortunately, his standing was not particularly high, and the disciples he took under his wing lacked significant backgrounds. The two fled without looking back. Meanwhile, Lin Binbin maintained surveillance through the mechanical bees, confirming the duo's position. Just as they were about to exit the outskirts and enter the rain-blood forest, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, blocking their path. It was a mech, Lin Binbin's mech. Teng Qin's legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. What do you want? You've already killed my brothers. Is this not enough for your vengeance? Lin Binbin frowned, slowly stepping out from behind the mech. The way you put it, it sounds as if this is my fault. You were the ones who attacked me first. How dull. Had I known you were this incompetent, I would not have gone to such lengths. With that, a gunshot rang out. Teng Qin, reacting swiftly, pushed his master out of the way as he retreated. Wei He's eyes widened in disbelief at his disciple's desperate attempt to escape. Wei He froze, and the next moment, a blood hole appeared in the center of his forehead. The force of the bullet had exited the back of his head, splattering blood across Teng Qin's face. In the following instant, the bullet pierced through Teng Qin's heart. His expression froze as he opened his mouth to speak, but his body slumped to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 91. Eccentricity, the impudent brat has returned. Upon seeing Lin Binbin reclining with his hands behind his head in a nonchalant manner, Zhang Yan's irritation flared. You come here. I shall impart some discipline on your behalf. Lin Binbin, hearing this, swiftly darted behind the mech, pouting in protest. Aren't you going to let me breathe? You could linger for an hour. Zhang Yan retorted, exasperated. Lin Binbin wore a look of grievance, clearly taken aback that he was being scolded when he was merely responding to a query. Just as Zhang Yan was about to seize Lin Binbin, a robust man emerged from behind, chuckling as he patted Zhang Yan's shoulder. Brother Zhang, children are often like this. Why take offense? Recognizing the man, Zhang Yan inhaled deeply, still glaring at Lin Binbin, yet turning to smile at his interlocutor. You are unaware, my friend, this rascal possesses an uncanny knack for trouble. His father entrusted me with his care, and should anything go awry, I would have much to explain to his parents. I see. Are you also escorting children to Lingzhou for apprenticeship? The man inquired. Well, in a sense. The two men engaged in amiable conversation while Lin Binbin blinked. Noticing the stranger's unfamiliarity, he stepped out from behind the mech and draped his arm over Cheng Mo's shoulder. Who is this fellow? He's traveling with us, intending to apprentice in Lingzhou. I've heard that many sects will be recruiting new disciples after the upcoming election, providing an opportunity for children without familial backing. Chang Mo gestured towards the rear of the caravan, indicating a group of individuals. Look, those are all eager to traverse the forest for apprenticeship. As Lin Binbin followed Chang Mo's gesture, he spotted over a dozen individuals, adults accompanied by children of similar age to him and his companions. No wonder they used the term also, it all makes sense now. This is beneficial. It alleviates the awkwardness of their presence among us, he mused. The caravan seemed to be lingering, waiting for something, and as Lin Binbin grew restless, the leader finally rose. The leader, a man named Min Hu, a warrior reputed for having single-handedly defeated an A-grade spiritual beast, was appointed as the escort due to his exceptional prowess. Time is of the essence, prepare yourselves. We shall set forth. The caravan's vehicles slowly entered the forest, with Lin Binbin and his group trailing behind. Is this the Rainblood Forest? Lin Binbin gazed up at the trees ahead and remarked, it seems no different from an ordinary forest. A nearby companion cautioned, do not underestimate this place. It harbors great dangers, including man-eating beasts and other sinister entities. Upon hearing this, the previously exuberant children fell silent, their eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, as if anticipating the emergence of some lurking creature. This tactic was akin to the age-old tale of the wolf is coming. It appears that every era has its own version. Lin Binbin shook his head dismissively, unconcerned, as Ziran chuckled beside him. He speaks the truth. There are indeed tales of the supernatural here. Once, a foolhardy individual entered the forest to hunt, but within the span of a single incense stick, 7 corpses floated in the nearby stream, those who had ventured into the woods. Even more disturbing, they were all headless. Officials dispatched by the court investigated. The necks bore clean incisions, not resembling wounds inflicted by beasts or spiritual creatures. And there was no trace of blood, as if some malevolent spirit had spirited away their heads. A chill swept through the group, causing everyone to shrink back, hardly daring to breathe. Look over there, Ziran pointed with his folding fan. The reason for our delay is that this Taoist has calculated the timing to be inauspicious. Following Ziran's gesture, they observed a burly man at the front of the caravan, shouldering a knife taller than himself, clad in a yellow Taoist robe. He held a compass and muttered incantations, performing calculations before summoning the rest of the group to proceed. This peculiar behavior even stirred doubts in Lin Binbin's mind. Could it truly be that ominous? The caravan's route was predetermined, yet the insistence on calculations implied that they were not merely assessing the path but the timing itself. Only by setting forth at the correct moment could their journey proceed normally. Chang Mo, closely trailing Lin Binbin, nervously stammered, 3, could there really be a problem? Perhaps we should take the water route instead and meet up in Lingzhou. They wouldn't know. The water route. Lin Binbin recalled the card received during the competition, which now bore several ominous red characters. Detected that the contestant has entered the examination area. Please proceed promptly. Task completion time, 3 days. Good heavens. There's a time limit. The group hastily pulled out their cards, confirming they all bore the same message. The notion of retreat was forcibly abandoned. To ensure their safe arrival, Zhang Yan engaged Min Hu in discussion. 3 days? That seems impossible. Min Hu shook his head, unless we hasten our pace. But doing so would jeopardize my cargo. My friend, I understand your urgency, yet since we have entered the forest, let us not entertain other thoughts. Preserving our lives is paramount. Without life, there can be no further concerns. His words rang true, and the group exchanged glances, collectively sighing. After a tense half-day of travel without incident, a campfire was finally lit, illuminating the faces of the weary travelers. The children who had been following them gathered around the fire. Initially, Lin Binbin had paid them little mind, but now seated opposite them, he noticed one child stood out. Accompanied by an elderly woman with snow-white hair and deep-set wrinkles, the child, seemingly around 7 or 8, bore an unsettling countenance. His skin pale as jade under the flickering flames, and his narrow, slanted eyes evoked a sense of treachery. Sensing Lin Binbin's gaze, the boy lowered his head. Pressing closer to the old woman, his lips tightly pursed in anxiety. Both figures exuded an air of peculiarity, piquing Lin Binbin and Appo's curiosity. Just as he was observing, a piece of clothing was suddenly thrown over, blocking his view. Chapter 92, The Flesh of Tai Sui. What are you staring at? Go, sit at the back. TCH, bullying the children. Zhang Yin shot a glance at him, and Lin Binbin, feeling aggrieved, muttered a few words under his breath before joining the others at the back. The caravan had brought roasted flatbreads, distributing several to them. While these were filling, they were also quite tough to chew. Fortunately, Lin Binbin had prepared in advance, bringing along some cured pork. A group of children gathered around, and Lin Binbin skewered the meat on a twig and held it over the fire. Before long, the fat began to ooze out, and the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. The sound of people swallowing saliva filled the space, their eyes following Lin Binbin's every movement. If the one roasting the meat had been an adult, they would have certainly approached to beg for a taste, however. In this case, they felt too embarrassed to ask. "Three of you? Are you ready to eat?" Cheng Mo's mouth watered as he watched the meat skewers being lifted. Unable to contain himself, he finally asked. "Not yet. I'll teach you a new way to eat," Lin Binbin replied as he took the flatbread from their hands, slicing it in half with a small knife and inserting the roasted meat within. A meat sandwich was thus created. Cheng Mo eagerly accepted it, not bothering to examine it closely before shoving it into his mouth. Watching Cheng Mo's face light up with delight, Bai Ziren and Gung Lu reached out for their own portions. "Give me one," Bai Ziren requested. "President, may I have one too?" Of course, Lin Binbin replied, distributing the sandwiches to both of them before finally indulging in his own. One bite of the roasted meat, and the juices flowed from the corners of his mouth. What bliss! If only a bowl of hot soup were to appear right now, it would be even more delightful. Lin Binbin was unaware of how others were tasting their food. All he knew was that he was thoroughly enjoying it. Just then, Zhang Yin tapped him lightly on the head. "You little rascal, are you only thinking of yourself? Give me another piece." "Help yourself. There is still plenty of meat left." Zhang Yin did not argue but replicated Lin Binbin's method, sharing some with the eager children nearby. However, when he offered some to a thin-faced child, the old woman beside him declined. "Thank you, but my grandson cannot eat meat." Zhang Yin's expression turned serious as he inquired, "Is the child ill?" "Yes. He has been sick since birth. Recently, it has flared up again, and he cannot sleep at night. His body is turning blue, and he refuses to eat or drink." "Haven't you sought a doctor?" Lin Binbin asked, turning his gaze toward her. The old woman shook her head. "Of course, I have sought help from countless physicians, but to no avail. Thus, I thought to bring him to Lingzhou, where there are many capable individuals. I hope this child can soon be free from his ailment and live like a normal person." The child in the old woman's arms seemed to sense the growing attention directed at him, shrinking further into her embrace, leaving only the back of his head visible to the onlookers. In light of the situation, Zhang Yin refrained from saying anything further and left a piece of bread for the old woman. "Madam, if he cannot eat, you must at least consume a little. The journey to Lingzhou is long, and if you were to collapse, what would become of this child?" Initially, the old woman intended to refuse, but upon hearing this, she reluctantly accepted the roasted flatbread. "Thank you." Once Zhang Yin returned, Lin Binbin scooted closer. "Uncle Zhang, do you suspect something is wrong with that child?" "Why do you say that?" "Since I saw the child, I noticed your gaze drifting towards him repeatedly. You must have looked at him over 100 times on this journey." "I'm not blind." Zhang Yin frowned, hesitating for a moment before narrowing his eyes. "I just find the child's symptoms somewhat familiar, as if I have seen them somewhere before. It's the symptom of possessing Tai Sui." Bai Ziren approached from behind and sat beside them, his complexion pale, his pupils clouded. Coupled with the old woman's previous remarks about the symptoms being present since birth, it was evident this child was afflicted by this condition, a rare and potent essence. "Essence?" Lin Binbin asked, taken aback. "Yes, a spirit beast and Apos' essence." Before Lin Binbin could inquire further, Bai Ziren's gaze sharpened. This journey into the rainforest may prove perilous. Through Bai Ziren's explanation, Lin Binbin grasped the significance of this essence. It was akin to Tai Sui, said to prolong life and enhance vitality. At merely 7 years old, the child was already overwhelmed by the fragrance emanating from within. If that were truly the case, it would spell disaster, indicating they were accompanied by a potential disaster waiting to unfold. Should the spirit beast go into a frenzy, the consequences could be dire. It was clear that Min who had also noted the child. After inquiring with the old woman, he turned to the Taoist priest, who shook his head with a grave expression. "My advice is to abandon them. If we were to abandon them now, the old woman and child would surely perish." The caravan and Apos' primary task was to transport goods. Taking people along was merely incidental. If these individuals were to impede their progress, Min would undoubtedly prioritize the former. "Madam, may I have a word?" Before the old woman could rise, Lin Binbin had already approached, grasping Min and Apos' wrist. With an innocent smile, he suggested, "What if we let them follow us from a distance?" "That is not feasible. I will not allow any factors that may affect our progress to exist." Min frowned, contemplating. "Perhaps I could send someone to escort you back." "No, we cannot return. If we do, the child will surely perish." The old woman knelt suddenly, pleading, "Sir, I beg you, allow us to follow." 200 meters, no, 500 meters. We promise we will not cause you any trouble. Please. The old woman continued to bow her head, and perhaps moved by their plight, Minhu hesitated. Think carefully. 500 meters will place you beyond the caravan and Appos, as protection. If anything were to happen, quickly thank the gentleman. He has agreed to let you follow, Lin Binbin gently reminded. Upon hearing this, the old woman finally understood, quickly expressing her gratitude and truly retreating to 500 meters away as agreed. Watching the flickering lights in the darkness, Lin Binbin and the others conferred in hushed tones. We have our mechanized armor for protection. If spirit beasts were to attack, we could defend ourselves and perhaps lend a hand. Kid, you need to think this through. Are you truly willing to get involved? Zhang Yan looked at him. This matter does not concern you. Chapter 93, an uninvited guest yet, he merely sought to survive. What fault lay in that? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yan was momentarily taken aback, for he had never anticipated that Lin Binbin, at such a tender age, could possess such profound insight. I am indifferent. My sole task is to ensure your safe passage through this place. The rest is for you to deliberate amongst yourselves. Lin Binbin remarked, casting a glance at the others. Bai Ziren replied, I am amenable. Cheng Yimo added, I will go wherever Sanzi goes. Genglu stated, I will heed the president and Appos' decision. Very well, it is settled then. Lin Binbin declared, rising to his feet. He surveyed the martial artists within the camp before leading the group toward the boys and Appos' position. Their actions attracted the curious glances of those nearby. Have they lost their minds? Departing from the group without consent? Someone mused. Perhaps they are relying on their spirit beasts. Those imposing creatures trailing behind them seem formidable, suggesting they possess some means of protection. Otherwise, why would they dare to play the hero? Minhu cast a fleeting glance at the group before his gaze returned to his own team. Even from a distance, his concern lingered. Tonight, we shall enhance our patrols. Remain vigilant and report every half hour. Is that understood? Understood. As the moon hung high, the crackling of the campfire illuminated the faces of the children. The boy appeared unaccustomed to social interaction, displaying a certain shyness as he gazed at the others, though a glimmer of excitement flickered across his jade-green cheeks. Previously, no peers had shown a willingness to approach him. Lin Binbin and his companions were the first to extend their friendship. What is your name? Lin Binbin inquired. Taking the initiative, Zhang Yi, the boy replied. I am Lin Binbin. This is Cheng Yimo, and the one beside him is Bai Ziren. As conversation flowed, the atmosphere grew lively, especially with Lin Binbin and Appos as presents, and soon Zhang Yi found himself laughing as well. The elderly woman nearby watched, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Fearing her grandson and Appos' notice, she discreetly turned her head, hastily wiping her eyes. You mentioned you Don and Appos' feel hunger even when you skip meals. Is that true? The curious children gathered around Zhang Yi. Shyly, he nodded and murmured, I can go without food or water for half a month. Impressive, Cheng Yimo exclaimed, raising a thumb in admiration. I, however, cannot endure even a single meal without meat. I would feel as though I were starving, devoid of strength to walk. You are merely greedy. You never skipped a meal when meat was absent. Hearing Lin Binbin and Appos' words, Cheng Yimo chuckled sheepishly. But one cannot starve, can they? Lin Binbin shook his head in resignation before tearing off a piece of meat to chew. While they engaged in light-hearted banter, Zhang Yi suddenly pointed behind them. He is with you too, right? The group paused, turning to discover an unexpected sight. A plump, bare-bottomed toddler had appeared behind them. All, including Zhang Yan, sprang to their feet. Cheng Yimo, upon seeing the child, trembled in fright and shouted, A ghost! A ghost! At this outcry, Lin Binbin and Bai Ziren immediately assumed defensive stances, with two mechs rushing to shield the toddler. The group stood poised for action, yet the child showed no sign of alarm, tilting his head with large, grape-like eyes fixated on Lin Binbin. As the group pondered the child and Appos' intentions, he suddenly erupted in laughter. Hiki, I recognize you. I recognize you. The child and Appos' laughter echoed through the woods, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Lin Binbin quickly activated his system, but was dismayed to find that it could not identify the child. This only deepened his bewilderment. Could it be that they had truly encountered a ghost? You recognize me? Lin Binbin summoned his courage to inquire, but the child continued to laugh, before suddenly declaring, I am older than you. You are deceiving me. You must call me and Appos, ancestor, and Appos, call me and Appos, ancestor, and Appos, This phrase struck a familiar chord. Suddenly, Lin Binbin and Amp, Apos, S lips curled into a smile as he realized. So that and Amp, Apos, S why it feels so peculiar. It is you. As he spoke, the mechanical arm of the white ape had already shot up. Just as the child lunged toward Lin Binbin, the ape seized his ankle and lifted him effortlessly. The unexpected vulnerability and lack of combat readiness drew frowns from Bai Ziren and Zhang Yan. How strange. I have never encountered such a spirit beast, Zhang Yan mused. Have you seen one before? Zhang Yan shook his head. No, but it is certain that this child is not human. What kind of decent family would allow a child to wander into such a perilous place, especially a toddler of merely 1 year? Quite bizarre indeed. Put me down. Put me down. The child struggled fiercely, and just as Lin Binbin's smile began to fade, a foul odor suddenly assaulted his senses, prompting him to cover his nose. When he looked up again, the child had vanished from in front of the mech. The white ape scratched its head in confusion, mirroring the group's perplexity. Be cautious. This child's sudden appearance is undoubtedly no mere coincidence, Zhang Yan warned. No sooner had his words fallen than the familiar laughter echoed in their ears. Yet the surrounding darkness obscured their vision. Hey, little ghost, if you do not show yourself, I shall set fire to your hiding place, Lin Binbin threatened, raising his weapon when no response was forthcoming. Whether it was the mere mention of the weapon's power or sheer audacity, the child indeed revealed himself, darting to Zhang Yi and Apos' front, glaring intently at him, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. As a fellow spirit, why do you not assist me? If you refuse, I shall be quite displeased. Zhang Yi, bewildered by this declaration, instinctively retreated, casting a pleading glance at Lin Binbin. I know nothing. Do not harm my grandson. The child raised a hand, unleashing a gust of wind toward the advancing elder. Yet, in the next moment, the wind veered and struck the nearby thicket instead. A shadow suddenly burst forth, followed by a piercing scream, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. Zhang Yan lifted his torch to investigate, discovering a C-grade weasel lying lifeless. His expression turned grave as he glanced at the child who had intervened on their behalf. It is dead. Chapter 94. The Art of Evasion. Everyone shuddered in unison. At this moment, the little child had discovered a new source of amusement, his short, chubby legs propelling him rapidly towards the campfire. He squatted beside it, his nose twitching as he savored the aroma of the roasted meat, and then grinned at Lin Binbin. Lin Binbin, as if struck by inspiration, promptly tore off a generous portion of skewered meat and beckoned the little one over. Would you like to try some? This is my special creation, one of a kind in this world. Miss it, and it will be gone forever. The little one gulped. Noting the benign expressions of the others, and without hesitation, he scooped up a chunk of meat and began to gnaw on it. To everyone's astonishment, the child had teeth. Cheng Yemo, intrigued, squatted down and tossed over some of the chicken he had yet to eat. In doing so, he observed the child's peculiar eating habits, rather than chewing. He simply swallowed the morsels whole. Before long, the 5 pounds of roasted meat had vanished into the child's belly, and he erupted into giggles, his stomach round and swollen. Seizing the opportunity while the child was unguarded, Lin Binbin swiftly captured him. The little one continued to giggle blissfully, even as Lin Binbin bound him to a tree trunk. Only when the laughter ceased did the child's demeanor change. Release me, you impudent young one, or I shall grow angry, he exclaimed, glaring defiantly. Call me brother, and I shall set you free. The little one, brimming with indignation, remained silent. Zhongzi, do you two know each other? Zhang Yan approached, observing the scene with growing curiosity. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to any ordinary child, save for the peculiar red threads sprouting from his head, which made him appear unique. Uncle Zhang Yan. This little fellow is a ginseng spirit. We encountered him at the market, and we ended up losing quite a few spirit stones for his sake, Bai Ziren explained, unable to suppress a slight grimace at the memory. I am the ancestral spirit of the earth, not some mere ginseng spirit, the little one retorted, his face flushed with anger as he struggled to reach Lin Binbin, but his short arms were of no use, flailing helplessly in the air. A ginseng spirit, you say? Fascinating, Zhang Yan mused, scrutinizing the child further. Suddenly, the little one bent down and released a stream of urine that unceremoniously splashed onto Zhang Yan's face. Everyone froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, Uncle Zhang Yan, you've hit the jackpot. This is a great tonic. Just remember not to wash your face for a few days, or the effects will be lost. Zhang Yan glared at the giggling child suspended in midair, his face a mask of fury. Though the ginseng spirit's urine was indeed a potent remedy, It was still urine, and the thought was somewhat repugnant. I'll have your head for this. Uncle Zhang Yan, perhaps you should clean your face first, Lin Binbin suggested, stepping forward with a handkerchief. Leave this little creature to me. After all, he owes me money. Zhang Yan's gaze lingered on the child for a moment longer before he took a deep breath to quell his anger. Consider yourselves fortunate. Such a being is rare, especially one that has attained sentience. It is said that consuming this little one's flesh bestows longevity. The ginseng spirit perked up, overhearing the implication of being consumed. His laughter faded, and he tensed, tears welling in his eyes. No, my meat isn't tasty at all. The others ignored his protestations, further heightening his anxiety about his impending doom. He squirmed in his bindings, but Lin Binbin's knots were too secure, and the red thread, which he found particularly distasteful, only added to his struggles. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he lay still. Their group now possessed 2 potent remedies, but fearing that they might attract spirit beasts, they decided to take turns keeping watch throughout the night. 2 members would take a shift, changing every 3 hours. Zhang Yan and the old woman took the first watch, followed by Lin Binbin and Sheng Yemo, and finally by Xiren and Gung Lo. By the time it was Lin Binbin's turn, the clock had struck midnight, and the world lay in hushed stillness, save for the crackle of the fire and the soft sounds of slumber. Why isn't this little one asleep? It's the dead of night, and he is just staring at us, which is rather unsettling, Sheng Yemo remarked, feeling a chill creep down his spine and pulling his clothing tighter around him. Would he dare sleep? If he did, who knows if he would see the dawn? Lin Binbin chuckled, teasing the little ginseng spirit. His arms and legs looked plump and tender, undeniably tempting. I haven't tasted a ginseng spirit before. I wonder what it's like. The little ginseng spirit widened his eyes in indignation, anticipating an attack. To his surprise, he suddenly burst into tears. His cries quickly attracted the attention of the warriors in the caravan nearby. Seeing someone looking their way, Lin Binbin hurried to cover the child's mouth. If you cry, I'll eat you right now. With a swift movement, the little ginseng spirit bit into Lin Binbin's palm, causing him to instinctively release his grip. Though there was no blood, the moisture from the bite left a pool of saliva. All right, Zhangzi, don't scare him anymore. If you keep it up, he might just wet himself again. The brothers exchanged glances, recalling Zhang Yan's earlier humiliation, and shared a knowing smile. Fortunately, the first night in the blood-rained forest passed without incident. As dawn broke, Zhang Yan called everyone to rise. Lin Binbin stretched lazily, shaking out his stiff wrists, and turned to look at the little ginseng spirit. To his alarm, he noticed that the red thread binding the spirit had loosened significantly. Oh no! This little one is about to escape. Just as he attempted to tighten the bindings, the ginseng spirit leapt upward, freeing himself from the thread and darting into the nearby underbrush. Huh? You think you can bind me? When the bloodthirsty bees arrive, I want to lift a finger to help you. With that, he vanished, leaving behind his parting words. The group exchanged glances at the swaying red thread hanging from the branches. Surely, he wants to return, Sheng Yemo mused. Perhaps not, but he is rather delectable. Lin Binbin replied. By the way, do you know what that bloodthirsty bee you mentioned is? As they spoke, a commotion erupted in the distance within the caravan. Bad news. Leader, a swarm of bloodthirsty bees is approaching rapidly. A scout exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Upon hearing the term bloodthirsty bees, many warriors displayed expressions of alarm. Chapter 95, The Swarm That Obscures the Sun. The bloodthirsty bees, classified as D-grade spirit beasts, devour all that exists, leaving behind a trail of bones in their wake. However, the true source of dread lies not solely in these voracious creatures, but in the accompanying presence of the human phantom. This shadowy entity can mimic the appearance and abilities of anyone, implying that even if one manages to escape the bloodthirsty bees, they may still meet their demise at their own hands. Consequently, many harbor an intense aversion to these bees. Congratulations. Level up. Your foes have evolved from mere trifles to formidable adversaries. Exercise caution. Upon reading this, Lin Binbin felt a distinct throb at his temples. Help! The bloodthirsty bees are approaching. A frantic shout jolted him back to reality. The swarm, dense as a tide, surged through the forest, stripping it bare, leaving even stones riddled with holes. When the wind swept through, it transformed into clouds of dust. Among the most terrifying of these creatures were the bloodthirsty butterflies, their bodies a deep, ominous black, with eyes glimmering a bloody red. They numbered in the millions and possessed corrosive saliva, deterring even the most audacious of beings within the rain of blood forest from provoking them. Run! Quickly! Men who, disregarding their cargo, rallied the group to flee in the opposite direction. Lin Binbin recalled that Minhu had previously scattered spirit powder to ward off these creatures. Why then had they still appeared? Ziren furrowed his brow. While the bloodthirsty bees were indeed formidable, they possessed an acute sense of smell, particularly sensitive to spirit powder, which they regarded with disdain. Under normal circumstances, they would never approach it unless... His gaze fell upon the green-faced child and the old woman sheltered in the center of the group, his slender eyes narrowing into a line. Unless there existed some fatal attraction here. The mecha sped away with the group, swiftly creating distance. Lin Binbin lingered at the back, contemplating before he turned and unleashed a volley of fire. Boom! White flames descended from the heavens, engulfing the nearby bloodthirsty butterflies, transforming the landscape into a blinding haze of white. Just as Lin Binbin believed his attack had borne fruit, he discerned faint black dots emerging from within the flames. 3. Do not linger. These creatures are impervious to fire and blade. It is wise to seek refuge, Zhang Yin quickly urged, as the original campsite had already succumbed to the swarm. Fortunately, Minhu's team had left markers for them. Upon arrival, they found the interior in disarray. It must be the Taoist's fault. I saw him acting suspiciously earlier. He hasn't returned with us, and it's likely that these bloodthirsty bees were drawn here by him. What now? We've lost the cargo, and returning will surely lead to expulsion. I have a family of over 10 to support. I cannot afford to lose my position. The voices of the others echoed complaints, while only a few who planned to travel to Lingzhou huddled quietly in a corner. Lin Binbin observed that the caravan and Appo's numbers had dwindled significantly. Uncle Zhang, these bloodthirsty butterflies won and Appo's come this way, will they? They won Zhang Yin replied coldly, pointing towards the cave entrance. The exterior is coated with spirit powder. Judging by the quantity, Minhu must have emptied all his reserves. The rest is up to fate. Enough. Whoever continues to bicker will be thrown out. Minhu's voice boomed, silencing the crowd. Those who had been complaining merely huffed in discontent, refraining from further dissent. At that moment, Lin Binbin and Zhang Yin approached the cave entrance. The sky was filled with flitting bloodthirsty bees, rendering it a pitch-black void. And the group hesitated to light torches, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. After nearly half an hour, the swarm began to thin, seemingly setting off towards the east. Lin Binbin muttered softly. The east was indeed the route they would need to take to reach Lingzhou. He shared his thoughts with Zhang Yin, who then consulted with Minhu. Under normal circumstances, we would have options if that Taoist were present. Now, we must press forward with resolve. Fearing a return of the bloodthirsty bees, the group suggested taking a smaller path after the larger contingent had moved on. With our reduced numbers, the martial artists and beast tamers will lead the way. You will follow behind. Minhu regarded Lin Binbin and his companions with newfound respect, acknowledging their potential as protectors rather than viewing them as mere children. Very well, Lin Binbin and the others nodded in agreement. After deliberating for nearly the duration of an incense stick, the bloodthirsty bees finally dispersed, revealing a path where the grass lay bare, as if shorn by a blade, starkly contrasting the lush surroundings. Just as they prepared to set off, a frantic scream pierced the air. No, my grandson! My grandson is gone! The old woman, her face a mask of terror, lunged towards the group of children heading for Lingzhou. No, not you. How could this happen? Where is my grandson? Others instinctively shielded their children, casting wary glances at the old woman, as if she were mad. What is happening? Minhu frowned. My grandson is missing. He must have strayed away. I must find him. Please, I beg you, help me find my grandson. He'll perish alone in the woods. The cave fell silent, save for the old woman's desperate pleas. Lin Binbin's expression shifted as he surveyed the others before approaching her. Grandmother, are you certain that Zhang Yi came in just now? The old woman hesitated. The earlier chaos had left her uncertain, and the cave's dimness, compounded by the child's reticence, made it impossible for her to confirm if Zhang Yi had indeed followed. Did anyone see your child? A chorus of heads shook in denial. Please, I assure you. My grandson cannot have wandered far. I implore you. Minhu paused, then coldly interjected, Enough. We are all in peril. If we abandon our course for your sake and lose our lives, how shall I account for that? Chapter 96. The Resurrected Corpse regardless of your concerns. I shall go forth alone. With that, the elderly woman dashed towards the cave entrance. Witnessing this, Minhu's fury intensified. How dare you defy my command? What did you all promise when we signed the contract? Those who huddled within trembled, their heads bowed in shame. Please, calm down. Venturing out now would only lead to your demise, Ziren interjected, positioning his mech at the entrance, its imposing form entirely obstructing the old woman's path. This lady may yet have alternative means to seek your grandson, he suggested, his gaze shifting to Lin Binbin. The latter opened his palm, revealing a delicate little bee perched there. It's a bloodthirsty bee. It has entered. Lin Binbin felt a twinge of headache and quickly clarified, "This is my spirit beast. It can scout within a kilometer. Perhaps we can send it to search for clues, and if we find any, we can discuss our next steps." Who is this child? Capable of commanding so many spirit beasts? Who knows? Regardless, having an extra ally enhances our safety. The crowd murmured among themselves. Yet Lin Binbin's focus remained on Minhu and the elderly woman. "What are your thoughts?" Minhu had no objections. Exploring ahead was undoubtedly safer than charging out with the entire group. The elderly woman, now composed, nodded with reddened eyes. The collective sigh of relief from the others was palpable. A chaotic outburst that attracted spirit beasts would spell disaster for them all. Everyone's gaze settled on Lin Binbin, increasingly convinced that this group differed from others heading towards Lingyo. "I found him." Suddenly, Lin Binbin's eyes widened. "I saw him being dragged away by a tree." Heading west. The westward route stood in stark contrast to the path to Lingyo, prompting furrowed brows among the group. And Lin Binbin paused. "I also discovered the child who went missing yesterday." The others were oblivious, but Zhang Yin and his companions understood precisely who Lin Binbin referred to. Their curiosity piqued as to how that little brat ended up in that location. Could that little rascal have been captured as well? Cheng Mo's expression shifted. "That seems unlikely." Lin Binbin mused, recalling the earlier scene, feeling it resembled a stealthy pursuit. The little ginseng spirit appeared to have a unique connection to this Songyi. "What shall we do now?" "I have no intention of retracing our steps." The majority expressed their refusal, solely intent on reaching Lingzhou, indifferent to the plight of others. "Neither do we. We have all paid our dues. If we are not taken there, we expect a refund." Those funds had long been discarded alongside the goods. Retrieving them now seemed impossible. After a moment of contemplation, Minhu declared, "I will ensure the main group resumes our journey. We shall linger an additional hour at the goods location. If we cannot catch up, we shall leave our fates to the winds." The implication was unmistakable. In such perilous surroundings, an hour was the utmost limit he could abide. "Thank you." Zhang Yin bowed slightly. "Let us proceed." The elderly woman was lifted onto Cheng Mo's soldier ant as the group sped towards the location revealed by the mechanical bee. "All right, gather your belongings. We prepare to depart." Minhu commanded, and the group readied themselves. Yet, before they could venture far, news of another child's disappearance reached them. The revelation caused a shift in expressions. They finally grasped that previous disappearances were no mere coincidence. After a moment of silence, Minhu ordered a halt. "Check your surroundings. Report any anomalies immediately." "Not good, leader. Another child has vanished." A frantic individual rushed towards them. Strangely, it had only been a matter of mere minutes, and no sounds had been heard. The two children seemed to have vanished into thin air. Damn it. Minhu and his team scoured the area but found no trace. An atmosphere of dread swiftly spread among the crowd. Parents clutched their children tightly, fearful of a repeat of previous events. "Leader, what shall we do now?" Minhu suspected the tree demon Lin Binbin mentioned earlier. Just as he hesitated, shadows darted swiftly past the road's edges. "It's the demon wolves. Prepare for battle." Meanwhile, Lin Binbin faced a similar predicament, albeit with an even greater number of demon wolves, as if preparing for a migration, a staggering multitude of over 100. Goodness. What ill fortune have we encountered today? The odds of this are unfathomable. Lin Binbin gritted his teeth, drawing his firearm and unleashing a barrage at the foremost demon wolf. Advance through. Upon witnessing their comrade fall, the nearby demon wolves approached, nudging their fallen companion with their noses. When met with silence, their eyes ignited with a crimson hue. Howl, the wolves responded in unison, as if answering a primal call, surging towards the direction where Lin Binbin and his companions had vanished. The main group swiftly plunged into a thicket. Meanwhile, the recently disappeared figures huddled within nearby underbrush, alertly observing their surroundings. "Sanzi, thankfully you were clever enough to gather a handful of spirit powder before our departure. Otherwise, our location would have been discovered by the horde of demon wolves." Cheng Mo's round face tensed as he finally sank to the ground upon seeing the last demon wolf disappear. The group collectively exhaled, glancing down at their bodies. Now dusted with white powder, their smiles tinged with bitterness. Buzzing, the mechanical bee emitted a warning sound, suggesting an unexpected situation had arisen. Lin Binbin's expression sharpened as he hurried to inspect. The group approached the grass, where something peculiar lay hidden, a nauseating scent of blood wafting through the air. "I'll check it out," Zhang Yin declared, drawing his dagger and striding towards the steep rock face. He parted the dense foliage, freezing in place, then beckoned his companions. As they gathered, two corpses of children, mangled and devoured, came into view. "That He was just a child from the merchant caravan, Chang Mo recognized instantly. The memory of their prior conversation flooded back, leaving his face pale as a sheet. Is he gone? Indeed, Lin Binbin nodded. However, judging by the wounds, it does not appear to have been the work of the tree demon. Just then, the mechanical beast cries intensified. As the long, piercing sound rang out, two figures suddenly leaped forth, mouths agape, revealing sharp teeth, their nails a grim shade of gray, rushing towards them. And those two faces belonged to the very children who had just perished. Chapter 97. Fallen beneath the blazing sun. Quick, take cover. With a thunderous roar, a mass of black mist enveloped several individuals deep within the vast mountains. As the ominous presence approached, it became evident that a formidable ancient spirit beast was slowly awakening from its slumber. What is happening? Chang Mo was instantly filled with dread. This is not right, Sanzi. The towering peaks had vanished from sight, and under the vast sky, a lone figure approached, with the surrounding spiritual energy converging like threads at his feet. Boom. At last, the ancient spirit beast was summoned. With an unending supply of spiritual power, a fist as colossal as a mountain descended from above. In the darkness, the mech's eyes flared open like twin suns. Amidst the rumbling cacophony, the internal mechanics whirred rapidly, and under this strange force, the enormous fist could not descend an inch. A flicker of confusion crossed the face of the distant figure, who slowly raised his hand and pressed down once more. Roar. This time, the entire mountain range trembled in response. In the dim light, Lin Binbin finally discerned the face before him. Uncle Zhang, how can it be you? Lin Binbin stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Do not rush. Zhang Yin merely smiled. The best part is yet to come. After a low chant, the darkness behind him thickened, as if an invisible hand enveloped the world, its power so overwhelming that Lin Binbin had to bend slightly to maintain his stance. He could not comprehend why Zhang Yin, who had appeared so benign, had suddenly turned into an adversary, exhibiting such formidable strength. Had it all been an act? If so, he had to admire Zhang Yan's decades-long masquerade. Why? The question echoed relentlessly in Lin Binbin's mind, yet no answer emerged. Without a doubt, Zhang Yan's actions ignited a fiery wrath within him. As a low growl escaped, the mech surged with energy, and amidst the thunderous roar, the ground began to fracture. Countless cracks spreading like a spider's web. From the billowing smoke, a towering figure over 10 meters tall rose. This was the ultimate form of the white ape. Originally intended as a trump card, now turned against his own. The white ape let out a deafening roar that reverberated through the mountains, causing the very heavens to shudder. And countless creatures quaked in fear. However, Zhang Yin showed no signs of alarm, his gaze fixed calmly on the child before him. So, you have hidden your strength. Fortunately, I too was prepared. Lin Binbin, why do you insist on involving yourself? Would it not be better to remain blissfully ignorant, collecting spirit beast droppings each day? Zhang Yin smiled confidently, and with a slight movement of his hand, an enormous black void materialized in the sky, revealing a fearsome beast's head within. The colossal beast's eyes roamed, finally settling on Lin Binbin, who stood nearby. Roar. The beast tail summoned numerous powerful figures. Upon noticing the royal insignia on the barrier, they hesitated and retreated, recognizing the diminished yet formidable power of the royal family. As the void expanded, two more heads emerged, gazing at the ferocious creature beside Zhang Yin. Even Lin Binbin, with his resolute spirit, could not suppress a gulp. An ancient divine beast. Zhang Yin had the capability to contract an ancient divine beast. The beast radiated malice, its murderous intent coalescing into a palpable aura, its massive form piercing the clouds, while Zhang Yin stood resolutely before it, stepping forward with an air of indifference. Wherever he tread, the flora withered, insects and creatures perished, as if he bore an oppressive force that rendered everything to dust. I could have spared your life. Yet your incessant meddling compels me to re-evaluate the risk of your existence in this world. Lin Binbin, I concede you are clever. Even your spirit beast is unlike any other, but what of it? Everything in this world belongs to the royal lineage. This is your first lesson from your uncle Zhang Yan. Flashes of the prince's warning echoed in Zhang Yan's mind. This boy must not be spared. Though he initially felt a pang of sympathy, fate seemed to have led them to this lawless place. In an instant, chaos enveloped everyone. They found themselves powerless against such overwhelming force, feeling smaller than ever before. Why panic? Lin Binbin shouted, quelling the turmoil around him. Gazing at the figure on the horizon, he inhaled deeply. Since he wishes to end my life, let me be the one to conclude this conflict. Alas, our paths cannot intertwine henceforth. With a bittersweet smile, he turned to face his companions, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I am grateful to have met you all. In the next life, if fate permits, let us be brothers once more. Mo, tell father that his unfilial son will repay his kindness in the next life. No. Sanzi, with anguish cries. Lin Binbin charged forward. He gripped his weapon tightly, standing valiantly beside the mech. Together, they faced the encroaching tide of annihilation. In midair, the steel body transformed into a swift whirlwind, blocking the impending doom. The youth launched a side attack, aiming to breach the beast's armor. The concentrated firepower struck the creature and Oppo's head, igniting flashes of white and yellow light as the sky erupted in a surreal display. This boy. Zhang Yan observed the young warrior before him, momentarily lost in thought. Yet it was but a fleeting moment. He acknowledged Lin Binbin's unexpected prowess but remained confident in his control over the situation. Then, let us bid farewell. Boom. As his words fell, the three-headed beast roared skyward. The unseen heavens trembled, and a searing blast engulfed Lin Binbin's slight form. Zhang Yan furrowed his brow, anxiously watching until the figure dissipated into nothingness, releasing a heavy sigh. Miles away, Lin Qin sensed a disturbance, hastily checking Lin Binbin's life token, only to find it shattered. Shock washed over his face as he hastily formed seals. Yet even his extraordinary abilities could not resurrect the deceased. The radiant youth ultimately fell beneath the blazing sun, vanishing in an instant.